This is the most terrifying prison in the world. Anyone released from here is a dominant force, feared by all. But at this moment, they all bow their heads in submission to a young man. 3 years ago, the young man voluntarily entered the prison. Not only did he kick away the heavy electromagnetic wheel that weighed 10,000 pounds, but he also beat up 40 billion prisoners in one night. From that day on, you became the ruler of the prison. At this moment, the warden quickly ran to your side. Boss, someone is here to see you. Upon hearing this, you immediately stood up. Could it be that he's back? However, when you arrived at the reception room, you were stunned. The person who came was not the one you were expecting, but a stunningly beautiful woman in a professional outfit. You're looking for me, you asked in surprise, as you felt like you had never seen her before. The woman sized you up from head to toe, her eyes full of disdain. I am Qi Tianjiao, your fiancé. But you should also know, my clothes cost 160,000, my necklace 1.7 million, and my villa is worth more than 30 million. These are things you can't provide. Upon hearing this, you were a little stunned, then replied, you're overthinking it. I never planned to give you these. Qi Tianjiao's face darkened. So you're planning to live off a woman after you get out of prison? No need, you said, calling the guard to bring a box, and inside were 9 marriage certificates. Seeing this, Qi Tianjiao was instantly dumbfounded. And vaguely, she saw one of the marriage certificates. The woman's name was Ouyang Qian, the daughter of the richest man in Tianhai, Ouyang Hai. This one is yours. You casually threw a marriage certificate. Qi Tianjiao tried to suppress her shock. She couldn't help but ask as she took the marriage certificate, did you scam your way in? If not, how could you have so many marriage certificates? You must have used sweet words to fool women into falling for you and taking their money. You didn't respond, standing up and leaving. Back in the prison district, you looked at the marriage certificates, feeling frustrated. 9 marriage contracts. If more people come to cancel, it'll be so annoying. It's better to take the initiative, get the marriages cancelled, and come back later. With that thought, you grabbed the box and quickly left the prison district. Bang! The 8-meter-tall, 20-meter-long, 10,000-pound electromagnetic door was once again kicked open by you. The guards on the high platforms around quickly turned and lowered their heads. They still remembered, 3 years ago, this guy had kicked the door open and walked in. A few hours later, you boarded the plane to Tianhai City, but fate seemed to have a sense of humor. As soon as you entered the cabin, you looked up and saw Qi Tianjiao. She noticed you too, and exclaimed, you've been released early? I thought I made it clear. Our status is worlds apart, don't chase after me anymore. Get off immediately, you snapped. Qi Tianjiao thought to herself, just out of prison and already on a plane, is this intentional? You twitched your mouth, you've got a problem in your head, it needs treatment. Qi Tianjiao ground her teeth in anger. She had taken her marriage certificate out so decisively before, giving her a higher opinion of you. But now she realized you were just a rogue. The plane soon landed, and Qi Tianjiao was the first to stand up. She walked over to you and whispered, know your place. Don't follow me again, or I won't hesitate to show you my power in Tianhai. Without waiting for you to respond, she turned and walked off the plane. But as soon as she reached the door, the stewardess blocked her. Sorry, miss, the Tianhai airport is sealed. We're waiting for a big shot to get off the plane, so you cannot leave for now. Qi Tianjiao's eyes flashed with confusion. To block the airport just to wait for someone to get off the plane? This had never happened in Tianhai before. How big of a person could it be? The stewardess was looking for a seat number and came over to you with great respect. Honorable Mr. Chen, please disembark. The first-class cabin erupted. Everyone stared at you. Qi Tianjiao's eyes widened in disbelief. How did this guy, just released from prison, suddenly turn into such a big shot? You were just as dumbfounded. You didn't have any friends in Tianhai, so what was going on? Yes, it's you, the stewardess confirmed. You thought for a moment, stood up, and walked off the plane under everyone's awestruck gazes. As soon as you entered the airport, a burly middle-aged man rushed over. I am Zhang Kongding, the 13th Hallmaster of the Dragon Temple. Welcome, Mr. Chen, to Tianhai. If the people of Tianhai saw this scene, their jaws would probably drop. This Zhang Kongding was known as Zhang the Dragon King, the Underground Emperor, and also the 13th Hallmaster of the Dragon Temple. You suddenly remembered, the little worm who used to scrub your toilet in prison had boasted about founding the Dragon Temple with immense power. You laughed helplessly. These people really know how to flatter. Get everyone to leave. Take me to find Ouyang Qian. You walked ahead, and Qi Tianjiao followed behind, feeling uneasy. The images from earlier kept replaying in her mind. She grabbed the gift box the stewardess had given her, lowered her voice, and asked, can you tell me who Mr. Chen is? Who is the person blocking the airport? The stewardess glanced at the gift, sighed, and shook her head. I'm not sure about Mr. Chen's identity, but I heard the person blocking the airport is wearing a uniform of Zhongshan suits. As soon as Qi Tianjiao heard this, her eyes lit up. Zhongshan suit? No department uses that uniform. This guy must be an escaped prisoner, wearing the Zhongshan suit to hide his identity. Yes, it must be this way. Finally, she didn't have to worry about him showing up at her door anymore. At the West Suburbs Manor, this was the home of Tianhai's richest man, Ouyang Hai. Why were there so many people at the entrance? You sat in the car, looking at the dozens of people gathered outside the gate, confused. Zhang Kongding quickly explained, Ouyang Hai's daughter, Ouyang Qian, fell ill with a strange disease a year ago. She has been in a deep sleep every day. Recently, a so-called expert said she has lovesickness and that only her true soulmate can wake her. That's why all these unmarried men are here. You rolled your eyes. What kind of marriages is this old man arranging? Qi Tianjiu had taken the initiative to cancel the marriage, and now Ouyang Qian was waiting for the soulmate who would come and wake her, ready to settle the score with you when you returned. At the right time, open the door, Zhang Kongding said. The door slowly opened, and dozens of people rushed in. You go back, I'll go check it out. You pushed the door open, stepped out of the car, and walked through the manor to the villa's living room. In the middle of the living room, Ouyang Hai was sitting on the sofa, looking exhausted, while an elderly man with a mystical aura stood beside him. Old Master Good, begin testing for the soulmate, Ouyang Hai said weakly. The elderly man nodded, chanted a few incantations, then instructed everyone to cut their fingers and drop a drop of blood into the bowl. Everyone eagerly cut their fingers. After all, if anyone became Ouyang Qian's soulmate, they would be set for life. Hee, you couldn't help but laugh at this process. Testing the soulmate is done by checking the birthdates, using blood as a way to confirm. You're laughing? Ouyang Hai immediately became agitated. He had been already upset, and your laugh ignited his anger. Everyone's eyes focused on you. You calmly replied, I'm laughing because this method will not find the soulmate. Rather, it will worsen the illness and lead to a coma. Of course, draining the blood might be effective, it could wake her up. What a spectacle! The young man immediately spoke coldly, you dare to casually discuss a condition and offer your unsolicited advice? Do you think you are a divine doctor? Actually, I really am. Zhao Ping'an said casually, the snake skins of the awakening insects, the silkworms from 2 years, and the rooster heads from that year can only be used in a decoction with mace snow to cure the illness. Though it was probably someone's malicious act that caused Ouyang Qian's illness, this prescription could still heal her. Nonsense! The young man became even more agitated. Where does the snakeskin come from at the awakening? How can silkworms survive the winter? Where does mace snow come from? If you speak any more nonsense, be careful, I will cut your tongue out. Uncle Ouyang, this person has deliberately shown off as soon as he entered, he is clearly not a good person. I suggest we immediately throw him out of the Ouyang family. Ouyang Hai frowned, he did not trust Zhao Ping'an either. Famous doctors from all over had been unable to cure his daughter's illness, how could it possibly be cured by a brash young man's casually spoken prescription? However, he did not want to give up any opportunity. He slowly looked to Master Gu for advice. Master Gu snorted coldly, just the nonsense of a lowly individual. Mr. Ouyang, do you really lack this discernment? I can tell just by looking at him that he has no connection with the young lady in this life. Let him roll. Ouyang Hai felt somewhat disappointed in his heart but then waved his hand decisively and said coldly, throw him out. Several bodyguards quickly approached. Wait. Zhao Ping'an raised his hand to interrupt and asked with a half-smile, old blind man, how do you know I have no fate with Ouyang Qian? As soon as these words were said, everyone laughed. This kid was not only trying to gather attention but was also trying to argue. Shut up. How dare you be impolite to Master Gu? You're seeking death. The young man was eager to provoke a fight. You brat, so rude. Ouyang Hai was also angry, this was a distinguished expert invited to treat his daughter, and he could not be insulted. Master Gu raised his hand, signaling them not to act recklessly, and approached Zhao Ping'an step by step, coldly saying, though I am lacking, I have learned for over 50 years. I began learning at 3 and apprenticed at 8. At 16, I could see destiny at a glance. I can also read the winds and fortunes, I can see through you at a glance and know you have no fate with the young lady. Do you dare to call me blind? Zhao Ping'an casually picked up the marriage contract and held it in front of him. If you're not blind, then open your eyes and take a look, this is called no fate? The marriage contract almost hit Master Ge's face. Master Gu was furious and nearly exploded, wanting to teach him a lesson, lowly brat, a marriage contract? After he cursed a few words, he suddenly saw the words clearly, it was indeed a marriage contract, and in that instant, he was left speechless. Marriage contract? What marriage contract? The young man also clenched his fists and stepped forward. Upon seeing the words on the marriage contract, he was stunned into silence. Marriage of 2 families, a union in 1 hall, good fate forever, matched by names. Male, Zhao Ping'an. Female, Ouyang Qian. Ouyang Hai stepped forward and, seeing the marriage contract, exclaimed in amazement, this, is the old man telling the truth? He remembered his father mentioning arranging a marriage for his daughter before he passed. Although he remembered, he had not taken it seriously. In what age were arranged marriages still relevant? Even if he remembered, the other party might have long forgotten. Whispers began in the crowd. Was it possible that Ouyang Qian had been waiting for him? Zhao Ping'an put away the marriage contract and said casually, old blind man, tell me again how many years you have been learning, and be more detailed. Master Ge's eyes nearly burst with rage, his face turning almost blood red. If a marriage contract was not considered fate, then what was fate? It's fake. Uncle Ouyang, this marriage contract is fake. The young man gritted his teeth, looking at Zhao Ping'an with a bit more malice. He's a fraud, throw him out. The marriage contract is genuine. Ouyang Hai shook his head, casting a heavy glance at Zhao Ping'an, and slowly said, with the marriage contract, our Ouyang family will naturally acknowledge it. However, times have changed, everything will be based on Qianqian's wishes. Just let her bleed, we will discuss the marriage once she wakes up. Though Master Gu made a mistake, there are always exceptions. This marriage was arranged decades ago, and it was normal to misjudge in a hurry. No need for blood, it's useless. The marriage is off, I'm here to annul the engagement. Keep the marriage certificate, I'm leaving. Zhao Ping'an walked away with elegance, and when he reached the door, he added, the prescription is your compensation for the annulment, remember it. The room erupted in shock again. The son-in-law of the richest man in Tianhai City is walking away, how arrogant. Ouyang Hai's face turned red from holding back his anger. His daughter was being rejected, and this would be a huge shame if it got out. The young man's face softened, and he comforted him, saying, Uncle Ouyang, don't mind this small person. Zhao Ping'an knows he is not worthy of Qianqian, he is just looking for an excuse to back out. His blood is useless. Ouyang Hai nodded and, seeing that everyone's blood had been spilled, he turned and walked upstairs. Master Gu and the young man followed behind. Second floor. On the bed, a girl with skin like mutton fat jade and long hair like a waterfall was asleep. Her features were delicate, resembling an immortal from a painting. She was Ouyang Qian, the daughter of the richest man. Not only that, but she was also hailed as the most beautiful woman in Tianhai City. Master Gu stood before the bowl with the dripping blood, muttering incantations. 5 minutes passed, and there was no sign of Ouyang Qian waking up. Master Gu, my Qianqian, the beautiful woman sitting at the bedside, choked as she asked. She was Ouyang Qian's mother, Lu Yemei. Master Gu shook his head and sighed, still no destined person, we need to continue searching. Lu Yemei's eyes filled with tears, you said Qianqian's fate is in Tianhai, but all the single young men in Tianhai have come, who else could there be? Master Gu furrowed his brows, raised his hand to calculate, and said seriously, it's definitely in Jinhai. As he calculated, he suddenly looked at the young man beside him, young Master Su, haven't you dripped blood yet? Why don't you give it a try? The young man, Su Bashir, the heir of the newly rich Su family in Tianhai, hesitated, I've known Qianqian since childhood, and I've always seen her as a sister, never. He paused and then said, well, let's give it a try. He directly bit his finger, letting blood drip into the bowl. At the moment the blood dropped in. Ouyang Qian on the bed actually coughed once. Hearing the sound, Lu Yemei and Ouyang Hai's eyes brightened. A cough meant she might wake up. Su Bashir's eyes also showed a hint of joy. But after waiting for a few seconds, Ouyang Qian's sleep deepened, and she fell asleep again. Master Ji's eyes showed a trace of doubt, and he immediately said, young Master Su should be the destined one. Maybe the blood didn't have enough strength, continue. Su Bashir no longer hesitated and immediately bit another finger. Ouyang Qian coughed again but still fell back into deep sleep. Try again. Master Gu said. Su Bashir's face turned pale from the pain, but he continued to bite his finger. However, this time, not only did it have no effect, but Ouyang Qian also seemed to sleep even more deeply. Lu Yemei anxiously said, what's happening? She's sleeping even deeper. Could it be the blood wasn't strong enough? Should we use a knife to bleed her? As soon as the words fell, Su Bashir shivered in fear and looked at Master Gu for help. Master Gu was sweating heavily. This shouldn't be happening. Ouyang Hai's eyes, however, grew brighter, because he remembered Zhao Ping'an's words. The situation here was exactly as Zhao Ping'an had described. He immediately ordered, quick, send someone to find the snake skin of the Jingja. Although these ingredients were hard to find, they were no problem for the richest man. Soon, the concoction was ready and brought to them. Ouyang Hai personally fed Ouyang Qian the soup. After just 2 sips, Ouyang Qian slowly opened her eyes. This? Su Bashir stared in disbelief, his eyes wide in shock. Ouyang Hai was overjoyed and immediately said excitedly, quick, bring Zhao Ping'an back. Yi Yaoqing, from the imperial capital. After Zhao Ping'an left the west suburb manor, he had already chosen his next person to annul the engagement with. He didn't want to waste time because the old man could return at any moment, and he also needed to go back to the Mingdu prison to wait for him. However, the weather forecast said a heavy rain was coming, flights were cancelled, and he couldn't fly until tomorrow. So, he decided to find a place to fill his stomach first. How is it that I keep running into her everywhere? Zhao Ping'an passed by a private room with the door slightly open, and through the crack, he saw one of the people inside, Qi Tianjia. But she was in the private room, and Zhao Ping'an didn't pay it any mind, sitting in the hall instead. Inside the private room, Qi Tianjia raised her glass and smiled, Mr. Wang, I toast you. I hope this time the raw material supply goes smoothly. Qishir will definitely bring out the best quality. President Wang sat in the main seat, his face filled with worry as he casually said, "Let's talk about it later." Qi Tianjiao's face turned awkward. She had just taken over the Qi family business and was in urgent need of performance to prove her personal value. The current President Wang had to be won over. She cautiously asked, "President Wang, do you have something on your mind? If I can help, I won't hesitate." "You?" President Wang glanced at her, sneering. "All right, this afternoon, Miss Yi from the Yi family in Dijing is coming to Tianhai. If you can get me a chance to meet her, forget about this raw material supply, I'll give all future materials to Qishir." Qi Tianjiao was stunned. There had been rumors that the Yi family from Dijing was going to invest in Jinhai. Had they already arrived? The Yi family was of such a high status that even if she wanted to meet them, it was impossible. Others around her side, Miss Yi has already sealed off the airport before even getting off the plane. Such power, it's beyond us. Yes, only the Yi family from Dijing has this kind of power. I heard Miss Yi is like a fairy, breathtakingly beautiful. Qi Tianjiao listened to their discussions, thought for a moment, then smiled. "President Wang, everyone, you've got it wrong. The airport was not sealed off because Miss Yi arrived this afternoon. It's because they were catching a fugitive." Everyone was stunned. Qi Tianjiao nodded and told them the whole story about the airport incident. After finishing, she felt relieved. She no longer had to worry about Zhao Pingan following her. For some reason, she even felt a little sorry for him. To pursue her, he had even escaped prison. He probably wouldn't get out for 10 or 20 years. So it was like this, a small-time loser. "I thought Miss Yi had arrived and had been feeling gloomy all afternoon." "Ha," President Wang said, now in a much better mood. Miss Yi not arriving meant there was still time for operations. Others jumped on the opportunity to flatter him. A small-time loser made President Wang feel gloomy? He deserves to die 1,000 times. I'll ask my constable friend where the fugitive is held, find someone to ruin him inside. I also have friends in prison, I'll have them take care of him every day. Qi Tianjiao, hearing this, felt a bit of sympathy. Zhao Pingan's life in prison wouldn't be easy, but she quickly let go of the thought. He brought it on himself, it was his own fault. Seeing President Wang smile, she was about to bring up their cooperation again. But at that moment, her phone rang. Qi Tianjiao slowly stood up, took the phone, and walked out of the private room. Just as she stepped out the door. "Ah!" She suddenly screamed, her face turning pale as if she had seen a ghost. The phone slipped from her hand. The scream startled all the customers. The few people in the private room stepped out. "President Qi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Is there something wrong?" Qi Tianjiao seemed not to hear their questions. Her eyes, filled with fear, were fixed on a seat in the lobby. On that seat sat none other than Zhao Pingan. How could he be here? "I just wanted to have a meal." Zhao Pingan muttered, feeling utterly frustrated. How had she even gotten out? Though he wasn't full, he didn't want to look at her. He put down his chopsticks and stood up to leave. "Stop!" Qi Tianjiao snapped out of her trance, gritting her teeth in anger. She couldn't understand how he had gotten out, but since he was here, he must have been following her. She stormed up to him and angrily said, "I've clearly told you that we are from different worlds. Don't follow me again. Can't you understand human language?" Upon hearing this, everyone understood. It turned out to be a dog licking her feet, licking away, but also stalking her. No wonder she had reacted so strongly. Zhao Pingan was equally speechless. He didn't know who had given her the confidence. He scowled, "Which eye of yours saw me stalking you? Move out of the way." This tone caused the surrounding customers to be very dissatisfied. Qi Tianjiao was a standard beauty, and they were ready to heroically rescue her. "Hey, how are you talking? Try threatening someone again." One customer picked up a bottle of wine. "Watch your attitude, do you believe I'll ruin you?" Another customer shouted angrily. "You stink like a cockroach, getting embarrassed after being caught. You deserve a beating." In an instant, everyone started cursing Zhao Pingan. It seemed that with just one wave of Qi Tianjiao's hand, things would escalate. They will come up and fight desperately. Boss Wang also walked out of the private room and asked in a deep voice, "Boss Qi, who is this kid?" Qi Tianjiao glared at Zhao Pingan and instinctively responded, "He is the fugitive I just mentioned in the private room, the one arrested at the airport. I don't know why he escaped again." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire restaurant's atmosphere seemed to freeze, pressing down so hard that people couldn't breathe. A fugitive? This guy is a fugitive? The customers who were about to beat Zhao Pingan trembled collectively in fear. The one holding a beer bottle was so scared he wet himself, while those discussing Zhao Pingan in the private room were left dumbfounded. Boss Wang also froze completely. Fighting a fugitive? Do you have a death wish? Why didn't you say so earlier? Everyone regretted it, terrified he might notice them. Zhao Pingyan was also angry at how she introduced him, but seeing that the surrounding customers no longer dared to shout, he couldn't be bothered to explain. He bypassed Qi Tianjiu and left. Stop. Qi Tianjiu blocked him again, furiously saying, "You must promise never to appear in front of me again, or you won't leave here today." Letting him go just like this, what if he follows again in the future? Take this chance and solve it once and for all. Zhao Pingyan's brows lowered, and a cold aura spread from him, making everyone around shiver. He hated being threatened the most. If she weren't a girl, he would have already acted. He gave her a chance, yet she threatened him again and again. Staring at her, he said, "How do you plan to stop me from leaving?" Qi Tianjiu felt like she was being stared at by a wild beast, a chill spreading all over her body. Suddenly, she remembered this guy was a criminal. If he got desperate, he could do anything. But she absolutely couldn't back down. If she gave in today, what about the future? Gritting her teeth, she said, "Boss Liu, call your police officer friend." Back in the private room, Boss Liu had said he would find out where Zhao Pingyan was being held. "No need to ask now, just call the cops directly." Boss Liu almost collapsed in fear, quickly waving his hands, "I don't know any police. I don't know them." If he called, his friend might not even arrive before he was dead. Only an idiot would call. "Boss Liu?" Qi Tianjiu was stunned and quickly looked at the next person. "Boss Zhang, you know a lot of people in prison. Maybe one of them is his boss." Boss Zhang almost spat out blood. What if he mentioned the wrong person and it turned out to be Zhao Pingyan's enemy? He frantically shook his head, "I don't know. No friends." "Boss Zhang?" Qi Tianjiu's face burned with embarrassment. She looked around for help. Everyone avoided eye contact, afraid to get involved in fighting a fugitive. Only a fool would do that. Qi Tianjiu still refused to give up. She turned to Boss Wang. He was the most powerful here. Boss Wang cursed in his heart but felt too embarrassed to refuse. Forcing a smile uglier than crying, he said, "Little brother, just got out and need a job, right? I can offer you one, starting at 5,000 a month." Boss Zhang quickly added, "I can give you a job too." Boss Liu also said, "Little brother, the true path of life is full of hardships. Boss Wang doesn't offer chances to just anyone." Afraid Zhao Pingyan might explode, they first tried to calm him down. "Ha!" Zhao Pingyan let out a cold laugh. 5,000? In prison, those guys would pay at least 1 million just to avoid a punch. He said indifferently, "Scram." Boss Wang and the others turned red with frustration but didn't dare show their anger. Zhao Pingyan. Qi Tianjiu was furious again. Boss Wang was an important business partner. Insulting him was worse than insulting her. She exploded, "Stop pretending. Just because you have nothing to lose doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. This is reality, not a story. Fine, I'll let you go today, but if I ever see you again, I'll make sure you regret it for life." This encounter had been too sudden, and she was unprepared. Once she got ready, dealing with a fugitive would be easy. Boss Wang and the others were also making plans in their heads. They had to find someone to teach him a lesson. "Who are you going to make regret for life?" A voice suddenly came from the entrance. An old man walked in, followed by 6 bodyguards. Seeing this old man, Boss Wang and the others trembled all over. This was a big shot. Chapter 5, Zhang Longwang arrives. They recognized this old man. He was Butler Fu, the steward of the richest man, Ouyang Hai. Especially Boss Wang. He had visited Ouyang Hai several times. "Haven't seen Ouyang Hai, it's all Fu Bo who is hosting." President Wang quickly stepped forward. "Fu Bo, what brings you here?" "Fu Bo." "Hello, Fu Bo." The others flattered as they spoke. Fu Bo didn't even glance at them, walking past to stand in front of Zhao Pingyan, respectfully saying, "Mr. Zhao, I apologize for the surprise. Let me handle things here." As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Qi Tianjiu, daring to threaten Mr. Ouyang's honored guest. "You are asking for death." Boom! Qi Tianjiu was struck with a thunderbolt, frozen in shock. President Wang and the others were also dumbfounded. Wasn't he a fugitive? Was he Mr. Ouyang's honored guest? Fu Bo continued, "Immediately kneel and apologize to Mr. Zhao, or I will make you regret for a lifetime." Qi Tianjiu's face turned pale, devoid of any color. The Qi family had some reputation in Tianhai, but they were only a second tier, far from Ouyang Hai. Not to mention Ouyang Hai, Fu Bo could crush the Qi family easily. Qi Tianjiu said, bending her legs, about to kneel. "Enough." Zhao Pingyan timely spoke up. First, he had no habit of humiliating women, and second, Qi Tianjiu had once said she would call off the engagement if 3 conditions were met. He decided to give her a chance for that. Looking at Fu Bo, he asked, "What do you need from me?" Fu Bo quickly bent slightly. Mr. Ouyang sincerely invites you to go back. Zhao Ping'an thought for a moment, since he couldn't leave today, he might as well go take a look. Let's go. The two of them left together. A few presidents immediately exploded in anger. Chi, what is going on? You said he was a fugitive, why has he turned into a wealthy guest? If we suffer any retaliation because of this, I will definitely not spare you. Do you take us for fools? Chi Tianjiu paled, unable to defend herself, her mind blank. She couldn't understand why Zhao Ping'an had turned into a wealthy guest. Everyone, please calm down. President Wang suddenly spoke, looking at Chi Tianjiu with a smile. Chi, I didn't expect you to have such a connection with Mr. Zhao. I have decided to form a strategic partnership with the Chi family. In the future, all raw material supplies will be given to you. However, you need to let Mr. Zhao be the middleman. Shi Jiao Manor. Shanxian, this is Zhao Ping'an, he is the one who saved you and also your fiancé. Ouyang Hai introduced, his face glowing red as he explained everything that had happened. He recalled his father's words, this child has the talent to govern the world and can ensure Ouyang family's prosperity for 100 years. He had not believed it before, but now seeing Zhao Ping'an save his daughter, he firmly believed Zhao Ping'an was his son-in-law. He is not. Ouyang Qian said solemnly, Dad, I've said that I will never marry in this life, don't force me. After saying that, she gave Zhao Ping'an a disgusted look. Don't be agitated, I won't marry either. Zhao Ping'an felt a black line on his forehead, unable to understand why girls were all like this, thinking they were some dessert that everyone wanted a bite of. He asked Ouyang Hai, what do you need from me? Ouyang Hai was choked into silence. His daughter was naturally cold, and while she spoke like that, Zhao Ping'an's attitude was also like this, without any respect for age or status. Lu Yimei saw her husband in difficulty and smiled in time. Little Zhao, can't we invite you here if there's nothing? You have a marriage pact with Qianqian, we are family. By the way, how did you come here alone? Where are your parents? Zhao Ping'an always respected others afoot, so when he saw Lu Yimei's good attitude, he softened his tone a bit. I have no father or mother, raised by my master since childhood. My master has been away for 3 years and hasn't returned, so I came by myself. Lu Yimei slightly frowned. No father or mother? She thought he came from a big family. She then asked with a smile, how did you spend these 3 years, and why didn't you come 3 years ago? When it came to this point, Zhao Ping'an was also very angry and replied truthfully, my master told me to wait for him in prison. Gah! Lu Yimei was stunned. Ouyang Hai was stunned. Even Ouyang Qian, who had not looked at Zhao Ping'an, was stunned. Prison? Lu Yimei's expression quickly turned cold. Where are there good people in prison? He still wants to marry my daughter? Her attitude changed rapidly. Shanxian, during your year of illness, Su Baoshi often accompanied you. You should treat him better in the future. Ouyang Qian nodded and casually said, I'm tired. She directly turned and went upstairs. Lu Yimei looked at Ouyang Hai and said, Husband, recently, Miss Yi from the Yi family in Daijing is coming to Tianhai to invest. You need to prepare more to compete for a partnership with the Yi family. Go to the study and get ready. Ouyang Hai naturally understood what his wife meant. She wanted to be the villain and drive Zhao Ping'an away. He had originally thought Zhao Ping'an had an extraordinary background, but it turned out he had no parents and had even been to prison. Naturally, he could never agree. He stood up and left. As for his father, he must have become senile. Zhao Ping'an noticed Lu Yimei's change, but what shocked him more was how coincidental this was. He cautiously asked, Aunt Lu, is Miss Yi from the Yi family in Daijing called Yi Yaoqing? Lu Yimei seemed to change into a different person. Her face was filled with strong disgust and contempt. Yes, but this is none of your business. Also, don't call me Aunt Lu. We are not close. Zhao Ping'an frowned. No matter how old a woman was, she could be so changeable. Slap. Lu Yimei slapped a bank card on the coffee table. Here is 1 million. Take the money and leave immediately. From now on, you have nothing to do with the Ouyang family, and don't tell others that you were ever engaged to Qianqian. Do you understand? This is our family, not someone this little nobody can reach. Zhao Ping'an felt a surge of anger in his heart, but he remembered what his master had said, always compete with those who share your interests, but never argue with a fool. He calmly said, it's I who have nothing to do with you. Also, being poor is not your fault, but being poor and not realizing it, that's your fault. Keep the 1 million, consider it a reward. He stood up and walked towards the door. After walking a few steps, a muffled thunder sounded, and the rain outside immediately poured heavily. Lu Yimei trembled with anger. As the wife of the richest person in Tianhai, someone dared to call her poor? If she didn't worry about his past in prison, she would have slapped him herself. Furious, she shouted, I'll give you 10 minutes to call for a car. After 10 minutes, no matter what, you must leave my house. Zhao Pingyan lazily replied, pulling out his phone to call Zhang Kongding, asking him to come pick him up. Footsteps were heard from the stairs. Yang Hai walked down with an embarrassed face. He had been listening and was worried that his wife would anger Zhao Pingyan. As the richest man in Tianhai, there was no need to play hardball with such a small nobody. Getting dirty would be disgusting. He slowly said, Xiao Zhao is leaving? Where are you staying? Let Fubo send a car to take you home. No. Lu Yamei immediately replied, her anger rising, didn't you hear that he called a friend to pick him up? Are you showing off in front of him? Yang Hai didn't dare to argue. The world knew he was the richest man, but very few knew he was controlled by his wife. He glanced at her resentfully, wondering why he had to deal with this kind of low-level nonsense. Lu Yamei crossed her arms, unmoved, and sneered, just arrived in Tianhai and already has friends? Must be someone he met in prison, right? You don't care about the 1 million, so his friends must be at a high level, huh? Spending 3 years in prison, he was probably at the level of a petty thief, so his friends couldn't be that impressive. As soon as she finished speaking, Butler Fubo entered and said, Sir, Madam, Zhang Longwang has arrived. Zhang Longwang? Yang Hai and Lu Yamei were both stunned when they heard the name. Being in Tianhai, they naturally knew this man was the real underground emperor. However, they had little interaction with him usually. Why was he here? Quick, please. Yang Hai immediately said, though he was the richest man in Tianhai, he didn't want to offend this underground emperor. This is perfect. Mr. Zhao, your friend might even know him, he. Lu Yamei sneered, Zhao Pingyan, this little nobody just got out of prison, and still has to call a former cellmate to pick him up. Almost everyone in Tianhai who's been to prison has some connection to Zhang Longwang, right? When his friend sees Zhang Longwang, he'll probably be scared to death. He. Zhao Pingyan sneered. Hearing his laugh, Lu Yamei gritted her teeth in anger. Yang Hai also wasn't happy. This guy was too arrogant. He would let Zhang Longwang teach him a lesson later. Just as he was thinking this, Butler Fubo led Zhang Kongding in. Yang Hai immediately stepped forward with both hands cupped in greeting, smiling, Zhang Longwang, your presence graces my humble home and makes it shine. I am truly honored. Lu Yamei followed closely behind. Welcome, King Zhanglong, to your presence. Zhang Kongding also smiled, raising both hands to return the greeting. Don't mind them, I find them disgusting. Zhao Pingyan suddenly spoke, urging, this place stinks, hurry up and drive, I don't want to stay here a second longer. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Hai and Lu Yamei were stunned. How could it be his turn to speak in this situation? And what nonsense was he saying? They were about to blow up. Zhang Kongding trembled in fear, respectfully saying, yes, I was wrong, Mr. Zhao, please this way, I'll start the car now. He then opened the umbrella, walked to Zhao Pingyan's side, and held the umbrella for him. Zhao Pingyan slowly left, walking without turning his head, saying, don't think too highly of yourselves. In my eyes, you are nothing. After saying that, he had already left the door. Boom boom boom. Yang Hai and Lu Yamei stood there stunned, their minds echoing with thunderous sounds, jaws dropped, and their scalps tingled. King Zhanglong came to pick up Zhao Pingyan? This underground emperor called himself a subordinate in front of Zhao Pingyan? Honey, what exactly does Zhao Pingyan do? Lu Yamei asked in fear, remembering her attitude towards Zhao Pingyan earlier, her back shivering. I don't know either. Yang Hai collapsed, the scene just now completely overturned their understanding. When did the famous King Zhanglong ever show respect to anyone, yet he referred to himself as a subordinate in front of Zhao Pingyan? The two of them exchanged a glance. At the same time, they quickly ran upstairs towards Yang Qian's room. Mr. Zhao, Yang Hai has offended you. Do you want me to? Zhang Kongding asked cautiously, this was a guest personally assigned by the Lord, they must give him importance. As long as Zhao Pingyan gave the order, they would cause trouble for Yang Hai. Whatever. Zhao Pingyan couldn't be bothered, he quickly left Tianhai, and he would never meet them again in this lifetime. Then, where shall we go now? Zhang Kongding asked again. Zhao Pingyan was momentarily stumped. According to his original plan, he was going to find a hotel and sleep for a night, then head to Dijing to meet Yaoqing to break off the engagement. But she was coming to Tianhai. Maybe it was okay to wait a few days. Waiting a few days meant he couldn't stay at a hotel, which made him uncomfortable. Drive first, I'll tell you later. Zhao Pingyan replied casually, taking out his phone and calling the warden to ask if anyone had a house in Tianhai where he could stay for a few days. In less than a minute, the warden sent a reply, saying that a so-called working emperor, an economic criminal, had a villa in Tianhai called Yunding Tiangong, which was said to be the most luxurious villa in the city. Economic criminal. Zhao Pingyan couldn't help but shake his head. In Ningdu prison, economic criminals were at the bottom. The little worm who created the Shenlong Hall even cleaned the toilets for him. This so-called working emperor, he probably wasn't even qualified to clean the toilets for the little worm. He casually said, let him eat a month's worth of food. Soon, they arrived at the Yunding Villa area on Yunding Mountain. There were 36 villas, with large numbers at the foot of the mountain, and the further up you went, the smaller they became. On top of Yunding number 1, at the very top of the southern mountain, stood Yunding Tiangong. It overlooked the entire Tianhai city. Zhao Pingan told Zhang Kongding to go back, input the password, and enter the villa. The villa was extremely luxurious, filled with antiques, and the handcrafted chandeliers at first glance were worth a lot. Zhao Pingan's ears twitched and instinctively looked upstairs. There was a faint sound of running water from upstairs. It was very quiet, but he could still hear it. He also sniffed the air. Suddenly, his face darkened. The air was filled with a slight fragrance, probably from a girl. If he guessed correctly, this was arranged by the so-called working emperor. But staying here for a few days, he really knew how to flatter people. He sat on the sofa, planning to wait for her to finish washing up and leave. Although the fragrance proved she was still. But his master had told him, no one could lose their original yang without his permission. Hurry up and come, don't make me wait too long. I still have 6 more weddings to cancel, I need to get back to the prison to wait for my master. Zhao Pingan silently thought. Just as he was thinking, he sensed someone coming down the stairs. Zhao Pingan instinctively looked over, and when he saw the scene on the stairs, it was like being struck on the head with a heavy blow. At this moment, there was a woman standing on the stairs. Her skin was tender and fair, her features delicate, as beautiful as a flower, with wet hair and a flush on her face like a beauty emerging from the bath. The most important thing was, she wasn't wearing any clothes, and you could even see water droplets on her skin. The woman was staring at him too. The two of them locked eyes. Swish! Zhao Pingan quickly turned his head, not daring to look. He immediately said, put on your clothes first, and leave right away. The woman's face turned bright red, almost dripping with blood, staring at Zhao Pingan, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. After a few seconds, she silently turned and went upstairs. Zhao Pingan heard her footsteps and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but mutter, although you were arranged to come, you're too bold. What if someone else had come in? After waiting a while, footsteps were heard again from the stairs. Zhao Pingan looked up and saw that she was wearing a burgundy bathrobe, incredibly seductive. Frowning, he said, why are you wearing sleepwear? I don't need any services. Hurry up and leave. The woman's eyes flashed with murderous intent once more, but it quickly disappeared, turning into a flirtatious smile as she walked down the stairs, saying in a teasing voice. You say no, but your body is very honest. Little brother, you've revealed yourself. He. Zhao Pingan instinctively lowered his head, then felt like he wanted to find a hole to hide in. No matter how strong his words were, he had never been with a woman before, and it was his first time seeing one. He couldn't control himself. With gritted teeth, he said, stop talking nonsense, just leave. But this is my house. The woman had already reached Zhao Pingan's side, her eyes full of charm. She said, you don't need any service, but I do. Little brother, you don't look like you've ever been with a woman. How about this, serve your sister well tonight, and I'll make you the male master of Yunding Palace. How does that sound? Zhao Pingan felt confused. Your house? Chapter 7, Ouyang Qian's Invitation. Isn't this the house of that working emperor? How did it become her house? Could it be that she is the working emperor's secret pet canary? It's possible. Looking at her lonely state, she resembled those neglected concubines. It could be our home. The woman exhaled softly, raised her hand, and placed it on Zhao Pingan's shoulder. She said seductively, little brother, go upstairs and take a bath. I'll join you soon, and we'll have some fun. Moi. This was the first time a woman had touched Zhao Pingan, and hearing her kiss made him feel like he was about to explode. He cursed the working emperor for being inhumane, leaving her so desperate. At the same time, he quickly ran upstairs. Not because he had any thoughts, but to take a cold shower to suppress his excitement. He. The woman laughed sweetly, her bathrobe fluttering as she called out, take a nice bath, and wait for me on the bed. Then, her face suddenly darkened as she quickly took out her phone. Soon, 4 bodyguards in Zhongshan suits entered the room and walked into the living room. They respectfully said, Miss. The woman had already changed into regular clothes and said coldly, 5 minutes ago, a man entered the villa. And now, he's upstairs taking a bath. The 4 bodyguards were shocked. A man entered the villa? If he harms the miss, no number of heads would be enough to chop off. When they traveled from the imperial capital to Tianhai, the master had repeatedly instructed them to ensure the miss's safety. Bang! All 4 of them knelt down at once and spoke in unison, we. This is the only time. As long as nothing happens, get up. The woman interrupted, go upstairs and take him away, don't cause any harm, and make sure you tell him to keep his mouth shut. She could understand that since it was raining heavily outside, they had let someone in to take shelter. As for Zhao Ping'an, his crime wasn't enough to warrant death. Yes, thank you, miss. The four of them stood up at once and rushed upstairs. Upstairs, in the bathroom. Ha! Zhao Ping'an heard the rapid footsteps from the hallway and frowned slightly. He quickly grabbed a towel to wrap his body and hurried out of the bathroom, seeing the four bodyguards in Zhongshan suits. Who are you? Zhao Ping'an asked coldly. Could they be from that woman? The four bodyguards exchanged glances, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Because of him, they almost lost their own heads. Furthermore, the miss had said to keep his mouth shut, and only the dead would ever stay silent. The leading bodyguard said, Kid, come out with us. Not wanting the young lady to see the bloody scene, he decided to go outside to resolve it. No time, let's talk here, Zhao Ping'an casually replied. Seeking death. The leading bodyguard instantly clenched his fist and aimed a powerful punch at Zhao Ping'an's face, thinking that letting him stay was already a kindness, and to dare to resist meant he would be taken down right there. For a woman. Zhao Ping'an couldn't help but shake his head. How many people ended up in prison because of a woman? So impulsive. Seeing the bodyguard arrive, he casually kicked out, and with a loud thud, he sent the bodyguard tumbling down the stairs. The remaining 3 bodyguards saw this. Let's all go together. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Ping'an delivered 3 more kicks, easily sending them down the stairs as well. This. The woman waiting on the sofa instantly stood up, looking at the 4 rolling down the stairs with eyes full of shock. While others might not understand their skills, she knew all too well that these were all top-notch fighters picked by her father. Seeing Zhao Ping'an appear on the stairs in a bath towel, she cautiously asked, Who are you? What do you want? Zhao Ping'an felt a slight disappointment as he saw her get dressed. Calm and steady, he said, don't be afraid, I'm Zhao Ping'an, a cellmate of the Labor Emperor. I've just been released and am borrowing a place to stay for a few days. But with you here, I will leave tomorrow. It was still pouring rain outside, making it inconvenient. Kai Chongyang? The woman was taken aback, saying the Labor Emperor's name, then once again regaining her seductive demeanor, she sighed, so you're a friend of Chongyang, you should have said so earlier. I thought we were being robbed. Had I known, I wouldn't have let the bodyguards suffer. Brother, you hit hard. I don't know, have you always been so strong when you're here? Ha ha. Zhao Ping'an felt a headache coming on. This woman was simply a temptress, her words dripping with allure. He glanced at the 4 on the ground. Indeed, they should be bodyguards left by the Labor Emperor. Otherwise, with her style, she would never have kept herself pure. He walked down the stairs, grabbed the legs of the 4 bodyguards, and threw them out the door like dead dogs. What are you doing? The woman asked in surprise. I want them to wake up faster. Zhao Ping'an clapped his hands, closed the door, and walked past her upstairs, saying with righteous indignation, You cannot deceive a friend's wife, don't have any thoughts about me, I will leave tomorrow. The woman was left speechless, watching Zhao Ping'an's back, teasing, Little brat, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're trying to prove your strength to Big Sister, right? You're keeping Big Sister in mind. Zhao Ping'an almost stumbled, quickly returning to his bedroom. The woman laughed brightly, thinking for a moment before taking out her phone. She said seriously, announcing to Tianhai City, i.e. Yaoqing will hold a meeting at 8 p.m. tomorrow, while also announcing our partners in Jinhai. As she dialed, Jinhai boiled with excitement, a sleepless night ahead. Zhao Ping'an slept very comfortably. If not for being woken by a phone call, he would have slept until 10. Oh Yang Qian? How did you get my number? Zhao Ping'an felt a bit annoyed, not wanting any more interactions with her. Not important. Ouyang Qian's tone was cold, almost commanding, come to Tianhai racetrack within half an hour. Not going. Zhao Ping'an replied without hesitation. On one hand, he was displeased with her tone, on the other, he felt it was unnecessary. What did you say? Ouyang Qian's voice suddenly rose. As the daughter of the richest man and hailed as the most beautiful woman in Tianhai, she had never been refused by anyone. Not going. Zhao Ping'an repeated, hanging up the phone. But soon, she called back. Suppressing her anger, she said, even if the fate is over, there should be a full stop. Just consider this the end of our engagement, I'm waiting for you. After she finished speaking, she hung up first, biting her lips in anger. If not for her parents' request, she wouldn't bother dealing with him. Hearing the hang-up sound, Zhao Ping'an muttered, crazy, feeling that leaving the West Suburb Manor yesterday was already the end, not needing any full stop, preparing to continue sleeping. At this moment. Brother, I heard you talking. I'm coming in. The voice of Yi Yaoqing came from outside the door, and then the door was pushed open. She was still wearing the wine-red silk nightgown from yesterday. There was a belt around her waist, which perfectly outlined her curves, and her long legs were as white as jade. She leered at Zhao Ping'an, lift the quilt, and actively welcome your sister. Zhao Ping'an felt his scalp tingle when he saw her gaze, instinctively wrapping himself tightly in the quilt, and cried out in distress, don't do this, I haven't fully woken up yet. Yi Yaoqing happily said, perfect, I haven't woken up either. Sister will hug you to sleep. Chapter 8, Directly Fulfill the Bet. Zhao Ping'an heard this and felt his body lose control again. As she got closer, he quickly jumped up, wrapping his body tightly with the quilt. He nervously said, don't come over. He cursed the old man in his mind twice. Yi Yaoqing laughed so hard she almost fell over, still teasing, look at how scared you are. Sister won't eat you. Okay, no more teasing. There's a banquet tonight, come with me. No saying no. You hurt my bodyguard, so you must accompany me. Zhao Ping'an thought it was fine since he had nothing to do in Tianhai, so he agreed, fine, you can go out. Not going out. Yi Yaoqing blinked, sister still wants to sleep with you. Come here, let me hug you. Zhao Ping'an quickly fled the scene. Half an hour later, he arrived at Tianhai racetrack. The main reason was that there was nowhere else to go. He was afraid of losing control at Yunding Tiangong, so he came here to take a look. Did you guys hear? Miss Yi is holding a meeting tonight. Yeah, I heard. Miss Yi has been in Tianhai for a while, secretly looking for cooperation partners. It's all settled, and tonight she's going to announce it. Whoever cooperates with Miss Yi will be able to climb up quickly. A group of young men and women gathered together, talking. Qianqian, if I'm not mistaken, Yi family's partner in Tianhai must be your family. Su Baosher, wearing a professional uniform, looked every bit the young master. Ouyang Qian's face was expressionless, as if she couldn't smile, cold and indifferent. Su Baosher's eyes flashed with an evil gleam. Once I get you in bed, let's see if you're still so cold. He then put on a smile and asked, by the way, that Zhao Ping'an, he went back yesterday, right? Yesterday, Ouyang Hai had asked someone to invite Zhao Ping'an but also told him to leave, insisting a few times that he stay but ultimately drove him away. Ouyang Qian still only said one word. Su Baosher ground his teeth, then casually said, Qianqian, although I don't know where the Zhao Ping'an came from, he doesn't deserve you. He looks more like a street con artist, just throw him some money and be done with it. As soon as his words fell, a voice came from behind, didn't your mom teach you not to talk behind people's backs? Hearing this, everyone turned around at once. Su Baosher saw Zhao Ping'an, and his face turned dark. He had thought that Ouyang Qian had asked him to show gratitude, but it turned out that he had also come. Who are you? How dare you speak to young Master Su like that? Looking for trouble? The others said unhappily. Su Baosher was the leader of their small circle, they couldn't let anyone talk back to him. Zhao Ping'an ignored these small fries, glaring at Su Baosher and asking, not answering? Does that mean you're admitting your mom never taught you, or you just don't have a mom? As soon as he said this, everyone turned pale because Su Baosher really didn't have a mother. This was his taboo. Sure enough. Su Baosher became furious. No one had dared to mention his mother in years. He raised his horsewhip and quickly swung it at Zhao Ping'an. I'll kill you. Don't. Ouyang Qian screamed in fear. Today was to figure out Zhao Ping'an's identity. If he got angry and left after being beaten, how could they gather information? Hit him. Kill him. The others followed, egging him on. The next second. Bang! A figure flew back 3 meters and heavily slammed into the ground. It wasn't anyone else but Su Baosher. Everyone was stunned. They didn't even see how Zhao Ping'an kicked. Zhao Ping'an pulled back his foot. In fact, he had disliked Su Baosher yesterday, but at the time he hadn't yet fallen out with Ouyang Hai, so he had refrained out of courtesy. He turned and said directly, speak, how do we put an end to this? Ouyang Qian slowly regained her composure from the shock. She hadn't expected Zhao Ping'an to be so skilled, frowning and saying, you're too rough. Fighting is something only low-class people do. Zhao Ping'an sneered dismissively, who gave you the right to rank people into categories? Besides, it was he who made the first move. You? Ouyang Qian was choked and couldn't say a word. Is this guy a straight man? He's so blunt. Qianqian is right, fighting is a method for the lowest of people. Su Baosher clutched his chest, his face pale as he climbed up from the ground, knowing he couldn't beat Zhao Ping'an and had to find another way to save face. Zhao, are you brave enough to compare with me? This is the horse track, let's race. If I win, you will lie on the ground and let me ride you like a horse for 10 minutes. Stupid dog, don't shout randomly, or I'll kick you. Zhao Ping'an replied indifferently, kicking to release the frustration from yesterday but not intending to act further. Of course, if he kept shouting, it would be another matter. You? Su Baosher was so angry he almost spat blood, his tone violent, bring out my 2 million yuan Arabian horse, Zhao, are you daring enough to compete? I'll use my horse, you can pick any from the track. The followers and girls who liked him muttered angrily. Look at how ragged he's dressed, he's never ridden a horse before, right? This is a noble sport, he must have never played it, he wouldn't even know how to ride. Don't dare to compete? Are you afraid? If you're a man, compare with young Master Zhang. Ouyang Qian also spoke up, I actually think you should compete, prove you're not just good at fighting. And prove you're a man who isn't afraid of challenges. In the past, maybe she would have helped him out, but after he had choked her earlier, she also wanted to see him embarrassed. I don't need you to think, I want to do what I think. I don't think it's necessary to compete. Zhao Pingyan remained calm, thinking she would say something more, but after all the fuss, it was just these childish things. It felt like an insult to his intelligence. He turned and walked away. Stop. Su Baoshi's eyes were red with rage, trembling all over with anger. If he just let Zhao Pingyan leave like this, it would be too embarrassing. He took a bank card from his pocket and threw it over. Grinding his teeth, he said, this card has 2 million in it. If you dare to compete with me, this money is yours. Using money to crush people was a trick he often used. First, he made his opponent lower their head for the money, then had someone secretly take it back. This way, he lost nothing, achieved his goal, and made people think he was generous. Zhao Pingyan took the bank card, not in need of money, but why refuse something that's free? He smiled, alright, I'll compete with you. But what if you lose? Me? Su Baoshi sneered, and just then, his Arabian horse was brought over. He grabbed the reins with one hand, placed his foot in the stirrup, and smoothly flipped onto the horse's back, looking down arrogantly, if I lose, I'll lie on the ground and let you ride me for 10 minutes. How about that? Though he said that, in his heart, he was sure he couldn't lose. Horseback riding was a skillful task that required coordination between the rider and the horse. Even if the horse was fast, if the rider was poor, they couldn't utilize the speed. And he had raised this horse for 3 years, already perfectly synchronized with it. Alright, that's a good bet. Zhao Pingyan nodded. I'll be the referee. Ouyang Qian volunteered, wanting to see how Zhao Pingyan would embarrass himself. She also knew something others didn't, Su Baoshi's Arabian horse was about to be used for breeding. What does breeding mean? It meant the horse was of outstanding quality, with pure bloodlines, worthy of being passed on. Across the entire track, it ranked in the top 3, and no matter what, Zhao Pingyan couldn't win. She added, if anyone doesn't fulfill the bet, they will be despised by everyone and kicked out of Tianhai. Alright, this suggestion is good. With Qianqian as the referee, who would dare not to comply? Not fulfilling the bet will have serious consequences. The others all echoed, and as they spoke, they mocked Zhao Pingyan, certain he would lose. Su Baoshi wore a proud smile on his face. If he could make Ouyang Qian despise him, it would be half the victory. He said arrogantly, you pick the horse, any horse, I can get it. No need. Zhao Pingyan smiled faintly, I like to fulfill the bet directly. Saying that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Chapter 9, Asking for Identity. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, not understanding what he meant. Directly fulfilling the bet? Did that mean he was going to admit defeat? Ouyang Qian also thought he was going to admit defeat. He probably couldn't even ride a horse, so he wanted to leave earlier. He stayed for 200,000, yesterday, he heard that he gave up 1 million and still had dignity, but it turned out he thought it was too little. At that moment. Hiss. The sweat-blood horse neighed as if startled, its front hooves leaping high, the whole horse standing up and jumping up and down continuously. Crash. The crowd jumped in fright, what happened to the horse? Su Baoshi was almost thrown off, he was confused as he had tamed it after 3 years of care. He tightly gripped the reins, whip cracking, anxiously saying, quiet down, stop, I still want to compete, stop. But the more he whipped, the bigger the sweat-blood horse jumped. Zhao Pingyan's lips slightly curled upward, when learning from his master, he rode tigers and black bears in the mountains, riding a horse was too childish, just a snap of his fingers. Upon hearing that sound, the sweat-blood horse jumped even more, its limbs leaping, just twice. Bang! Su Baoshi was thrown off the horse's back and crashed heavily to the ground, gritting his teeth in pain. Su Gongzi. Brother Baoshi. The crowd rushed over with concern, but before they could reach him, an even more shocking scene occurred. They saw the sweat-blood horse come to Su Baoshi, its knees bending, riding on him. Normally, only people ride horses. Before them was a horse riding a person. Did you do this? Ouyang Qian reacted the fastest, her face full of shock as she looked at Zhao Pingyan, for he was the only exception among them. Guess? Zhao Pingyan smiled calmly, I'm too lazy to ride him, let the horse take my place, referee, remember it's 10 minutes, keep an eye on it. After saying that, he turned to leave. The crowd looked at his back like he was a monster, did he really do this? Get lost, get away. Su Baoshi, furious and embarrassed, never thought it would come to this. He wanted to push the sweat-blood horse away, but it weighed over 2,000 pounds, and he couldn't push it at all. Su Baoshi looked towards Zhao Pinggan through a gap. If he let him go like this, how would he face others in the future? He roared, "Come back, we haven't finished the competition, come back. You've lost." Ouyang Qian gritted her teeth, her feelings mixed. He can control your horse, there's no need for further competition because the moment you suggested a race, you already lost. While speaking, unwilling to withdraw her gaze, but when she saw the sweat-blood horse, her words paused, a hint of blush quietly appeared on her face as she quickly left. The others also withdrew their gazes, looking at the sweat-blood horse sitting on Su Baoshi, stunned. It actually showed interest in him? As Zhao Pinggan walked out of the Tianhai horse racing field, he saw someone approaching him. Why does this girl always haunt me? The person coming towards him was none other than Shi Tianjiao. He suspected someone had cursed him and planned to ignore her and leave from the other side. Stop. Shi Tianjiao, blushing, spoke up. After hearing what Mr. Wang said yesterday, she felt this was an opportunity that she couldn't miss, but couldn't reach Zhao Pinggan, so she suddenly thought of the marriage certificate he had with Ouyang Qian, and followed Ouyang Qian here, indeed finding him. Zhao Pinggan stopped, unhappy. I'm inside, you're outside, do you think I'm following you to the horse racing field? He blocked her words first. He gritted his teeth, this time I came to find you, I need your help. Her face turned redder, she never thought she would need his help one day. Seeing she wasn't here to make trouble, Zhao Pinggan breathed a sigh of relief. He was the worst at dealing with women. He refused, no time. You. Shi Tianjiao felt very uncomfortable. Tricking Ouyang Qian made her not want to pamper him anymore, taking out a bank card, angrily saying, don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. Although you've bewitched Ouyang Qian now, one day she will wake up and kick you away, you have to plan for the future. Here's 200,000, take the money and come with me. Zhao Pinggan laughed in anger. Why does everyone like to throw money at people, as if they were rich? Then he threw the card Su Baoshi just gave him. Here's 2 million, take the money and stay away from me. Let's cut off all ties. Shi Tianjiao felt tense all over. 2 million? She was immediately furious, nearly exploding. Isn't it just fooling the richest man's daughter? What's all this pretending? But thinking about how Mr. Wang just took over the company, his orders are especially important, so I have to endure it. I forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Zhao Pinggan, they say that a night of marriage means 100 nights of grace. We once had a marriage contract, so we have some connection. Please, I beg you. As long as you help me this once, aside from the 3 times I promised to help you when we broke off the engagement, I'll help you 3 more times. I really have no other way, please, I beg you. Zhao Pinggan furrowed his brows and instinctively observed her condition. It didn't seem like she had a terminal illness, just a bit of irregular menstruation. How could she have no other way? Shi Tianjiao saw his hesitation and seized the opportunity to press. Zhao Pinggan, just for the sake of our marriage contract, help me once, just this once. All you need to do is meet Mr. Wang, you don't need to say anything. After saying that, she put on a pitiful look. So, she just wanted to meet someone. Zhao Pinggan had always preferred soft tactics over hard ones, just this once, and we never meet again. Alright, my car is over here. Shi Tianjiao was overjoyed and quickly walked aside, opening the Maserati car door like a driver. The two of them just got in the car and left. Ouyang Qian chased out from the racetrack. She suddenly remembered she hadn't figured out the identity yet, but when she came out, all she saw was a blurry figure. While she was thinking, the phone rang. She picked up the phone and said, Dad. How is it, did you find out? Ouyang Hai's anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. Ouyang Qian thought for a moment and deduced, he probably has no background, just doing it for 200,000, then turned back. She repeated the whole story. West Suburbs Manor. I thought his background was impressive, but for 200,000, he turned back to the race. Turns out, yesterday he was just dissatisfied with the amount I gave, hee. Lu Yamai sneered repeatedly. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have met Zhang Longwang in prison, or even saved him. It's not that he himself is amazing. I was still hoping to rely on him to secure tonight's collaboration with the Yi family, but that's ruined. I'll have to do it on my own. Saving someone is a favor, and favors always get repaid, but it's not worth putting too much stock in. Being capable is a whole different thing. The one who made Zhang Longwang bow down could possibly be someone who knows Miss Yi. Ouyang Hai's face turned grim. Though he was controlled by his wife, he was clever, otherwise, he wouldn't have become the richest man. He naturally wouldn't think it was just a favor. He said seriously, we can't jump to conclusions. Instead of speculating, we should just ask Zhang Longwang directly. With a word, he acted immediately. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Zhang Kongding. The phone connected, and he said with a smile, Zhang Longwang, this is Ouyang Hai, sorry to disturb you. What's the matter? Zhang Kongding's attitude was indifferent. Ouyang Hai awkwardly smiled and said, well, my daughter is engaged to Zhao Pinggan, but this is my first time meeting him, I don't know the situation. I wonder if Mr. Zhang could briefly explain. Chapter 10, Blocked by Someone. If I didn't mention the marriage contract, he wouldn't have said anything. Sure enough. When Zhang Kongding heard the mention of the marriage contract, his attitude immediately changed. He stood up instantly. They were actually family. No wonder Zhao Ping'an said it didn't matter yesterday. If he acted rashly, the consequences would be unimaginable. He quickly smiled and said, so it turns out there's this relationship. Brother Ouyang, to be honest, I'm not sure what Zhao Ping'an's background is. He's a friend of mine who asked me for help. I can't say it's the palace master. The identity of the Divine Dragon Hall can't be revealed. A friend? Ouyang Hai briefly speculated. This friend must be highly influential, otherwise Zhang Longwang wouldn't have had that attitude. But how did Zhao Ping'an know him? He cautiously asked, is this friend someone who has been to prison? Prison, the only way Zhao Ping'an could have met a big shot. Zhang Kongding replied, yes, he is still in prison. Ouyang Hai was instantly enlightened upon hearing this answer. So that's how it is. Lu Yamai couldn't help but sneer, see, I was right. Zhao Ping'an is just a small fry. He's only impressive because of others. He's been in prison for 3 years, probably just cleaning toilets and sucking up to people. Ouyang Hai nodded, agreeing with this view. In the end, Zhao Ping'an was still powerless, a little man pretending to be strong because of others. Wait. Zhang Kongding heard Lu Yamai's words and was shocked, what did you say? Zhao Ping'an was in prison? Only 3 years? On the other side. Zhao Ping'an met with Mr. Wang at the tea house. Mr. Wang was very respectful, bowing and bending down, raising his hands with a smile to greet him. After exchanging just a few words, he took out the contract and signed it with Qi Tianjiao, and it was even an exclusive supply agreement. After signing the contract, Mr. Wang cautiously asked, Mr. Zhao, Miss Yi from the Yi family in Dijing is holding a meeting tonight. Will you go? In his mind, Zhao Ping'an was someone important, able to make Ouyang Hai treat him as a distinguished guest. He might know Yi Yaoqing, and if he could speak well of him in front of her, he would rise to power. She's coming? Zhao Ping'an was taken aback. She arrived so quickly, no need to wait any longer. He smiled and said, of course I will go, and I must go. Mr. Wang was excited, and his attitude confirmed it, he knew her. But many things couldn't be said right now, too eager for success. He would wait until he saw him with Yi Yaoqing tonight, and then go over to greet him. Everything would fall into place. He stood up and said, Mr. Zhao, I won't disturb you. See you tonight. After a pause, he added, don't worry, I will take care of Qi's business to the greatest extent and let my friends take care of it too. I'll take my leave now. I'll see you off. Qi Tianjiao quickly said, her heart blooming with joy. The more contracts, the more stable her position. After seeing off Mr. Wang, she came back and suddenly realized that Zhao Ping'an wasn't that annoying after all. He was actually quite handsome. She sat down opposite him and smiled, I didn't expect it. You're really good at pretending. Zhao Ping'an took a sip of tea, surprised. Pretending at what? Qi Tianjiao rolled her eyes. Going to Miss Ye's party, you said you must go. A party of that level, I don't even have the qualifications to go, let alone you. You're not even Ouyang Hai's son-in-law yet. Even if you were, you'd still be a live-in son-in-law. They wouldn't take you there. In her eyes, everything Zhao Ping'an did was pretending, including his current aura. As for whether Mr. Wang saw him or not, it didn't matter. Big figures from the entire Jinhai and even the provincial capital would attend, so not seeing him there was normal. Zhao Ping'an was speechless. This woman was always filled with inexplicable confidence, as if she were number 3 in the world after the heavens and the earth. He put down the teacup and stood up, I'm done helping, I can leave now. Qi Tianjiao rolled her eyes again, feeling a little uncomfortable. Of course you can, you still have to go back to lick Ouyang Qian's boots. But let me remind you, the whole Jinhai knows that Ouyang Qian is cold and aloof. No man has ever been able to handle her. You might just be her shield to block other suitors. You'd better save some money for yourself, or one day she might kick you out and you won't even have money to eat. She also didn't believe that Ouyang Qian would like Zhao Ping'an. Let alone Ouyang Qian, even she didn't like him. Everything was fake. Zhao Ping'an was extremely speechless and quickly left. Qi Tianjiao didn't stay behind either and followed him, I'm just saying good things, remember that. Just as they stepped out of the tea house. Creak. 2 powerful cars stopped in front of the door. The car doors opened at the same time, and 8 strong men holding clubs stepped out. They looked fierce and intimidating. Qi Tianjiao stepped back 2 steps in fear. Among these men, the leader was a bald man who didn't get out of the car. Instead, he sat in the front passenger seat, rolled down the window, and looked at them with disdain. You are Zhao Ping'an? Yes, who are you? Zhao Ping'an was a bit confused, not recognizing them. Before the bald man could answer, a burly man cursed angrily, "Are you blind? You don't even recognize Bald Lu and still dare to ask?" Bald Lu. Hearing this name, the passers-by were so frightened that they quickly avoided them. The teahouse's hostess was so scared she immediately lowered her head. Qi Tianjia was also terrified, her face turning pale. Bald Lu? Zhao Ping'an was very confused when he saw the reactions of the people around him. It seemed like everyone was scared of him. Curiously, he asked, "Is he very powerful?" Qi Tianjiu secretly glanced at the bald man and trembled, "Not just powerful. He's a hall master under Zhang Longwang, the underground emperor of the world, in the underground world. He's second only to him." But Zhao Ping'an was amused by her introduction. When did low-level thugs start using the term second only to him for themselves? Seeing him smile. "What are you laughing at?" the muscular man who just spoke asked with wide, angry eyes. Qi Tianjia was frightened, her expression tightening, and she hurriedly reminded, "Don't laugh, watch your attitude. These people are from the underground world, and their hands may not be clean, offending them is not a good idea." Nothing. Zhao Ping'an stopped laughing, noticing Zhang Kongding's decent behavior these past few days, so he said a few more words, bluntly asking, "What do you want with me?" "Looking for death." The muscular man raised his weapon quickly, ready to strike because of Zhao Ping'an's frivolous attitude. "Wait." Bald Lu suddenly spoke, squinting at Zhao Ping'an, coldly saying, "You're not afraid to see me, you're quite a man. I like talent, so I'll give you a chance. If you become my little brother, you can avoid a disaster." As soon as these words were out, others quickly shouted, "What are you waiting for? The boss is giving you a chance, hurry and kneel down to bow. Joining the boss guarantees a future of eating well and living nicely, otherwise, today you'll lose 2 legs. Don't just stand there." Qi Tianjiao's mouth twitched. She actually wanted to tell Zhao Ping'an to have less contact with them, but then she thought, if Zhao Ping'an became someone in the underground world, he could help her in the future when trouble arises. She also advised, "Zhao Ping'an, this is your chance to stop living off others, seize it, quickly acknowledge the boss." Zhao Ping'an glanced at her, then looked at Bald Lu, smiling lightly and saying, "If you want me to be a little brother, that's fine, but I suggest you contact Zhang Kongding first and ask him if he dares to take me as a little brother." As soon as the words fell, the surroundings fell into silence. "Zhang Kongding? Zhang Longwang? You're looking for death." The muscular man raised his weapon again. "Wait." Bald Lu spoke again, frowning tightly, looking Zhao Ping'an up and down again. Normal people would tremble in fear when they hear their own name, yet he remained fearless and even directly spoke Zhang Longwang's name. Something strange is going on. Cautiously asking, "Do you know Longwang?" Zhao Ping'an simply replied, "Ask him if he knows me." Upon hearing Zhao Ping'an confirm it, everyone around gasped in surprise. No wonder he wasn't begging for mercy, it turned out he was someone important. The muscular man began to feel guilty. Qi Tianjiao's brows furrowed tightly. Could it be that he really knows Zhang Longwang? At that moment, the phone connected. Bald Lu showed none of his previous indifference, cautiously asking, "Longwang, are you busy? Speak quickly." Zhang Kongding replied irritably, he had just spoken to Ouyang Hai and learned Zhao Ping'an's true identity, simmering with rage. The hall master said he was an important guest, thinking he was from a big family, but it turned out he met the hall master in prison while cleaning the toilets. Although the hall master would take care of him, he definitely wouldn't personally play chauffeur, nor use his connections to lock down the airport. After all, he was the underground emperor of Tianhai. Feeling insulted. Yes. Bald Lu nodded repeatedly, not daring to waste more words. "It's like this, I have a person named Zhao Ping'an here, and he told me to ask you if you recognize him?" Qi Tianjiao's heart suddenly rose. If Zhao Ping'an really knows Zhang Kongding, business would be much smoother from now on. Who? Zhao Ping'an? Upon hearing this name, Zhang Kongding jumped up in anger. He was already simmering with rage. This guy was throwing himself into the line of fire, angrily saying, "Who does he think he is, to be qualified for me to know? How is he with you?" Bald Lu lowered his voice, "Young Master Su Baoshi from the Su family asked me to cripple his legs." Zhang Kongding contemplated for a moment, deciding to treat this matter as if he didn't know. If the hall master pursued it, an apology for the misunderstanding would suffice. It wouldn't do to handle a nobody poorly, especially since the hall master was in prison. He might not even remember Zhao Ping'an in the future. He said in a deep voice, "Cripple him." After hanging up the phone, Bald Lu sensed the call was ended, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he pushed open the door, stepping out of the car, and stared at Zhao Ping'an, walking towards him slowly with a smirk. "Kid," Zhang Longwang said. He deliberately paused, drawing everyone's attention. "What did he say?" Qi Tianjiao eagerly asked. "He said to cripple you." Bald Lu's voice suddenly turned cold. Shadow said, "Kid, how dare you play tricks on me? I originally wanted to give you a chance, but now. Not only will I cripple your legs, but I will also break your limbs." "What?" Qi Tianjiu exclaimed, filled with hope, only to end up with this result. She shouldn't have trusted him. Zhao Pingyan was also stunned. "Jiang Kongding sent you to cripple me? Go!" Bald Lu, full of darkness, commanded, "Hit him hard." Swish. Upon receiving the command, 8 sturdy men no longer hesitated, striking at Zhao Pingyan with their weapons, all aimed at his vital points. Bystanders were scared and quickly stepped back. The host rushed back to the tea house in fear. Qi Tianjiu was too scared to move. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few seconds, all 8 strong men flew back to the ground, howling. These level of fighters were no match for yesterday's 4 bodyguards. Dealing with them was as easy as blowing dust. This scene stunned the bystanders. Left the host dumbfounded. Made Qi Tianjiu bewildered. They didn't even see how Zhao Pingyan made his move, and these people were already down. "Did Jiang Kongding really send you to cripple me?" Zhao Pingyan was a bit skeptical. After all, just yesterday, he had welcomed him in the rain with great respect, and it was only a day later. So he's a martial artist, no wonder he is so fearless. Bald Lu automatically ignored Zhao Pingyan's question, clenching his fists, his muscles tight. "It's a pity you met me." After speaking, he threw a punch straight at Zhao Pingyan's face. As the hall master of the Underground Emperor, he's not just about fame, his position must be earned punch by punch. Back in the day, he relied on his iron fists to conquer 3 streets for Zhang Longwang. A single punch could knock down a cow. When hitting someone, either they would be dead or badly injured. Slap. The sound of a slap unexpectedly echoed. "I asked you a question, who told you to fight back?" Zhao Pingyan slapped Bald Lu across the face. Bald Lu stood stunned, his fist still raised in the air. He could clearly feel he was hit by Zhao Pingyan, but he didn't see how Zhao Pingyan made his move. Slap. Zhao Pingyan slapped again. "Speak." "I." Bald Lu stuttered to reply. Slap. Zhao Pingyan delivered one final slap, directly sending Bald Lu flying. "Speaking is too exhausting, I don't want to listen." Bald Lu fell to the ground, unable to rise, coughing up blood, with a few teeth mixed in. Zhao Pingyan turned to Qi Tianjiu, "Take me to find Jiang Kongding." He didn't like being confused, he wanted to understand what was happening. According to his master's teaching, finish today's task today. Dragon Court KTV. The top consumption place in Tianhai City, even becoming the lowest level member requires spending over 1 million, while high level members need 7 million. Because this place is one of the properties of the Underground Emperor, Zhang Longwang. A private box. A group of young men and women sat together, but no one sang, the atmosphere was lifeless. Sitting in the middle, Su Baoshi's eyes were bloodshot, drinking cup after cup, waiting for Bald Lu's response. In Tianhai, in the entire equestrian world, it's usually a person riding a horse, but he had been ridden by a horse himself. Moreover, the horse was even. Simply a shameful insult. "Baoshi Gidge, don't drink anymore, it's bad for your health," a girl beside him advised. Su Baoshi slapped her across the face. "Get lost, what do I need you to teach me? Do you believe I'll kill you?" The girl trembled in fear, not daring to say more. Just then, his phone rang, showing father as the caller ID. "Dad." He picked up the phone. A deep male voice came from the other end. "I already know what happened. Come back first, and get ready to attend Miss Ye's meeting tonight." "Yes." Su Baoshi could only agree. He quickly got up and went downstairs. When he reached the door, a Maserati pulled up, and he saw the person getting out of the car. He widened his eyes in anger. Zhao Pingyan. He wasn't crippled yet. What efficiency from Bald Lu. "You foolish dog." Zhao Pingyan ignored him and quickly walked into the hall. "You." Su Baoshi clenched his fists, itching to rush up and fight, but he knew the gap in their strength. Rushing up would only lead to being beaten. Turning around, he saw Qi Tianjiu getting out of the car. His eyes lit up as he walked over, politely saying, "Hello, beautiful. Are you Pingyan's friend?" "My name is Su Baoshi, the chairman of Tianlong Group. Su Tianlong is my father. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance?" Showing his identity, this trick never fails. Qi Tianjiu was stunned for 2 seconds, then quickly excitedly said, "Hello, young Master Su, I've long admired your name. I am Qi Tianjiu, the president of the Qi Group. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhao Pingyan had already arrived upstairs and saw 2 bodyguards standing at the entrance of the VIP room with the number Tian. If nothing unexpected happened, Jiang Kongding should be inside. Just as he was about to approach. "Stop." The bodyguard said coldly, "Who are you?" Zhao Pingyan briefly replied, "My name is Zhao Pingyan." Chapter 12, Dragon King. Upon hearing this name, the bodyguard vaguely felt it was familiar, then looked him up and down and said, "Wait," before turning back to report to the room. Inside the VIP room. With the iron hooves clanging, treading through thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, I stand on the edge of the wind, firmly holding on, as the sun and moon revolve. Zhang Kongding was standing in the center, singing with passion. He loved the song Borrow 500 Years from the Sky, thinking it has the aura of an emperor. He frowned when he saw the bodyguard enter and said, "What is it?" He disliked it most when someone moved about during his singing. The bodyguard bent slightly and said, "Dragon King, there is a man named Zhao Ping'an looking for you outside." Zhao Ping'an? Again? Zhang Kongding's face darkened. What was Lu, the bald head, doing? He clearly told him to take care of Zhao Ping'an, yet he let him escape and even come here. Irritated, he said, "Tell him to get lost, just say I'm not here." If his men take care of him, it can be a casual affair, but if he personally eliminated him and he complained to the master, it would easily bring trouble. Understood. The bodyguard turned to leave, but just as he turned, the door was pushed open, and Zhao Ping'an walked in, yelling, "I told you to wait outside, who let you in?" Zhao Ping'an didn't bother to pay attention to him and stared at Zhang Kongding. "You don't want to see me? Just now, you even asked someone to deal with me?" Zhang Kongding's expression grew uglier at his attitude. A little loser who had only been in jail for 3 years actually dared to act this way? Many of his little brothers were serious criminals with over 10 years of sentences. What a boldness! He waved his hand, signaling the bodyguard not to act, and said coldly, "What do you want?" "Hurry up, I'm busy." The attitude has indeed changed. Zhao Ping'an remained calm. "I already asked my questions and don't want to repeat them, just answer quickly, I'm in a hurry." "What did you say?" Zhang Kongding exploded in rage, his aura fully unleashed, causing the temperature in the VIP room to drop as he snarled, "Little loser, I've been nice to you because you cleaned the toilet for the master. If it weren't for the master, you wouldn't even have the right to see me. You don't know how to appreciate kindness, but instead, you become more arrogant. Do you think I, Zhang Longwang, have no temper? Ha! This little character only deserved to be a small brother's small brother. Who gave him the courage to show up?" Zhao Ping'an suddenly understood. He originally thought of himself as a big figure looking to curry favor, so he obediently listened. Later, he heard some false rumors, and his heart became unbalanced. Not wanting to explain, after tonight, he would find Yi Yaoqing to break off the engagement, and would not have further encounters. Casually, he said, "You performed well yesterday, so I'll spare you this time. We're even." After saying that, he prepared to leave. Stop. Zhang Kongding was almost about to explode with anger. As the underground emperor, when had he ever been disdained like this? Moreover, he was just an ant who happened to meet the master by luck. Did he have the right? With a murderous intent, he said, "Little loser, my patience for you has reached its limit. Out of respect for the master, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel, kowtow 3 times, and then get out of my sight forever. Also, if you dare to complain to the master, I will turn you into ashes." It's hard to quell his anger without teaching him a lesson. Zhao Ping'an turned around, truly not feeling the pain until it hit him. He coldly laughed, "What if I don't kneel?" "Don't kneel?" Zhang Kongding squinted his eyes, "I will kill you wherever you are." As soon as the words left his mouth. Bang! Zhao Ping'an's figure flashed and appeared before Zhang Kongding, with no flashy moves kicked Zhang Kongding flying hard against the wall about 5 meters away. Before Zhang Kongding's body slid down from the wall, Zhao Ping'an reached him again, grabbing his neck with one hand and pinning him heavily against the wall. "Do you still want to kill me?" Everything happened too quickly, in the blink of an eye, no one could react. Boom! Zhang Kongding was completely stunned, his brain like a thunderclap. At this moment, he forgot the choking feeling of having his neck squeezed and his feet lifted off the ground, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Zhao Ping'an, an unprecedented panic overtaking him. This kind of pressure he had only seen from the hall master. No, even the hall master had never put such pressure on him. Who exactly is he? The bodyguard, seeing this, was also scared to the point of soft legs, not stopping, quickly turned and rushed out, pressing a very hidden button on the wall. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At the moment this button was pressed, all 8 KTVs, 20 nightclubs, and 14 clubs under Zhang Kongding's name in Tianhai City sounded alarms simultaneously, and all 26 hallmasters sat down, receiving the news, quickly grabbed weapons and rushed toward the dragon court. On the first floor of the lobby, Qi Tianjie was full of joy, having just exchanged numbers with Su Baosher, who even said they could have a meal together sometime. If he could befriend him, Qi's business would reach new heights. "I heard that the Su family's Tianlong group might become Messia's partner, if he becomes a partner, and I become his friend." The more Qi Tianjie thought about it, the happier he became, feeling that good days were coming. Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly, he heard the alarm and was startled, realizing that he had inexplicably brought Zhao Ping'an to find Zhang Longwang. What was this ringing? He then heard the sound of brakes outside and looked over instinctively, seeing a row of cars stop outside, with dozens of fierce-looking men holding weapons rushing in and heading upstairs. Could it be because of Zhao Ping'an? Thinking of this, Qi Tianjiu was taken aback and quickly retreated from the KTV. Just as he stepped out, he witnessed a scene he would remember for a lifetime. On both sides of the road, vehicles with their hazard lights flashing rushed over, easily numbering in the hundreds. Soon, these vehicles stopped in front of the door, their doors opening simultaneously, and hundreds of armed men rushed into the Dragon Court. And it wasn't over yet. There were still countless cars with flashing lights coming from a distance. Qi Tianjiao, frightened, quickly ran far away, hiding in the crowd of onlookers. I heard the alarm for Zhang Longwang went off. The last time it sounded was 10 years ago. Could it be that person has returned? Qi Tianjiao heard the discussions and anxiously asked, "Brother, what does it mean when the alarm sounds?" This person, seeing she was pretty, spoke seriously. "I also mixed in the underworld back then, so I know the inside story. The alarm means that an enemy has entered the Dragon Court KTV, threatening Zhang Longwan's life. When the alarm sounds, all the hall masters and brothers come to assist immediately. Look, at least 2,000 have arrived. If I'm not mistaken, it's that person returning. Threatening life." Qi Tianjiao turned pale at this word. Could Zhao Ping'an really be threatening Zhang Longwan's life? Has he gone mad? This person still wanted to showcase his knowledge to win her heart and continued, 10 years ago. Qi Tianjiao, too panicked to listen, was flustered. Could Zhao Ping'an still be alive? She thought for a moment, looking for Su Baoshi. Inside the private room, Zhao Ping'an released Zhang Kongding, intending to kill him, but his master said that killing would harm one's morality and blessings, so he let him go. Calmly, he said, the death penalty can be exempted, but the living penalty cannot be escaped. After saying this, he kicked Zhang Kongding out the door as if he were kicking a ball. Just as the first 20 or so hallmasters rushed to the hallway, shouting excitedly, "Dragon King!" Chapter 13, The Old Tortoise Crosses the River. Zhang Kongding curled up, continuously gagging, his stomach acid spilling everywhere, looking utterly wretched. These hallmasters surrounded him. "Dragon King, are you alright? Help the Dragon King to the back. Brothers, fight for the Dragon King, grab your weapons." Clatter! In the hallway behind the 20 or so hallmasters, a dense mass of little brothers stood, at least 100, upon hearing the order, all picked up their weapons, stood ready, and kept their eyes fixed on the door. Zhao Ping'an walked out slowly, saw the scene in the hallway, smiled faintly, completely unfazed. He had heard the footsteps just now and knew many people were coming. What he saw was just a small part. "I'm afraid there are even more people downstairs. But even if there are many ordinary people, they are just a group of ants." Casually asked, one-on-one or a group fight? Seeing Zhao Ping'an, everyone was taken aback at the same time. Who is this guy? Unknown, never seen before. They thought that person had returned. Why was there a young man appearing in front of them? Is he a little brother brought by that person? The leading hallmaster picked up the weapon in his hand to boost morale. He sneered, "Okay, I will compete with you one-on-one. You are not worthy." Zhao Ping'an simply spoke, "What I mean by one-on-one is that I will fight all of you. Group fights mean all of you will be beaten by me together." Once these words came out, everyone was so angry that their eyes were about to pop out. They had truly never seen such a brazen and shameless person. Little brat, looking for death. The leading hallmaster instantly rushed up alone. With 2 steps of distance, he leaped high, holding the knife with both hands, swinging down to chop at Zhao Ping'an's head. If it hit, it could split a person in half. Zhao Ping'an shook his head. Too ordinary. Outside is indeed not as fun as in prison. From this perspective, the infernal prison is quite good. With a swift kick, he kicked the hallmaster flying backwards mid-air, faster than he came charging in, crashing heavily into the crowd. Boom! The crowd suffered a heavy blow. The 10-odd hallmasters in the front sprayed blood on the spot. Nearly 100 little brothers behind were knocked back uncontrollably. As they stepped back, they lost their balance and toppled over one another. In the blink of an eye, in the long corridor of dozens of meters, not a single person could stand up. At the back of the crowd, Zhang Longwang, waiting for the elevator to go downstairs, saw this scene, emitted a sound akin to gasping for breath, his eyes wide with horror, every pore on his body erupting. Cold sweat drenched him instantly. With just one kick, half of the hall masters were incapacitated, and 100 little brothers were brought down? Is he a monster? Zhao Ping'an stepped on these people, walking and laughing, saying, "Don't run, just like you said, I will kill you to the ends of the earth. You can escape for a while, but can you escape for a lifetime?" Seeing him smiling and walking over, Zhang Kongding also wet his pants. Feeling like death was closing in. As an underground emperor, even when pointed at gunpoint, he wouldn't frown. Death is not scary. What is scary is despair. He is too powerful. Fearfully said, Who exactly are you? You can't kill me. If you kill me, the master won't let you go." "Me?" Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow. "In your words, your master is cleaning my toilet. Why wouldn't he let me go?" "What?" Zhang Kongding felt a chill rise from his feet to the crown of his head, his soul trembling. The master is already a godlike figure, someone at the top of the pyramid in this country. How could he be cleaning toilets? No wonder he looks so ordinary, turns out to be so simple. Without a hint of hesitation, he bent his knees and knelt on the ground. Mr. Zhao, I was wrong, please give me a chance, from now on, I will be your dog, woof woof. Seeing this scene, all the little brothers in the corridor were dumbfounded, their breath stopping. Zhao Ping'an heard him barking like a dog and suddenly remembered someone in prison who also acted like a dog, called Sun Lian Kuei, over 60 years old, after being a dog for 2 years was released for medical reasons, not sure if he is dead or alive. Shaking his head, his train of thought veered off. Looking at Zhang Kongding in front of him, it's not impossible to forgive you, can an old turtle cross the river? He is called Dragon King, asking him to cross the river like an old turtle is most suitable, hasn't played for a few days, quite missing it. I can. Zhang Kongding immediately lay down on the ground, arms crossed through his thighs, for limbs facing up, sliding on his back, like a turtle flipping over. At this moment, Zhang Kongding no longer had the demeanor of the underground emperor, flattering with a smile, Mr. Zhao, is this okay? Saying that, he twisted his body a few more times. Zhao Ping'an in front of him is even more formidable than the master, as long as he can make him happy, rising to prominence isn't a problem. You learned pretty well. Zhao Ping'an smiled, but you wanted to kill me, it won't be so easy to forgive you. The old tortoise went to the first floor, still singing, I forgive you. Zhang Kongding's lips twitched, fully aware that there were thousands of little brothers downstairs, how could he live with this kind of image? But then he thought about how the Lord had made him clean the toilet. As long as Mr. Zhao is happy, I will do my utmost. Zhang Kongding maintained his old tortoise posture. He inched forward, singing, look at the iron-hoofed clank. He shuffled to the stairs. He shuffled to the first floor. Wherever he went, the little brothers were all dumbfounded. This was the underground emperor of Tianhai City, and he was acting this way in front of this young man? Who is he? With thousands of eyes witnessing, Zhang Kongding reached the door. Mr. Zhao, are you satisfied? I'm leaving, Zhao Ping'an waved his hand, ready to depart. Mr. Zhao. Zhang Kongding spoke again, forcing a laugh, if you need a car in the future, you must call me, I still want to be your driver. Zhao Ping'an then remembered when he sat in Qi Tianjiao's car, now she didn't know where to go and casually said, go drive. Zhang Kongding immediately got up to drive. The whole place went silent. In the crowd, Qi Tianjiao held the phone, struggling to speak, young Master Su, Zhao Ping'an has been trapped by Zhang Longwang in the Dragon Court. Can you save him? She couldn't bear to see Zhao Ping'an die, but she had no ability to save him. She wanted to inform Ouyang Qian, but couldn't reach her. The most powerful person she could find was the newly met Su Baoshi. Su Baoshi was delighted to hear this. Zhang Longwang wouldn't touch a little nobody like Zhao Ping'an, it must be Bald Lu who took action. Clearing his throat, he complained, why did you only just call me? Wait, I'll find Zhang Longwang right away, don't worry. He hung up, stuffed the phone back in his pocket, and a sly smile appeared on his face, who cares about Zhao's life or death? But I will comfort you well. If it weren't for needing to attend Miss Ye's meet and greet today, I would have taken you to a hotel to comfort you, hee hee. As he was thinking this, a middle-aged man in a custom-made suit approached him. This man was his father, the new helm of Tianhai's wealthy family, Su Tianlong, president of Tianlong Group. Su Tianlong said solemnly, let's go, attend Miss Ye's meet and greet, adjust your state, as far as I know, Miss Ye Yaoqing is still unmarried. Su Baoshi's eyes brightened, do you mean? Su Tianlong narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding the aura of a successful person. In all of Tianhai City, only I and Ouyang Hai qualify to compete for partners. And you are a male, so Miss Yi has a 90% chance of choosing us. As long as we become partners, you must do your best to get closer to Miss Yi, got it? Su Baoshi thought about hooking up with Yi Yaoqing, his heart filled with passion. That was the beautiful daughter of the Yi family from Dijing. After thinking for a moment, he asked, then what about Ouyang Qian? After being warm and caring towards Ouyang Qian for a year, he thought using Guzhenren might win her heart, but unexpectedly, a wrench was thrown in the works. He had wasted too much time, he wouldn't rest easy until he got Ouyang Qian into bed. Su Tianlong smiled slightly, no delay, I've already asked Guzhenren to invite his senior brother again to cast a spell on Ouyang Qian. This time, it won't fail. When the time comes, Ouyang Qian's old illness will recur, and you will be her destined one. Take the chance to seize her, and keep your relationship discreet later. Even if Ouyang Hai finds out, he can only suffer in silence. As he spoke, he paused and asked, by the way, what about the one named Zhao Ping'an? When Su Baoshi returned, he mentioned Bald Lu's attack. Su Baoshi proudly said, I was just about to say, he's been trapped by Bald Lu at the Longtum Club, he won't live long. Being able to hook up with Yi Yaoqing, maintain a relationship with Ouyang Qian, and comfort Qi Tianjiao, all three of these women are beauties, just thinking about it made him happy. Let's go. Su Tianlong nodded and led the way out. They got into the car and drove out of the villa yard, just in time to meet a Rolls-Royce coming head-on. When Su Tianlong saw the license plate, he immediately said, Zhang Longwang's car? Quickly pull aside, make way. The driver quickly pulled to the side, and the Rolls-Royce brushed past. Su Baoshi jumped in fright. What's wrong? Su Tianlong noticed something strange. Su Baoshi forced a smile and shook his head. Just now I saw someone in the back row who looked a lot like Zhao Ping'an, and I thought it was him, but then I realized it couldn't be, he should have died. Su Tianlong didn't think much more of it since it was impossible. At this moment, Su Baoshi's phone rang. He saw it was Qi Tianjiu and immediately changed his tone. Miss Qi, it's really not. Thank you. Qi Tianjiu didn't let him finish, excitedly speaking up, very animated because just now, as the crowd dispersed and things ended, he tentatively contacted Zhao Ping'an and discovered he was actually fine. And this was all thanks to Su Baoshi's efforts. This event once again proved the power of the newly rich Su family. Qi Tianjiu continued, Mr. Su, we just met today, and you can help me, you are truly a good person. If it weren't for your rescue, Zhao Ping'an would never have made it out of Longting. When do you have time? I would like to treat you to dinner to express my gratitude. We can also casually talk about cooperation during the meal. Thunk. Su Baoshi was stunned upon hearing this. Zhao Ping'an isn't dead? Could it be that he didn't see it clearly just now? Impossible. Cloudtop Palace. Zhao Ping'an didn't want to come back, but since he promised to accompany her to the banquet, he had no choice but to return. As soon as he pushed the door open, he froze in place. In the living room, Yi Yaoqing was actually changing clothes, wearing a fitted skirt that hugged her curves, exposing her long legs, and nothing on her upper body. Yi Yaoqing was equally surprised to see him enter. But she quickly adjusted, raising a hand to cover herself, smiling, brother, you're back just in time. Help me pick which one looks better. She held up several fitted garments, continually comparing them. Zhao Ping'an had never seen such a scene and felt a heat rising in his nose. He pressed a hand to the acupuncture point to stop it and quickly turned around. Yi Yaoqing pouted, you're shy now? You've seen it before. Hurry, help me choose, you're making it hard for your sister. Ding Chuang silently cursed the working emperor Kai Chongyang, who kept a canary at home but still ended up in prison. He said in a serious tone, stop joking, you're my sister-in-law. In the Mingdu prison, he was the youngest, calling her sister-in-law wasn't too much, and he said it to draw the line. Yi Yaoqing was taken aback, then pouted, don't you want to eat dumplings? Zhao Ping'an felt his body lose control again and quickly ran out of the villa. Ha 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 ha. Yi Yaoqing was amused to no end. About 5 minutes later. Yi Yaoqing, fully dressed, walked out of the Cloudtop Palace, looking aggrieved. How's your driving? You're taking your sister-in-law out, as long as you drive well, I'll even cook for you. Zhao Ping'an snatched the car keys, acting as the driver. Where to? Yi Yaoqing replied, Tianhai Hotel, Yi Yaoqing's meet and greet. What a coincidence. Tianhai Hotel. The largest hotel in Tianhai City, almost all important events are held here, including Yi Yaoqing's meet and greet. At this moment, luxury cars were gathered downstairs. Guests crowded upstairs. Not only local tycoons from Tianhai were invited but also big shots from the provincial capital, Jincheng, came to support. Zhao Ping'an parked the car in the parking lot and went upstairs with Yi Yaoqing. Yi Yaoqing observed Zhao Ping'an all the way up, seeing him remain unflustered and secretly nodding. He was indeed someone who could make Kai Chongyang lend him a villa, staying calm in the face of such a big event. She raised her hand to link her arm with Zhao Ping'an and teased, brother, everyone inside is either rich or powerful, aren't you nervous? Why am I feeling scared? Zhao Ping'an maintained his demeanor, not pushing her away since he was her male companion for the event. He reassured her, don't be afraid, as long as I'm here, no one can lay a finger on you today. This was Yi Yaoqing's meet and greet, and he came here to talk about breaking off the engagement. Until he did that, he was still the male host. Yi Yaoqing blinked, transforming into a little fangirl. Brother, you're so manly. Hearing your words, I suddenly want to lean on you and not walk anymore. Zhao Ping'an felt a black line across his forehead. Zhao Ping'an. A furious roar suddenly echoed in the banquet hall. A figure stormed over, none other than General Wang, who was collaborating with Qi Tianjiu. With his shout, most guests in the banquet hall turned to look. Mr. Wang burst out angrily, you big liar, criminal, how dare you act so arrogantly here? I thought you were someone important, but you turned out to be just a thief fresh out of jail. He had just gone to toast Mr. Ouyang and mentioned Zhao Ping'an, not expecting Mr. Ouyang to turn cold and say that mentioning this person makes him sick, hinting that he had just come out of Zhao Ping'an's prison. Thinking about the day's events made his heart blaze with fury. Brother, it seems you've met your enemy, Yi Yaoqing whispered as a reminder. Zhao Ping'an frowned, looking at Mr. Wang approaching, and said displeased, lower your voice, it's deafening. Humph. Mr. Wang snorted coldly, do I need to speak softly to scum and wastrels like you? I want to speak loudly so everyone can hear. Everyone, this is the liar who cheated me out of tens of millions in contracts, and claimed to be a big shot. If I'm not mistaken, he's here tonight to swindle. The crowd turned to look, surprised. A liar? How did this liar get in here? He looks ordinary, just the lowest of society. The liar has been caught, let's see a good show. Zhao Pinggan's brow furrowed deeper, and he said coldly, Mr. Wang, you need to provide evidence when you speak. How did I cheat you? Mr. Wang's lips twitched, he really had no evidence, as giving the contract to Qi Tianzhou was voluntary. Thinking quickly, he sneered, providing evidence is easy. With your status, you have no right to be here, hand over your invitation. As for Yi Yaoqing beside him, he automatically ignored her. Liars are best at deceiving women, bringing a beautiful woman here helps in their schemes. None. Zhao Pinggan replied, neither humble nor pushy, however, I'm not here for the meeting, I'm here to find Yi Yaoqing. Chapter 15, My name is Yi Yaoqing. As soon as he said this, everyone present was stunned. But soon it turned into uproarious laughter. How dare he say he came to find Yi Yaoqing, a liar who even deserves that? This lowlife must have heard me say Miss Yi is coming to Tianhai, so he's here to swindle. Lu Yamei laughed mockingly from a distance. A person coming out of prison must have a problem with their mind and their brain. Ouyang Hai shook his head beside her. He felt something was off when Zhao Pinggan spoke disrespectfully yesterday. Normal people don't dare to disrespect themselves. Now it seems there is indeed a big problem. He might have been beaten in prison. Ouyang Qian stood on the other side, wearing a stunning white evening gown, truly the number one beauty of Tianhai, watching coldly. Ouyang brother, is this your son-in-law? He doesn't look impressive. Su Tianlong also stood together. Ouyang Hai hurriedly reminded, Brother Su, be careful with your words, my family has nothing to do with him. He had just subtly asked Zhao Pinggan about his relationship with Zhang Longwang, learning they indeed knew each other but had no friendship. Zhao Pinggan had thick skin to trouble Zhang Longwang, and Zhang Longwang also didn't like him, making Ouyang Hai feel relieved. Su Tianlong smiled knowingly, glancing at his son Su Baosher, thinking his son's chances are huge. At the door. Ah, you silly dog, you're making me laugh to death. You think you can touch Miss Yi? Mr. Wang laughed bellyachingly, mocking, do you know Miss Yi is a young lady from Daijing, born with a golden spoon? Look at yourself in the mirror, do you even deserve to know her? This remark caused another round of laughter. Yi Yaoqing was also very surprised, he came to find her? But soon she figured it out, perhaps the work Emperor Kai Chongyang sent him to find her, since it's hard to find a job coming out of prison. Zhao Pinggan's expression darkened, and he said coldly, you can let Yi Yaoqing come out for verification. Also, if you keep laughing, I won't mind making sure you can't speak for the rest of your life. Mr. Wang met his gaze and, for some reason, felt as if a devil was staring at him. A cold breeze swept through him, and for a moment he didn't dare to speak. At this moment, seeking attention, a loud shout rang out in the banquet hall. It was Su Baosher. Although he didn't understand why he wasn't beaten to death, his father instructed him to get close to Miss Yi. Zhao Pinggan once again mentioned Yi Yaoqing. This was truly a good opportunity to show off. He mocked, Zhao, yesterday at Uncle Ouyang's house, you were just trying to attract attention, and you even claimed to have an engagement with Ouyang Qian. Today, you're back here to embarrass yourself, you really never change. As soon as he finished speaking. Before Zhao Pinggan could respond, the banquet hall erupted. What? He has an engagement with Ouyang Qian? How could Ouyang Qian possibly like him? It can't be true, President Ouyang, is it fake? Everyone turned to look at Ouyang Hai at the same time. Ouyang Hai gritted his teeth in anger, it was really the wrong topic to bring up. He immediately explained, it's fake, of course it's fake. This brat pretended to be a master yesterday, treated my daughter and even said it was an engagement arranged by my father, presenting a marriage certificate. As soon as I saw it, I knew it was fake, and I kicked him out right away. In such an occasion, of course, he couldn't admit it. Lu Yamei, fearing others wouldn't believe, anxiously added, just now, President Wang also said he is a fraud, just out of prison. A person like that can do anything, even fake a marriage. Also, yesterday trying to treat Qian almost killed her. We have let go of past grievances, yet he still dares to show up. It's truly disgusting. Where are the security guards? Security, hurry and throw him out. Zhao Pinggan coldly looked on, this family was truly ungrateful. No need to throw him out, I'll handle this. Su Baosher smiled slightly, purposely mentioning the engagement to have Ouyang Hai deny it in front of everyone, making Zhao Pinggan lose face. He also wanted to show off in front of Miss Yi, not letting go of Zhao Pinggan, this stepping stone. He arrogantly declared, Zhao, everyone now knows you are a fraud. You can't fool anyone here. But I understand people like you will not give up until you reach your goal, which is really disgusting. So tell me, what do you want to leave Miss Yi's sight? I represent Miss Yi to satisfy you. Everyone looked at each other, knowing he was showing off on purpose, wanting to win Miss Yi's attention, secretly approving, truly the new heir of a wealthy family, smart. Su Tianlong also nodded, the Su family had a bright future ahead. Yi Yaoqing finally couldn't help but speak, do you think you qualify to represent Miss Yi? Su Baoshi instinctively looked over, then seriously noted Yi Yaoqing's expression. He was instantly stunned by her beauty. Why are all the women around Zhao Ping'an so stunning? I must get her to bed. Su Baoshi proudly said, of course, as the heir of Tianlong Group and a distinguished guest invited by Miss Yi. Am I unworthy, or is that cheap woman worthy? The people around Zhao Ping'an were not worth noting. Mentioning their status was simply to attract attention. Qi Tianjiao was drawn in by status. Everyone watched with amusement. If it were the young master of the capital, she might have some hope, but it's Miss Yi. She truly wasn't worthy, rather, she suited herself. Yi Yaoqing's expression darkened, not waiting to speak. Apologize to her. Zhao Ping'an suddenly spoke up. Apart from coming to break the engagement, he was also his sister-in-law's companion and had said before entering that he would protect her. Su Baoshi's gaze shifted back to Zhao Ping'an, mocking, what did you say? Who gave you the courage to make me apologize to her? Is she worthy? Are you worthy? Ha! Before he could finish his words, Zhao Ping'an swiftly stepped forward and grabbed his neck, expressionless. Kneel down and apologize. Su Baoshi instantly felt suffocated, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected Zhao Ping'an would dare to act in such a setting, feeling a clear aura of death around him, but once he knelt, all would be lost. The people in the hall were also stunned. No one expected Zhao Ping'an would take action. Let go of my Baoshi, or I'll destroy your whole family. Su Tianlong was the first to regain his senses, panically cried out. Let go of young Master Su. If you dare to injure him a hair, I'll have you carried out horizontally. Ouyang Hai also spoke up. This was Miss Yi's banquet and order must be maintained. Zhao Ping'an seemed not to hear, his grip tightening. Su Baoshi began to roll his eyes. Stop. Ouyang Qian, who had not spoken for a long time, stepped forward, her brows furrowed. Zhao Ping'an, do you know what kind of occasion this is? The big figures of the entire Tianhai are here. How dare you act rampant? Let go. If you dare to hurt young Master Su, not only will you be against the whole Tianhai, but also against Miss Yi. Do you want to die? Zhao Ping'an sneered. He won't apologize. Don't say being against the whole Tianhai or Miss Yi, even being against the whole world is fine. That's how he is. He can take some grievances, but the people around him cannot. Boom. Everyone in the room felt as if struck by lightning. Crazy? Truly a madman, too arrogant, no wonder he ended up in jail. Yi Yaoqing felt an inexplicable impact in her heart, biting her lip as she looked at Zhao Ping'an. Did he actually say this for her? Ah. Lu Yimei screamed in anger, glaring wide-eyed, you lowlife, how dare you confront my daughter for a stinky woman? Yi Yaoqing suddenly looked over, is that not allowed? Shut up. Lu Yimei exploded in fury, who are you? You dare to talk to me? Zhao Ping'an replied indifferently, tell her, tonight, I'll make you qualified to talk to anyone. Yi Yaoqing faced everyone, speaking word by word, my name is Yi Yaoqing. So your name is Yi Yaoqing, I remember you, what? Lu Yimei instinctively threatened, but before she could finish, she suddenly came to her senses, letting out a shriek, her eyes about to pop out. Yi Yaoqing? Miss Yi from the Di Jingyi family? Boom. Just 5 words. Yet it thundered like muffled thunder in everyone's ears, leaving them all dumbstruck. You? Su Tianlong was stunned. What? Ouyang Hai's forehead was instantly covered with sweat. You are. Ouyang Qian's face also turned pale, losing all color. Zhao Ping'an was also stunned, slowly turning to look at Yi Yaoqing. Is she really Yi Yaoqing? Isn't she a canary raised by Kai Chongyang? How could she be capped? Yi Yaoqing took another step forward and no longer hid, fully displaying the aura of a big family lady. Looking at Lu Yimei, she asked, am I worthy? Lu Yimei was scared to tears, retreating back to her husband, not daring to lift her head, trembling. Worthy, a perfect match, it's me who is not worthy. Yi Yaoqing then faced everyone, saying, who dares to let him die? Boom. The sound of thunder echoed in everyone's minds again, their breathing became unnatural. Mr. Wang, who had been standing by, collapsed to the ground in fear. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves from Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai. Ouyang Hai stammered for a long time without knowing what to say. Although he is the richest man in Tianhai City, he still felt too small in front of the Yi family. Never would he have expected that the woman next to Zhao Ping'an would actually be Yi Yaoqing. Su Tianlong was on the verge of tears. Miss Yi, upbringing is the father's fault, this is all my mistake. Su is open to punishment, but, can you let my son go first so he can kneel and apologize to you? His son was still being gripped by Zhao Ping'an, nearly dying. Yi Yaoqing gave a cold sneer, although she had a family behind her, she didn't want to cause trouble right after meeting. Turning to Zhao Ping'an, the aura dissipated, and she turned gentle, Ping'an, let him go, he is not worth dirtying your hands. This statement made everyone's hearts race wildly. What is the relationship between the two? Okay. Zhao Pingyan was still confused. She is Yi Yaoqing? What kind of marriage contracts did that old man establish? The first fiancée thought too highly of herself and voluntarily broke off the engagement. The second fiancé was sickly and publicly sought a husband. The third fiancé was insatiable and still a canary raised by someone else. He didn't know if the remaining 6 fiancés were also bizarre. Su Baoshi could finally breathe again, no longer the image of a lofty young master, lying on the ground constantly gagging, vomiting bile and yellowish water all over the place. Su Tianlong hurried over, kicking Su Baoshi hard twice. Do you still have the face to vomit? Quickly kneel and apologize to Miss Yi. If you can't gain Miss Yi's forgiveness, I'll personally break your dog legs. Su Baoshi did not dare to resist and quickly knelt down, apologizing. I was wrong. Su Tianlong then flatteringly said, Miss Yi. The dog's son has eyes but can't recognize the gold inlaid with jade. He also admires you too much and desperately wants to help you with some problems, hoping you won't take offense. Mr. Zhao, I am truly sorry for the offense earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Zhao Pingyan smiled coldly, as his purpose of coming today was to break off the engagement. Yi Yaoqing seemed not to hear and said to Zhao Pingyan, Pingyan, you stay here, I will go change my clothes. She originally planned to change clothes at the Cloud Summit Palace, but Zhao Pingyan returned. Alright. Zhao Pingyan responded briefly. It was inconvenient with so many people here, and they would break off the engagement privately after the banquet. As soon as Yi Yaoqing left, the banquet hall suddenly erupted with chatter. Everyone was guessing what kind of identity Zhao Pingyan had. Why would he come with Miss Yi? And did he really just come out of prison? Some were gleeful. Su Baoshi wanted to show off? He really stepped on the wrong toes. Of course, more people came to toast Zhao Pingyan, trying to become familiar with him. Mr. Zhao, I was wrong. General Wan crawled up from the floor, his face filled with regret as he apologized. He was regretting deeply. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have insulted Zhao Pingyan, he would have been scrambling to hold onto his leg. Get lost. Zhao Pingyan said just one word. In the distance. Su Tianlong, with Su Baoshi, stormed over to Ouyang Hai, unhappy and said, Ouyang brother, we see each other often, and the kids are close friends, you don't need to trip me like this. In his eyes, Zhao Pingyan was almost Ouyang Hai's son-in-law. How could he not know Zhao Pingyan's true identity? Everything before was intentionally put on, to lead him into a trap and make Miss Yi resent him, thus unable to cooperate. If I had known, would I have threatened Zhao Pingyan earlier? Ouyang Hai regretted in his heart as well. If he had known Zhao Pingyan knew Yi Yaoqing, he would never have kicked him out and would have immediately married them off. It's just a scheme. The lesser of two evils, from the outcome, my loss is greater. Su Tianlong was very determined. We really didn't know. Lu Yamei was very anxious, worried whether Miss Yi would retaliate after the meeting since she had just threatened her. But I almost died. Su Baoshi clenched his fists. All of this is just coincidence. Ouyang Qian suddenly spoke, looking at Zhao Pingyan, who was being fawned over in the distance, then retracting her gaze and firmly stated, Mom and Dad, Uncle Su, Zhao Pingyan doesn't know Yi Yaoqing, and Yi Yaoqing doesn't know Zhao Pingyan. The four looked at her in confusion. Ouyang Qian had no expression. Did you all forget at the beginning? Zhao Pingyan repeatedly asked Yi Yaoqing to come out? And when Yi Yaoqing revealed her identity, Zhao Pingyan was also stunned. Hearing this, the four recalled and indeed, they had just been frightened and forgotten to think. Turns out he's still just a little nobody, possibly just ran into Miss Yi by chance. What luck. Su Baoshi gritted his teeth. If it weren't for Zhao Pingyan encountering Yi Yaoqing, he would have definitely had to crawl out on his knees today. So it was a misunderstanding. Su Tianlong was the first to laugh. At that moment, a group of people walked in through the door, each wearing extraordinary clothes. Everyone present knew these were not businessmen, they were the authorities of the provincial city, including the provincial governor and the military commander. The city lord of Tianhai had to walk in the back. They were all here to support Yi Yaoqing. Their special identities meant they hadn't shown up earlier. And their appearance signified the meeting would officially begin. Sure enough. As they settled in, the lights across the venue suddenly dimmed, and a spotlight shone on the side of the stage, where Yi Yaoqing, now in an evening gown, slowly walked up, with skin like ice and bones like jade, stunning everyone. From a beauty standpoint, she was no less than the first beauty of Tianhai, Ouyang Qian. Ouyang Qian frowned slightly, not knowing why, and looked again at Zhao Pingyan, finding him also mesmerized, causing her frown to deepen. Yi Yaoqing walked to the microphone on stage. Good evening everyone, thank you all for taking the time to attend my meeting. She made a simple opening statement. When the thunderous applause. She continued, this time I come to Tianhai, carrying the task of investment. And for investment, one must choose an excellent, wise, outstanding partner. Before, I had not chosen anyone, but just a day ago, I thought I had found the answer. He is. Chapter 17 Countdown. At this point, Yi Yaoqing intentionally paused. But her pause made everyone's heart stop beating. Yang Hai instinctively puffed out his chest. Su Tianlong held his breath, ready for action. In fact, they had just felt a bit worried. After all, Zhao Ping'an entered with her. What if she chose Zhao Ping'an? But hearing words like excellent, wise, and outstanding, it was clear it could not be Zhao Ping'an, who had just come out of prison and was a criminal, completely unworthy of those words. She would still choose from the two of them. Who is he? Yi Yaoqing still did not say, smilingly looking at Yang Hai and Su Tianlong's position. That gaze stirred both of their hearts. It must be us, it must be us. Lu Yimei couldn't help but murmur under her breath, although she had just offended Miss Yi, but the Su family had offended much more seriously. It is us, it is us. Su Baosher said excitedly with a flushed face, although he had just offended Miss Yi, but he also saw loyalty, and it was possible she might choose the Su family because of that loyalty. He is a young man, Yi Yaoqing said again. Swish. Su Baosher's whole body froze, looking dumbfounded at Yi Yaoqing. It wasn't father but himself? Happiness came too suddenly. Su Tianlong also blushed, excitedly glanced at his son. Success. Become a partner first, then become a significant other, the Su family will rise. Yang Hai gritted his teeth, also looking at his daughter. Could it possibly be Qianqian? Yi Yaoqing continued, he is. As she spoke, her gaze suddenly shifted, looking at Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an. Gah! Su Baosher was dumbfounded. Su Tianlong's smile froze. Yang Hai was flabbergasted. Lu Yimei looked like she had seen a ghost. Yang Qian felt as if something had been lost. How could this be? A small loser who just got out of prison suddenly becomes Miss Ye's partner? Wow! The banquet hall erupted with thunderous applause. Everyone looked at Zhao Ping'an. Mr. Zhao, I want to collaborate with Miss Qi. Manager Wang looked like he had lost his soul, beginning to climb the social ladder, regretting more and more in his heart. Zhao Ping'an didn't hear Manager Wang's words at all, astonished while looking at Yi Yaoqing. I came to cancel the engagement, not to become a partner. Yi Yaoqing smiled. Ping'an, hurry up and come on stage. Even though you have a marriage contract and were driven out, looked down upon by others, but I believe you are a piece of gold, and in the future, you will shine and let everyone who looks down on you see. I have decided to delegate the entire investment of the Yi family in Jinhai to you, and even I will not interfere with your decisions. As soon as the words fell, the banquet hall turned deathly silent. Even the last arriving big shots were dumbfounded. He decides? Yi Yaoqing does not interfere? This is Yi family's investment, not just 1 or 2 billion, it is said to be at least 50 billion, as for the upper limit, no one can guess. Giving it all to Zhao Ping'an? It's over. Yang Hai's face turned ashen. From Yi Yaoqing's words, it is clear she bears a grudge over the broken engagement. Zhao Ping'an must remember it even more. If Zhao Ping'an uses the Yi family for revenge, there's no way to stop it. What do we do? Lu Yimei spoke, her voice trembling. Su Tianlong was even more scared than they were because of his son. If Bald Lu disabled Zhao Ping'an, if this matter got out, it would be a disaster for the Su family. Dad, what do we do? Su Baosher was also panicking, afraid Zhao Ping'an would retaliate. But he asked what to do, and now Su Tianlong couldn't answer either. All right. Zhao Ping'an hesitated for a moment, then walked onto the stage, mainly because he didn't want to embarrass Yi Yaoqing in front of these people. I disagree. Su Baosher gathered his courage to speak. He knew that once Zhao Ping'an took power, he would definitely retaliate, so it had to be killed in the cradle. In a loud voice, he said, Miss Yi, you say that when choosing a partner, one must choose the wise, the intelligent, the outstanding. I, Su Baosher, am not talented, just a graduate of an internationally renowned Ivy League school. As for Tianlong Group, being the fastest growing company in Tianhai City, my contributions are indispensable. May I ask, why should I be inferior to Zhao Ping'an? Su Tianlong secretly nodded. His son was 100 times better than Zhao Ping'an, and he wanted to see what she would say. Yi Yaoqing stared at him and said word by word, just because you are being ridden by a horse. Ha ha ha. The banquet hall suddenly erupted in uproarious laughter, with some people laughing so hard they nearly spit. This incident had already spread in Tianhai, but people were just too polite to speak about it openly. Who would have thought Miss Yi would be so ruthless, exposing the shortcoming in public? Su Baosher was rendered speechless, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Su Tianlong also lowered his head. The laughter felt particularly piercing. With them causing trouble, Yang Hai didn't dare to speak. The atmosphere became harmonious. Zhao Ping'an spoke a few words to help out, then entered the toasting segment. He made his rounds. Then returned to the upstairs reception room. In the reception room, it was the very group of people who just last appeared. Uncle Feng, Uncle Gu, thank you for coming to support me. Yi Yaoqing didn't have the composed demeanor she had while toasting earlier. She seemed more like a little girl. Zhao Ping'an walked beside her, unable to help but feel that she would have made a great actress. Nonsense. But Gu Qingming did not greet her with a smile, his face stern and unhappy. Yao Qing, don't blame uncle for saying this. How can such a big investment be handed to a criminal? Do you think it's child's play? He had been a bodyguard for Yi Yaoqing's grandfather, having watched her grow up, so they were quite close. Yi Yaoqing's face turned red. She awkwardly said, Uncle Gu, you can't judge people by the past. There's a saying that a wayward son returns, gold is irreplaceable, not to mention Zhao Ping'an met. No need to say more. Gu Qingming coldly interrupted, looking at Zhao Ping'an, his eyes filled with disgust. Kid, get lost immediately. From now on, don't let me see you around Yaoqing, otherwise, it will be a bullet to the head. Uncle Gu. Yi Yaoqing tried to persuade him. Yaoqing, this is also my intention. Feng Beinian spoke solemnly. He had a square face that gave off an imposing presence even without anger. Just now, I spoke with your father but did not say you should choose a criminal as your partner. Let him leave, don't let your dad worry. Yi Yaoqing felt anxious. If her father found out, he would probably immediately call her back, but he knew Kai Chongyang and must have learned how to do business from the king of workers. At this moment, Zhao Ping'an smiled lightly, a person on the brink of death, and a person living worse than dead. Do you both think you are qualified to threaten me? Everyone looked at Zhao Ping'an with disdain. Gu Qingming's temper flared. What did you say? Dare to curse me? Do you believe I will kill you right now? Feng Beinian, who was calm, remained silent, yet his face clearly showed he was displeased. Zhao Ping'an, stop your nonsense. Yi Yaoqing immediately reminded. These two were either a military commander or a provincial official, neither of whom Zhao Ping'an could afford to offend. If truly angered, they could complain to her father or grandfather. She could only protect his life at most, and as for Kai Chongyang's promise for his future, that would be impossible. I am not talking nonsense, whether it is true or not will be validated soon. Zhao Ping'an looked at Gu Qingming, chuckling lightly. Do you want to know how much longer you can live? You. Gu Qingming was seething with anger. It had been years since anyone had dared to provoke him. A criminal actually cursed him to his face. Little brat. Rude kid. Others also got agitated. If you dare to speak carelessly again, you will not be let off lightly. You can still live this long. Zhao Ping'an extended one hand. 500 years. Gu Qingming's eyes were furious. As he finished speaking, Zhao Ping'an began to count down with his fingers. 4, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 18, You should thank me. When the last finger of Zhao Ping'an fell. But a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Gu Qingming completely unexpectedly. He was originally sitting on the sofa, but after the spurt of blood, he uncontrollably fell to the ground. Fainted. This scene stunned everyone. Immediately, everyone panicked. Even Feng Beinian and Yi Yaoqing were not spared. Commander Gu. Uncle Gu. Quick, call an ambulance. For a moment, the living room was in chaos, knowing that Gu Qingming was the commander of the provincial war department. If he had an accident, it could lead to a rebellion in the war department, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Useless, by the time the ambulance arrives, he will be cold. Zhao Ping'an said flatly. Swish. Everyone suddenly looked at Zhao Ping'an, recalling that Gu Qingming's problem was noticed by him. Are you a doctor? Someone questioned. Guess? Can you save Commander Gu? Another person asked. Guess? I command you, quickly save Commander Gu. Tianhai City Zun was furious. This was his territory, and he couldn't let Gu Qingming have an accident. You are nothing. Zhao Ping'an scolded directly. He was just Tianhai City Zun. Those who made mistakes in the underworld prison were several times stronger than him, and their remaining little brothers were much higher than him. Ping'an. Yi Yaoqing finally regained her composure, her eyes filled with pleading. Can you save Uncle Gu? I'm begging you, please? Uncle Gu was once my grandfather's guard and fought on the battlefield, contributing greatly to protecting the country. Please save him. She had good feelings for Gu Qingming. When she was a child, her grandfather worried about her safety at school and often asked Gu Qingming to escort her. No wonder. Zhao Ping'an murmured in his heart, he had a good impression of Yi Yaoqing. After all, he had protected this country. He stepped forward and pressed down on various points on Gu Qingming's body multiple times. Puff. Gu Qingming spat out another mouthful of blood. Seeing this, others thought it was more serious and immediately roared. Dare to harm Commander Gu, I will chop you. Someone, quickly take him away. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Stop. At that moment, Gu Qingming slowly opened his eyes and said with difficulty, Xiao. Mr. Zhao is not attacking me, he's saving me. Just now, I was choked and couldn't breathe. It was him who pressed a few times, and the blood came out. Only then did everyone understand, and they all looked apologetically at Zhao Ping'an. Yi Yaoqing's eyes sparkled with unusual light, her heart surged, she found a treasure. He actually knew medicine. Excited, she said, Uncle Gu, can you support Zhao Ping'an now? Gu Qingming's old face turned red. After all, he had just been saved, so it was hard to oppose. But to say he agreed would seem too self-serving. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Mr. Zhao, may I ask how long I can live? Others looked at him too, their eyes shining with curiosity. Everyone wanted to know their lifespan. Moreover, this guy was too incredible. I don't know. Zhao Ping'an replied simply, then looked at Yi Yaoqing. Can we leave? I have something to say to you. Gu Qingming's choked face looked like a monkey's butt. Yi Yaoqing also felt very awkward, but appreciated him even more. If he had seen Uncle Gu and Uncle Feng and was so scared he couldn't talk, that would have been the wrong person. Tentatively, she said, you all carry on, we'll step out first? Wait. Feng Banian, who had been silent, finally spoke. He had been watching quietly and hadn't expected Zhao Ping'an to really have skills. Others also remembered that Zhao Ping'an had said Feng Banian would be better off dead. Feng Banian slowly stood up. I will leave with you, let's talk somewhere else. No need to go together, I have no time to chat. Zhao Ping'an spoke frankly, he needed to talk privately with Yi Yaoqing, without time to treat anyone, especially since not everyone's illness could be treated. Hearing this, Yi Yaoqing looked at him pleadingly. The three of them walked out together. Yi Yaoqing couldn't help but ask, Ping'an, how did you know Uncle Gu's health would? This was too incredible, just a glance was enough to see the problem and accurately predict the time of death, simply unbelievable. Feng Banian also perked up his ears. He had seen many miracle doctors over the years, but it was the first time someone was this extraordinary. Zhao Ping'an smiled lightly. It's not that I knew, but that I caused it. Simply put, it was to make me angry. His temper was already explosive, and with his old illness, my few words of defiance made his anger rise. Without encountering me, there wouldn't have been any problems. Saying he couldn't go to the hospital was just to scare him. Yi Yaoqing was stunned. Feng Banian's mouth twitched. The esteemed commander of the provincial capital nearly spat blood because of you, and almost suffocated from it, yet you dared to say that? The three didn't walk far and were in the reception room. After chatting for a few sentences, Yi Yaoqing was sent out mainly because Feng Banian's concerns involved men's privacy, which she felt uncomfortable listening to. She walked back to the reception room. As soon as she entered the door, she saw an old man examining Gu Qingming's body. It was the famous heavenly medicine master, Wang Shouwen, who had just been called. Wang Shouwen frowned and said, Commander Gu, perhaps my skills are lacking, and I cannot detect any problems with your health, but based on previous descriptions, I, an old fool, judged that you were angered by someone. It's just a temporary fit of anger, nothing life-threatening. Upon hearing this, Yi Yaoqing froze in place, feeling seen. What? I was just angered. Gu Qingming's face looked very bad, thinking he might not live long, and was scared to death. Wang Shouwen nodded seriously, that's right, you were just angered. If you weren't angered, your body is very healthy, and as for life-threatening issues, that is nonsense. If I'm not mistaken, you must have offended him. He purposely scared you. Swish. Gu Qingming, hearing this, almost vomited blood again. His eyes burned with anger, wishing to turn Zhao Ping'an into ashes. He asked, Yaoqing, where is that Zhao criminal? Where is he? Yi Yaoqing was at a loss because she had just confirmed from Zhao Ping'an's mouth that it was indeed for this reason. With Uncle Gu's temper, if he found him, he would never show mercy. If this gets to Grandpa, the problem would be even bigger. Before she could speak, the door was pushed open. Zhao Ping'an and Feng Banian walked in, saying it was just a small issue. If Yi Yaoqing hadn't just followed inside, it would have just taken a single sentence and a prescription to settle it. Shameless scoundrel. Gu Qingming, upon seeing Zhao Ping'an, was immediately furious and rushed forward. Uncle Gu. Yi Yaoqing quickly blocked him, anxiously saying, Zhao Ping'an, run quickly, hurry. Zhao Ping'an was a bit confused and asked instinctively, why should I run? Feng Banian also said, Old Gu, is there some misunderstanding? He had just asked Zhao Ping'an for help, so he wanted to speak in defense of him. Director Feng, it's like this. Someone nearby stepped forward to recount the earlier events, concluding, Director Feng, he is a fraud. Let go of me, I want to deal with this societal scum myself today. Gu Qingming's eyes widened in anger. Idiots. Zhao Ping'an couldn't help but shake his head, helplessly saying, I really don't understand how your intelligence level allows you to be a commander. Didn't you hear Wang Shouwen say your body is very healthy? You should thank me. Chapter 19, same name. As soon as he said this, Gu Qingming was infuriated even more, while the others also turned furious, clearly having been driven to the point of spitting blood, yet he dared to say he should be thanked? How shameless could he be? To even insult the commander as an idiot? Yi Yaoqing was anxious and quickly felt she couldn't hold back any longer. Zhao Ping'an, stop talking, hurry up and run. Instead of running, Zhao Ping'an declared firmly, you've had a serious injury to your abdomen. When you're angry, you'll have chest tightness and shortness of breath, and you'll even get dizzy and vomit blood. Your intestines have been damaged, hence the indigestion. You have lung issues because of smoking. Your heart also has problems, your heart rate is too fast, and occasionally it even stops for a moment. Am I right? Gu Qingming suddenly stopped struggling, his face filled with astonishment, because due to his status, only a few people knew about his health condition. How did Zhao Ping'an know? Zhao Ping'an then looked at Wang Shouwen and asked casually, since you are a master healer and have checked his pulse, could you tell me if he has these issues? Wang Shouwen instinctively replied, no, Commander Gu's body is very healthy. Ha! Zhao Ping'an sneered, turned to leave without looking back, I'll wait for you. The atmosphere in the reception room became eerie. A few seconds later. Zhao Ping'an means. Just now, he casually cured all the illnesses? Tianhai City Zun exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone gasped, knowing it must be true, but they dared not confirm it, it was too unbelievable. Old Gu, your temper is too explosive, you should change it. Mr. Zhao kindly treated you, but you turned against him, that's not right. Feng Beinian expressed his opinion. Gu Qingming felt a burning shame on his face and gritted his teeth, saying, Yao Qing, tell Mr. Zhao that I owe him a favor. No. Wang Shouwen, standing at the back, stepped forward quickly, his eyes shining with intensity, saying, Old Commander Gu, this is not just a matter of favor, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes meridians. Your abdomen has been seriously injured, and the meridians must be damaged. You have damaged meridians and injured internal organs, your life cannot be long. Yet just now, I felt that your internal organs are healthy, and your meridians are very smooth. He has at least extended your life by 10 years, this is not just a favor. Gu Qingming was stunned. The whole hall was dumbstruck. In the Yunding Heavenly Palace. Zhao Ping'an waited for a while in the living room, and Yi Yaoqing returned, still wearing her evening dress from the banquet. As soon as she entered, she seemed like a different person, walking over with flirtatious eyes, saying, Brother, I didn't expect you to have medical skills. Can you treat my illness too? Sister has a fever and feels so dizzy. As she finished speaking, she just stumbled onto the sofa, her body trembling slightly. Zhao Ping'an quickly moved to the side, his scalp tingling. She should not be called Yi Yaoqing, she should be called Yi the Enchantress. He said seriously, sister-in-law, actually between us. Who is your sister-in-law? Yi Yaoqing interrupted, continuing to lie on the sofa, looking pitiful, biting her lip, I am your sister, big sister. I and Kai Chongyang are just friends, I didn't expose my identity to surprise you. Do you think he, a mere worker, is worthy of me? Brother, hurry and treat your sister's illness, I feel so hot. Ha? Zhao Ping'an was stunned, puzzled, aren't you Kai Chongyang's canary? He regretted saying this, since she was the young lady of the Yi family, how could she be kept by Kai Chongyang? Yi Yaoqing had long known he misunderstood and wasn't surprised, raising her head and acting spoiled, sister only wants to be your canary, hurry and treat my illness, come on. Zhao Ping'an finally looked at her properly. Although he had seen her many times, he had never observed her so closely. Beneath her delicate features was her fair neck, and just below that was skin as smooth as cream, looking further down. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Clearing his throat, he said earnestly, first, give me your hand, I can take your pulse better. He. Yi Yaoqing suddenly let out a delightful laugh, sitting up from the sofa, her face serious, what's going on? I suddenly feel my illness is gone. I want to take a shower, how about we wash together? Treat the illness while washing? Buzz. Zhao Ping'an clearly felt his blood flow quickening, as if something was about to go out of control. Before he could answer, Yi Yaoqing stood up, if you don't answer, it means you're refusing. Sister is so hurt, then I will wash by myself, no peeking, okay? Saying this, she quickly went upstairs in her evening dress. Zhao Ping'an. When she left, he suddenly remembered he forgot to cancel the engagement. At the same time, news about Yi Yaoqing choosing Zhao Ping'an as her partner spread like wildfire in Tianhai City, known by all, everyone was inquiring about Zhao Ping'an's background. In the end, they discovered that he had just been released from prison. This left everyone greatly disappointed, including those who secretly cursed Yi Yaoqing for being blind. However, no one could change this result. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong convened a board meeting late at night to discuss how to prevent retaliation. Other companies were also discussing late into the night how to please Zhao Ping'an. In the Qi family, Qi Tianjiao sat blankly on the sofa, her face pale, repeatedly muttering Zhao Ping'an's name, accompanied by the word impossible. He is Ouyang Qian's boyfriend, how could he have anything to do with the noble Miss Yi? It must be a coincidence. Why does this name sound so familiar? Qi Tianjiao's father, Qi Duohai, walked over. Frowning, when he walked up to Qi Tianjiao, everything became clear. Tianjiao, is your fiancé named Zhao Ping'an? Qi Tianjiao shivered at the question and quickly steadied her emotions. That's right, the name on the marriage certificate is Zhao Ping'an, but it's not this Zhao Ping'an, it's a coincidence, hee hee. Chi Duohai didn't think much of it. After all, the son-in-law coming to Tianhai should first go to the Qi family. He laughed, but this proves that all those named Zhao Ping'an are extraordinary people. I look forward to the son-in-law coming to our door. According to your grandfather's last words, Zhao Ping'an will bring a century of prosperity to the Zhao family. I am really looking forward to that day. Qi Tianjiao chuckled dryly. Dad, don't set your expectations too high. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. It's possible Zhao Ping'an may turn out to be nothing at all. We should be calm and face it rationally. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound echoed. Chi Duohai mumbled about who was coming so late at night, but he still went to open the door. The door opened. Bang! A figure knelt at the doorway. It was none other than President Wang. President Wang pleaded, Qi, please help me plead with Zhao Ping'an, just say I was wrong, and I won't dare again. Please ask him not to target me, okay? Please. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong might be able to struggle a bit, but he didn't even have that chance. After thinking for a long time, he could only look for Qi Tianjia. Qi Tianjia was hit by a thunderbolt, suddenly stood up, feeling a sense of dread, and nervously asked, What do you mean? President Wang immediately replied, Don't you know? The Zhao Ping'an pursuing you has become Miss Ye's spokesperson, fully responsible for Miss Ye's investments in Tianhai. It's really him. Qi Tianjiao's mind buzzed. How did this happen? Wait. Qi Duohai suddenly thought of something and turned to look at his daughter. The Zhao Ping'an pursuing you? Is he your fiancé? Qi Tianjiao felt guilty under her father's gaze, sweat pouring down, and she couldn't figure out how a guy just out of prison could become Yi Yaoqing's spokesperson. This doesn't make sense. She gritted her teeth. It's just a coincidence. Chapter 20, Get Out. The next day. Zhao Ping'an woke up, washed up, and went downstairs. He saw Yi Yaoqing tying an apron in the kitchen, and the dining table was already set with a lavish breakfast. Hearing the noise, Yi Yaoqing sat down first. You're awake? Hurry and eat breakfast, you need energy to help your sister get better. I think I might have a fever again. Zhao Ping'an felt a headache coming on and silently cursed the old man for being unreasonable. Why say that without his consent? They can't lose the original Yang. He sat across from her, and opened his mouth. Let's not eat just yet, I have something to say. Breaking off the engagement can't be delayed, there are still 6 other fiancés, he has to hurry back to prison to wait for the old man. In other words, he can't do anything without seeing him, even with Yi Yaoqing right in front of him. Yi Yaoqing let out a soft sound, sitting up straight, with her captivating big eyes blinking at him. Zhao Ping'an met her gaze and suddenly, didn't know how to start, thinking carefully, having such a wife didn't seem bad. Trying a different approach, he tested, Why, I've heard that children from big families often get engaged, you should have a fiancé too, right? He wanted to see what her attitude toward him was. Yi Yaoqing didn't expect him to ask this, her face turned a bit unnatural but quickly returned to normal. She smiled, that's right, but I don't want to marry him. Don't be afraid, my heart is already given to you. Even if one day I marry him, we can still be together secretly, okay? Let's put a hat on him. Zhao Ping'an was caught off guard, letting himself wear a hat. He tested again, that's not what I mean, I just want to know, will you get married to your fiancé? As in, after marriage, not putting a hat on your husband. If she wouldn't put a hat on him, she'd be a great woman with looks, figure, and cooking skills. He needed to know if she was also that kind of person. No. Yi Yaoqing was very firm, brother, you must believe that in my heart, there is only you, no one else can take your place, not even my husband. After speaking, she bit her lip again. Zhao Ping'an was extremely speechless, what was this nonsense about? Why not just lay it all out? After thinking for a moment, he decided to stop wasting words, take out the marriage certificate, marry if she wanted, and move on if she didn't. But at that moment, the door suddenly swung open. A woman in work clothes and high heels walked in, and upon seeing Zhao Ping'an, her eyes revealed unmistakable disdain. Standing in front of the dining table, Miss, the company's registration documents and office address are ready, we can start working at any time. She was about 1.73 meters tall, considered beautiful, but still fell short compared to Yi Yaoqing. Yi Yaoqing became serious, give all the documents to Mr. Zhao, he knows how to handle them. Ping'an, this is Zhang Shuang, she used to be my secretary, and from now on, she will be your secretary. You can hand things over to her. Having Zhao Ping'an as a partner was not just talk, there had to be work to do. I don't know how to do business, Zhao Ping'an suddenly recalled becoming a partner and said awkwardly, I agreed yesterday because I didn't want to refuse you in public. You should find someone else. He learned many things from his master, like Qimen Duanjia, Feng Shui, medical books, and martial arts, but he had never learned how to do business, he really didn't know how. You do have some self-awareness. Zhang Shuang sneered, not hiding her contempt, Zhao Ping'an, I advise you to obediently scram and stay by the missus' side, one day, you'll fall off and easily get hurt. She also investigated Zhao Ping'an's background, it was very simple, as he only spent time in prison. How could someone like that deserve to be by the Mrs. side? Zhang Xuan. Yi Yaoqing scolded. Mississippi. Zhang Xuan was not afraid, feeling wronged. Do you know what people in Tianhai City are saying about you now? Poor judgment in hiring and recognizing people, some even say you have no eyes. He's just a convict, how can he support your investment? Besides, the success or failure in Tianhai concerns your later life even more. Shut up. Yi Yaoqing interrupted, her face dark with anger. I know better than you how to use people. I believe Ping'an is a hidden gem, he will not disappoint me. From now on, I don't want to hear a single word of negativity about him from you, understood? Yunding Tiangong was a property of Kai Chongyang, known as the Emperor of Labor, someone not easily understood by others. Yi Yaoqing knew him very well and would never lend the villa to someone she wasn't close to. Zhao Ping'an being here meant his relationship with Kai Chongyang was very special, and he must have taught him how to do business. Understood. Zhang Shuang dared not resist anymore. She handed over the documents to Zhao Ping'an properly. Mr. Zhao, here are all the documents. Please check if there are any issues. Zhao Ping'an felt slightly overwhelmed. He really didn't know how to do business, but his methods were all right. Ping'an, you must have confidence. Yi Yaoqing looked earnestly at him. I believe one day you will shine brightly and become someone everyone looks up to, right? Zhao Ping'an met her gaze and nodded, confidently saying, of course. After eating, Yi Yaoqing said she had things to do at Yunding Tiangong. Zhao Ping'an went with Zhang Xuan to Tongtian Building. Famous companies in Tianhai were all located here. The car stopped at the entrance of the building. Mr. Zhao, you go ahead to the company, I'll park the car. No need to wait for me. Zhang Shuang said respectfully. Okay. Zhao Ping'an got out of the car. His mind was a mess, completely unsure how to do business, he could only act on someone else's business matters loyally. Zhang Shuang watched him walk away, her mouth curling downwards, muttering to herself, you little loser, I'll see what you're capable of. Getting through the door is the first test. Stop. The security guard with a rubber baton had a flippant expression, this is Tongtian Building, no unauthorized personnel are allowed nearby. Step back 10 meters immediately, or face punishment. The security guard knew Zhao Ping'an and was fully aware of what happened last night, feeling life was unfair. If even a convict could become a partner, so could he. Zhao Ping'an smiled back, I'm here to work on the 33rd floor at Ye's company, just rented it. Ha ha. The security guard, swinging the baton into his other hand, sneered, Yes? I know Yes, it's the newly established company under the Yi family from the capital in Tianhai. The chairman is Miss Yi Yaoqing. But you? Take a look at yourself, what qualifications do you have to work at Yes? Get lost quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. Bang! As soon as the security guard finished speaking, Zhao Ping'an kicked him away, coldly saying, just a security guard, do you think you're guarding Nantian Gate? I let you guard the door, not to block it, you foolish dog. He strode inside. Zhang Shuang, in the distance, was dumbfounded, never expecting him to enter in such a simple and brutal way. She bit her lip. She immediately parked the car and rushed upstairs. Without knocking, she burst into the general manager's office, fuming, Zhao Ping'an, I heard you just beat up a security guard? Do you know who you are? You're the boss, not a thug, how can you hit someone? Zhao Ping'an leaned back in his office chair, calmly saying, do you know who you are? Who is the boss? If there's a next time after the first warning for disrespecting me, half of your salary will be deducted, the third time, you're fired. He may not know how to do business, but he had heard something about salary deductions and terminations. You. Zhang Shuang's eyes bulged in anger, secretly cursing the petty man who had succeeded in holding back her temper said, Mr. Zhao, I heard that the security department is furious, they came to find you to demand an explanation. If you can't properly resolve this, I'll have Miss Yi fire you. Tap tap tap. Outside the door came the sound of hurried footsteps, a group of people in security uniforms rushed in. The head of the security team shouted, where is Zhao Ping'an? Get out here. Chapter 21, Truly Don't Understand. His voice was like thunder. The employees of Yes were nervous, standing up and paling. Zhang Shuang's eyes flashed with a strange light, she smiled as if mocking, Mr. Zhao, the security department is here, and they don't come with good intentions. You'd better handle this well. Can he take on one security guard, let alone 10 or 20? If he is taken down by security, he would have no face left to be a partner of cheese. What's the panic? Just resolve it. Zhao Ping'an answered calmly, rising and walking out of the office. Outside the door, dozens of security guards were snarling angrily. The captain of the guards fiercely glared at Zhao Ping'an and shouted, Are you Zhao Ping'an? So you're the one that hit my team member downstairs, tell me, how will you compensate? Other guards were equally enraged. Dare not to compensate, and we'll smash your company. What are you? How dare you hit a security guard? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. Usually, they would never dare to shout loudly, let alone being rude to a boss in the building. Even ordinary employees would greet him with smiles. But this time was different, there were people backing them up. Zhang Shuang stepped back behind Zhao Ping'an, watching with a mock smile, eager to see how he would resolve this. Zhao Ping'an remained calm as a still pond, looking at the captain. If I hit him, the fault isn't mine, so there's no question of compensation. You, however, are just a service worker, your salary comes from my rent. Who gave you the courage to shout at me? You have 3 seconds to apologize to my staff, then get lost. The employees fell silent, not daring to speak. They also wanted to see how this lucky guy would resolve the situation. Oh? The captain was infuriated, stepping forward with disdain. You like threatening others? Fine, I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel and apologize to the security guard, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Apologize. Kneel and apologize. Hurry up. Dozens of security guards were ready to move, imagining themselves performing heroically, being noticed by Yi Yaoqing, and then replacing Zhao Ping'an. This was a leap to the top. Zhang Shuang secretly smiled and deliberately reminded, Mr. Zhao, you cannot kneel, you represent Qi's image and are also Mrs. Partner. If you kneel, the company and Mrs. Face will be ruined. He didn't kneel, letting the guards beat him. Of course, I won't let Miss Yi lose face. Zhao Ping'an's expression was as calm as water. He continued, you have one last second. The security captain stepped forward with scorn. You have only 1 second left, kneel or not. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ping'an flashed and appeared in front of the captain. He raised his hand and heavily patted him on the shoulder. Kneel down. Bang! The security captain collapsed to his knees as if crushed by a mountain. Seeing this scene, the security guards collectively went wild, roaring, beat him. Beat him to death to avenge the captain. As they spoke, they rushed forward one after another, clearly treating Zhao Ping'an as a stepping stone. The employees watched this and screamed in fright. Zhang Shuang's lips curled into a slight smile. Quickly retreating, there were dozens of security guards, and soon he would be crying for help. Just watch. Zhao Ping'an moved swiftly through the crowd, like autumn wind sweeping away leaves. Everywhere he went, no grass would grow, and the security guards fell backward one after another. In just a dozen seconds, dozens of security guards lay on the ground, rolling and screaming in pain, unable to stand. Zhang Shuang was dumbfounded. Was he a monster? The employees were also stunned. This guy was simply a human-shaped T-Rex. The captain on his knees was pale, shivering uncontrollably. The stakes have risen. All of you kneel and apologize. Otherwise, each of you will have a leg broken. Zhao Ping'an clapped his hands and walked back in front of the captain. Let's start with you, sincerely apologize. The captain was soaked in sweat, terrified, and quickly glanced at Zhang Shuang. He had come to find trouble because she had prompted him. Without her support, he wouldn't dare. At this moment, he had to intervene. Zhang Shuang, gritting her teeth, said, Mr. Zhao, fighting is the way of a thug, you can't use force to pressure people. Once this gets out, how will others view Yes? Who will dare cooperate with us? You should win people over with virtue. If the captain apologized, he would certainly confess, which would lead to many troubles, so he had to help. Zhao Ping'an glanced at her casually and said, you are right, to win people over with virtue means they don't need to apologize. They curse me, I beat him, and that's even. Starting now, Yes will withdraw from the Tongtian building and find another office location to avoid future troubles. Upon hearing this, the captain trembled more violently, and the security guards became too scared to shout. Yes was a major client. If they moved out, an investigation would surely follow, and if any issues were uncovered, everyone would be fired. Zhang Shuang gritted her teeth. Mr. Zhao, the contract is signed, and the rent is paid. Moving now would incur a huge loss of money. What I mean is, this matter shouldn't be blown up. Blowing it up will have an impact, better to keep it under wraps. Zhao Ping'an nodded, speaking deeply. Secretary Zhang makes a good point. After all, letting it leak will have effects. I know someone named Zhang Longwang, who is very good at keeping secrets. I'll have him handle it. After speaking, he pulled out his phone. Zhang Longwang? The captain almost cried in fear. He was the underground emperor of Halian, and Zhang Longwang's method of keeping secrets was to wrap people in sacks and throw them into the river. Not daring to wait, he quickly admitted his mistake. Mr. Zhao, I was wrong. Please don't make that call. This is not what I intended. It was her. She made me come find trouble. She wants you to lose face and leave Yes in disgrace. Zhang Shuang's expression dramatically changed as she scolded, shut up. How dare you slander me? Do you still want to keep your job? The captain broke down. Better to lose my job than die. Mr. Zhao, she just gave me 20,000 yuan, and there's a transfer record. You can check if you don't believe me. You? Zhang Shuang was left speechless. Zhao Ping'an slowly looked over, raising an eyebrow as he asked, is what he said true? At this point, Zhang Shuang knew she couldn't cover it up any longer, so she laid all her cards on the table. Anyway, the young lady wouldn't see. She arrogantly said, "That's right, it was all my planning because you were simply unworthy of this position. Zhao Ping'an, if you have any self-awareness, just leave on your own. Don't hinder Ye's development, and don't make Miss Yi the target of public criticism. You are unworthy of Ye's." As she finished speaking, the employees silently nodded, even the security guards secretly agreed. In fact, this wasn't just their thought, the entire Tianhai thought this way, a rural chicken, unexpectedly flying up to the branches to become a phoenix? Simply a joke. Zhao Ping'an wasn't angry with the security guards, he was slightly annoyed by her words, speaking in a heavy tone. "How do you know I am unworthy?" "Heh." Zhang Shuang let out a cold laugh. "I know? The whole Tianhai knows. Since you say it's a match, I want to ask how the company will develop in the future? What are the plans? What is the estimated investment for the next year? What is the expected revenue? Also, what is the company's positioning in Tianhai City? Let's ask the simplest question, what does gross profit mean? What does net profit mean? Can you explain them?" After saying this, she raised her chin and looked at Zhao Ping'an with growing disdain. Zhao Ping'an was speechless, he truly didn't understand these concepts. Chapter 22, The Bet. Zhang Shuang noticed Zhao Ping'an's embarrassment and mocked, "Can't say anything now? Since you can't, just get lost, don't embarrass yourself here." Other employees laughed lightly, watching him, these were the most basic things, yet he couldn't answer. Miss Yi really must have been blind. Zhao Ping'an thought for a moment and asked back, "Who is the boss?" Zhang Shuang was stunned, then sarcastically replied, "Of course, you are. Since I am the boss, what right do you have to question me?" Zhao Ping'an said calmly, "Due to your disrespect for the boss, from now on, your salary will be cut by half for 3 months, and let's see how it goes. If there's a next time, you will be fired directly. And you all, apologize and get lost immediately, or not only will the Yi family leave the Tongtian building, but Lord Zhanglong will also come to have a talk with you." Zhang Shuang was dumbfounded. The employees were dumbfounded. The security guard was dumbfounded. Can it be done like this? If you can't argue, you start acting tough. But there was nothing they could do, because he was still the boss. As long as Yi Yaoqing didn't ask him to leave, he couldn't escape, his words carried weight. Zhao Ping'an returned to the office, feeling a bit hot on his face. If it weren't for having seen those thick-skinned people in prison and learned a bit, he really couldn't withstand their gazes. He quickly took out his phone and called the warden, saying angrily, "Get the working Emperor Kai Chongyang on the phone within 30 seconds, or I'll immediately return to prison." The warden was horrified and wished he could lend his legs to Kai Chongyang, absolutely must not let him come back. Soon, Kai Chongyang answered the phone, and Zhao Ping'an asked the earlier questions again. Kai Chongyang answered them all without holding back. "Got it, you don't have to clean the toilets this month." Zhao Ping'an hung up. Outside the door, Zhang Shuang was stomping her feet in anger, finally understanding why this guy went to prison. He was really a rogue. Completely unreasonable and thick-skinned. Now it seemed, only by making Miss Yi disappointed could he possibly leave. After thinking, she suddenly remembered there was a land auction today. She quickly knocked on the door. "Mr. Zhao, there's a land auction at the city conference hall." At the same time, at the city conference hall, at the front, it was written land auction for lot 140. Below, it was packed with people, major real estate developers in Tianhai City or rich people with real estate businesses were gathered here. The richest man, Ouyang Hai, and Su Tianlong from Tianlong Group were among them. Moreover, the two were sitting together. Su Tianlong smiled and said, "Brother Ouyang, as far as I know, Shanshan didn't go to find Zhao Ping'an today. I assume you've already made your considerations?" Ouyang Hai also smiled and said, "Brother Su, why ask what you already know? Although Zhao Ping'an is currently Miss Ye's partner and controls all of her resources. However, his personal abilities are very poor, and it won't be long before he's kicked out by Miss Yi. Instead of investing in him, it's better to fight for the next partnership opportunity." After last night's board meeting, the conclusion was that if Zhao Ping'an dared to use power for personal gain, he would go to complain to Miss Yi. Miss Yi was ultimately a businessperson and could not allow Zhao Ping'an to be reckless. So it was not worth being afraid. Su Tianlong nodded, "Hero see alike, although I don't know what kind of schemes he used to gain Miss Yi's favor, it won't last long. The poor getting rich quickly usually become arrogant. Even if he is retaliated against now, for us, it's just the darkness before dawn, we can accept that. By the way, I just received news that he doesn't even understand gross profit and net profit, haha." Ouyang Hai smiled even happier. He also received the news that a term even a 3-year-old child knows, and he actually did not understand it. He said, "Brother Su, why don't we have a bet? How long do you think this partner can keep his position?" "I bet within a month." Su Tianlong also became interested. "I bet within half a month." As soon as he finished speaking. Have you ever heard the saying, "Don't speak ill of others in casual conversation"? A voice came from behind the two, and they both turned around in surprise, because the newcomer was Zhao Pingan. Ye's company had just obtained its license and was established today. How could they participate in the auction so soon? Zhao Pingan sat down behind the two and simply said, "You are Su Tianlong, right? You should know that you can't speak behind someone's back. If you don't know, I suggest you take a look at your son." Su Tianlong was seething with anger. The fingerprint on his son's face had not yet faded. He sneered and said, "Mr. Zhao really works hard. On the first day of Ye's opening, he comes to participate in an auction. It seems he wants to make a good impression in front of Miss Yi." Zhao Pingan leaned back and replied, "Of course, a man prioritizes his career." Upon hearing this, the surroundings fell silent, all showing mocking gazes. A little nobody who relied on luck to rise. Did he deserve to talk about career? Ouyang Hai frowned tightly, feeling that he was here just to stir up trouble. Zhang Shuang turned her face away, feeling embarrassed. He. Su Tianlong coldly laughed twice and said directly, "Mr. Zhao is indeed a real man, but I suggest that when you talk about prioritizing your career, you should first understand what is gross profit, net profit, and know Ye's company's positioning and development. Only by clarifying all this can you talk about a career. Otherwise, you'll just become a laughingstock." Ha ha ha. The people around could not help but laugh out loud. The news about the company had already spread. After all, Yes was the focus for everyone, and even the slightest movement attracted attention. Caught off guard by his subordinates, he could only rely on tricks. It was indeed embarrassing. "How do you know I don't understand?" Zhao Pingan remained very calm. "If I know what gross profit and net profit are, and understand Ye's positioning and development, how about you kneel down and call me daddy 3 times? As the words fell, the people around looked at him as if he were a fool. Ouyang Hai couldn't help but shake his head. Did he think others did not know about the company? Still pretending. Once a petty person gains power, they can get so arrogant that they forget themselves. "Mr. Zhao." Zhang Shuang whispered a reminder. Although she looked down on him, in this situation, he represented the company. "All right." Su Tianlong quickly agreed, thinking it was too slow for him to lose face. He even took the initiative to mock. "As long as you can answer, I will kneel down and call you daddy, but if you can't answer, then you kneel down and call me daddy." "Do you dare?" As long as he kneels and calls daddy, Yi Yaoqing will definitely kick him out. "Deal." Zhao Pingan said firmly, looking around, "You are all witnesses, responsible for supervising the fulfillment of the bet. Mr. Zhao, serves you right." Zhang Shuang wanted to persuade him again but thought of this as a chance to push him down, so she just fell silent. "Of course. I will testify." Everyone responded eagerly, all wanting to see how Zhao Pingan would kneel and call daddy. A gentleman's word is hard to retract. If anyone dares to go back on it, they will be despised by the people of Tianhai and will never have peace in their lifetime. Ouyang Hai said seriously. Zhao Pingan smiled and said, "With you all as witnesses, I can relax." Before he could finish speaking, Su Tianlong interrupted him with a smirk. "Mr. Zhao, no need for more nonsense, let's get straight to the point. I'm all ears." Zhao Pingan looked at him and then said, "Gross profit refers to the main business income minus the main business cost. Of course, this is just the textbook definition. In commercial activities, there is no clear division of boundaries and no unified or clear definitions. Net profit refers to." Next, I will talk about Ye's company positioning, development direction, and future plans. First of all, Yes is positioned as an investment company. To put it simply, as long as the other party can provide a feasibility report that meets the company's development strategy, everything is up for investment. In the future, my thought is to focus on real estate for now. Zhao Pingan explained one by one, each point was very detailed. As he spoke more and more, the faces of everyone present grew increasingly dark. Every word, every punctuation mark he said pierced their hearts like needles. According to the investigation, this guy had just come out after 3 years in prison. Why did his explanations seem deeper than their own understanding? Hearing him speak felt like a sudden enlightenment, a refreshing clarity. After Zhao Pingan finished explaining the last term, he smiled at Su Tianlong. "Mr. Su, you can kneel down and call me dad now, make it louder, my ears aren't good lately." Upon hearing this, the entire room fell into dead silence. Su Tianlong's eyes bulged as if they might pop out of his sockets, his mouth could fit a goose egg. His mind buzzed, completely unable to think. How did this guy truly know? Not just him, Ouyang Hai was also dumbfounded, for Zhao Pingan was not just throwing ideas, some of his concepts were even more advanced and feasible than he had thought. Suddenly, he remembered his father's parting words, "Zhao Pingan can ensure the Ouyang family's prosperity for 100 years. Could it be, he is a business genius, seemingly foolish yet wise? Zhang Shuang was also stunned into a daze. Just a moment ago, she thought he was useless, not realizing his deep understanding of business. In the company, he wasn't unaware but was just saving face for himself. Thinking of this, Zhang Shuang wished she could find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Zhao Pingan saw him frozen and reminded, "Mr. Su, don't just stand there, quickly kneel down and call me dad." "Do I need to do it myself?" The crowd finally regained their senses and looked at Su Tianlong with sympathy. Su Tianlong forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, pretending to be cheerful. Mr. Zhao really knows how to joke. We're all adults, yet we are betting like children, haha. Just now was merely a joke between you and me, it doesn't count, it doesn't count. With all the wealthy elites in Tianhai real estate present, how could he kneel down and call dad afterwards? He absolutely could not kneel. Zhao Pingyan spoke coldly, who the hell is joking with you? If you don't kneel, I will take action myself. The smile on Su Tianlong's face abruptly stopped, wishing he could kill him, but with so many people watching, losing his temper would be shameful. He looked to Ouyang Hai for help. Ouyang Hai was in a state of turmoil. What exactly was going on with Zhao Pingyan? He accidentally caught Su Tianlong's gaze and quickly looked away. During such a moment, it was best to pretend to know nothing. Su Tianlong was furious, cursing inwardly, and looked at others for support. Some diverted their gazes, while others forced themselves to say, Mr. Zhao, it was just a joke, please don't take it seriously. We all work in Tianhai, it's best not to make things difficult. I think Mr. Su was just joking. They had known Su Tianlong for a longer time and felt they had to help him when it came down to it. However, while they were speaking, suddenly, smash! Zhao Pingyan suddenly reached out, landing a heavy palm on Su Tianlong's shoulder. His chair shattered, he himself crashed through it and knelt on the ground. Everyone stopped speaking, looking in disbelief. The chair broke? Was this guy even human? Zhao Pingyan withdrew his hand with satisfaction, saying lightly, there's just one more thing to say. Of course, you can choose not to fulfill the bet, but I don't mind smashing your head. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone dared not speak further and could only watch helplessly. Su Tianlong's eyes were bloodshot, rage making his whole body tremble. This was shame he had never experienced before in his life. He snarled, fine, I dare to call, but will you dare to agree? Call. Dad. Su Tianlong roared like thunder, his voice filled with infinite anger. Zhao Pingyan replied calmly, good son, get up now. By the way, our relationship is a secret, don't call me that in public, call me that quietly when no one's around. Killing and crushing the heart. You. Su Tianlong was so furious, his eyes were about to pop out. Just at that moment, the person in charge of the auction walked onto the stage. Seeing them come up, everyone quickly shifted their gaze. Su Tianlong still wanted to say something, but the person in charge had already arrived, so he could only hold back and sit in a nearby spot. The person in charge talked about the 140 plot and mentioned the advantages of development. Finally, the host said, the auction officially begins now, starting price 60 million. 70 million. 80 million. 90 million. Everyone raised their paddles. This land could be used for real estate development, and once the building was completed, it could sell for at least 1 billion. 200 million. Ouyang Hai raised his paddle. He absolutely must obtain this piece of land. 500 million. A voice came through, it was Zhao Pingyan again. Hearing this number, the scene fell silent once more. The bid was too high, it was simply disruptive. Mr. Zhao, that's too high. Zhang Shuang quickly reminded him. 500 million was just the land price, calculating building costs and other expenses would also take several hundred million. Would it even be profitable? Zhao Pingyan laughed, not high, I think it's worth it, and I really like this land. In the front row, Ouyang Hai's face quickly darkened. He was indeed here for revenge. 500 million could get him the land with some profit, but it was too little. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his paddle again, 530 million. Zhao Pingyan quickly raised his paddle, 700 million. You. Ouyang Hai was furious, instinctively turning his head, his mouth almost spewing fire. How could the auction be like this? This was clearly sabotaging. Buying the land for 700 million would leave pain for the profit, he was doing this on purpose. What are you looking at? The richest man in Tianhai has no money? If you don't have money, don't compete. Zhao Pingyan sneered, having a bad impression of Ouyang Hai. Previously it didn't matter, but just now he didn't even act as a referee, clearly biased. 1 billion. Suddenly, Su Tianlong raised his paddle, expressionless, I want this land, whoever blocks me, I'll kill. 1 billion. Who dares to compete with me? He sneered in his heart, at this price, to acquire the land, the plan had to be perfect to avoid losing money. Does Zhao Pingyan think his new official position means he can have things easy? He could let him have his 3 fires, but that fire must surely burn him. 1,100 million. Zhao Pingyan showed no hesitation. 1,300 million. Su Tianlong also didn't hesitate and immediately spoke, mockingly saying, I said, no one can outbid me. I've decided on this land. Everyone collectively looked at Zhao Pingyan, expecting him to bid again. Mr. Zhao, you can't raise your bid any further. Zhang Shuang, anxious, had sweat beads on her forehead, explaining, at this price, building will result in a loss. It's too wasteful of energy, resources, and finances. Zhao Pingyan contemplated for a moment. If it's going to lose money, then forget it. Let's go. After saying this, he stood up and walked away. Everyone was dumbfounded. He just says no and leaves? What about the fierce attitude that intimidated others just now? I can't believe it's really you. As Zhao Pingyan walked out of the auction venue, a figure in uniform, wearing high heels, ran over from the side. Qi Tianjiao? Zhao Pingyan felt a headache. How does this woman never go away? Seeing his expression, Qi Tianjiao rolled her eyes. This guy was truly lucky. He not only became Ouyang Qian's boyfriend but also turned into Mizia's partner, fully managing the business. The pie just fell from the sky and smashed right on him. Feeling sour, she said, "What's with your attitude? Am I annoying you?" Zhao Pingyan nodded. "Don't doubt it, you are truly annoying." Chapter 24, Driven Mad by Anger. Hearing this, Qi Tianjiao was furious, her anger boiling. He was just an ex-con who came out of prison. If he wasn't so lucky, no one would hire him, and yet he dares to annoy her? Unhappily, she said, "You really think too highly of yourself. One day, you will beg me nicely. Just don't forget your attitude today. Ouyang Qian can't possibly marry him. Yi Yaoqing will eventually abandon him. At that time, he would be nothing." Zhao Pingyan couldn't be bothered to respond and turned to leave. "You?" Qi Tianjiao was fuming, feeling totally wronged. What was this attitude? Yesterday, she had to rescue him from Su Baosher, otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by Zhang Longwang. Now he turns around and shows no gratitude? If she had known it would end like this, she wouldn't have saved him in the first place. She quickly ran to the front of him. "Stop." Qi Tianjiao said, unpleased, "I came specifically to find you. First, I want you to forgive Mr. Wang and not seek revenge on him. Second, I hope we can cooperate. My company mainly supplies building materials. You coming to the land auction means you want to enter the real estate market, and I hope you can source from Qi. Once I secure this contract, no one in the family will criticize me anymore. Instead, I will be treated like a cash cow." Zhao Pingyan felt a headache at these words. He never intended to do business. He agreed to Yi Yaoqing because he couldn't stand her gaze and came here to escape Zhang Shuang's taunts. But continuing to do business seemed far too boring. To prevent her from continuing to pester him, he casually said, "Ask Secretary Zhang to discuss with her." After speaking, he planned to leave. Qi Tianjiao gritted her teeth. How dare he dismiss her? Indeed, no man is a good one. Once they gain power, they forget the past. He had chased after her onto the plane and then pursued her to the restaurant. Now, she followed closely beside him, her tone softened, weakly saying, "Pingyan, after all, we had a marriage agreement. Could you please help me out and give me the order? I beg you." After saying this, she winked. Zhao Pingyan felt a wave of goosebumps at such a tone and glanced at Qi Tianjiao, who seemed to have a split personality. Just then, a figure walked over. "He can't give you the order because he didn't acquire the land today." Su Baosher looked at him with rage and disdain. He was fully aware of everything that had happened at the auction and had rushed over, glaring at Zhao Pingyan with jealousy. "Young Master Su?" Qi Tianjiao exclaimed excitedly, "We meet again. You look even more vibrant than before, you're every girl's dream. What do you mean by didn't acquire the land?" She still intended to cooperate with Tianlong Group, so she needed to flatter him. Su Baosher cast another disdainful glance at Zhao Pingyan, then smiled and said, "President Qi, you probably don't know that Lot 140 has already been won by Tianlong Group. And Tianlong Group will be developing it. This Mr. Zhao in front of you, unable to compete with my family, left in embarrassment. How could he give you an order?" Qi Tianjiao was stunned. She thought Zhao Pingyan becoming Yi Yaoqing's partner meant he would be bold and decisive. She never expected he hadn't secured the land. She shot a harsh glare at Zhao Pingyan, dissatisfied. "You didn't tell me you didn't get the land? You owe me for this. Next time, you must give me the contract." "There won't be a next time." Su Baosher immediately interjected, no longer hiding his disdain, speaking arrogantly, "Zhao, from today on, I Su Baosher declare war on you. From now on, Tianlong Group must insert itself into any of your business. Anything you want, my Tianlong Group must acquire. Within a month, I will make Miss Yi disappointed in you and trample you underfoot." The strategy was set by his father the night before, so there was no need to hide it. The day he stopped being Miss Yi's partner would come a thousandfold retaliation. "Foolish horse." Zhao Pingyan simply uttered two words. "What did you say?" Su Baosher was furious, saying foolish dog was nothing, but calling him a foolish horse was unacceptable. "Young Master Su, don't get agitated." Qi Tianjiao quickly intervened, seeing the situation turning bad. Although Zhao Pingyan was not well regarded, she couldn't let him stir up trouble. Now he had a status, what if one day he didn't? Su Baosher was different, he was the heir of Tianlong Group, and that would never change. He turned and scolded, Zhao Pingan, you quickly apologized to young Master Su. Do you know that yesterday at Dragon Court KTV, it was young Master Su who saved you? He is your lifesaver. Don't be ungrateful, hurry and apologize. After speaking, he kept signaling. He saved me? Zhao Pingan chuckled, looking at Su Baoshi. Su Baoshi, who had been fierce, suddenly felt a bit guilty upon hearing this. However, Qi Tianjiao didn't notice. Continuing, she said, otherwise? Do you think Zhang Longwang would have let you go? It was all thanks to young Master Su personally asking Zhang Longwang. Hurry and apologize, this is for your own good, got it? Smack. Zhao Pingan suddenly slapped Su Baoshi across the face without warning. I absolutely detest liars. Did you save me this time? Su Baoshi felt dizzy from the beating, 2 streams of blood flowing from his nose. This guy was unreasonable, attacking without a word. Qi Tianjiao was stunned, staring blankly. Zhao Pingan, what are you doing? Smack. Zhao Pingan struck back with another slap. You can lie, but don't let me hear it. If you don't tell the truth, there's more beating to come. In the Mingdu prison, thousands of people, including the warden, dared not lie in front of him. There was a guy named Louis who claimed to be the king of assassins and lied in front of Zhao Pingan, only to have him cut his backside with a small knife, opening dozens of mouths. I didn't do anything. I did nothing. Su Baoshi was so angry he was about to explode, but he couldn't fight back. All he could do was be trampled upon. Zhao Pingan lost interest and simply said, this guy looks decent, but he's full of bad intentions, stay away from him, or you'll get sold out and still count his money. After saying that, he turned and left. Qi Tianjiao watched Zhao Pingan walk far away before she came back to her senses, hurriedly comforting, young Master Su, are you okay? Does it hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital? I can accompany you. She also had to show her concern after taking the order from him. Su Baoshi struggled to retract his gaze and wiped his nosebleed. No need, just a small injury. He looked at Qi Tianjiao again. Today, I finally understand what it means for a petty person to become arrogant. Having become Monsieur's business partner, he doesn't even acknowledge my life-saving grace. I shouldn't have saved him yesterday. Ah. Qi Tianjiao was a bit dizzy and momentarily didn't know whom to believe. Su Baoshi didn't continue the topic further, smiled and said, Miss Qi, don't worry, I won't hold a grudge against you because of your relationship with Zhao Pingan. Business is business, personal is personal. You want the order, right? No problem, let's meet tonight at the Tianhai Hotel restaurant to talk specifics. Unable to fight Zhao Pingan, he'd take advantage of his woman. They were engaged, anyway? Just right, tonight he'd let him taste the flavor. Really? Qi Tianjiao forgot everything and was overjoyed. Thank you, young Master Su, for the opportunity. The Qi family will definitely provide the best quality. Young Master Su, it's almost noon now. If it's convenient for you, shall we go to Tianhai Hotel for a meal? She wanted to finalize the contract as soon as possible. Su Baoshi shook his head, not now, now. As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly ran inside. My dad has been angered to the point of fainting by Zhao Pingan. When Su Baoshi walked in, Su Tianlong had already regained consciousness, sitting on a chair panting heavily, still angry inside. He felt ashamed to kneel down and call Zhao Pingan dad. Spending 1.3 billion on a piece of land, losing money. Losing both fortune and resources. Dad, how are you? Su Baoshi rushed in, full of worry. Su Tianlong waved his hand, not in the mood to look at his son, slowly standing up and clasping his fists. Dear colleagues, you all saw what happened just now, so I won't hide anything. I want to ask, is there anyone willing to develop this with me? The conference room was silent, everyone looking at Su Tianlong as if he were a fool. That piece of land was worth at most 6 to 7 billion, anymore and it would lose money. He spent 1.3 billion, whoever invested would lose money. Only a fool would invest. Now that Su is safe, I'm relieved. I have other matters, so I'll take my leave. I suddenly remembered I have another meeting. My wife is celebrating her 80th birthday today. One by one, people began to leave. They hadn't left earlier because Su Tianlong fainted, and they wanted to see the situation, but upon hearing about money, there was no door. Su Tianlong clenched his fists, cursing in his heart that they were all petty people. If more companies invested, each one would only lose a few tens of millions. Slowly, he turned to Ouyang Hai, clasping his fists. Brother Ouyang, I can only rely on you, please help me once. Ouyang Hai sat there in a daze. He was thinking about Zhao Pingan. Not only did he have better business insight than himself, but he could also pull back just in time and set Su Tianlong up. He was simply a talent. It seems the old man might be right, he could indeed protect the family for 100 years of prosperity. How great would it have been if we had never driven him away? Should we let our daughter step in again? Brother Ouyang? Can you help relieve my brother's pressure? I would be extremely grateful. Su Tianhai spoke again. I can't do this alone, this piece of land is mortgaged for a maximum of 3 billion. We need to pay Qi the transfer fee and there's still a 10 billion gap. Although our assets are worth over 100 billion, our liquid funds are not much. If we take everything out, the company is done for. Ah, you mean to invest, right? No problem. However, I need to discuss it with the board. I'll let you know as soon as I have news. I'm heading back to the meeting now. Yang Hai casually found an excuse to brush him off and stood up to leave. Su Baosher became anxious. Dad, what do we do? After paying the transfer fee, the company will have no liquid funds left. It's very likely to go bankrupt. Su Tianlong's eyes flickered with shadows, coldly saying, what are you panicking about? If they won't help, then they can beg us. Although Master Ji Sr. hasn't arrived yet, Master Gu can still let Ouyang Qian come through for us once more. If she helps us, not to mention a few billion, her people and her family wealth will all be yours. Su Baosher felt a surge of excitement. Zhao Pingan did not return to the company but went straight back to Yunding Tiangong instead. After much thought, he decided he had to come clean with Yi Yaoqing. He couldn't keep doing business here. As he reached the entrance of Yunding Tiangong, he heard Gu Qingming's voice from inside. Yaoqing, even though you say Zhao Pingan is Kai Chongyang's student, he is still just a student. Besides, Kai Chongyang ultimately ended up in prison, and his student isn't trustworthy. You'd better be cautious. Feng Banian added, yes, especially since you fell out with your family this time. Your father is bearing the pressure for you to come to Tianhai. If you don't achieve results, your life will be ruined. You should be careful not to trust him easily. Zhao Pingan stood outside, feeling amused. After helping them both heal, they talked behind his back, and they were the commandant and officials of the provincial city, no less. He didn't rush in, wanting to see how Yi Yaoqing would respond. Yi Yaoqing stood firmly. Uncle Gu, Uncle Feng, please rest assured. I have tested him, he is very upright. As for the methods he uses, it's inconvenient for me to disclose. But, he is someone you can trust unconditionally. Gu Qingming and Feng Banian were stunned by her attitude, frowning, feeling something unusual in the air. Yi Yaoqing didn't explain further, proactively saying, Uncles, you have a lot of work in the province, right? You carry the hopes of the whole province, so don't waste your time on me. The two exchanged glances, shaking their heads with a sigh. Gu Qingming stood up, seriously saying, remember, never have the intent to harm others, but always be on guard against others. Zhao Pingan went to prison. Feng Banian also warned, if you notice anything unusual about him, contact me immediately, I'll handle him. Just then, the door opened. Zhao Pingan walked in as if he had just learned they were there, surprised. Oh, you guys are here. I was looking for you. I forgot to say yesterday, the treatment I gave you and the medication might have side effects, meaning your condition could become more serious than before. The two were a bit stunned. How did he come in? However, they were more concerned about themselves, quickly asking, so, is there a way to deal with the side effects? It was hard to recover. If it became worse, they might as well be dead. Yes. Zhao Pingan casually said, starting today, use Huanglian like tea leaves and drink it for a month, and you'll be cured. But Yi Yaoqing couldn't help but burst into laughter, giving Zhao Pingan a resentful glance, knowing he had overheard their conversation and said this on purpose. Using Huanglian as tea? That would be bitter enough to kill someone. Gu Qingming and Feng Banian felt heat rising to their faces. Both were smart and understood what he meant. Gu Qingming awkwardly said, Zhao Pingan, stop joking. How can Huanglian be used as tea? Zhao Pingan casually replied, believe it or not, but the consequences are yours to bear. Don't come looking for me when the side effects kick in. Both of their faces twisted in despair, knowing he was deliberately messing with them, but he was the doctor, after all. His medical skills are remarkable, his words are terrifying. I dare not ignore him. The phone is ringing. Feng Banian muttered, then picked up the phone, pretending to say, oh, then approve it. List plot 140 in Tianhai City as a key development area. Send out the documents tomorrow. That's it. After finishing, he intentionally glanced at Zhao Pingan, making sure he heard. A simple sentence, how could it not be worth billions? At least tens of billions. First, to thank for the prescription. Second, to stop torturing him. Quickly say whether there are side effects or not. Plot 140? Zhao Pingan felt a bit dazed. Isn't that the land for today's auction? To be a key development area? Doesn't that mean the Su family won't lose money, but will actually earn it? Gu Qingming, unaware of Zhao Pingan's confusion, thought he felt the chips were insufficient. He also picked up the phone. What? The front line is in urgent need of hemostatic medicine? Then procure it. Okay, I'll hold a meeting when I get back. After hanging up, he secretly glanced at Zhao Pingan. Zhao Pingan. Yi Yaoqing scolded lightly. Both uncles had already given their chips, so stop torturing him. A doctor does not speak nonsense. Quickly tell me whether there are side effects or not. Zhao Pingyan looked at her and casually replied, actually, drinking it for 29 days can negate the side effects. Gu Qingming and Feng Banian both felt a wave of darkness, they were sure he was playing with people. However, they didn't dare to wager their bodies, so they could only obediently go back and drink the bitter lotus water, bidding farewell and leaving the villa. Yi Yaoqing sent the two away, then swiftly walked to Zhao Pingyan's side, hooking her arm in his, alluringly saying, "Why are you back so soon? Do you miss me? No problem, you can do whatever you want. Sister has been eager for this." As she spoke, she blinked affectionately, as if expecting something. Eager for this? Zhao Pingyan felt his body losing control again. Chapter 26, Ordinary Family. Giggle. Yi Yaoqing saw his expression and laughed brightly, finding Zhao Pingyan increasingly interesting, fearless in front of Gu Qingming and Feng Banian. Yet, she felt anxious about her tricks with women. Biting her lip, she asked, "Brother, you aren't still a little boy, right?" Zhao Pingyan felt embarrassed and cursed the old man fiercely in his heart. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be in this situation. Feeling he wouldn't be able to stand hearing her talk anymore, he shook off her hand, quickly sat on the sofa, and said seriously, "Yi Yaoqing, sit down. I have something to say." He was laying down the cards. If she agreed, they would get married. If she disagreed, they would break the engagement. Yi Yaoqing was bewildered by his attitude and thought for a moment before asking, "Do you want to know why I came to Tianhai? And why it relates to my whole life?" He must have heard about it outside the door. With such an attitude, it must be because of this matter. Why? Zhao Pingyan was indeed curious, but he liked to pry into others' secrets. If Yi Yaoqing hadn't brought it up, he definitely wouldn't have asked. Sigh. Yi Yaoqing sighed, walked over and sat beside him, resting her head on Zhao Pingyan's shoulder with sadness. "Brother, do you remember I said I have a fiancé?" "I remember." Zhao Pingyan replied in despair, "It's himself, how could he not remember?" Yi Yaoqing continued, "He comes from a mysterious family. To get close to this family, I became a victim of the Yi family, and must marry the family's foolish young master. Coming to Tianhai is my gamble with my family. If I can't achieve results, I will have to marry that fool. I don't want to marry." Zhao Pingyan was a bit confused. Her fiancé should be himself, so how did it turn into a fool? "You're not lying to me?" Yi Yaoqing raised her head, looking pitiful. "You heard it, if my fiancé were a normal person, how could it be said that my whole life is ruined?" "That makes sense." Zhao Pingyan nodded, thinking it over simply. If she didn't know about her fiancé being him, it shows the Yi family didn't say, and not only didn't they say, but also wanted to find her a foolish husband, which means, the Yi family wants to break the engagement. That's good too. No need to withdraw, let's just end it directly. Yi Yaoqing blinked her eyes and said, "Pingyan, sister will never marry that fool, so I must achieve results in Tianhai. Can you help my sister?" Zhao Pingyan felt a tickle in his heart from her gaze and said awkwardly, "If you achieve results, will the family still force you into a marriage? Then we will elope." Yi Yaoqing blurted out, "Pingyan, if the family is untrustworthy, will you take your sister away? Your sister is devoted to you. We will find a place where no one knows us, and have many, many kids. You earn money for rice, and I will build the fire to cook." Upon hearing this, Zhao Pingyan suddenly felt less uneasy in his heart. Looking at Yi Yaoqing's beautiful face and star-like eyes, he had the thought of taking her away right then and there. He couldn't help but say, "As long as you don't abandon me, I will surely make you rich and noble." Upon hearing this, Yi Yaoqing trembled slightly. Looking at Zhao Pingyan, she suddenly felt a wonderful sensation blooming inside her, a feeling she had never experienced before. It felt like a spring breeze brushing her face, filling the air with fragrance. Uncontrollably, she closed her eyes and pouted her lips. Zhao Pingyan saw her soft lips and his breath quickened uncontrollably. As for who the old man was, he completely forgot, mimicking the poses he had seen in prison, inching closer. Closer and closer. He could sense her breath, he could feel her warmth. Just then. Ding-dling. The phone suddenly rang. Both of them were startled. Yi Yaoqing opened her eyes, her face resembling the sunset in the sky, behaving uncharacteristically. She turned away, no longer daring to look at Zhao Pingyan. Her fingers, like young shoots, formed fists, silently thinking, could you really have been moved? Zhao Pingyan awkwardly coughed and took out his phone, seeing that the caller was actually Ouyang Qian. He didn't want to answer, but without responding, he didn't know what to say to Yi Yaoqing. "What is it?" he answered the phone. "Come to Tianhai Hotel, I have something to discuss." Ouyang Qian still spoke in a cold, distant tone. "No time." Zhao Pingyan directly hung up, disliking being ordered around. As expected. Just after hanging up, Ouyang Qian called again, "Your master left something when he made the marriage agreement, come and get it." After saying that, she quickly hung up the phone. Zhao Pingyan frowned at the sound of the phone hanging up. Deep down, he didn't want to see Ouyang Qian again, but to deal with the master's matter, he had to go. "I have something to do." "Go ahead." Yi Yaoqing still didn't look at Zhao Ping'an. As Zhao Ping'an left, her phone rang too. It was Zhang Shuang, who recounted the auction event in detail. 140 billion was taken by Tianlong Group? Yi Yaoqing was somewhat surprised. The news about this land was intentionally revealed by Uncle Feng. If they had obtained it in advance and developed it properly, the profits would be substantial. It would also prove her worth in front of the family. But now it was taken away, a huge profit was lost. Just one step away. Miss, the key point is that we could have secured this land for 600 million. It's all Zhao Ping'an's fault for being too impulsive and provoking Su Tianlong, forcing them into competition. It's all Zhao Ping'an's impulsiveness. We lost our first shot. She still didn't think highly of Zhao Ping'an and wanted the miss to dismiss him. Shut up. Yi Yaoqing said darkly, from now on, I don't want to hear any bad words about him from your mouth. If you do, you will immediately return to Dijing. At Tianhai Hotel, in the revolving restaurant. Ouyang Qian wore a white dress, whiter than snow. Her cold demeanor matched with this outfit made her seem like an unattainable fairy, stealing glances from countless people. Where is it? Zhao Ping'an sat down opposite her, stretching out his hand to ask. Ouyang Qian kept looking out the window. Turning to see Zhao Ping'an's attitude, a flash of displeasure crossed her eyes. She coldly said, before you, no one has ever dared to hang up on me. You are the first. She was still angry about Zhao Ping'an hanging up on her 3 times. As the most beautiful woman in Tianhai, countless admirers would show concern for her, not to mention hanging up. Just hearing her voice was like celebrating New Year. Who would bear to hang up? You're talking too much. I'm not here to listen to all that. Where is my master's thing? Zhao Ping'an asked again. What's wrong with hanging up? If it weren't for his master's things, he wouldn't have come at all. Ouyang Qian's eyes flashed with anger, but thinking of her father's words about maintaining good relations, she had to endure it. In a deep voice, she said, I know you are angry about my parents' matters, but I also hope you understand that this world is very realistic. Before you became Miss Ye's partner, you were just a recently released prisoner. And my family, as the richest in Tianhai, has no reason to favor you. The gap in our status is too big. Even now, as Miss Ye's partner, you shouldn't be hostile toward me, you should build a good relationship. It will benefit you greatly. Zhao Ping'an laughed in anger, finding her serious expression even funnier. He sneered, I really don't understand why your family can be so ordinary yet so confident. A family full of self-importance, is it hereditary? Chapter 27, Bought the Hotel. Compared to those guys in prison, a small Tianhai billionaire is indeed not worth mentioning. He doesn't even qualify to enter the underworld prison. What did you say? Ouyang Qian was furious, hearing for the first time that a billionaire's family could be ordinary. No one in Tianhai, no one, would dare say that a billionaire's family is ordinary. She shouted angrily, Zhao Ping'an, I have already been very restrained. Please don't take my tolerance as a capital to run wild. No one in Tianhai has ever dared to speak to me like that. Her shout attracted everyone's attention. Who is this guy? He looks unfamiliar. How dare he provoke Ouyang Qian? Is he tired of living? Zhao Ping'an thought for a moment and felt there was no need to argue with her. You can't reason with women, he slowly said, we just don't get along, so there's no need to talk. Give me the things, and from now on, we will not interfere with each other, and we will never meet again. No. The more Ouyang Qian saw his dismissive attitude, the more uncomfortable she felt. How dare he speak of her like that? She exploded, you must clarify your words. Why this attitude? What have I done wrong to you? If you don't clarify, I won't give it. Marriage was something he had backed out of. At the racetrack, he also told him not to gamble, for his own good. Last night's meeting was also for his own good, asking him to apologize. Today, being able to sit here was just luck. If he hadn't become Miss Yi Yaoqing's partner, Su Baosher would have ruined him countless times. Zhao Ping'an casually said, there's nothing I can't forgive, I just simply don't like your attitude. Before he could finish his sentence. This is called style, a cold and aloof demeanor. A voice came from the side. A young man in a suit walked over, concerned, Chen Shen, there's no need to get angry with this small fry who has achieved a little success. His existence is just irritating, if you take him seriously, you'll lose. Ouyang Qian completely ignored him, turning her head away, still very angry. The young man didn't mind, he was used to Ouyang Qian's attitude. He looked at Zhao Ping'an from a high position and said, Zhao Ping'an, Miss Ye's partner, really thinks he's something, daring to make my goddess angry at Tianhai Hotel. Have you thought about how to leave? He is Zhao Ping'an? Miss Ye's partner? Who is this young man? Lower your voice, this is the prince of Tianhai Hotel, Zhang Meng, a loyal pursuer of Ouyang Qian. No wonder he has the guts to say how Zhao Ping'an should leave, it turns out he's the prince. The diners started murmuring, even stopping their meals to watch. Zhao Ping'an sneered, what about it? Jiang Meng raised his hand and shook his wrist, looking down at him. 2 years ago, a boss spoke rudely to Qian Qian at Tianhai Hotel, and I broke his teeth one by one, then made him crawl out on his knees. Later, I hung a sign at the hotel entrance with that boss's name and "dogs not allowed." It hung for a whole month, not only leaving him toothless but also making him lose face. The diners gasped. That was too ruthless. So, are you going to break my teeth? Zhao Pingyan asked with a smile. Jiang Meng mocked, not to that extent, but... Who made you, this little person, so lucky to become Monsieur's partner? Monsieur's face still needs to be taken care of. But, I can write at the hotel entrance, Zhao Pingyan and dogs are prohibited from entering. You can think about it, what would Missy think if she saw this? She knows that you, as her partner, couldn't even get into the biggest restaurant in Tianhai City. How could you still be a partner? If you get expelled by her, what would be the outcome? Jiang Meng loved to conquer others without a fight. Every time he saw his opponent's face turn pale with fear, sweating profusely, he felt the thrill of controlling everything. No need. Ouyang Qian suddenly spoke, knowing very well that Jiang Meng could really do such a thing. Once that sign was posted, Zhao Pingyan's good days would be over. Missy would certainly not want a troublemaker like him. If she knew he was opposing the richest family in Tianhai, she would definitely discard him immediately. Although angry with Zhao Pingyan, he would suffer terribly if he lost his position, but it hadn't come to that extent yet. She said, Jiang Meng, this is none of your business, you can go about your own. Jiang Meng naturally couldn't miss the opportunity to show off, smiling, Chen, it's fine, just leave everything to me. Saying this, he looked back at Zhao Pingyan, threatening, I'll give you one last chance. Apologize to Qian immediately, don't think I'm joking. In Tianhai Hotel, I am the supreme king, my word is law. After he finished speaking, he leaned in a little, taking on a very aggressive stance. Ouyang Qian furrowed her brows, knowing Jiang Meng was taking it too far. The more she tried to persuade him in this moment, the worse it would become. The diners became excited, waiting for the show to begin. Zhao Pingyan didn't take his threats seriously at all. With a faint smile, he said, You're the supreme king? What about your dad? King Dad? You really are a good big son of your dad. No, it should be your mom's good big son. As soon as these words came out, the restaurant fell silent for a few seconds and then erupted in uproarious laughter. King Dad? King 8? And he said he was his mom's good big son? This guy's mouth is too ruthless, a single sentence insulted the whole family. What did you say? Jiang Meng was furious. He never expected Zhao Pingyan would dare to curse at him, snarling, a small person relying on Missy for a living, if you say it nicely, you're a partner, if you say it harshly, you're just a smelly worker, and you dare to curse at me? Fine, since you want to die, I'll smash your rice bowl. Come here, immediately put up the sign. Let him never enter here for the rest of his life. Ouyang Qian, hearing this, stood up urgently, anxiously saying, Jiang Meng, don't be impulsive. There's still room for negotiation. Zhao Pingyan, hurry up and apologize. This is the biggest hotel in Tianhai, high-end banquets are held here. It's a matter of face, if they don't let you in, Missy won't let you go. Zhao Pingyan thought for a moment, knowing that since this place is high-end and he has work to do, he truly cannot be refused. He took out his phone and dialed Zhang Kongding, no matter what method you use, by the Tianhai Hotel within 10 minutes. As for the money, I'll give you the number, go ask him. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes quickly turned to Zhao Pingyan as if they were looking at a fool. Even the waitstaff's expressions changed. The asset of Tianhai Hotel may not be comparable to the richest Ouyang Hai or the newly risen Tianlong Group, but it is still the most luxurious hotel in Tianhai, conservatively valued at over 2 billion. Most importantly, it's stable and profitable, there is absolutely no way it could be sold. And he wants to buy it in 10 minutes? That's just dreaming. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Meng laughed in anger, mocking, I've seen many poor people suddenly get rich, but this is the first time I've seen someone so arrogant. Alright, I'll wait here for 10 minutes and see how you buy it. Ouyang Qian looked disappointedly at Zhao Pingyan, not wanting to advise him anymore. She used to think his sharp tongue was a personality issue, now it seemed that his brain was not normal. Did he think Monsieur's money came from the wind? Just because he said he wants to buy a hotel, he can buy one? This is reality, not a story. So damn arrogant. I think Monsieur will make him leave immediately. Who does he think he is? He wants to buy the Tianhai Hotel, if he can buy it, I'll crawl out on my knees. People around began to discuss. Jiang Meng glanced at his watch and said mockingly, there's still 1 minute left before 10 minutes are up, you'd better hurry, do you want me to give you an extra 30 seconds? He. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator doors opened, and a group of middle-aged men in suits rushed in. They were members of the hotel's legal department, running up to Zhao Pingyan and respectfully saying, Mr. Zhao, here is the acquisition contract for your review. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Chapter 28 Reoccurrence. Really bought it? They even brought the contract? Is this real or fake? Everyone's mind was buzzing. Manager Wang, are you thinking of quitting? Have you teamed up with outsiders to trick me? Zhang Meng did not believe Zhao Ping'an could buy the hotel. You better take the contract back quickly, or I'll have you kicked out immediately. As the young master of Tianhai Hotel, he naturally knew these people. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qian let out a sigh. Yes, it should be fake. Zhao Ping'an becoming Miss Ye's partner, there are many who want to flatter him. It's possible this manager Wang was bribed in advance. But at that moment, Zhang Meng's phone rang. Dad? What's wrong? I'm at the hotel? You little brat, what have you offended? Now Zhang Longlong has a gun to my head and is forcing me to sell the hotel. Tianhai Hotel has changed hands. Zhang Meng's father yelled on the other end of the phone. Ah? Zhang Meng was stunned and instinctively replied, I didn't offend anyone, it's just that I got. Before he could finish, he finally realized Zhao Ping'an's call was to Zhang Longwang. Cold sweat instantly dripped down, his face turned pale. Another group of people rushed over, led by the hotel general manager Li Weiman. Li Weiman rushed to Zhao Ping'an and respectfully said, Mr. Zhao, my name is Li Weiman, the hotel general manager. From now on, I will wholeheartedly serve you. Seeing Li Weiman appear, the surrounding diners began to tremble. Could the legal department be bribed, and was the general manager also bribed? So the only reason for the scene in front of them was that the hotel was truly bought by Zhao Ping'an. How is this possible? Ouyang Qian seemed to see a ghost, even though it was happening before her eyes, she couldn't believe it. How could Ji Yaoqing support him like this, allowing him to act recklessly? Bang! Zhang Meng's phone dropped, and he suddenly realized he had underestimated Zhao Ping'an. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Zhao Ping'an calmly asked, do you still want to write that sign from before? Zhang Meng's sweat poured down. No, I dare not. Zhao Ping'an smiled and said, you may not dare, but I do. Li Weiman, put up a sign at the hotel entrance stating that Zhang Meng and his father are banned from entering. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Zhang Meng with sympathy. You, don't go too far. Zhang Meng angrily said, unsure if he was referring to himself or his father. If you say another word, I will use your own method to knock out all your teeth and make you crawl out like a dog. Zhao Ping'an said calmly and added one word, get out. Zhang Meng dared not speak back and left in disgrace. Seeing Zhang Meng leave, Ouyang Qian gritted her teeth and said, Zhao Ping'an, have you thought about the consequences of using Yi Yaoqing's money to do as you please? If one day, Yi Yaoqing kicks you out, you will die a terrible death. Not just him, everyone had the same thought. Although Miss Yi was wealthy, money didn't come easily. Can they really just buy Tianhai Hotel? Sooner or later, Miss Yi will look down on him. The money is mine, what I lack the least is money. Zhao Ping'an replied lightly and did not want to continue this topic. Where are the things? Give them to me. No. Ouyang Qian stomped her foot in anger. For the first time in her life, she was so furious that she wanted to cry. She exploded, Zhao Ping'an, let me tell you, I am who I am, regardless of whether you like me or not, I cannot change. I'm not living for you. You can be arrogant, let's see how long you can be arrogant. One day, you will come to beg me. After speaking, she turned and left, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Zhao Ping'an frowned, her attitude had nothing to do with him, but why leave without giving what the master left behind? Thinking of future opportunities, he decided not to chase after her. Ouyang Qian lay on the living room sofa when she got home. Qian, how did the reconciliation go? Ouyang Hai asked with concern. He had been waiting at home for news and did not go to work. You can tell just by looking at Qian that little person bullied her. Lu Yemei said angrily, you're just as worthless, letting our daughter try to reconcile with him. What is he? Just someone who has gained temporary success, he will soon become a stray dog. No way, I have to scold him. As she spoke, she took out her phone to contact Zhao Ping'an. Ouyang Hai felt sorry for his daughter and thought that Zhao Ping'an might not be able to hold his ground, so he didn't stop her. When the call connected, Lu Yemei immediately said, you little loser, how dare you bully my Qian, do you really think you're something, hung up. Lu Yemei was so furious that she was about to explode. She called again, but when he didn't answer, she started texting him insults. Ouyang Hai thought for a moment and said, Qian, this time Dad was narrow-minded. Zhao Ping'an isn't worth you confronting. In the future. As he spoke, he sensed something was wrong. Looking at it from another angle, he realized his daughter had fallen asleep. After a few nudges, there was no reaction. He was immediately anxious, saying, Qian, wake up. Ouyang Qian still did not respond and continued to sleep soundly. Qian. Lu Yemei's face went pale with fear, and she pushed Ouyang Qian, flustered, you were better, why are you asleep again? That Zhao waste couldn't even cure this little illness. I'll find him. He tried to contact Zhao Ping'an again, only to find he had been blocked. Ouyang Hai panicked and said, "I'll go boil some medicine." Soon, he brought over the previous medicine for Ouyang Qian to drink but got no reaction at all. That Zhao, he must have made Shanxian's illness relapse. "If I catch him, I'll kill him," Lu Yimei said with clenched fists, feeling agitated. "First, I'll find Su Baoshi." Tianlong Group, chairman's office. The phone was ringing incessantly. Su Tianlong saw the name Ouyang Hai and smiled coldly, thinking, "Looking for me? Go ahead and worry." Standing up, slightly respectful, he said, "Master Gu, thank you for your hard work. This is just a small token of appreciation, not a formal gift." He handed over a bank card. Master Gu, with a mysterious expression, nodded and accepted the card, saying, "This time the appearance is the same as last time, but the method is different. Using last time's medicine will not wake her." Su Tianlong's lips tightened. Of course, he knew what that meant, and handed over another bank card. "This is also Master Ji's reward." Only then did Master Gu look satisfied. "I am tired today, so I'll go back to rest." "Master Gu, take care." The father and son bid farewell to Master Gu and returned to the office. "Dad, when can I go save Ouyang Qian?" Su Baoshi asked impatiently, thinking of transforming Ouyang Qian into his woman, his heart racing. "What's the rush? The one worrying now isn't us but the Ouyang family." Su Tianlong sat back in his chair, a cold smile on his face. "You must remember, stay calm in critical matters. If you rush over now, you will be looked down upon. Wait until Ouyang Hai comes to beg me, obediently bringing money, then it's not too late to go. Don't rush, the latest is tonight." Su Baoshi nodded, not wanting to wait even a moment longer. The sooner, the better. Suddenly, he thought of another woman waiting for his attention. He said, "Dad, can I go meet a friend first?" "Don't worry, I'll rush back as soon as I get your call." Su Tianlong nodded. Su Baoshi quickly turned and left, sending a message to Qi Tianjiao to meet her at the hotel immediately. Receiving the message, Qi Tianjiao didn't hesitate to put down her work, fixed her makeup in the mirror, and rushed nonstop to Tianhai Hotel. Chapter 29, A Restaurant Encounter. Tianhai Hotel, Western Restaurant. It was a top choice for many high-end people. It was not only Tianhai City's most upscale Western restaurant but also located on the 48th floor, overlooking the entire Tianhai City. It gave an unparalleled feeling. "Young Master Su, you're here." Qi Tianjiao wore a black work outfit. Her body was wrapped in a perfect curve, and when Su Baoshi appeared, she quickly stood up to greet him. Su Baoshi saw Qi Tianjiao, and a wicked flash passed through his eyes. He smiled and said, "There was some traffic on the way, sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss Qi. Please, take a seat." Qi Tianjiao felt a surge of excitement when she heard him call her Miss Qi, realizing that this was a business discussion. Excitedly, she replied, "I just arrived as well. Please, sit down, young Master Su." Su Baoshi smiled and sat down, saying, "Miss Qi, I don't like wasting words. I prefer to get straight to the point. You want the supply contract for Block 140, right? But this contract is worth between 150 million to 200 million. From what I know, Qi's total assets are only around 500 million. Do you have the ability to handle this?" Qi Tianjiao felt even happier as he got straight to the point, knowing that things were going smoothly. If he didn't want to discuss, he wouldn't have come. She sat up straight and said seriously, "Young Master Su, although Qi's has never had such a large order, we are an old brand in Tianhai, with guaranteed credibility. Since I dare to propose cooperation, I am confident that I can ensure supply. To be honest, this afternoon I already contacted upstream suppliers, and they also assured me they can supply." Su Baoshi narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing her sitting upright, certain parts of her body became even more alluring. He swallowed and said, "Guarantees aren't enough. There are many suppliers in Tianhai, some bigger than Qi's, some with more seniority than Qi's. You're not outstanding. So, it's not about me needing a reason from you, it's about you needing to give me a reason to shut the mouths of other suppliers." His words came out naturally, flawless and seamless. This. Qi Tianjiao was speechless for a moment. Indeed, compared to other suppliers, Qi's didn't have any advantages. Su Baoshi saw the timing was right and said, "I heard you are Zhao Ping'an's fiancé?" "Huh?" Qi Tianjiao was caught off guard. This was the part of her past she most didn't want to mention. She wasn't sure why, but if she had known Zhao Ping'an would become a partner with Miss Yi, she might have considered getting along with him. But now, it was impossible. He had tricked Ouyang Qian. It's just a childhood engagement, a joke. It's all in the past, Qi Tianjiao awkwardly laughed and said, "Now, we're at most familiar strangers." Outside the auction house, seeing that Su Baoshi had a bad relationship with Zhao Ping'an, she couldn't act too familiar with him. Did you sleep together?" Su Baoshi smiled knowingly. "Ha?" Qi Tianjiao was once again stunned. How could he ask a girl such a question? But thinking about the order, she could only answer. She shook her head and said, "We just met a few days ago, and we haven't even held hands." "Young Master Su, let's talk about the cooperation, please." "Haven't even held hands?" Su Baosher's heart bloomed with joy. After all this time, Zhao Pingan, that useless man, hadn't even gotten that far. He smiled and said, "We are talking business now, Miss Chi. Just now I asked you what advantages you have compared to other companies. Now, the advantage is clear. The presidential suite bed at Tianhai Hotel is very soft. I'd like to invite Miss Chi upstairs to try it. We can talk about the contract while sitting. I believe we can definitely cooperate, huh? Once she agrees, I'll have someone secretly film the process and send it to Zhao Pingan. What would he feel like seeing his fiancée, whom he hasn't even held hands with, being toyed with by me? Young Master Su, what are you talking about?" Shi Tianjiao was stunned. In her impression, Su Baosher was a graceful young master, completely unexpected to say such things. She continued, I just want to cooperate with you in business. And that's what I'm saying. Su Baosher said heavily. You know very well that I have a bad relationship with Zhao Pingan. As long as you spend one night with me, let me arrange everything. The supply for Block 140 is yours. Qi Tianjiao's face suddenly turned bright red, her heart aching as she said, Young Master Su. Before she could finish, Su Baosher raised his hand to interrupt. I don't want to hear nonsense. Will you go, or not? This is tens of millions in profit. To be honest, this money is enough to hire dozens of female stars, but I only want you, and just for one night. And after that, no contract. In the future, if you threaten with videos, you can treat her as a plaything. Qi Tianjiao resolutely said, Young Master Su, everything I have today is achieved step by myself. I am not that kind of person, I'm sorry. After saying that, she stood up and left. Stop. Su Baosher's face darkened. This woman actually disagreed. He coldly said, You don't really think that with Zhao Pingan backing you, you can look down on me, right? To tell you the truth, in my eyes, Zhao Pingan is just garbage. From today onwards, the Tianlong group will oppose him everywhere. The 140 plots are just the first step. Within half a month, Missy will see his total failure. At that time, he will be driven away. Without Missy backing him, what is he even worth? Qi Tianjiao stopped for a moment, actually feeling worried about Zhao Pingan's future. Just then. Ah. A sigh came from a distance. Some people, even when slapped in the face, still don't feel the pain. It's really cheap. Hearing this voice, the two looked over at the same time. Zhao Pingan? Qi Tianjiao was stunned. Zhao Pingan. Su Baosher shivered in fright. How did he come here? Zhao Pingan was also helpless. After lunch, he took a casual nap at the hotel, just woke up, and was thinking about getting something to eat when he unexpectedly heard a dog barking as soon as he entered. Walking in front of Su Baosher, he asked lightly, Didn't I remind you of something? Su Baosher was so scared that beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead. He remembered very well that he was reminded not to say bad things behind his back and had already been beaten. Nervously said, Zhao. Don't talk. Zhao Pingan interrupted, First, slap yourself. Pa. Without mercy, he delivered 2 slaps, both landing on one side. This sound made all the customers look over. Who is this guy? The one being hit is young Master Su of Tianlong Group? The Su family is a newly rising power in Tianhai, and someone actually dares to hit young Master Su? Everyone found it unbelievable. Young Master Su's status among the rich in Tianhai was at the top level. He only ever hit others who would dare to touch him. Zhao Pingan, what are you doing? Qi Tianjiao panicked and quickly blocked him. Bang! Su Baosher slammed the table, his face twisted in anger, roaring, You surname Zhao, you think you can just hit me and it's over? What else are you besides being able to hit? Daring to come to this Western restaurant, take a piss and look at yourself. Do you even deserve to eat Western food? Zhao Pingan remained calm and said, Indeed, hitting you isn't over, but you can take a piss and look at yourself. What are you, to come to Tianhai Hotel? You. Su Baosher's eyes were about to split, wishing to charge at him, but he couldn't win, thought for a moment, and sat back down, gritting his teeth, a reckless man, a vulgar fellow. Saying this, he pulled out a black card from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Do you know what this is? I'll tell you, this is the Emperor's treatment card. Chapter 30 Who Dares Not to Retreat? The card was completely black, with a golden cloud sea pattern, mysterious yet luxurious. This is the Supreme VIP card of Tianhai Hotel? Oh my god, I heard that the Supreme VIP card of Tianhai Hotel only has 7 issued to the public, and only given to distinguished guests. I never thought young Master Su has one? This VIP card exempts all dining fees, and the presidential suite is at a discount. Tianhai Hotel actually gave it to young Master Su. It must be because they value Su family's development potential. Customers around began to discuss. Qi Tianjiao stared wide-eyed, very shocked. She had heard of it before, but seeing it for the first time, it was said that having this card would allow one to enjoy the host's treatment in the hotel. Su Baoshi felt very proud hearing the discussions around him. He won this card in a bet with Zhang Meng. He never had the chance to use it before, unexpectedly it came in handy today. Do you understand the significance of this card now? Su Baoshi sneered, surname Zhao, this card represents not just dining and accommodation discounts, but also recognition from the outside world. Do you have one? Try applying for it? As long as he dared to say he'd apply for the card, Tianhai Hotel would definitely throw him out. Because just as the legends say, besides the one in his hand, the rest were all in the province. At that time, let him be thoroughly humiliated. There's no need, asking for a discount just to eat is too embarrassing. Zhao Pingyan calmly replied, is it because your family spent too much money on land, so you can't even afford a meal, and that's why you want to use your card to eat for free? If that's the case, I can understand, after all, you are poor. Qi Tianjiao secretly glanced over, this guy really has a sharp tongue. What did you say? Su Baoshi was furious, it was clearly a symbol of status, yet he was called poor, thinking of using the privilege of the Supreme VIP card to have the security throw him out. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a disdainful smile, he said, are you trying to provoke me? Good, you've successfully made me angry. Zhao, you say I'm poor, then I want to see how rich you really are. As he spoke, he clapped loudly, waiter, bring me a bottle of One Life, One World, no need to take it off. Upon hearing this name, the customers became excited. One Life, One World. Is that the wine from Taihou Winery? Exactly, apart from Taihou Winery, where else in the world could you find One Life, One World? Everyone knows the 1982 Lafite is expensive, but little do they know, Lafite costs only tens of thousands, while One Life, One World is priced at 950,000, and at Tianhai Hotel, it sells for 1,180,000 per bottle. As he spoke, the waiter brought the wine and said weakly, young Master Su, due to the high price of this wine, the hotel needs to charge your card in advance to prevent customers from skipping out, please understand. No problem. Su Baoshi waved his hand and took out his bank card, swipe it, no password. While saying this, he looked at Zhao Pingyan, you say I'm poor? I drink wine worth 1,180,000 a bottle, can you do that? You, a poor dog relying on Miss Yi, an office worker earning a meager salary, dare you to open a bottle and show me? Do you dare? So he is Zhao Pingyan? Miss Ye's business partner? Oh, it's him, but he really is just a worker, using Miss Ye's money, he can hardly afford it. Young Master Su is spending his own money, in the end, he's just a poor dog. People around whispered, finally understanding Zhao Pingyan's identity. Zhao Pingyan sat across from Su Baoshi, unperturbed, and said with a light smile, sorry, but I'm really not poor. Waiter, I want 2 bottles of that wine. Swipe the card directly. He threw out the card. Zhao Pingyan, you're crazy, spending millions just for a meal, Miss Yi will kill you. Qi Tianjia couldn't help but remind him. Spending thousands or tens of thousands is fine, but 2 bottles of wine costs over 2 million, how could Miss Yi possibly tolerate it? It's okay, just a little money, Zhao Pingyan casually said. So bold, so impressive. Su Baoshi gave a thumbs up, his smile widening, this little man is indeed falling for it. He wants him to get carried away, spend more money, once Miss Yi finds out, she'll definitely fire him. At that moment, he would be like an ant. He laughed and said, however, I am someone who never backs down. If others say I'm poor, I must stand my ground. Waiter, bring me 2 more bottles, I want 1 bottle more than him. Zhao Pingyan immediately responded, bring me 4 more bottles. Su Baoshi lifted his neck, bring me 4 more bottles. Zhao Pingyan struck back, bring me 5 more bottles. Su Baoshi quickly said, bring me 5 more bottles. The two went back and forth, watching the surrounding customers gasp in shock, this is not just wine, this is money. Qi Tianjiao tried to intervene again, but Zhao Pingyan wouldn't listen at all. Bring me 6 more bottles. Zhao Pingyan declared. Bring me 6 more bottles. Su Baoshi was getting more and more excited, he was not far from disaster. Just as he finished speaking, the waiter reminded him that the card balance was insufficient for more than 5 bottles. 5 bottles it is. Su Baoshi didn't feel embarrassed at all, clapping his hands and savoring, Mr. Zhao is really wealthy, spending 20 million for a meal, making me feel inferior. But if Miss Yi finds out you spent 20 million for a meal, what will she think? Will she fire you? Ha ha. After speaking, he stared intently at Zhao Pingyan. The other customers also stared intently, wishing for Zhao Pingyan's misfortune. Qi Tianjiao angrily scolded, you, a small poor man who suddenly has some wealth, are too arrogant. I warned you long ago, he did this on purpose, but you insisted on competing, now, let's see how you explain to Miss Yi. If he walked carefully, he might really have been able to secure his position, but he just had to show off. Now, he's about to lose everything. It seems that breaking off the engagement was the right choice. A man who is too impulsive isn't worth relying on. That's true. Zhao Pingyan nodded, there's really no way to explain this, then we should all return it. Waiter, please return all the wine. I remember, the wine that hasn't been drunk can be returned. Gah! Su Baoshir's smile froze. Qi Tianjiao's expression stiffened. The surrounding customers were dumbfounded. The waiter's mind was buzzing. Can it be played this way? Return all the wine? That way, the money would come back again? Damn it! Su Baoshir was furious, ready to explode. If he returned the wine, Missy would have no reason to punish him, and all his plans would fall apart. Are you kidding me? The wine we bought can be returned? I just want to prove you are a poor dog, not that I want a drink. Why can't it be returned? Zhao Ping'an replied. You? Su Baoshir felt like his eyes were about to explode, his hands clenched into fists, gritting his teeth. You are the poor dog. Poor dog. Zhao Ping'an said calmly. You have the nerve to spend Miss Ye's money. Su Baoshir shouted. Poor dog. Zhao Ping'an replied. You have the nerve not to return it. Su Baoshir yelled. Poor dog. Zhao Ping'an replied. Su Baoshir was going crazy. No matter what he said, Zhao Ping'an only kept saying those two words, and he had indeed not bought anything, leaving him speechless. Suddenly, he remembered the privilege of the Supreme VIP card in his hand, pulled it out, slammed it on the table, and went crazy. Good, Zhao, you dare insult me. Today, I'll show you what privilege is. Waiter, I am the hotel's Supreme VIP, do not allow him to return. Zhao Ping'an casually took out the acquisition contract. I am the boss, who dares not return it to me. Chapter 31, A Boost in Spirits. Seeing this contract, the entire place was dead silent. Some couldn't help but check to confirm, and found that this contract was indeed real, meaning Zhao Ping'an was actually the owner of the Tianhai Hotel. This is impossible. Su Baoshir was dumbfounded, holding the contract in his hands, wishing he could embed his eyes into it to find any clues to prove it was fake, but in the end, he found it was real. Missy actually acquired the Tianhai Hotel. Qi Tianjiao breathed quickly, feeling overwhelmed, unable to believe that something so big had happened without a hint of news. Zhao Ping'an smiled subtly. I have to thank young Master Su for creating such results for the hotel. A meal worth over 20 million can be recorded in history, haha. In an instant, everyone looked at Su Baoshir with a playful expression, battling the hotel owner over who has stronger purchasing power, looking like a fool. Su Baoshir was about to spit blood from being stared at, especially seeing Zhao Ping'an's expression. He really wanted to crush him into dust. Frustrated, he said, what are you pretending for? This is all Miss Ye's property. You are just a hired hand, a little person taking advantage of the situation. He knew very well that he had already lost face today. The longer he stayed, the more embarrassed he would be. He stood up and said, Zhao, you wait for me, one day I will crush you. Waiter, return the wine. Buying 20 million worth of wine is painful, it must be returned. Zhao Ping'an calmly said, today, I will also let you see what privilege is. Waiter, do not return. The waiter quickly stepped back, no longer making a return. You. Su Baoshir was going crazy. This was over 20 million, his entire secret stash. If it wasn't returned, he would have no money left. Through gritted teeth he said, Zhao Ping'an, if you don't return it, do you believe I won't come here to spend again? You open for business, yet you dare not satisfy the requirements of a god? Zhao Ping'an casually replied, the requirements of a god must be satisfied, but you are a dog. Actually, you don't need to not come. From now on, even if you want to come, you won't be allowed in. Inform the front desk, put up a sign at the entrance, from now on, Su Baoshir and his kind are not allowed to enter. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted around them. This guy was so damn wicked. Su Baoshir's face turned purple with rage. As he turned to leave, he realized he forgot the wine, but upon trying to go back in, he was blocked at the entrance of the Tianhai Hotel. Inside the hotel. When did Miss Yi buy the hotel? Qi Tianjiao couldn't help but ask, curious inside. She felt the difference for the first time. She was still being threatened over a contract worth tens of millions in profit, while Miss Yi could casually buy a hotel worth 2 or 3 billion. The gap was too big. Who said she bought it? I bought it. Didn't you see my name on the contract? Zhao Ping'an replied while eating. Cut it out. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? How much is this hotel? Do you have that much? It's just that Miss Yi is using your name. Qi Tianjiao rolled her eyes, not believing him at all. Zhao Ping'an was speechless and too lazy to explain. Seeing he wasn't speaking, Qi Tianjiao smiled softly and said, alright, I won't attack you anymore, but Zhao Ping'an, I suggest you be more genuine in the future. No need to pretend. Are you saying you know I'm at the Western restaurant and came on purpose? Ah? Zhao Ping'an was a bit confused. Qi Tianjiao looked at him seriously and said, Zhao Ping'an, you don't have to act in front of me. Just say what you want to say. Although we can't be together anymore, we can still be friends. You also don't need to secretly follow me. If you want to invite me out for a meal, just ask. As long as I have time, I will agree. He must have been secretly following her today. The reason was simple, he felt pressure while being with Ouyang Qian, and he wasn't in a good mood, thinking how nice she had been to him. Bang! Zhao Ping'an was too lazy to say more, simply put down his chopsticks and left. Qi Tianjie was stunned and asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" "I'm not eating anymore, I feel nauseous," Zhao Ping'an said harshly, leaving in quick steps. She couldn't understand where he got his confidence. Qi Tianjie looked at his departing figure, forced a smile, and said, "Maybe he's embarrassed after I saw through him." Su Baosher left the hotel and went straight home. He opened the door and yelled, "Dad, I want to kill Zhao Ping'an, I want to kill him." The more he thought about it on the way, the angrier he became and couldn't wait to take action. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that he wasn't the only one at home. Ouyang Hai was also there. Su Tianlong frowned and said, shouting and screaming, "What kind of manners are those? Yelling about killing someone? What kind of behavior is that?" Su Baosher felt embarrassed and said, "Sorry, I was wrong." Ouyang Hai waved his hand and angrily said, "It's not Baosher's fault, Zhao Ping'an is indeed very hateful." This time, Jianxian's old illness relapsed because of him. If it weren't for Miss Yi, I would have taught him a harsh lesson, not just Baosher but me too. The two father and son looked at each other. It seemed Zhao Ping'an could take the blame after all, killing two birds with one stone. Ouyang Hai waved his hand and then said, "Let's not talk about that lowly Zhao for now, it's disgusting. Su brother, I agree to invest 650 million to jointly develop Plot 140 with Tianlong Group. I wonder if Baosher can go see Qianqian." Actually, the two had already been talking for a long time. Ouyang Hai knew very well that Su Tianlong was trying to take advantage of the situation, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ouyang Qian was the only daughter, he couldn't let anything happen to her. Business is business, and personal matters are personal. Su Tianlong said seriously, "Qianqian has been Baosher's friend for many years. Even if you don't invest, she still needs treatment. How about this, I will go with Baosher." Soon, the three of them returned to the western suburb manor and went to the bedroom on the second floor. Again, following the method of Master Gu, they used Su Baosher's blood to awaken her. At first, there were some reactions, but later there was simply no effect. "What should we do now?" Lu Yamai panicked, crying and touching her tears. "It's all Zhao Ping'an's fault that my family Qianqian is in such a state, I can't coexist with him." Ouyang Hai was also downcast, he could see that this time, his daughter was asleep even more deeply than last time. At this rate, it would take months to wake up once. What was the difference between that and being a vegetable? Who would inherit the family wealth after he was gone? Is it possible that we used the wrong method? Baosher said the last time you invited Master Gu, he still needed to chant spells. We're just drawing blood now, so naturally, it won't have any effect. Su Tianlong subtly reminded. Hearing his words, it seemed like he didn't recognize Master Gu. Su Baosher felt excited and waited in silence. Sigh. Ouyang Hai sighed, feeling lost, and said, "Brother Su, to be honest, calling Baosher here is just like trying to treat a dead horse as if it were alive, it won't work. Master Gu cannot cure her, last time, Zhao Ping'an was the one who treated her." "How can you say such nonsense?" Lu Yamai got anxious, "We must find Master Gu again, whether it works or not, we cannot give up hope. Hurry and find him." Ouyang Hai could only look for Master Gu. Master Gu had already discussed with Su Tianlong and simply refused a couple of times before heading to the west suburb manor. After examining the situation, he looked serious and said, "Miss Ouyang was indeed angered by a villain, leading to a relapse, and relapses are harder to treat than before. Actually, the villain named Zhao said something right, draining young Master Su's blood helped before. But now, even if we drain young Master Su's blood, it won't have any effect." Upon hearing this, Lu Yamai urgently said, "Master Gu, I beg you, please save Qianqian. You can ask for anything, we must not give up on her, please." Su Baosher squeezed out 2 tears, how could this happen? Qianqian. At this moment, Master Gu shifted his tone. "Actually, there is one more way to save Miss Ouyang, and it can ensure she won't relapse in the future." "What way?" Ouyang Hai asked eagerly. Any bit of hope, he was willing to offer company shares as a reward. Master Gu took a deep breath and said seriously, "To bring joy, young Master Su is Miss Ouyang's fated person. As long as they spend one night together, she will naturally wake up the neqxt day." Everyone was dumbfounded. "You're back?" Zhao Ping'an had just returned to Cloud Top Palace when he heard a voice. He looked forward and saw Yi Yaoqing sitting on the sofa. Unlike before, she wasn't wearing silk pajamas or anything revealing, instead, she was in sportswear with a ponytail. She looked like a vibrant university student walking on campus. Completely different from before. "Just in time, dinner is ready. If you don't eat soon, it will be cold." Yi Yaoqing stood up and smiled. Zhao Ping'an hesitated to recognize her. Was she still the same Yi Yaoqing? Logically, she should be inviting him to eat dumplings. Come over. What are you standing there for? Are you saying you don't like my cooking? Yi Yaoqing urged when she saw him not moving. Her face reddened slightly as she spoke, her gaze carrying a hint of insecurity, as if she feared he wouldn't eat. Coming. Zhao Ping'an sat down, looking at the 4 dishes and a soup on the table. After sniffing, he found no medicinal smell, feeling even more puzzled about how she seemed like a different person. He felt a bit empty inside. Yi Yaoqing picked up a piece of braised pork for him. Try this, it's my specialty. Is it good? She looked at him full of anticipation. Zhao Ping'an took a bite and nodded, delicious. The fatty parts melt in your mouth, and the lean meat is tender, the flavor has soaked into the meat, at least cooked for over 2 hours. After pausing in surprise, he asked, did you spend the entire afternoon cooking? She is the young lady of the Yi family, and when she came to Tianhai for investment, the whole Tianhai was shaken. It was hard to believe she was cooking in the afternoon. Hearing his praise, Yi Yaoqing felt a small sense of pride. I've loved cooking since I was a child. I started cooking on my own at a very young age. Back then. As she spoke, her expression became difficult to bear, quickly changing the topic and asking, can you cook too? Zhao Ping'an smiled and said, yes, before I turned 18, the old man squeezed every bit of me. Not only did I have to cook and prepare meals, but I also had to wash his clothes and brew wine. In short, I did all the work. He recalled those days, gritting his teeth in hatred. That old man was clearly exploiting him. The old man, your master? Yi Yaoqing blinked and recalled Zhao Ping'an mentioning his master before, asking curiously, what about after you turned 18? Zhao Ping'an smiled and said, he couldn't beat me anymore. I just let him do the laundry and cook for me. If he doesn't listen, I'll torture him until he does. Thinking back to that time, a smile appeared on his face again. He was both a mentor and a friend to that old man, with no distinction between big and small. He. Yi Yaoqing was amused and became even more curious. You two must have had a really good relationship. Can you tell me what you learned from him? She put down her chopsticks and listened attentively, like a primary school student. I learned everything: medicine, martial arts, feng shui, the 8 trigrams, strange formations, and even face reading and astrology. Face reading? You can read faces? Yi Yaoqing's eyes widened with surprise. Can you look at me? What does my future look like? She placed her arms on the dining table and eagerly waited for her fortune to be read. Zhao Ping'an looked over seriously. When he saw her smiling face, he suddenly froze, as if he was seeing her for the first time. Before, he had been focused on other parts of her. Her skin was as smooth and white as cooked egg whites, her eyes clear like a lake, her nose delicate and sharp, and her lips perfectly balanced in thickness. Her face shape was like an egg. Without any makeup, she looked like a pure lotus in clear water. Yi Yaoqing also noticed Zhao Ping'an's strange gaze. Her cheeks flushed like the evening clouds, and her eyes became evasive, unwilling to make direct eye contact, but still stubbornly facing him. She didn't know why, but her heart was pounding wildly from being looked at by Zhao Ping'an. With a voice as soft as a thread, she asked, Did you see something? Zhao Ping'an realized he had lost composure and quickly looked at Yi Yaoqing again. As soon as he did, his brows furrowed slightly. From the perspective of an ordinary person, Yi Yaoqing was the epitome of a beautiful woman. But, from the teachings of the old man in the 7 orifices and 7 palaces technique, Yi Yaoqing's orifices were exactly positioned in the killing palace. This meant she had a short-lived fate. Her eyes and eyebrows were uneven, indicating tearful brows, meaning an early life of misfortune, always accompanied by tears. She was born into a family with discontent, and had distant relationships with her parents and siblings. The bright hall between her brows and the sharp chin also fell into the killing palace. This meant that at what she thought would be her happiest time, she would die tragically. Zhao Ping'an was stunned. People often say that a heavenly evil star is the worst fate, but little do they know that a heavenly evil person is even worse. A star in the sky harms others, but a person on the ground harms themselves. Yi Yaoqing was clearly one of them. How is it? Don't scare me. Yi Yaoqing saw that he hadn't spoken for a while, and smiled. You better not say anything bad. If you say something bad, it means you didn't see it correctly. I feel very happy right now. He. Zhao Ping'an awkwardly chuckled. He had once heard his master talk about it and thought it was fake. Who in the world could have such bad luck? Never did he expect that he would meet someone like that, sitting right in front of him. Yi Yaoqing, not happy, said, Why are you laughing? Do you think I'm lying? It's true, I feel very happy right now. Don't you want to ask me why I feel happy? Why? Zhao Ping'an asked. Because I met you. Yi Yaoqing blurted out. After she said that, her face turned red again, but her eyes stubbornly locked onto Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an was stunned, feeling that the way she said this was different from before, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He was about to respond when... Ding dong! The doorbell rang. "I'll go open the door," Zhao Pingyan said. Yi Yaoqing showed a faint sense of disappointment upon hearing this and stood up, saying, "I'll go." She opened the door first. Zhang Shuang walked in, saw Zhao Pingyan eating, and shot him a fierce glare. Then she directly said, "Miss, I just got the news that the provincial government is going to develop the 140 plot, and the investment will be very large. This land will multiply several times in value. It's all because of Zhao Pingyan that we didn't get this land. I suggest we expel him." She had thought about it all afternoon. Although Zhao Pingyan had unique insights into business, he still could not be a partner. He had been in prison, which would affect the Mrs.'s reputation, and he must be driven away. Yi Yaoqing's expression darkened. Coming to Tianhai was to prove her ability to her family. The 140 plot was a great opportunity, and Uncle Feng had also given her a tip. But it was a bit late. Calmly, he said, "I know, you can go back. Since it's already lost, there's no need to think too much." Uncle Gu even provided news about the medicine. "Miss," Zhang Shuang said unhappily, "this is Zhao Pingyan's responsibility. You aren't going to hold him accountable? I also got news that Su Tianlong is at Ouyang Hai's villa in the western suburbs. If nothing unexpected happens, they are likely discussing how to develop plot 140. Both of these people have had conflicts with Zhao Pingyan. If they join forces against us, how will the company develop? This concerns your whole life." "Shut up." Yi Yaoqing's face turned ugly. She knew very well about the conflicts between Ouyang Hai, Su Tianlong, and Zhao Pingyan. But since she had already chosen him, she could only support him unconditionally. "I said, I know, I will find a way to make up for the loss of plot 140. Just then, Zhao Pingyan suddenly spoke up, "You want plot 140? Yi Yaoqing turned her head in surprise. Zhang Shuang said unhappily, "Of course we want it. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, the land would have belonged to Miss." "No problem." Zhao Pingyan stood up and said, "Since you want it, just take it back. It's very simple." Chapter 33, Have I Been Seen Through? He spoke very casually, as if it were within reach. "Zhao Pingyan." Yi Yaoqing couldn't help but call out. Others might not understand, but she was very clear that people of Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai's level could run such a big business. Their information must be very sharp. Even if they didn't yet know about the development news of plot 140, she was sure they would find out in a few hours. They weren't fools, how could they let go of the fat meat they had in hand? "Okay, you said so." Zhang Shuang seized the opportunity and hurriedly finalized it. "Zhao Pingyan, if you can get plot 140, I will faithfully work as your secretary from now on. You can do whatever you want. If you can't get it back, then obediently resign and get lost." "Miss, you heard it," he said it on his own. "I didn't force him." Yi Yaoqing felt caught in the middle. "I said I can get it back, so I can get it back. Remember what you said and don't deny it." Zhao Pingyan replied simply. It was just a piece of land, he didn't really care about it. In contrast, he was more concerned about Yi Yaoqing. Although she didn't know, there was still a marriage contract, making her a good choice to be a wife. He couldn't let her end her life carelessly. "Humph, I remember it, and you must remember it too." Zhang Shuang snorted coldly, full of pride, finally eager to drive him away. Yi Yaoqing sighed, letting Zhang Shuang leave first. Then she returned to the dining table and tentatively asked, "How do you plan to get back plot 140? If his method was not good, she would ask Uncle Feng to use his connections to snatch the land back. That was the only way. After all, even as the boss, she couldn't let the people beneath her be too disappointed." Before Zhao Pingyan could answer, ding-ling-ling, Yi Yaoqing's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and was stunned. "Ouyang Hai? What does he want from her?" "In the western suburbs, the villa." "Dad, why are they still not out?" Su Basher stared at the study room, asking anxiously. After Master Gu mentioned needing to appease the spirits, Ouyang Hai and Lu Yemei went into the study to discuss. It had been half an hour, and there was still no result. "How have I taught you? Always calm in serious matters." Su Tianlong frowned and said, dissatisfied with his son's impatience. He then said coldly, "Don't worry, their ability to discuss means they are interested. Even if they don't agree, I still have a backup plan. Tonight, I will definitely get you together with Ouyang Qian." He spoke very firmly. Yes, I am waiting." Su Basher nodded with a smile, swallowing hard. Although he didn't sleep with Qi Tianjiao tonight, sleeping with Ouyang Qian would be even better. She was the most beautiful girl in Tianhai. He would record the whole process and send it to Zhao Pingyan. What kind of expression would it be to see another fiancé being used and abused by himself? "Ha? Another fiancé?" Su Baoshi was stunned. Was this guy tricking women into jail? While he was thinking, the study door opened. Yang Hai and Lu Yamei walked out. Su Tianlong instantly exchanged glances. Master Gu stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a fairy. How did the discussion go? Miss Ouyang's illness cannot be delayed. The longer it drags on, the worse the consequences. Su Tianlong and Su Baoshi watched quietly. Let's think it over. Yang Hai said with difficulty. Humph. Master Gu was immediately angry, and said irritably, don't you believe me, Gu? Fine, since we've reached this point, you can just watch your daughter suffer, and I won't stick around. As he spoke, he quickly turned to leave, showing an attitude of not caring. Master, don't go. We're not disbelieving, just. Yang Hai and Lu Yamei hurriedly tried to stop him. Master Gu stopped in his tracks and shouted, just what? You don't want your daughter to lose her purity? Ha! You're dead wrong. Let me tell you, young Master Su is a noble person, able to bring fortune to your sick daughter. This is your family's blessing, you are gaining great benefits. The two were taken aback. Su Baoshi was a wealthy and noble man? What? My son is wealthy and noble? Su Tianlong feigned great shock. Master Gu said coldly, since it has come to this, I won't hide it anymore. In fact, young Master Su is not a faithful person at all, but someone born to wealth and fortune. I only used the term faithful person to lessen my own guilt. Bringing fortune essentially means using one's own luck to cure another's illness. They are profiting from it yet refuse to help, you might as well leave. Business people often have some superstitions, especially combined with Master Ge's previous attitude, which made them believe even more. Yang Hai and Lu Yamei looked at Su Baoshi in surprise at the same time. Su Tianlong, also startled, said, so my son is born to wealth and fortune? Then there is no need for this fortune bringing, I do not agree. Saying this, he grabbed Su Baoshi and was about to leave. I won't go. Su Baoshi shook off Su Tianlong, clenched his fists, and said with unprecedented seriousness, Dad, I cannot leave. How can I just watch Qianqian fall ill with no cure in sight? I have always regarded her as a sister, like a real sister. Let alone talk about luck, even if she had it, why should I not give it to Qianqian? Why should I not give this life to her? I absolutely will not leave. Saying this, he turned his head to one side, showing a posture of unwavering determination. You. Su Tianlong stomped his foot in frustration. Yang Hai and Lu Yamei were also somewhat moved by what they heard. Master Gu saw that the timing was almost right, and as he prepared to exit, he said angrily, Okay, you are willing to ruin your own life to save someone, you truly are loyal and righteous. I'll make this clear, if you dare to bring her fortune and transfer your luck to her, one day you will regret it. I'll be waiting for that day of your regret. Old fool, I'm leaving. After he said this, he quickly walked out. Just as he reached the door. Bang! The door opened, and a big foot kicked against Master Ge's chest, knocking him back into the villa. You come and go as you please, but did you get my permission? A figure walked in from outside. Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an. Su Tianlong and his son jumped in fright. How did he come here? Soon, another figure appeared behind Zhao Ping'an, and it was Yi Yaoqing. She wore a black dress, looking very noble. Miss Yi, you've come. Yang Hai and Lu Yamei rushed over as if they had found a lifeline. Yi Yaoqing slightly nodded. Yang Hai had called her just now, hoping she could intervene and bring Zhao Ping'an to treat Ouyang Qian. Ouyang Qian thought, after all, she needed to develop in Tianhai and could afford to offend either Su Tianlong or Ouyang Hai, but not both. Moreover, there was something to gain. She replied, I came as soon as I got the call, I hope it's not too late. Not late, thank you, Miss Yi, thank you. Ouyang Hai dared not act impudently in front of him, glancing at Zhao Ping'an, his eyes filled with anger, but still hoped he would treat Ouyang Qian, suppressing his rage. Lu Yamei anxiously said, Miss Yi, then let him start. Qianqian is still unconscious. The reason they did not immediately agree to the fortune-bringing was that they had contacted Yi Yaoqing, holding on to a glimmer of hope. While fortune-bringing was good, they could not let their daughter lose her purity. At this moment. What? Su Baoshi exclaimed excitedly, you called him here to treat Qianqian? With Zhao Ping'an treating her, how could there still be a need for fortune-bringing? Su Tianlong furrowed his brows, feeling something bad was about to happen. Zhao Ping'an didn't want to come, but Yi Yaoqing kept persuading him, so he came. He said with a playful tone, what's going on? Are you worried the evil plan will fail? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Baoshi and Su Tianhai trembled all over. Could it be that he had seen through them? The others were also stunned. Evil plan? What does that mean? Zhao Ping'an shook his head, I really don't know how your intelligence made you the richest person. Earlier, when Ouyang Qian fainted, Su Baoshi was the lucky one, supposed to bring luck. This time, when Ouyang Qian fainted again, Su Baosher was still supposed to bring luck. Such a simple problem, they are working with this fraudster. Their goal is to sleep with your daughter. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Hai and Lu Yeme immediately looked at Su Baosher, their eyes full of suspicion. Yi Yaoqing also furrowed her brows, her gaze unfriendly. You're talking nonsense. Su Baosher was a bit flustered. Utter nonsense. Su Tianlong gritted his teeth in anger but still remained calm. Mr. Zhao, I know you and I aren't on good terms, but you can't just speak randomly. I have never seen Master Gu, so how could I be an accomplice? My son was able to treat Ouyang Qian because Baosher was born with a life of great wealth and fortune. He can transfer luck to treat her illness. In this situation, they absolutely couldn't admit anything. Zhao Ping'an sneered, great wealth and fortune? Which wealth and fortune? Her face? Looks like I've been too gentle. Indeed, there was great wealth and fortune, but it was definitely not for Su Baosher. Within the whole country, few people would possess such luck. You. Su Tianlong almost spat blood. He turned to look at Yi Yaoqing. Miss Yi, I really don't understand why you would choose such an arrogant person as a partner. He's rude, reckless, and never cares about boundaries. He's completely unworthy. Compared to my son Baosher, he's simply like heaven and earth. Su Baosher stepped forward, proudly saying, I'm 1,000, 10,000 times better than him. Yi Yaoqing glanced at him with irritation, lightly saying, how so? Have you been ridden by a horse? Su Baosher choked, it was a lifetime of humiliation. Su Tianlong was furious but dared not speak. Zhao Ping'an spoke again, stop wasting words with them. It's not worth it. He looked at Ouyang Hai and Lu Yeme, unhappily saying, they are in cahoots. You find the evidence yourself. Also, if Miss Yi hadn't persuaded me, even if you kneeled and begged, I wouldn't have come to treat the illness. This is the last time, don't look for me again. Although I came, there's still one condition. All the shares you took from Tianlong Group, give them to Miss Yi. Ouyang Hai and Lu Yeme were furious, what kind of tone is that? Who is he ordering? But thinking of their daughter's illness, they had no choice but to bow their heads. Fine, I'll give all the land to Miss Yi. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Zhao Ping'an didn't waste time and directly walked towards the bedroom on the second floor. As he passed Master Gu, the latter had just gotten up from the ground, his face twisted in fury, stop. You little brat, how dare you kick me? Bang! Zhao Ping'an kicked him away again, I'm disgusted by people like you, who use a little bit of trickery to cause harm. If you talk again, I'll kick you to death. The entire hall was dead silent. Everyone watched as Zhao Ping'an climbed up the stairs. When he entered the bedroom, the others finally reacted and wanted to go up to see. But as soon as they reached the door, it was closed. Inside the room, Zhao Ping'an looked at Ouyang Qian lying on the bed. She was pretty, but when she slept, her face remained cold, which made her unappealing. He raised his hand and touched Ouyang Qian's wrist. No wonder you asked me, you've changed methods. If it was the previous method, using the old prescription, the illness would be cured. You really spent a lot, using yourself as the price, adding a bit of a curse. No wonder you wanted to bring luck. It would be hard to solve for others, but for me, it's easy. Zhao Ping'an said as he lifted the blanket and slowly started taking off Ouyang Qian's clothes. His focus was unwavering. In the eyes of a doctor, there is no distinction between genders. Soon, Zhao Ping'an adjusted her body to the treatment position, channeling his energy into his fingers, using his fingers like needles, stimulating her acupuncture points. Unlike regular doctors, this was a different kind of treatment. If someone with a keen eye sees this, they will find all the acupoints he stimulated connected together. Suddenly, it forms a symbol. In a mere 2 minutes. Zhao Ping'an finished the treatment, looked for a few seconds. Why is she still awake? The treatment method was correct, as long as the curse on her was dispelled, it was no different from normal sleep. At this moment, the curse had been dispelled, so she should be in a sleeping state. A living person standing next to her and yet she doesn't wake up? She really sleeps deeply. Zhao Ping'an shook his head, didn't think much of it, and treated it as though she was still asleep. The illness was cured, so there was no need to linger. Not wearing clothes is much more trouble than taking them off. Then, he covered her with the quilt and turned to go out. Just as he stepped out the door, Ouyang Qian slowly opened her eyes, squeezing out 3 words from between her teeth, Zhao Ping'an. She had lived this long without ever being seen by another, let alone a man, not even by a woman. He not only looked, but also touched her randomly with his fingers. In the living room, everyone was sitting here. Ouyang brother, don't listen to his nonsense, I swear by the heavens, before this, I Su certain had never met Guru Gu, he is pouring dirty water on me. Su Tianlong was filled with righteous indignation. Although he was a newcomer to the rich family, he was still at a significant distance from Ouyang Hai. If Ouyang Hai determined that he colluded with Guru Gu, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can prove it. My dad has only heard of Guru Gu a few times from my mouth and has never seen him. Su Baosher said earnestly. Filled with incredible anger, Zhao Pingan ruined the good thing. One day, he will grind him to dust. He dared to kick me, I will make him pay, definitely. Guru Gu roared sinisterly. Yi Yaoqing did not participate, she quietly sat aside, calmly watching everything, believing in Zhao Pingan, but unfortunately had no evidence in hand. Ouyang Hai and Lu Yeme sat heavily, not expressing any stance. They were not fools. If they attacked Su Tianlong at this moment, and Zhao Pingan hadn't cured Ouyang Qian, what would they do? They still required Su Baosher and Guru Gu to treat her. So not expressing a stance was the best stance. Creak. The door opened, and Zhao Pingan walked out. How is it? Is Qian alright? Ouyang Hai and Lu Yeme quickly stood up to ask. Yi Yaoqing's eyes also held hope. Su Tianlong and the other three were anxious. Zhao Pingan found it strange that they could still sit together. Logically, Ouyang Hai should be furious after knowing his daughter was framed by them and should be investigating angrily. Unexpectedly, he could still endure it. What a patient guy. Casually, he said, she's healed, just go up and shake her a bit and she will wake up. As soon as these words came out, Lu Yeme could not wait to run upstairs, burst into the bedroom, and came out in a dozen seconds, nodding to Ouyang Hai below, tears of joy streaming down her face. She's awake. Phew. Ouyang Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Su Tianlong and the other three were instantly dumbfounded. After planning for so long, it ended up being messed up by him. How could this guy be so amazing? And, would Ouyang Hai trust his words? If he did, what then? They began to panic. Yi Yaoqing looked at Zhao Pingan and smiled slightly, her eyes full of admiration, but did not say much, turning to look at Ouyang Hai. Mr. Ouyang, since Zhao Pingan has already cured your daughter, according to the agreement, shouldn't we sign the contract for the land now? Ouyang Hai nodded, preparing to fulfill his promise. At that moment, ding-a-ling-a-ling. His phone rang, and upon answering, he said in shock, what? The area around plot 140 will be focused on development? At the same time, Su Tianlong also answered his phone, plot 140 will be focused on development? Chapter 35 Forgetting Gratitude and Betraying Friendship. It was expected that both of them received the news, as those who could reach the peak of the business world in Tianhai City certainly had connections. Yi Yaoqing frowned slightly, the timing was a bit too coincidental, but soon her brow relaxed, believing that the richest man was not someone who would go back on his word. We're alive. Su Tianlong hung up the phone, his heart surged with excitement. With nearby development, this land could increase at least several times. Suddenly, he felt regret. If they had waited a little longer, this piece of land would be entirely his. There would be no need to give Ouyang Hai half. After the smile, the eyes turned, stirring up. Miss Yi, if I'm not mistaken, you knew the news in advance, so you let Zhao Pingan come to save Qian, right? This statement indicates that it is not out of friendship but out of interest, deliberately calculating Ouyang Hai. Yi Yaoqing did not hide it either, saying generously, that's right, but I believe, regardless of whether this land rises tenfold or hundredfold, it is still not as valuable as Miss Ouyang. Mr. Ouyang loves his daughter dearly, even if he knew in advance, he would still seek treatment. She directly admitted it, and Su Tianlong rather had nothing to say, only looking at Ouyang Hai. That's right. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Hai suddenly spoke, smiling, for my daughter, no matter how much this land increases in value, it can be considered as medical fees, and I will naturally fulfill my promise to Miss Yi. However, this contract cannot be signed by Zhao Pingan, it must be signed by you, Miss Yi. This was done to ensure that the credit was not attributed to Zhao Pingan, knowing that it's impossible for him to help as he is not respected in the company. Yi Yaoqing frowned and said, what do you mean? Ouyang Hai cleared his throat and said seriously, Miss Yi may not understand the true situation, my Qian's current state of deep sleep is not due to Su's brother and Master Ji's design, but rather due to Zhao Pingan's actions. I can give you the land, but I absolutely cannot allow an enemy to sign. At these words, Su Tianlong was stunned. Su Baosher was also stunned. Master Gu was also stunned. Yi Yaoqing was stunned. Even Zhao Pingan was a bit stunned, thinking, I caused this? Zhao Pingan angrily said, are you out of your mind? Humph, you don't need to explain, it is indeed your doing. Ouyang Hai was very firm, with a fearless expression, Miss Yi, this land is for you, the contract can be signed at any time. Ha ha ha. Su Tianlong couldn't help but laugh, feeling very at ease. Fortunately, Brother Ouyang has sharp insight, otherwise, I would be wronged. You're right, this signature indeed cannot be given to Zhao Pingan. Uncle Ouyang is wise. Su Baosher also boasted proudly, glaring fiercely at Zhao Pingan. I, Gu, never engage in underhanded deeds, however, some people are not worthy of being human behind their backs. Master Gu regained his spirit. Yi Yaoqing was very angry, if not for Zhao Ping'an's signature, according to his wager with Zhang Shuang, he had to leave, and even if she explained, it would be hard for Zhao Ping'an to earn respect. Furious, she said, if this signature I must have Zhao Ping'an sign it. Her momentum surged, displaying the air of a young lady from the imperial capital. In an instant, the pressure in the villa rose rapidly, making everyone breathless. Su Tianlong and Su Baoshi's smiles tightened. Ouyang Hai also became serious, but still gritted his teeth and said, I do not intend to be enemies with Miss Yi, but I look down on this shameless Zhao Ping'an. If Miss Yi forces me, I can only breach the contract. Yi Yaoqing narrowed her eyes slightly. Before she could speak, Zhao Ping'an sneered, very well, the land is yours, we don't want it anymore, but before dark tomorrow, I will make you kneel and beg me to take back the land. Miss Yi, let's go. Yi Yaoqing still wanted to apply pressure, but seeing Zhao Ping'an's attitude, she nodded, stood up, and left. As the two went out. Pa, what a thing, how dare it defame me, garbage thing. Su Baoshi couldn't help but curse. Brother Ouyang is wise, to celebrate, how about holding a groundbreaking ceremony tomorrow at the 140 plot? Su Tianlong felt very comfortable, the land had appreciated in value, and the conflicts had been shifted to Zhao Ping'an, making the night perfect except for not letting his son sleep with Ouyang Qian. Actually insulting the old man and kicking me twice, I must repay this grudge. Master Guo was full of indignation. They did not take Zhao Ping'an's words to heart at all. Ouyang Hai did not respond to anyone, waving his hand for them to leave, and went back upstairs. Lu Yamei had been upstairs, seeing him come up, she finally couldn't help but ask, why did you? Ouyang Hai sighed, explained, no matter the truth, Miss Yi will ultimately return to the capital, Zhao Ping'an will eventually become useless, while the Tianlong group will always exist. If one person must be sacrificed, only Zhao Ping'an. He finished speaking. Ouyang Qian stepped out, frowning and saying, Dad, is there a possibility that we all underestimated Zhao Ping'an? Zhao Ping'an and Yi Yaoqing left the villa. Yi Yaoqing was still fuming with anger. Ouyang Hai was a typical ungrateful villain. Seeing Zhao Ping'an's grim expression, she took the initiative to say, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation. I didn't expect him to act like this. In the future, I won't let you do anything you don't want to do. The more she thought, the guiltier she felt. It's not your fault, they have no bottom line. Zhao Ping'an changed his tone, since they have no bottom line, then I can't be blamed. Stop the car, I need to get out. Yi Yaoqing was stunned and nervously said, what are you going to do? Don't be impulsive. They are top figures in the business world of Tianhai City. If anything happens to them, it will cause a huge stir. She worried that Zhao Ping'an would act impulsively and do something bloody. Something happening? That would be too easy for them. I want them to kneel and return what they owe. Saying this, he directly opened the car door and jumped out. Ping'an! Yi Yaoqing exclaimed, but when she looked again, Zhao Ping'an had already run far away. 20 minutes later. A figure appeared at plot 140. It was none other than Zhao Ping'an. He was looking up at the stars while walking in a bagua step around the outskirts of plot 140, his face bearing an unprecedented seriousness. Previously, he had never used unconventional means against anyone. This time, Ouyang Hai had pushed him too far. Zhao Ping'an indeed did not know how to do business, but he knew how to cast spells. A whole hour later, Zhao Ping'an had made a full circle around plot 140. Finally, he stamped his foot heavily, formation, rise. Boom! The ground seemed to tremble. A meteor streaked across the night sky. The next day, the provincial government decided that plot 140 and its surrounding area would be a key development project. This news spread throughout Tianhai, and everyone was shocked. Everyone thought Su Tianlong was in deep trouble this time, but unexpectedly, the clown turned out to be Zhao Ping'an. Someone roughly calculated that if developed properly, Su Tianlong could earn more than 2 billion this time. It's just a pity that half of it has to be given to Ouyang Hai. Su Tianlong was still regretting and instructed, Baosher, you go keep an eye on the site. In 1 hour, it will be the groundbreaking ceremony, and the entire Tianhai will be watching. The scene must be arranged beautifully. What he talked about with Ouyang Hai last night was definitely not just talk, it must be a grand event. Yes. Su Baosher said proudly, Zhao Ping'an that little punk wants us to kneel at night? Wait, let's make him lose face, ha ha. Chapter 36 Let's start. Yunding Tiangong. This is the invitation for the groundbreaking ceremony of plot 140. Zhang Shuang rushed into the villa, holding an invitation letter that looked very unpleasant. This was sent by the Tianlong group, and they specifically emphasized that Mr. Zhao must be present. Mr. Zhao, what do you think of this invitation? Her tone clearly implied that Zhao Ping'an should fulfill his promise and leave the Yi family, she just didn't say it outright. Yi Yaoqing's face was ugly, unsure how to help. I have no thoughts. Zhao Ping'an responded nonchalantly, since they are inviting, I might as well go. In fact, even without an invitation, he wanted to go. He wanted to see Su Tianlong and Ouyang expressions on sight. You really have thick skin. Zhang Shuang gritted her teeth, looking at Yi Yaoqing. Miss, according to the agreement, if he cannot get the land back, he has to resign on his own. You heard it too. He didn't get it back last night, and now everyone knows that Plot 140 is going to be key development. It is even more impossible to get it back. Please, as promised, let him get lost. Yi Yaoqing was very troubled, stuck in a dilemma. In her heart, she also knew that the land could not be retrieved. This large piece of fat meat would only be given away by a fool. But she didn't want Zhao Ping'an to leave. She said reluctantly, let's wait a bit. Today is just the groundbreaking ceremony. There's a chance they might return the land. Let's wait and see. Saying this, she didn't even believe it herself. Miss, what kind of sweet talk has he been feeding you? Zhang Shuang was so angry that she stomped her feet. What are you shouting for? If you want to act out, at least pick the right occasion and place. Zhao Ping'an lazily got up. Let's go, let's see the groundbreaking ceremony, maybe there will be some surprises. He was the first to walk out the door. The two had no choice but to follow behind. Soon, they arrived at the site of the groundbreaking ceremony. There were already crowds of people, and many prominent figures were invited. Zhao Ping'an is here too? He still has the face to come. I estimate that Miss Yi hates him to death. If it weren't for him angering Su Tianlong back then, this land would definitely have been theirs. Now, they can only watch its value appreciate. Ha, a petty thief who just got out of prison. I don't know why Miss Yi values him. What ability does he have? Just watch, he won't last long. People showed disdain and kept discussing among themselves. Listening to them, Yi Yaoqing's face turned red. Zhang Shuang kept glaring at Zhao Ping'an angrily. If it weren't for him, how could she be so embarrassed? Zhao Ping'an smiled, pretending not to hear. Oh, isn't that the famous Zhao Ping'an? A mocking laughter came from the crowd as Su Baoshi walked through and approached, saying respectfully, Miss Yi, thank you for gracing the ceremony with your presence, but you really shouldn't have brought this little person, it seriously impacts your image. Ha ha ha. The people around laughed, and Zhao Ping'an indeed seemed very unfit for such an occasion. Yi Yaoqing's face turned cold. Who I bring? Do I need to explain to you? Do you think you're worthy? Su Baoshi was choked, his face ugly, secretly vowing to one day get her in bed. He clasped his fists. Miss Yi, I take my leave. He had intended to mock Zhao Ping'an, but Yi Yaoqing's attitude left him no room to say more and had to leave. Zhao Ping'an watched him leave in disgrace, casually saying, thanks, then? Yi Yaoqing smiled slightly. You're welcome. Her smile left the people around her stunned. In the crowd, Shi Tianjiu also saw this scene and stomped her foot in anger. He thinks of me on one side while maintaining a relationship with Ouyang Qian on the other, also trying to seduce Yi Yaoqing. What a scum! In the distance, Ouyang Qian also looked coldly, her brow involuntarily furrowing, feeling uneasy in her heart. About 10 minutes later, the ceremony officially began. Su Tianlong and Ouyang appeared on stage in formal attire. Su Baoshi and Ouyang Qian followed on either side. As the only heirs of the group, it was time for them to shine. Why is Ouyang on stage? What is he doing up there? Could it be that Ouyang is also investing? No one knew that Ouyang owned 50% of the shares, so they were all confused. Just as they were puzzled, Su Tianlong stepped up to the microphone and said proudly, everyone be quiet. I have heard many people discussing why Mr. Ouyang is on stage, so let me take this opportunity to tell everyone that this land is jointly developed by me and Mr. Ouyang. A clamor erupted below the stage. They are top figures in the Tianhai business world. Does that mean they are collaborating? Su Tianlong raised his hand to silence the crowd. Before we break ground, I would like to thank a very important person. And that is Zhao Ping'an. If it weren't for him, I would not have been able to acquire this land. Thank you, Mr. Zhao Ping'an. Su Baoshi anxiously jumped out, bowing. Thank you for letting us have this key development land from the province. I thank you and your ancestors for 8 generations. Ha ha ha. The scene erupted in laughter, and everyone could hear that this was mocking Zhao Ping'an. You're welcome, as long as you don't blame me when you cry. Zhao Ping'an replied indifferently. The crowd showed true disdain, and Zhang Shuang followed suit. He was just a cooked duck being tough. Actually, I also want to thank Zhao Ping'an. Ouyang suddenly spoke up. If it weren't for him, I couldn't have joined the development. Just yesterday, he framed my daughter to the point where her old illness relapsed. When I was in a desperate situation, he took the initiative to say he could cure her and asked me to find a way to obtain this land and give it to him. I immediately found Su, and when Su heard it was because of Qianshan. Without saying a word, give me half of the land. When Qianshan woke up, just as I was about to give him the land, I heard Qianshan say she fainted from anger. I didn't give the land this time, and the reason he wanted it, I only found out this morning. It turns out this land is going to be heavily developed. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly fell silent. This information was too much to digest. Ouyang Qian looked sharply at her father. How could he say such a thing? Ouyang Hai's face was calm, and his heart steady. Since he offended Zhao Ping'an, he would completely offend him to prevent future troubles. Indeed, just 3 seconds later, the scene erupted with shouts of anger. You scoundrel, he knew this land was going to be developed all along and regretted it, so he set up Miss Ouyang. I've lived so many years, and I've never seen such a shameless person. Good for nothing, scum. Miss Yi, how can you let such a ruthless person be around you? You must kick him out immediately. Keeping him will ruin your reputation. Such a person deserves to be tortured and executed. Miss Yi, you must think twice. Yi Yaoqing clenched her fists, unable to understand how Ouyang Hai could be so shameless, turning black and white upside down and spewing blood. In the distance, Qi Tianjiu was also stunned. How could Zhao Ping'an do this? And throughout the scene, only Zhao Ping'an remained unperturbed. These guys had become so shameless that there was no bottom line. Getting angry with them wasn't worth it. Calmly, he said, yes, you are all right. I really want this land. Even now, I still want it. You can give it to me anytime. I am willing to pay 1 million to buy it. As soon as he said this, the crowd grew even angrier, and the insults became more intense. How shameless. Do you have any face left? My family's land is worth at least 2 billion now. Who do you think you were thinking of buying it for 1 million? Su Baoshi yelled, Miss Yi, kick him out immediately. Yi Yaoqing was also bewildered. What did he mean by this? How could 1 million be possible? Shut your mouth. Zhang Shuang angrily shouted, the young lady is still beside you, don't be shameless, and don't drag others down. Zhao Ping'an casually replied, I'm doing this for your good. If I give 1 million now, soon it wouldn't even be worth that. Alright, enough talk, let's start the ceremony. Chapter 37, The Unlucky Land. Su Tianlong glared fiercely, feeling a heaviness in his heart. This land was now worth at least 2 billion, and he dared to say it wouldn't even be worth 1 million soon. He was deliberately looking for trouble. Coldly, he said, you don't need to say this, it will naturally break ground. However, I want to remind you, this land cannot be sold. Mr. Zhao, your calculation will fall flat. Ouyang Hai said, Director Su, there's no need to argue with this young fool, he is just here to cause trouble. We're giving Miss Yi face by not kicking him out, let's start the ceremony. Su Baoshi shot another fierce glare, this guy was a lunatic. Just wait, Miss Yi would surely fire him and choose to partner with herself. Ouyang Qian's face was solemn, silent. Zhao Ping'an no longer argued, shrugged, and smiled. Su Tianlong took a step forward, raised his voice, everyone, don't take this interruption to heart, he's just a little man. Now, let's begin the ceremony. First, let's invite Master Gu. Thunderous applause erupted in the hall. Businessmen valued rituals greatly and would always find a master for various projects. Coincidentally, Master Gu was just that. Then several staff members brought a table, which held a pig's head, fruits, and pastries. Master Gu, wearing a robe, followed behind, holding a sword, looking ethereal and authoritative. In everyone's gaze, he walked to the table, lit 3 incense sticks, pressed his hands together, chanting an incomprehensible incantation that made everyone sincere. Master Gu then said, auspicious day and good time, heaven and earth open, may the earth break ground and the 4 seasons bring peace. After finishing an incantation, he waved his sword, saying, go. The sword was thrown into the sky, starting to descend, finally thrust firmly into the ground. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people gasped in surprise, as expected from the great master invited by Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai. Truly a master. Master Gu pointed at the ground, here is the lucky spot of the entire land. Digging here will release fortune, filling the whole area, ensuring smooth construction and plentiful wealth for the owner. Start digging from here. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai respected him greatly, bowing, thank you, Master Gu. Master Gu clasped his hands behind his back, slightly nodding, his demeanor imposing. Ha, silly dog. Zhao Ping'an laughed, wanting to rush over and kick him in the head, a half-baked scammer tricking 2 fools, acting all formal. His voice, originally low, felt especially jarring in this environment. In an instant, everyone turned to look at him again. What the hell did you say? Su Baoshi glared, you are the silly dog, trying to stir trouble because you can't get the land. Miss Yi, how can you want someone so narrow-minded? He is embarrassing you. Exactly, what kind of person is he? Miss Yi, make him get lost. Miss Yi, he is ruining your reputation. Others seized the opportunity to speak up. At this point, Yi Yaoqing could no longer help Zhao Ping'an, the people's anger was about to flare up, she whispered, stop talking. I'm just telling the truth. Zhao Ping'an replied calmly, that place is not a lucky site, it is a disaster site. Master Gu stepped forward, anger and old grudges flooding his heart, bellowing, you little beggar dare to question me? I started learning at 3, became an apprentice at 8, and at 16. Stop. Zhao Pingan interrupted, if you don't want to get kicked again, stay away from me. You. Master Gu trembled in fear and quickly stepped back. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai were just about to explode. After a long silence, Ouyang Qian finally spoke, Dad, Uncle Su, let's begin. If we wait too long, we will miss the auspicious time. Upon hearing this, both men stopped simultaneously. Su Tianlong, eyes wide with fury, said, I'll show you whether this is a lucky sight or not. Brother Ouyang, let's dig. Ouyang Hai's eyes burned with intensity. Good, facts speak louder than words, let's use reality to make some people shut up. The crowd glared at Zhao Pingan with ill will, also looking over there. In the gaze of everyone, Su Tianlong and his group simultaneously picked up the shovels tied with red ribbons and began to dig. However, after just a few shovels, bang! The ground suddenly collapsed. Su Bashir fell into a pit about 2 meters square and roughly 1.5 meters deep. Not important was the pit itself, but inside it was filled with snakes. Countless snakes, numbering in the hundreds. Crash! The people around immediately stepped back, some faint-hearted nearly passed out from fright. What's happening? Did we dig into a snake den? Starting work and hitting a snake den, ominous. What a coincidence! Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong were dumbfounded. Ouyang Qian was also in shock. Master Gu was stunned too, there should have been no problem here, how did it turn out like this? Zhang Shuang turned pale with fright, she feared snakes the most and nearly wet herself. This. Yi Yaoqing was scared too, instinctively grabbing Zhao Pingan's arm. Only Zhao Pingan smiled faintly, thinking this was just the beginning. Just as everyone was in shock. Help me, Dad, save me, ah. Quick, save me. Su Bashir screamed heart-wrenchingly, terrified to the core, trying to climb out but kept slipping down. Hearing this, Su Tianlong finally came to his senses, panicking, save my son, quick, save my son. Su Bashir was pulled up, still with several snakes hanging on him, taken on a stretcher to the hospital. I said it was a disaster site, but you didn't believe me. Now look, digging into a snake den, whether my son can live or not is uncertain, is this ceremony going to continue? Zhao Pingan spoke calmly. I can still take this piece of land for 900,000. Whoosh! In an instant, everyone looked at Zhao Pingan again. However, unlike before, this time no one dared to speak recklessly, all looking at him with a little apprehension, wondering if he knew something? Otherwise, how would he know? Shut your mouth. Su Tianlong was burning with fury, wanting to tear Zhao Pingan apart with his bare hands, wanting to check on his son, but the ceremony had already started, as the owner, leaving would be quite the matter. If the start is bad, the rest won't go smoothly. Fuming, he said, I won't let this little man make me the joke. The ritual must start over, this place is where Master Gu made a mistake, we just need to change the location. Master Gu, choose again. Master Gu was sweating heavily, hearing this, he couldn't refute and nodded, that's right. Just now, it was because there were little people messing with my mind, so it was a bit off. This time, there will definitely be no problem. As he spoke, he picked up the sword again, go. The sword landed a little over 10 seconds away, it's right here, this piece of land has wealth, break the seal, the treasure will flow in, dig. Su Tianlong said nothing and walked over with a shovel. Ouyang Hai followed closely behind. The two exchanged a look and started shoveling dirt together. They had just turned it over. The turned soil burst forth like a spring, with white things continuously emerging from below, scattering as they came out. Seeing this, everyone was once again stunned. Termites. We dug up a termite nest. Termites will eat up the house structure, the building will collapse. Ouyang Hai was stunned, Su Tianlong was stunned, and Master Gu was stunned. Ouyang Qian suddenly looked at Zhao Pingan. Qi Tianjiao looked at Zhao Pingan in shock. Yi Yaoqing slowly turned her head, confusion filling her eyes. Zhao Pingan spoke calmly, I still want this piece of land, I'll offer 800,000. Chapter 38, Falling for Him. As soon as Zhao Pingan finished the sentence, he became the focus of everyone once again, each person's eyes filled with even more confusion, how did he know? Shut your mouth. Su Tianlong was going crazy, his eyes bloodshot, it would be better to hit a poisonous snake, this kind of thing just needs to be cleaned manually, but termites are different, they will eat the house structure. Especially to wooden structures, their destructive power is incredibly great. This was supposed to be turned into a residential area, which family doesn't have wooden furniture? Moreover, it would make buyers question the strength of the house, how could the house be sold? He grimaced and said, Su, won't develop it, I'd rather throw this land away than sell it to you. Give up. Zhao Pingan smiled slightly, too lazy to respond. Ouyang Hai was also filled with anger, it would have been okay if he thought about it at the beginning, after all, he had come thinking about losing money, but the province was supposed to focus investment here, thinking it could make money, now seeing this, the disappointment was too great, hard to accept. After thinking, he said, let's choose another piece, I refuse to believe it will be this coincidental. Yes, choose another one. Su Tianlong nodded heavily, looking at Master Gu angrily. Are you really capable? If not, just hurry and get lost. At this point, he didn't care about showing respect to Master Gu. Master Gu was sweating profusely. It was the first time in his life he encountered such strange matters, and he said with difficulty, "Of course I can, the next piece will definitely be fine." As he spoke, he quickly picked up the sword. This time he didn't search nearby, but walked dozens of meters away. Right here, this is the Longevity Palace. After digging, the people living here will have long lives. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai quickly dug in. Just after one shovel, hundreds of centipedes crawled out of the hole, spreading outwards. Ah, ah, ah. The scene erupted in screams, and the crowd scattered. In an instant, a third of the people had fled. This is impossible. Master Go was utterly confused. The spots chosen were not wrong, although it had a surreal element. It shouldn't encounter such things. 700,000. Zhao Pinggan spoke calmly. Su Tianlong grimaced. I don't believe in evil today, choose again. Master Gu chose another spot. After 2 shovels, countless toads jumped out. The toads were oozing with poison, extremely terrifying. 600,000. Su Tianlong couldn't control himself, staring at Master Gu. You useless thing, what good are you? I'll choose myself. He picked up the shovel and casually selected a place. 1 shovel down. Underneath was a pitch-black mass. An uncountable number of scorpions crawled out. Now, not just Su Tianlong, even the people around were in despair. What on earth is this place? If a gecko comes out too, the 5 poisonous creatures will be complete. How can it be developed? How can anyone live here? Do you think termites aren't poisonous? Termites are more poisonous than geckos. This is the land of 5 poisons. Quick, let's run, or we'll be bitten. Crash. The crowd had already dispersed for more than half. How is this possible? Why is this happening? Su Tianlong stared blankly at the ground, his heart on the verge of collapse. The news is bound to spread, and no matter how cheap the purchase or how well the construction, how many people would dare to buy here? Even with surrounding facilities complete, no one would dare to buy. Swish. Ouyang Hai looked at Zhao Pingyan, going crazy. You did this, didn't you? Everything is your doing, you deliberately trapped us. Only he had the biggest suspicion. Zhao Pingyan casually took out a bank card. Stop the nonsense, will you sell this land for 500,000? This is already a high price, if we delay further, it'll be even cheaper. The surroundings fell silent. No one spoke up. This land, even if priced at 500,000, was seen as expensive, mainly because of the poisonous bugs everywhere. Nothing could be done. Forget turning it into housing, even building a public toilet, no one dared to come. You. Ouyang Hai almost spat blood in anger. 500,000? He had invested 6.5 billion in this land. Before any digging, it was worth at least 2 billion. Selling it for 500,000 was a rapid devaluation. Su Tianlong was furious, picked up a shovel, and stepped forward, screaming, I will kill you, I will beat you to death, you little beggar. Zhao Pingyan sneered, not even ready to make a move. Yi Yaoqing suddenly stepped forward, coldly stating, if you dare to touch a hair on him, I will use my family's power to destroy your entire family. Don't believe me? Try it. Gah! Su Tianlong halted his steps, looked down on Zhao Pingyan, but did not dare to underestimate Yi Yaoqing. She was the young lady of the Yi family in Dijing. Desperate, he said, Miss Yi, I don't understand why you are protecting him, choosing him as a partner. My son, Baoshi, is 1,000,000 times better than him. Yi Yaoqing replied lightly, your son has been ridden by a horse. Su Tianlong. Yi Yaoqing withdrew her gaze, smiling, the ceremony is over. Pingyan, let's go. Zhao Pingyan thought for a moment and then asked, will you sell it for 400,000? If not, it will soon drop to 300,000. Ugh. Su Tianlong, angered, rolled his eyes and passed out. On the way back. Did you do all this? Yi Yaoqing asked with a smile, her eyes blinking like stars in the sky. Zhao Pingyan felt she had changed into someone else, not the Yi Yaoqing he once knew. Now, she seemed more like a neighborhood big sister. Compared to before, he still preferred the magical Yi. It was nice to sneak a glance at her now and then. Smiling, he said, guess? Cough, cough. Zhang Shuang coughed twice while driving, rolling his eyes in the mirror. How could he still let the young lady guess? Had he forgotten he was just a worker? He spoke up, Miss, let's fulfill the promise. Zhao Pingyan has not obtained the land, he should leave voluntarily. He must be made to leave, such a small character did not deserve to be by the young lady's side. Yi Yaoqing's face immediately turned cold, unhappy she said, you saw the situation at the scene, this land has no value, do you want me to pay? Zhang Shuang's face tensed, rendered speechless. No problem, the bet continues. They will soon be begging to give me the land, Zhao Pingyan casually stated. If he didn't acquire the land, he couldn't earn respect. Ping'an? Yi Yaoqing looked puzzled. She had already helped him solve it, why still seek trouble? This is what you said, a gentleman's word is hard to retract. Zhang Xuan quickly confirmed. Zhao Ping'an smiled slightly at Yi Yaoqing. I'm not doing this to gamble with her but to help you achieve results, so you don't marry that fool. Helping her achieve success as soon as possible, giving her independence. Of course, if she chose him in the end, he would take her to annul the 6 remaining engagements. If she didn't choose, it would be as if they had annulled their engagement, and he could continue to annul others. Yi Yaoqing's face turned red, softly saying, "It's so happy to have you around." Happy? Hearing these 2 words, Zhao Ping'an suddenly remembered something he hadn't done yet. Yi Yaoqing was born under a cursed star, and he needed to help her change her fate. However, many things couldn't be gathered for the moment, so he could write a protective talisman first. Pull over, let me get out for a moment. Ha? Yi Yaoqing was stunned, thinking he would say something, but didn't expect him to just say pull over. Could it be, because I expressed myself too directly? Zhang Shuang quickly stopped the car, letting Zhao Ping'an get out. After Zhao Ping'an left, she cautiously asked, "Miss, you don't really like him, do you?" Yi Yaoqing turned her head to the side, coldly said, "Just drive." Chapter 39, Money. Zhao Ping'an got out of the car and contacted Zhang Kongding to come pick him up. Picking him up was secondary, mainly, he needed this underground emperor of Tianhai City to help him find something for writing charms. Just after he hung up the phone, a Maserati stopped in front of him. Qi Tianzhou said seriously, "Get in the car." She had been following, waiting for Yi Yaoqing's car to drive far away before coming over. Zhao Ping'an felt like a black line. Why was she everywhere? No need, someone is coming to pick me up. He was too lazy to interact with her more. Qi Tianzhou rolled her eyes, having figured out Zhao Ping'an's personality. He liked to act cool and would secretly follow people, and he was very good at pretending. Once exposed, he would get angry and embarrassed. Otherwise, why would he get out of the car? He must have realized she was following him and took the initiative to come down, feeling embarrassed to admit it. She was too lazy to expose him. She stepped out of the car first. "I have a question for you. How do you know this place is not suitable for development, and that there are poisonous insects everywhere underground?" Zhao Ping'an wanted to leave but knew she wouldn't give up until she achieved her goal. He calmly replied, "I used a spell to gather all the poisonous insects around." Put. Qi Tianzhou burst out laughing. "If you don't want to say, then just don't. Do you think I'm stupid? A spell? Why don't you say you're a magician?" She didn't believe it at all. Zhao Ping'an had always been in prison before. Did they teach people to cast spells in prison? Impossible. Zhao Ping'an said, "If you have no other questions, you can go." "I do." Qi Tianzhou blurted out, then cautiously said, Are you finished with Ouyang Qian?" Looking at Ouyang Hai's attitude towards him, it was obvious there was a problem, and Ouyang Qian had also ignored him just now. Zhao Ping'an replied, "We never even started, how can there be an end? We're just strangers." Qi Tianzhou probed again, "Because of me?" Zhao Ping'an was shocked and turned to look at her. What kind of wolfish words were these? Seeing his expression, Qi Tianzhou thought she guessed right, proudly said, "Actually, I saw through it a long time ago. You don't need to hide. I used to think you were unreliable, but after these few days of getting along, I found you are okay. We can be friends first, and later, hey, what are you doing?" Before she finished speaking, she saw Zhao Ping'an quickly walking away. She hurriedly got in the car and followed beside him, complaining, "This is how you are. You are too shy, you should be bolder in pursuing girls. And if you have feelings for me, why don't you dare to admit it?" Zhao Ping'an's mind was buzzing, he couldn't help but stop and look at her. "I really don't understand. Why are you so ordinary, yet so confident?" "Ordinary?" Qi Tianzhou's face changed, this was too harsh. Angrily said, "You are the ordinary one. You just got lucky being chosen by Miss Yi. Without Miss Yi, what's left of you?" Zhao Ping'an snapped, "Can you stay away from me?" "No." Qi Tianzhou also angrily said, "The road is not yours, I can walk wherever I want. I tell you, now everyone is listening to you because of Miss Yi's face. When Miss Yi is not around, you are nothing. Just like now, you are walking on the road, and there isn't even anyone willing to give you a ride." Humph. As soon as she finished speaking, a Rolls-Royce blocked the Maserati's path. Zhang Kongding got out of the car. He walked directly to the driver's seat of the Maserati, with a stern face, and said, "Who are you, and why are you following Mr. Zhao?" From a distance, he saw Qi Tianzhou driving alongside, looking provocative. Whoosh! Qi Tianzhou saw Zhang Kongding, her heart almost stopped. It was the first time she saw the underground emperor of Tianhai City so closely. The pressure was overwhelming, like being stared at by death. "Drive!" Zhao Ping'an quickly got in the car, too lazy to stay here any longer. "Okay, Mr. Zhao, I'll drive now." Zhang Kongding's imposing presence faded. Like a little pug, he jogged to the car without a hint of hesitation. Qi Tianjiu watched the Rolls-Royce fade away. It took a full minute for her to regain her composure. Then she gritted her teeth and said, "Isn't it all thanks to Yi Yaoqing? The higher you pretend to be now, the harder you will fall in the future. When you have nothing left, you will definitely come looking for me. I'll be waiting for that day. Let's see if you can still pretend." As Zhang Kongding drove, he said, "Mr. Zhao, if you bloom, butterflies will naturally come. Now you are a celebrity in Tianhai, there will certainly be many charming girls coming to you. If you find it troublesome, I can help you deal with her." He thought Qi Tianjiu was one of those grasping women. "Forget it." Zhao Pingyan shook his head. There was no need to deal with Qi Tianjiu, just avoid her in the future, and asked, "Do you know where I can buy unshine jade, preferably glass type?" Yi Yaoqing was facing a life-threatening situation. Ordinary vermilion yellow talismans wouldn't work. To find temporary refuge, one could only use qi to nourish jade, and jade to nourish people. This is also why many people say jade nourishes people. But most haven't had their qi injected by a master, so the effect isn't significant. This. Zhang Kongding was a bit troubled. If you want unshine jade, but it also has to be glass type hasn't had any new finds for many years, this is too difficult. Zhao Pingyan thought about it and agreed. They didn't have X-ray vision, so they couldn't feel the qi. There was no way to distinguish. However, Zhang Kongding changed his tone. "There is a jade street in Tianhai, you can go and try your luck. It is said that glass type has been found there before, but that was many years ago. If you want, I can arrange for people to wrap up all the stones on the street, and we can open them one by one to see if there's anything good." Zhao Pingyan said calmly, "Let's go take a look." Soon, the two arrived at Jade Street. It was a few hundred meters long, with all sorts of stones lined up on both sides. Some were partially opened, some were half open, and others looked just like ordinary stones. The street was bustling, a paradise for stone gambling enthusiasts. "Mr. Zhao, should I have people close it off and wrap up the stones?" Zhang Kongding asked again. "No need." Zhao Pingyan closed his eyes to feel for a few seconds, then opened them and quickly walked forward, stopping in front of a greasy vendor. "Which stone does the boss want?" The vendor joyfully noticed Zhao Pingyan. Seeing his demeanor, he instantly knew that he had no experience, just came here to try his luck, and had no idea about the prices. Moreover, the person beside him looked like a nouveau riche. These types are best to fool. He hurriedly boasted, "To be honest, the stones here are guaranteed to produce jade, and the quality is excellent. Do you know about Imperial Green? 3 years ago, I had an Imperial Green come from here, sold for 20,000, and he resold it for several tens of millions. This batch of stones is from that batch, it might be Imperial Green." The surrounding vendors scoffed. Only one thing he said was true, guaranteed to produce jade, because in a sense, stones are also jade. As for saying they are from the same batch, that was just a scam. How could it be the same batch after 3 years? Zhao Pingyan didn't respond but scanned the area. Among a pile of stones, he spotted a fist-sized black stone and said directly, "I'll take this one, how much?" Everyone around was stunned. Who says directly they want it? At least they would ask for the price first. Sure enough, a foolish person being taken advantage of. The vendor almost laughed out loud. "It's just like this self-righteous fool." With a straight face, he said, "The boss indeed has good eyesight. To be honest, I also have my eyes on this one and wanted to open it myself. If it weren't for the fate of meeting you, this stone wouldn't be for sale at all. If you want to buy it, flat price, 100,000. Zhao Pingyan nodded and ordered, "Pay up." "What? Paying right away? No haggling?" Truly a foolish person. This stone is worth at most 1,000. Deserves to be scammed, should be beaten by society. People around saw him pay directly, all pointed and laughed. Surrounding vendors also jeered sarcastically. The vendor didn't expect him to be so straightforward. "This stone is actually priced at 5,000, if you bargain 1,000, it can be sold, 800 is also possible." Selling it for 100,000, I almost laughed out loud. Quickly saying, "Boss, you're generous, but we have a rule here, once sold, no refunds or exchanges. If you make a profit, that's your skill, if you lose, it's your own fault. That has nothing to do with me." As soon as the words fell. Click. Zhao Pingyan used his finger to scrape off the outer layer of the stone, making a clear sound. The people around were stunned. How could this guy have such strength? But the next second, they were even more shocked, because from under the fallen surface, a dazzling green light emerged. Imperial Green. Wow, we hit the jackpot. Just from this cut, it's worth at least 1 million. If it's all opened, it's at least over 10 million. The last Imperial Green was opened 10 years ago, right? Everyone around was dumbfounded. How many years had it been since there was any Imperial Green here? Even the glass type was absent. They thought Zhao Pingyan was just a fool, but it turned out he was a real master. Zhao Pingyan smiled slightly, and indeed, he was not wrong. Using such quality jade to guard himself not only brings good luck but may also ward off life and death disasters. If given to Yi Yaoqing, at least before the jade shattered, she wouldn't need to worry about life-threatening dangers. However, it could only withstand once. To change fate, other methods were needed. He put away the jade and prepared to leave. Wait. At that moment, the stall owner suddenly spoke, holding a rough stone similar to the one in Zhao Ping'an's hand, smilingly saying, "Little brother, you must be mistaken. You bought this stone, the one in your hand is mine." "Yours?" Zhao Ping'an was taken aback. "Of course, the two stones look similar, so you took the wrong one." "Give me the stone, I'll give you this one." The stall owner extended his hand. Zhang Kongding had been beside him, playing the role of a loyal companion except for paying. He understood that it was time to bite back. Glaring angrily, he said, "You think you can be a rogue? Do you believe I'll throw you into the river to feed the turtles?" The stall owner showed no fear. The imperial green in Zhao Ping'an's hand was conservatively estimated to be worth over 3 million. As long as he got it, he could sell it and live off the interest in the bank, doing nothing at all. Coldly he said, "Watch your mouth. One sentence, leave the stone, you can go. If you don't leave it, you won't get to go. I'll make you crawl out of this street." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd gasped in shock. They opened their mouths to advise, "Just leave the stone, you can't win against him. This piece of imperial green is worth several million. You can't handle this kind of money, just take it as a disaster averted. This is the stall owner's territory, you better think carefully about the consequences." Hearing the surrounding people advising them made the stall owner extremely pleased, crossing his arms disdainfully and saying, "I don't want to say the same thing twice. Leave the stone and roll away, and you, dare to scold me, slap yourself twice." He looked at Zhang Kongding and snorted coldly. Zhao Ping'an looked at Zhang Kongding suspiciously. Wasn't this guy the underground emperor, Zhang Longwan? Being threatened in public? Zhang Kongding's face turned red from being looked at, angrily saying, "You son of a b*********, I'll just kill you." As he spoke, he casually picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it fiercely at the stall owner. With just one hit, the stall owner was bloodied and howling in pain. The stall owner covered his head and ran back, threatening, "You wait for me. Third brother, hurry up, I've been beaten." His shout was very loud. "Who dares to hit you?" A roar came from the crowd, "Get out of the way, who dares to cause trouble on Jade Street?" Then they saw several strong men rushing over with machetes. Seeing this, the people around quickly distanced themselves from Zhao Ping'an and Zhang Kongding. It's them, the three of them. They robbed my jade and hit people, I want you to crawl out." The stall owner covered his head and howled in accusation. "Damn it, you've got the guts to mess with me." The leader, third brother, charged over fiercely. But when he saw Zhang Kongding, he was so scared that he almost lost his mind. The words he had left were forced back. If others couldn't touch Zhang Kongding, he could. This is the underground emperor. The stall owner did not notice the third brother's abnormality and shouted, "You guys are crazy. If you keep being crazy, I won't let you kneel and call me grandpa today, I quit." Smack! The third brother slapped the stall owner's face hard, furious, "Call your grandfather, shut up." Saying this, he bent his knees and knelt down, his face full of flattery, "Grandpa, you're here." Everyone around was dumbfounded. The third brother was a tyrant of this street, there was nothing he couldn't settle. It was said that he knew the underground emperor, Zhang Longwan, yet he was actually kneeling down? Third brother? The stall owner stared in disbelief. "Third you grandpa." The third brother yelled, breaking down again, "This is Zhang Longwan, hurry and kneel to him." What? In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone knew Zhang Longwan, but very few could get close to him. No one expected that the person in front of them was actually him. The stall owner almost fainted from fright and quickly kneeled, pleading, "Grandpa, I was wrong. I didn't recognize a mountain, I didn't know you brought the child here. I'm sorry." He thought Zhao Ping'an was Zhang Longwan's child, and everyone believed the same. Zhang Kongding trembled with fear. Who dared to say that Mr. Zhao was a child? He immediately said, "Blind thing, this is Mr. Zhao, my master. I will throw you into the river to feed the turtles today." As he spoke, he walked over radiating killing intent. "What? Master? Forget it." Zhao Ping'an suddenly spoke up, "Don't waste time, the small matter isn't worth a life. Just break his limbs and throw him on the road to beg for a lifetime." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Yes." Zhang Kongding eagerly agreed, quickly taking out his phone to give orders. Following Zhao Ping'an while chuckling awkwardly, he said, "Mr. Zhao, the king of hell is easy to appease, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Many people haven't seen me, so it's okay." Zhao Ping'an didn't care about these things at all. Where can I buy a carving knife? Jade must be carved into symbols. Zhang Kongding cautiously asked, do you want to carve? I know about this. Just ahead is the treasure house of Master Qi, the master of the Jade Stone world in Tianhai City, whose carving skills are known nationwide. Many big shots from other places will pay handsomely to have him carve. Zhao Pingan originally wanted to carve by hand, but it was fine if someone could help. Carving was simple, mainly just about infusing energy. He nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the treasure house. Inside were various jade stone carvings, dazzling to the eye. Among them, one 3-meter-high Taishan stone carving of Immortal Realm depicted people vividly, as if the Immortal Realm looked exactly like this. Fraud. This place is full of frauds. You owe me for my jade. Suddenly, a woman's crying shout echoed in the store. You not only deceive jade stones here, but also deceive women. I gave you everything, yet, let go of me. You won't have a good death. As she spoke, a woman was dragged out of the back room by two men. Finally, a young man walked out. In a low voice, he said, throw her out. If she dares to speak out, sew her mouth shut. Chapter 41, Digging the Grave in Front of Them. The two men, upon hearing the order, dragged her out more roughly. Let go of me. You will suffer retribution. The woman cried bitterly, struggling with all her might, but in front of the two men, her strength was negligible. She looked towards Zhao Pingan and Zhang Kongding, pleading, don't come here. The treasure house is a fraud, cheats of life and lust. Zhao Pingan frowned slightly at this. Zhang Kongding looked astonished. Before the two could speak, the young man noticed Zhang Kongding and said with a clasped fist and a smile, I did not expect the great Zhang Longwang to grace us with your presence. My apologies for not welcoming you properly. You came at the right time. Then he looked at the woman, coldly saying, this is the underground emperor of Tianhai City, Zhang Longwang, and he is also a distinguished guest of my treasure house. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I won't hesitate to ask Zhang Longwang to silence you forever. In Tianhai City, everyone knew who Zhang Longwang was. The woman was frightened and immediately fell silent, not even daring to struggle, only able to grit her teeth and cry. Zhang Kongding casually asked, what's going on? The man, also known as, was Master Qi's direct disciple. Replied, just a woman trying to make a quick buck. If she dares to accuse me again, it will be a hassle for you, Dragon King, to step in, hee. After saying that, he glanced heavily at the woman, full of threatening meaning. It's not like that. The woman blurted out, Dragon King Zhang, my family has an ancestral jade stone, recently, my husband's condition worsened, and we urgently need money. I thought about carving it here to sell for a good price. Once it's here, he will swap the jade. If I want to get it back, I can only submit to him. But he still hasn't returned my jade. As soon as this was said, Zhang Kongding's face also turned ugly. Robbers have their code, bullying a woman is nothing to boast about. Enraged, he marched straight toward the woman, dare to slander me, I'll waste you. He raised his fist to strike. This hit would at least leave the woman unconscious. Before his fist could fall, swish. Zhao Pingan suddenly made a move, firmly gripping his wrist. He was not a saint, he wouldn't help everyone, but smelling the aura of medicine on the woman, he could tell she had been taking care of a patient for a long time. This gesture was not without merit. Slowly, he said, let's be clear, don't rush to violence. The truth can't be falsified, and lies can't become truth. Was taken aback for a moment, then tried to pull her arm back but found she couldn't shake him off. Frustrated, she said, you little nobody still want to uphold justice? Zhang Dragon King, what does he mean? Is he going to move against me? Zhang Kongding's face tightened. Everyone knew he was the underground emperor of Tianhai City, but this emperor was hard to be. There were many who dared not provoke him, like the treasure vault before him. Master Qi had extensive connections. If things escalated, it wouldn't be easy to win. He quickly reminded, watch your tone, this is Mr. Zhao Pingan, Ms. Ye's partner. Zhao Pingan was widely known, revealing his identity could mitigate the situation. Mr. Zhao? Was stunned, then laughed, I understand, it's Mr. Zhao, hee. With a smile on her face, her eyes were filled with disdain, just a working man, not worth attention, she said lightly, since Mr. Zhao can be valued by Ms. Yi, he must have good judgment. Can't he see that everything she said is a lie? No, I didn't. The woman seized the opportunity to break free, kneeling on the ground, pleading, Mr. Zhao, if I tell even half a lie, may I die an awful death. I beg you to see justice. If I can't get my money back, my husband will die, I beg you. After saying this, she continuously knocked her head on the ground, making loud thuds. Damn it! S eyes flashed with a cold light, and he was about to kick her away. Bang! He had just kicked, and Zhao Pingan was faster, kicking accurately at his calf, using just a little force, making stumble sideways, losing sensation in his calf. Roared in anger, you and no good worker dare to act against me twice, is this giving you face? Believe it or not, I can kill you with one word. Zhang Kongding's face changed, nervously saying, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. He whispered, Mr. Zhao, the treasure vault's connections. Their connections are nothing in my eyes. Zhao Pingyan interrupted, then looked at, return her jade and take out 5 million as compensation. Otherwise, today I will take down your treasure vault. As soon as he spoke. Who dares to take down my treasure vault? A voice came from the door. An old man in a tang suit, silver-haired, walked in, coughing twice as he walked in. It was Master Qi. Master! Master! People in the shop greeted him one after another. Limped over, the villain reporting first, Master, this evil woman slanders me, the Zhao person doesn't distinguish right from wrong and resorts to violence. You must uphold justice for me. Master Qi nodded, looking at Zhang Kongding and Zhao Pingyan, said lightly, Zhang Dragon King, you are quite imposing, don't forget, that person is coming back soon. I suggest you think about how to save your life. Zhang Kongding was left speechless, that person was simply a nightmare. Master Qi then looked at Zhao Pingyan, warning, you are Ms. Ye's partner? Young man, it's okay to be arrogant for a moment, but you should know your audience. If you pick the wrong target, it could ruin your whole life. Just based on what you said, I shouldn't let you off easy. But for Miss Ye's sake, bow and apologize at the entrance of the treasure pavilion, then get lost, cough cough. He spoke softly, but his words were filled with authority. Sneering, he said, you think you are impressive, but in my master's eyes, you are nothing but an ant, easily crushed. A new wave of people surged in, all eager to pay their respects to Master Qi upon his return. Is he Zhao Pingyan? This little guy has been spoiled by sudden success. Dare to behave wildly here at Master Qi's place? Don't you know your own identity? Hurry and get out to apologize, believe it or not, Master Qi will make Miss Yi kick you out with just one word? Zhang Kongding was sweating profusely, he didn't dare to offend Master Qi. Seeing his expression, Zhao Pingyan sneered, old man, why don't you ask about the reason? What did you say? Dare to insult Master Qi? You must want to die. Master Qi's face darkened, and he said coldly, what a shameless person, daring to speak such nonsense in front of me. Let me tell you, I'm not Miss Yi, I have no duty to tolerate you. Kneel at the entrance and apologize immediately. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for showing no mercy. He clearly understood his own disciple very well and knew he wouldn't do such a thing. Zhao Pingyan grew angrier, no wonder you carve such worthless junk, turns out the old man is not only blind but also has a corrupt heart. Fine, I can't be bothered to say more. Forget about the plaque. As he spoke, he leaped up and grasped the treasure pavilion plaque, yanking it down with force. Bang! The plaque crashed to the ground, cracking in the middle and releasing a cloud of dust. The crowd was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. This was no different from digging up someone's ancestral grave. It was like digging up a grave right in front of them. Chapter 42, this is what carving looks like. You little rascal, you dare to take my plaque? You're courting death. Master Qi was nearly spitting blood. This was not just a plaque, it was the glory of the treasure pavilion, the result of decades of hard work, a symbol of generations of inheritance. And now, it was being destroyed. Mr. Zhao. Zhang Kongding was shocked, thinking he was only joking, but to his dismay, things escalated quickly, frightening him that Master Qi's many connections would be furious. Zhao Pingyan, however, felt no burden whatsoever. This deceitful old man ran a black shop, and it was time to shut it down. Casually, he said, just giving you a simple lesson. If you dare to deceive again, I'll send you to meet the King of Hell. Take care. After saying that, he prepared to turn and leave. The jade on him couldn't possibly be carved in such a black shop. Stop. Master Qi was filled with murderous intent. You take my plaque, slap me in the face, and still want to leave? Today, I won't let you go. As he spoke, he took out his phone to call someone. Master Qi. Zhang Kongding tried to persuade him. Get lost. Master Qi didn't listen at all and continued to make calls. He wanted to use all his connections to crush Zhao Pingyan. People around began to sneer. Let him be arrogant? I knew that a small person gaining power would lead to trouble, and now look, he's in trouble. Master Qi has been famous for decades. It's said he has ties with the mysterious Wei Hu Mountain Villa in Tianhai. If Wei Hu Mountain Villa wants his life, it can be done in an instant. He'll soon be on his knees begging for mercy. Zhao Pingyan ignored the discussions around him. Since they wanted to play, he would play along. He looked down at the woman and helped her up, saying, Is your husband suffering from a cerebral blockage? From the medicinal smell on her, he deduced it, but he needed to confirm it. The woman nodded. Yes, Mr. Zhao, am I causing you trouble? It's a minor issue. Zhao Pingyan smiled faintly. You need to get 3 qian of dragon tongue grass and 3 qian of snaketail grass, twice a day. After 3 days, your husband's illness will naturally recover. Go get him the medicine. As soon as these words came out, the people around began to mock again. He still pretends to be a doctor? A cerebral blockage is a global challenge. Unless you're worth millions, ordinary people can't afford the treatment. How does he expect to cure it with a few pieces of cheap Chinese medicine? What a joke. The woman was stunned for a moment, then said, Mr. Zhao, I remembered the prescription, but I can't leave now. You became like this because of me. If I leave, am I still human? I am willing to bear the responsibility with my life. Zhao Ping'an's heart trembled, admiring the righteousness of this brave soul. He nodded slightly and said no more. With a cold smile, she thought, wanting to leave? It's not that easy, we'll die together later. At that moment. Zhao Ping'an, do you know what kind of trouble you've caused? A voice suddenly came from the doorway. With a rustle. Everyone turned their heads. Zhao Ping'an looked back as well, and to his surprise, it was Zhang Shuang speaking, and right in front of her was Yi Yaoqing. How did she come here? Zhang Shuang marched angrily to Zhao Ping'an's front. If I were you, I would crash my head against the wall and not cause trouble for the lady. Shut up. Yi Yaoqing's face looked very bad. Just now, she received many calls, all wanting to take action against Zhao Ping'an, but she blocked them. Seeing the plaque on the ground, she felt very troubled. She stepped forward 2 steps, forcing a smile and said, You must be Master Qi, a renowned name. Today's matter. Master Qi, with his hands behind his back, coldly interrupted, Miss Yi, no need to say more. This plaque is my life. I have only one request, he must die. If Miss Yi uses her power to oppress, I am also prepared to fight with my life. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yaoqing was left speechless, as taking someone's plaque was indeed too serious, truly worth risking one's life. Moreover, Master Qi had those friends, all wanting to kill Zhao Ping'an. However, since he was one of her own, she naturally had to protect him. Just as she was about to speak, Zhao Ping'an suddenly said, Miss Yi, I will handle this matter myself. He looked toward Master Qi and said with a faint smile, Old man, how do you want to fight with your life? Come on, I'm right here, don't waste time. He wouldn't reason with someone who was unreasonable. Ping'an. Yi Yaoqing immediately interjected, her voice serious, don't say too much. Taking down the plaque not only destroys Master Qi's reputation but also ruins his work, provoking public anger. Let me handle it. Before, Master Qi's work was worth 10 million, now without the plaque, it's only worth 2 million. This is the power of branding. Zhao Ping'an taking down the plaque would devalue all the jade in collectors' hands, naturally provoking public anger. Zhao Ping'an smiled and said, I have no habit of hiding behind a woman. Besides, his works are all worthless junk, if they're ruined, so be it. I don't care. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding voices began to grow louder with insults. Master Qi was the most famous sculptor in Tianhai, known all over the country, no one dared to say his sculptures were junk. Yi Yaoqing suddenly didn't know what to say. Miss Yi, I suggest you expel him immediately. This shameless person is relying on your name to act recklessly, completely lawless. Okay, today I have truly seen something new. To dare say my works are junk, tell me, what is a good thing? Master Qi said, breathing heavily with anger, as long as you can show me a good thing that convinces me my works are junk, I won't hold you responsible. Looking around the country, there were only a few people whose sculptures were better than his. Take it out. Hurry up and bring it out. Zhao Ping'an initially didn't want to take action, but seeing Yi Yaoqing in a difficult position, he didn't want to make it harder for her. No problem, let you all see something today. As he spoke, he took out the jade from his pocket. Raising his hand, bring me a carving knife. The surroundings fell silent. Then erupted into loud laughter. What was he trying to do? Carving live on site? This guy is a lunatic, wanting to carve? Competing with Master Qi in carving skills? Ha, I really don't know how Miss Yi looked at him. Yi Yaoqing's face turned red, while Zhang Shuang was so angry she gritted her teeth. This guy might really have a problem. Did someone beat him up in prison? With a face full of scorn, you lowly person still dare to show off in front of Guangdong? It's just making me laugh to death. 5 years of carving foundation, 8 years to master, 12 years to enter the hall, do you even know how? Dare to come out and embarrass yourself? Zhao Ping'an said lightly, are you going to take it or not? Ping'an. Yi Yaoqing called out again, biting her lip, if it really came to it, she could only endure it. Give it to him. Master Qi said coldly, I want to see what he carves, daring to say that mine is junk. With his command, a carving knife was sent up. Be careful, don't cut your hands. Ha ha ha. Laughter surrounded them. Zhao Ping'an was too lazy to respond. Under the mocking gazes of everyone, he turned one hand and his fingers danced swiftly, stone fragments constantly falling away. The crowd was astonished to see the material, it was actually imperial green. Unfortunately, it was ruined in his hands. The curses around him grew louder. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. The jade stone in Zhao Ping'an's hand transformed into a round ball. He nodded in satisfaction, casually holding it and saying, "Old man, open your eyes and take a good look, this is what carving is." Chapter 43, A Gift for You. Hearing the sound, everyone looked over. They saw the imperial green jade transformed into a plump spherical shape, with dozens of budding peony flowers intricately carved on the surface, the craftsmanship exquisite, three-dimensional, and lifelike. Can he really carve? Everyone was astonished. Yi Yaoqing and Zhang Shuang also widened their eyes, never expecting he would have such skills. Zhang Konding looked on in disbelief. He. With a cold laugh, he stepped forward, full of disdain, saying, "This garbage carving dares to come out and embarrass itself, this thing might fool outsiders. In the eyes of insiders, it's just trash. Flower carving is the most basic skill in the carving world, it's something apprentices do. Anyone who walks out of the treasure pavilion can carve better than you by 1,000 times. You're really a frog at the bottom of a well, looking up at the sky, huh?" Other apprentices also showed contempt, they indeed knew how to carve flowers. The crowd suddenly understood, they initially thought his carving was quite good, but it turned out to be the most basic technique. The glimmer in Yi Yaoqing's eyes quickly vanished. "Shut up." At this moment, Master Qi suddenly spoke, gritting his teeth, "You are the one who should be embarrassed, don't speak recklessly if you don't understand, it ruins my reputation." Stunned, he looked in disbelief and said, "Master? How could the master say that about himself? Carving flowers is the most basic skill, he wasn't wrong." Master Qi ignored him and took 3 steps in 2 strides to approach Zhao Ping'an, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the far ball, his whole body trembling, no longer showing anger but instead cautiously saying, "Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, may I see it?" The crowd was in shock, what was wrong with Master Qi? Zhao Ping'an smiled lightly, "Looks like you're not completely blind after all." He casually handed it over. Master Qi cherished it like a treasure, only daring to hold it with both hands, trembling as he said, "This is the ghost work ball, the ghost work ball. I never thought in my lifetime I would see the jade ghost work ball with my own eyes, this life, even if I die, it's worth it." When he finished this sentence, everyone was even more confused. What did ghost work ball mean? Master Qi, what does ghost work ball mean? Right, isn't it just a few carved flowers? What's so special about it? It's far inferior to your immortal realm map. The crowd chimed in. Master Qi's face instantly turned cold as he said grimly, "Everyone, don't speak nonsense. My immortal realm map is indeed garbage in front of this ball and unworthy of mention." As he spoke, he turned the ball around. "This ball has another layer, can rotate freely, and this inside layer is also carved with petals. What is ghost work? Ghostly acts and divine work. It represents the highest craftsmanship in carving. My proudest work, the immortal realm map, is merely surface carving, while Mr. Zhao is carving inside. Mr. Zhao, you are 1 dimension higher than me." Boom, the crowd felt a thunderous rumble in their minds. There was another layer inside, this was too unbelievable, how could it be done? Sure enough, it was a ghostly work of art. "Master." His expression darkened, seeing everyone looking at Zhao Ping'an with adoring gazes very displeased, he disdainfully said, "It's just a ghost work ball, nothing extraordinary. He only has 2 layers, at most, people today can carve 66 layers, this is still childish stuff." Indeed, the ghost work ball could reach 3 layers in the Song dynasty, and the last dynasty could achieve 24 layers. Now it has grown to 66 layers, compared to that, 2 layers are not much. Smack! Master Qi struck back with a slap, angrily saying, "What nonsense! What is the material of 66 layers? It is ivory. How is ivory's texture? How is jade's texture? 100 layers of ivory are not surprising. But 1 layer of jade is unprecedented. So it should be, Master Zhao." The face that was slapped quickly swelled up, and said nothing. At this moment, the people around looked at Zhao Ping'an as if he were a god. Yi Yaoqing looked at Zhao Ping'an, smiling, with light in her eyes. Zhao Ping'an casually snatched the ghostly worker ball, such a thing was easy for him, just needing to master the strength. Calmly he said, "Since you admit the carvings are garbage, do you have any objections to taking down your plaque?" Master Qi looked at the ghostly worker ball with reluctance, shaking his head and saying, "No, I am worlds apart from Master Zhao. To have my plaque destroyed by Master Zhao is an honor I dare not complain about. Losings against someone more skilled were infuriating, bringing greater shame." The people around fell silent, instead feeling that it was only natural. Zhao Ping'an continued, "You have no complaints? I have complaints now. This lady has only vented her anger and has not received justice. Apologize and compensate, or I will set the treasure pavilion on fire." "You dare!" Became a bit flustered, previously Zhao Ping'an spoke without authority, but now it was completely different. "Shut up!" Master Qi slowly looked at, solemnly stating, "I believe Master Zhao is not just speaking nonsense. I will ask you one last time, is what this woman said true or false?" As he spoke, an aura erupted from him, firmly staring at. Immediately broke into a cold sweat, almost speaking the truth, then he stubbornly said, "False, how could I possibly look at her?" As soon as the words fell, Zhao Pingyan stepped forward, reached into his pocket, and casually pulled out a jade stone, which was much less in quality than imperial green but still a rare item. "This is mine, this is mine." The woman suddenly shouted with excitement, "It's my family heirloom." Seeing the jade being taken out, panicked immediately, bending his knees to kneel, "Master, I was wrong. I was just confused and dared not do it again. Please forgive me." "You?" Master Chi's body swayed, coughing twice, was personally taught by him, and he thought he knew him very well. He had previously unconditionally trusted him and never imagined he could do such a thing. He shook his head, "You have brought disgrace to our school. From this moment on, you are expelled from the sect. Master Zhao, I leave him to you to handle." As he spoke, he bowed to the woman, "I haven't been strict in teaching, it's my fault as a master. I am ashamed and willing to bear all responsibility." The woman, receiving consolation, wept inconsolably. Master was dumbfounded. Being expelled from the treasure pavilion meant that no one in the entire carving industry would want him. His life was completely ruined. Zhao Pingyan calmly said, "You just let Zhang Kongding handle her, it's just right for Zhang Kongding to handle you as well. You resolve it." "Yes." Zhang Kongding left with, who was as limp as a dead dog. The matter was resolved. Zhao Pingyan also prepared to leave. "Wait." Master Chi called to stop him, walking to Zhao Pingyan and awkwardly saying, "Master Zhao, I have an unpleasant request. I am willing to exchange everything for your ghostly worker ball, to admire, study, and hope to attain." "Everything?" The crowd was in an uproar. Master Chi had been in the carving world for many years, his wealth exceeding hundreds of millions, perhaps even reaching a 10-digit number. Zhang Xuan was also stunned, eyes wide open, actually willing to exchange all his wealth for this thing? Yi Yaoqing thought for a moment and said, "Pingyan, since Master Chi likes it, would you please do him this favor?" After saying this, she blinked. On one hand, Zhao Pingyan could still do it, and on the other hand, it could ease the relationship, as Master Chi had extensive connections behind him. Zhao Pingyan raised an eyebrow. "No amount of money can make me give this to him, this is for you." As he spoke, he exerted force, and the ghostly worker ball was suddenly crushed. Among the fragments, a small talisman emerged. He smiled and said, "This is for you, wear it for safety." Chapter 44, Two Methods. Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. The people around stared wide-eyed at the ghostly worker ball being crushed. "My heart is bleeding, this thing is worth 1 billion. Zhang Xuan was also stunned, such an expensive thing, and they just give it away? Yi Yaoqing was also stunned, it's actually meant for her? Suddenly, she felt weak all over. There is another layer? Master Chi's face was filled with terror, and he knelt down, saying piously, "Master Zhao is a great person of this world and should be my teacher. I request Master Zhao to accept me as a disciple." With Master Chi's interruption, Yi Yaoqing instantly woke up, reaching out to grab the talisman, like a little girl who just got candy. Shyly, she said, "Thank you, I will always wear it." After saying that, she quickly ran out. Zhao Pingyan smiled slightly, not pursuing her, watching Master Chi on the ground, knowing that Yi Yaoqing had just come under a lot of pressure. He said simply, "Accepting a disciple is impossible, but since you can correct your mistakes in time, I will tell you a prescription to ensure your ailment will be cured, cow bile." Who dares to speak recklessly and use medicine randomly? A slightly angry voice came from the door. Old Chi's illness has persisted for decades, even I, Wang, can only suppress it, unable to eradicate it. You? Master Zhao? A person walked in, it was none other than the famous divine Dr. Wang Shouwen. Seeing Zhao Pingyan, he trembled in fear and hurried over, excitedly saying, "Old Chi, you are truly fortunate to meet Master Zhao. He said he can cure you, you are saved." Outside the door, Yi Yaoqing hugged the talisman with both hands, smiling non-stop. Zhang Shuang felt angrier as she thought more. At this rate, if Zhao Pingyan wasn't driven away, the young lady would probably fall for him. "Miss, you must not be deceived by Zhao Pingyan, he is very sinister. Giving you this is intentional, his aim is to make you trust him so he can marry into the Yi family. Once he marries into the Yi family, what he gains will be far greater than what old Qi offers." Yi Yaoqing seemed to not hear, he. Zhang Shuang gritted her teeth, wanting to say more. A voice came from beside her, "Only dark-minded people think darkly of others. Mr. Zhao is a righteous person, not someone like you who can be judged. If you dare to insult Mr. Zhao again, I will fight you." The speaker was none other than that woman. Zhang Shuang was startled and wisely remained silent. Porcelain and clay cannot be hard against each other. Just then, Zhao Pingyan walked out. Seeing him, the woman quickly ran in front of Zhao Pingyan and kowtowed to thank him. This small matter was nothing for Zhao Pingyan, but it saved her life. In the end, she said, "Mr. Zhao, you must be careful of this woman, she is a schemer." Pointing at Zhang Shuang. "You." Zheng Shuang nearly exploded in anger. Who is she talking about? Zhao Pingyan chuckled, holding back his laughter, and said two words, live on. After that, he returned to the car. Yi Yaoqing was still smiling, looking surprisingly silly. Zhang Shuang drove, angrily saying, Zhao, don't think you're so impressive. Do you know that if the young lady hadn't come today, you would have been beaten to death? Many people are angry because you took down old cheese plaque. This matter is not over. She absolutely cannot let Zhao Pingyan be pleased, she must hit back hard. But just as she finished speaking, Yi Yaoqing's phone rang. She picked it up and said in shock, what? Okay, you're welcome. She just hung up when another phone rang, and she answered over a dozen calls consecutively. Finally getting a break, she said, the Treasure Pavilion has changed its name, it's called Meet Master Zhao. Moreover, just now, the news spread that the jade stones in the collector's hands not only didn't lose value but actually increased. The reason is that the outside world believes that Master Qi received guidance from Zhao Pingyan and will also be able to create ghostly craftsmanship in the future. Zhang Shuang, feeling her face burning hot. Zhao Pingyan was blacklined. What kind of name is that? But if they want to change it, let them, it has nothing to do with him. Yi Yaoqing then softly said, Pingyan, you're really amazing. Zhao Pingyan smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. Seeing the two flirting, Zhang Shuang was so angry she felt like spitting blood. Surely the young lady wouldn't have truly fallen for him, right? Suddenly remembered something, Zhao, let me tell you, we still have the agreement regarding the 140 plots. According to the news, a scientific investigation team will come from the province tomorrow. If the issue with the 140 plots isn't resolved, they will reconsider the plan, and when that time comes, it won't matter if you get the land. So, if you can't get the land today, you must leave the company. 140 plots. Su Tianlong, Ouyang Hai, Ouyang Qian, Master Ge, and the company staff returned here again. They also received news that a scientific investigation team from the province would come tomorrow. If the problem couldn't be resolved, the land would be replanned. Once replanned, this land would be worthless. Even with supporting facilities, no one would buy it, let alone without supporting facilities. So, they must solve this in advance. They're here. They're here. A luxury sedan sped in. Master Ge rushed to the car, opened the door, and respectfully said, Senior brother, you have arrived. Master who? Master who? Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong also said respectfully. When something is unusual, there must be a reason. They had to pin their hopes on Master Ji's senior brother, Master Hu. According to Master Ge, his senior brother was 100 times stronger than him, and even many famous people in the country sought his help. Master Hu, wearing a robe, got out of the car with a blank expression, as if he didn't hear the others speaking. He looked at the land and slowly said, so that's it. Someone has set a formation to change the energy here, turning this originally blessed land into a cursed one, and this person has great skills. Hearing this, Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong's eyes lit up. He truly was an expert. Master Ge still hadn't figured out the reason, but he just appeared and stated the cause. Su Tianlong immediately said, what the master says is right, there indeed weren't this many poisonous creatures here before. I also suspect someone has tampered with it. Ouyang Hai nodded and asked cautiously, Master Hu, is there any way to restore this place to its original state? If it couldn't be restored, it would cost billions in compensation. Master Hu turned his back and didn't answer, slowly walking inward. As he stepped onto the 140 plots, the poisonous creatures scattered like they were facing a great enemy, fleeing in all directions. In his 10-meter vicinity, not a single poisonous creature remained. Master, great ability. Master, your way is profound. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai quickly flattered, their eyes shining brighter, seeing hope for a solution. Master Gu said with a tinge of regret, you were wrong to ask if my senior brother can change this. In this world, there is no problem my senior brother cannot solve, only unwillingness, and nothing is impossible. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong nodded in agreement. Master Hu stopped, speaking mysteriously, to solve the problems here is very simple, there are two methods. First, you just need to find the person who set up the formation here and bring them. Find the person who set up the formation? Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong exchanged glances, both suspecting one person in their hearts, Zhao Pingyan. If it weren't for him, how could he confidently say he wanted to buy the land? However, it was just a suspicion. Zhao Pingyan was just a guy who got out of prison. Could it be that prison was where they also set the feng shui formation? Ouyang Hai cautiously asked, what about the second method? Master Hu said dismissively, the second method is also simple. I will break the formation now and simultaneously counterattack the one who set it up. Su Tianlong immediately said, let's go with the second method. This method is great. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong agreed at the same time, no matter who was behind the formation, anyone who dared to tamper with the land deserved to die a terrible death. If it was Zhao Pingyan, even better. they could counter him and eliminate future troubles. Thank you, Master Hu. Hard work, Master Hu. Both bowed simultaneously. Master Hu nodded, go prepare the items. We will start the rite in an hour. After that, he closed his eyes and stood still as if he were nailed to the ground. This appearance startled the two, it looked like he was dead, or rather stiff like a corpse. Master Ge laughed and said, you two don't have to worry. My senior brother is in a meditative state. Although his body is here, his soul has journeyed through the beautiful landscapes of our motherland. There's no need to worry. The two exchanged another glance, both seeing excitement in each other's eyes. They had found a true expert this time. Soon, the news spread throughout Tianhai City. The news was swirling, and this was the result of Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai's deliberate promotion. After all, the message about Block 140 being infested with poisonous creatures had spread everywhere. Only by letting everyone know and resolving the issues could they ensure sales in the future. In just half an hour, Block 140 was again packed to the brim, with no room to spare. Xiao's office. Zhao Ping'an, Block 140 was caused by you. Ouyang Qian sat across from him, coldly stating. Though her father still had doubts, she was very certain it was related to Zhao Ping'an. She had felt something was off at the racetrack, and this time she was even more convinced. Thus, after seeing Master Hu, she rushed here immediately. Yes, it was me. Zhao Ping'an candidly admitted. She came looking for him right after he separated from Yi Yaoqing, feeling quite helpless. Seeing his indifferent expression made Ouyang Qian furious. There was no man in Tianhai City who dared to act so carelessly in front of her. Her man could circle around Tianhai City, why should he show such impatience? With a cold voice, she said, I didn't expect you to dare to admit it. Very well, I am here to give you a chance. My dad and Uncle Su have invited a master, who will not only break your needle technique but will send backlash to you, potentially taking your life. Now, bow and apologize to me, and I can spare your life. After saying this, she slightly raised her chin, eagerly anticipating him bowing in front of her and wanting him to tear off his hypocritical mask. Zhao Ping'an chuckled, no need. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Zhao Ping'an. Ouyang Qian was somewhat frantic, no one has ever ignored me, you are the first. I don't know if this is your true nature or just an act, but in any case, this is your last chance. Otherwise, you really will die. Zhao Ping'an casually glanced at her and said lightly, are you leaving or not? If not, I will go. Ouyang Qian clenched her hands into fists, staring hard at Zhao Ping'an. She angrily said, you truly don't know what's good for you. I, Ouyang Qian, have never actively sought anyone. Since you wish to die, I won't stop you, but you cannot leave my sight. When Master Hu starts to cast spells, and he suffers the backlash, he will definitely seek me out. I will just wait here to see how he begs me. Let's see if he can still remain indifferent. Let's see if he continues to pretend. Zhao Ping'an settled in, smiling, your dad will cry. Block 140. It's said that a formation has been set up here, seemingly by Zhao Ping'an. Just now, the richest man in Su Tianlong declared they want to kill Zhao Ping'an. Is it true? Can Zhao Ping'an really do this? I don't know if Zhao Ping'an has this capability, but the Master Hu in front of us is an expert. Look at how he stands. I've heard people say this is called entering a meditative state. Standing in a meditative state can only be done by those with high mastery, at least 30 years of experience. People looked at Master Hu standing in the wind, filled with awe, engaging in discussions. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong were both smiling, feeling more confident seeing Master Hu remain still and unmovable. Su Tianlong said with a smile, Ouyang brother, I've been wondering, what is the relationship between this matter and Zhao Ping'an? Ouyang Hai shook his head, I don't think there's much of a connection, arts of technique and yin-yang require study and experience. Considering Zhao Ping'an's age, the possibility is slim. Su Tianlong said, I hope it is him. If it is him, we can completely eliminate this clown, so he doesn't go around like a toad repulsing everyone. Best to eliminate him in one shot, haha. At this moment, Master Hu suddenly opened his eyes. With a soft whoosh, the surrounding thousands were startled, gasping as if a corpse had suddenly opened its eyes. Master Hu somersaulted forward, flipping several times to arrive at the altar. With hands behind him, he stood steady and unmoving. Master Ge seemed like a little follower, popping out from the side, sternly saying, everyone, the master's spell requires enough quietness, so from now on, no matter what you see or hear, don't move. You must absolutely not move. Su Tianlong also said solemnly, did everyone hear the master's words? If anyone dares to violate, don't blame me, sue someone, for turning against you. Ouyang Hai also said heavily, Master Hu is a reclusive expert, seeing us in trouble, he made an exception to help. If Master Hu is unhappy, it makes me unhappy, and if I'm unhappy, it won't make you happy. The top two figures in Tianhai City's business world spoke in unison, and no one dared to oppose them, all nodded in silence. You all go out. Master Hu finally spoke, with an air of ethereal grace, what I do is not only to break the formation but also to harm people. You can only watch from afar, not get close. The two were taken aback. Master Gu glared and said, "What my senior brother says goes. Just follow along, and if you don't leave, you'll bleed all over. If my senior brother is pleased, he might even catch the soul of the person who set the formation here. At that time, I will give you a soul whipping stick to let you vent your anger." Not hitting people, but hitting souls? Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong had never heard of such divine techniques, their excited hearts nearly leaping out of their throats as they quickly moved outside, retreating into the crowd, watching with great excitement. "Senior brother, it's enough." Master Gu flattered. "You get out too." Master Hu coldly replied. Master Gu. Just as he was exiting, Master Hu leaped into the air, and upon landing, he slapped the altar heavily. The other items on the altar did not move, only 3 incense sticks were shaken up. He grabbed an incense stick in one hand and took fire in the other, the flame dancing on his fingers, lighting the incense. The scene made everyone's eyes widen. They had seen Feng Shui masters and Yin Yang masters, but they only talked without any real action. Master Hu pointed the incense with his fingers. Slapped the table and asked for incense, borrowing fire from heaven. Master Gu stood in the crowd explaining, "This is just my senior brother's little trick, no need to be shocked. The best part is yet to come." After lighting the incense, Master Hu continued his spell. He clasped his hands together and fiercely said, "Heaven above, earth below, the 8 kings stand in the 8 directions, and the disciples stand in the center. Today, I, the disciple, open the altar to cast a spell, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, 1 to eliminate harm, and 2 to bind souls. Power of heaven and earth, arise." As he spoke, he flipped backwards and assumed the horse stance, his hands clapped together, his whole body trembling as he chanted, "Arise, arise, arise." In an instant, a wind rose and the grass and trees swayed. Chapter 46, 200,000. This scene left everyone around horrified. There really was a strange phenomenon, this master who was not a fraud, but a capable person. Heavens might press down, earths might ascend. Master Gu stood in the crowd, speaking calmly and proudly, "My senior brother has already borrowed the might of heaven and earth. Just wait, it won't be long before the poisonous insects suddenly die, and the one who set the formation will have their soul leave their body, never to be reborn." Hearing this, the eyes of those around grew wider. Especially Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong, whose whole bodies trembled with excitement. For others, the situation was witnessing a miracle, but for them, it meant the retrieval of tens of billions. How could they not be excited? Master Hu suddenly stopped his gestures and stamped heavily on the ground, "Now." As he pronounced this word, swarms of poisonous insects crawled out everywhere, covering the entire 140-acre block, thick and dense, giving viewers goosebumps, but as emphasized earlier, no one dared to move. In the office. "Zhao Ping'an, aren't you going to apologize?" Ouyang Qian asked coldly, holding her phone, which was playing the live situation, and said heavily, "You see Master Hu's technique? He can really take your life." Zhao Ping'an leaned back in his office chair, replying calmly, "Just come quickly, I can't wait any longer." Ouyang Qian's face grew colder, this guy just wouldn't admit his faults. Looking at the screen, a hint of worry flashed in her eyes, but at that moment, she suddenly realized something was off. Why was she worried about Zhao Ping'an? Then she shook her head, understanding the reason. It wasn't true worry, but just concerned that he might suddenly die without tearing off his hypocritical mask. Angrily, she said, "I'm giving you a chance." Zhao Ping'an, annoyed by her, replied, "Are you going or not?" Ouyang Qian gritted her teeth and said, "I'll leave once I see you fall." Ha! Zhao Ping'an chuckled coldly, raised his hand to dip a bit of water from his cup, writing a symbol on the desk, only to wipe it dry after finishing. Then he closed his eyes to rest. "What are you doing?" Ouyang Qian didn't understand and frowned as she asked, but Zhao Ping'an had already stopped responding. She looked back at the screen, her mouth suddenly wide open in shock. On sight, countless poisonous insects seemed to receive some kind of command. Suddenly, they rushed towards Master Hu from all directions. It began. Everyone's eyes lit up at the same time. Previously, Master Gu had said these poisonous insects would suddenly die, but now they were all moving at once, and they surely wanted to kill. "Everyone, open your eyes and watch closely, my senior brother is about to unleash his power." Master Gu spoke proudly, also looking ahead. The poisonous insects were getting closer to Master Hu. Closer and closer. As their distance shortened, everyone's hearts raced. This scene was too magical, and they had to watch every single moment. Soon, the poisonous insects reached Master Hu's side. However, these insects did not stop, they started to crawl all over him. In just a few seconds, Master Hu was completely engulfed by the poisonous insects, and not a trace of him could be seen anymore. Everyone was a bit dazed, looking towards Master Gu. Didn't he say the insects would die? Why did it look like they were going to eat Master Hu instead? Master Gu said mysteriously, "My senior brother is using himself as a guide to channel the power of heaven and earth. I believe it won't be long before these poisonous insects die. As soon as he finished speaking. Ah! A miserable cry came out, then Master Hu shouted, "You old bastard, hurry and save me! Help! If you don't save me soon, I'll be bitten to death. Hurry, save me!" He had been holding back from calling for help but realized he couldn't hold on anymore as he was being bitten all over. Creak! Everyone was completely shocked. Was that voice really Master Hu's? Master Gu frowned, disdainfully saying, "It seems the one who set the formation has some skill and can imitate my senior brother's voice. Everyone, don't move. Once you step into the land, my senior brother's magic. *CK your grandmother's legs." Master Hu interrupted without waiting for him to finish, "I am your senior brother. Hurry, save me." As he spoke, he felt he couldn't just passively wait anymore. With all his strength, he ran towards the crowd, thinking to himself that he could bite others too, not just be bitten. Damn it! Everyone watched in shock as a swarm of poisonous insects rushed in. "Don't be afraid." Master Gu shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, this is the last struggle of the one who set the formation, they're cornered now. Don't be afraid, don't." What the *CK? He watched as the poisonous insects charged straight at him and was the first to lose his composure. He turned and ran. Run! What, master? Just a fraud. Run faster. Over 1,000 people started to run for their lives. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai were no exception. At this moment, there was no time to care about their image, fleeing was the priority. How could this happen? Ouyang Qian stared at the screen, stunned. She saw when Master Hu entered, the poisonous insects scattered and fled. How did they attack people now? She suddenly looked at Zhao Ping'an. "Was this all you're doing again?" Zhao Ping'an said calmly, "You can leave now." "You?" Ouyang Qian felt angrier than ever in her life. He only knew how to say that one sentence. Couldn't he say something else? Fuming, she stood up. "Zhao Ping'an, wait for me. One day I will personally tear off your mask." Zhao Ping'an replied, "If you don't leave, I'll tear off your clothes." Ouyang Qian froze, her mind recalling last night's scene. He had stripped her clean and even poked her with his finger. Grinding her teeth, she said, "I will make you regret it." After saying that, she turned to leave. Seeing her walk to the door, Zhao Ping'an reminded, "Tell your dad that I can offer 20,000 for the land, I can't go any higher." On sight. Master Hu ran out of the land, and all the poisonous insects left him. He was bitten all over like a blood gourd, with thousands of wounds, big and small. However, there was no danger to his life. Harming life would bring bad luck. What exactly is going on? Does the one who set the formation have higher skill than you? Master Hu, say something. Are you all right or not? Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong were both anxious. After such a commotion, the reputation of this land was only getting worse. Senior brother, Master Gu, was also very distressed. To him, his senior brother was a god. Wrong. Master Hu stood with his hands behind his back, his lips swollen like sausages. From the very beginning, it was wrong. This land was not set up by anyone, but it is a land of death. Ha! Everyone looked puzzled at the same time. A land of death? Could it be that he couldn't defeat others and was finding excuses? Bang! Mr. Hu completely ignored them and directly knelt on the ground, facing the 140 plot, saying, "Thank you, heaven, for sparing me. If it were not for your virtue of preserving life, I would have already lost my soul. It was foolish of me to fight against you. I know I was wrong." After saying that, he bowed his head heavily. He then stood up and said, "You too, just now, I fought against heaven, and the result you saw. Let me be frank, this land is the land of death chosen by heaven. Not to mention development, even stepping on it is hard. You should stay as far away as possible. Heaven has the virtue of preserving life, but also, heavenly intentions are hard to defy." After saying that, he turned and left. "Mr. Hu, don't go." Su Tianlong quickly chased after him, still not understanding. Mr. Hu didn't reply, walking faster and faster. It was impossible to say he was going to the hospital. Ouyang Hai also wanted to chase, but after taking 2 steps and seeing his daughter return, he whispered, "Did you see Zhao Ping'an? Knowing a daughter well is like a father knowing a daughter." He had noticed long ago. Ouyang Qian was taken aback and then nodded. Ouyang Hai asked anxiously, "What did he say?" "He said he wants 200,000 to buy this piece of land." Chapter 47 Expert Team. When Ouyang Hai heard this, his heart twisted painfully. However, Ouyang Hai asked again, "Did he show any abnormalities just now, like being distracted, dizzy, or suddenly falling?" He had seen Mr. Hu's methods. Although they ultimately did not succeed, they would at least have some effect. Ouyang Qian shook her head. No, he was very calm. Ouyang Hai frowned and thought for a moment, then exhaled deeply. "It seems that this matter has nothing to do with Zhao Ping'an. If this guy could really set up formations and perform spells, he would need to think about his daughter's engagement with him. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability. He angrily said, "That little beggar, he's dreaming." At this moment, Su Tianlong also walked over, despairingly saying, "I thought it was Zhao Pingin's trick, but I didn't expect this land to be a land of death. There's no way to develop it. The only hope left is tomorrow when the provincial inspection team arrives. But if they can't solve it either, the province will change its investment plans. This land is wasted." Earlier, he had asked Mr. Gu, the land of death was a preset by heaven and could not be changed by human strength. Even if someone wanted to, they would need at least 50 years of cultivation. That little beggar Zhao Pingyan couldn't do it. Cai Ouyang Hai also sighed. Although he was the richest man, throwing away a few billion would still hurt. We can only wait for tomorrow. At the same time, the news that the 140 plot is a land of death had spread widely, becoming well known, and all those in need of buying a house had excluded this piece of land from their minds. After all, no one wants to live in a cursed place. The next day, the area around the 140 plot was bustling with people, at least tens of thousands. The reason was simple: the provincial inspection team had arrived, led by Professor Li Huawen, the director of the Plant and Animal Research Bureau. I heard Mr. Li Huawen is not only a top plant and animal expert in the province but also enjoys a great reputation in the country. This time Mr. Li Huawen leads the team, along with more than 10 experts from various fields in the province. I believe they can surely solve the problem. But it must be solved, otherwise it would be too scary for Tianhai City to have such a place. To be honest, I came to see it yesterday and had nightmares all night. People looked at the center of the land and murmured. In the center, several experts in white lab coats were taking samples and researching. Su Tianlong, Ouyang Hai, Ouyang Xian, and Su Baoshi were among them. After all, it was still their land, they should be present. Zhao Pingyan and a few others also stood outside watching. Fraud. Zhang Shuang said coldly, "Some still say this land is his trick. Now Tianhai has spread that this land is a land of death. Some people just know how to flatter themselves." Zhao Pingyan shrugged, too lazy to explain, even explaining wouldn't make her believe. Zhang Shuang. Yi Yaoqing said with a black face, "I remind you again, he is your boss. If you dare to speak disrespectfully to him again, immediately return to the capital." Receiving the jade token, knowing Zhao Pingyan's intent, naturally he must defend it. Mississippi. Zhang Shuang stamped her foot in anger, feeling her mistress was sinking deeper. She thought for a moment and said, "All right, I won't mention him, but Mr. Zhao, didn't you say last night that you could get this land? Why can't you get it now?" Zhao Pingyan had a dark line on his forehead. Regarding this, he was also quite speechless. Who would have thought that the so-called master who actually lied, fabricating a deadly poison lie? If he had said his skills were inferior, Su Tianlong would certainly come pleading for mercy. Carelessly he said, "It was delayed a bit due to my fault, but the land will be obtained soon. The issue with plot 140 is something they can't solve. These experts couldn't resolve it either. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai would naturally sell the land. Where did such shameless people come from, who dare to slander experts?" A roar came from behind them. A young man in a white lab coat approached, angrily, "Just starting, and you dare to make conclusions? Is scientific research something you ignorant fool can criticize? Where's the security? Kick him out." This voice attracted the attention of everyone present, even the experts in the room were disturbed. Yi Yaoqing felt embarrassed because it really had just begun. She forced a laugh and said, "This expert, I'm sorry, I misspoke for a moment, I hope you won't mind." Zhao Pingyan calmly replied, "No need to apologize, I speak the truth. Harsh words are true, you really can't solve the problems here, it's better to study something else and not waste time here. This place is an arrangement, with not a hint of science involved, besides, the end of science is also metaphysics." "What did you say?" The young man was furious. As an expert, his words held weight. Who would dare to refute him? How could he dare to sing against him in front of his face? Coldly he said, "All right then, if you can't solve it, can you? Show me how you can solve it." Zhao Pingyan replied calmly, "Not trying. He hadn't obtained the land yet, so naturally he couldn't solve it." "You?" The young man's eyes looked about to explode. "Wu Gang, what's going on?" A man in a white coat slowly walked over and asked. Wu Gang turned his head at the sound and added oil to the fire. "Professor Li, this guy here is talking nonsense, stirring people's hearts, saying we can't solve it, and wants us to roll back to the provincial capital." The newcomer was the team leader of the experts today, Li Huawen. Li Huawen frowned upon hearing this, gave Zhao Pingyan an unhappy glance, and then faced everyone saying, "Hello, citizens of Tianhai City, I've heard about the situation here, but don't believe it, everything must be based on science. We will definitely analyze the reasons for this." Wu Gang added, "Especially do not listen to the incitement of certain petty individuals, as some people are just antisocial personalities." After they finished speaking, Zhao Pingyan said again, I am not antisocial, I just speak the truth, you can't solve it. Whoosh. This time, even Li Huawen couldn't hold back anymore. In a heavy voice he said, if you dare to cause trouble again, you will be expelled immediately. Zhang Shuang glared at Zhao Pingyan, knowing he was just trying to attract attention. Yi Yaoqing thought for a moment and said, Professor Li, is it possible that what he said is correct, and you really can't solve it? As soon as these words came out, those around began to murmur, could it be that Zhao Pingyan had cast a spell on Miss Yi, causing her to sing against the experts for his sake? Zhao Pingyan was somewhat surprised, in such an occasion, she actually spoke up for him? Miss Yi, how can you believe a guy just out of prison? At this moment, Su Tianlong and his group approached, actively introducing, Professor Li, this is Miss Yi from the prestigious Yi family in the capital, and this is someone working for Miss Yi. Su Baosher walked limping, adding coldly, he's also served time in prison. The Yi family in the capital is indeed a renowned family in Daxia. Professor Li and Wu Gang had heard of it and looked at Yi Yaoqing incredulously. Li Huawen unhappily remarked, Miss Yi, since you come from a distinguished background, you should know you can't draw conclusions lightly. Yang Hai also came over, Professor Li, it's not that Miss Yi concluded lightly. He only believed the words of a small-minded person. Zhao Pingyan, I know you urgently need achievements to prove yourself and want to get this land, but your deliberate provocation of people's emotions has caused a bad influence on this land. You are acting too much like a petty person. Zhao Pingyan remained calm, I am only stating the facts. If you say I am deliberately stirring trouble, then let me ask, has the problem with this land been solved? Or let me ask, Professor Li, do you dare say that you can definitely solve it? Chapter 48 How can I let you lose? Li Huawen asked, his face turning red, speechless. In fact, he had just finished a preliminary investigation and was increasingly shocked. Having studied plants and animals for a lifetime, he had never seen such a strange matter. Everyone says that snakes and scorpions have cruel hearts, but snakes and scorpions cannot coexist. On this land, there are not only snakes and scorpions but also several other poisonous creatures, which is simply unbelievable. Shut your mouth. Wu Gang, angry and embarrassed, said, you, a convict who has been to prison, dare to question Professor Li's abilities? Do you know, 20 years ago, the southern rice seedlings withered and there was no harvest? It was Professor Li who personally led the team to improve it, ensuring that hundreds of thousands of people had food to eat. 15 years ago, the northern corn production decreased and starch was scarce. It was Professor Li who led people to develop starch, ensuring industrial production. 10 years ago, there were pests in the western region, destroying fruits and vegetables. It was also Professor Li who led the team to research medicine, ensuring that the damage did not spread further. Professor Li has worked for nearly 50 years, not only as the director of the Provincial Plant and Animal Research Bureau but also as a well-known domestic expert on plants and animals. What are you, a convict, to dare act recklessly in front of him? Ha! The onlookers heard this and stood in awe, their gaze turning unfriendly towards Zhao Pingyan. Yes, what is he? Su Tianlong and others laughed, wanting to make Zhao Pingyan lose face and have Mississippi Yi drive him away. As long as he left Miss Yi's side, he would be nothing but a marginal figure. Saying these things is meaningless. Zhao Pingyan remained unfazed, a hero does not talk about past glory. I'm asking, can the current situation be resolved? Yes, or no? As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd shouted, what an arrogant person! If Professor Li cannot solve it, can you solve it? The white-coated experts who were investigating collectively walked over, anger flashing in their eyes. What kind of insignificant person are you, to deserve an answer from Professor Li? Ha! Science is the most rigorous discipline. What do you know? Have you even read on the origin of species? You know nothing, yet still dare to question? If you were my student, I would slap you away. Professor Li, don't get angry with this little brat, he takes pride in attracting attention, he's nothing more than a clown. Zhang Shuang glared angrily at Zhao Pingyan, gritting her teeth in frustration, feeling like he had pulled her into this mess too. Yi Yaoqing frowned tightly, remaining silent. Zhao Pingyan remained calm and smiled, Professor Li? Naturally, it's possible. Li Huawen was also quite angry, firmly raising 3 fingers, 3 years. Within 3 years, I will definitely find out the cause here and give everyone an explanation. Hearing this, the experts puffed out their chests, feeling excited. If Professor Li said 3 years, then they were sure he would figure it out. Crack! Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai's smiles froze suddenly, stunned. They could wait for 3 years, but they themselves could not wait, let alone 3 years, even 1 year was not acceptable. They had to solve it now, or the impact would be impossible to eliminate. The province would also need to reassess investments. Ouyang Hai trembled, asking, is it really going to take 3 years? Of course. Wu Gang thought he was just excited and proudly said, Professor Li's promises have never failed. If he says 3 years, it will be 3 years. If you want it done faster, let him solve it, he's impressive. He pointed at Zhao Ping'an. Other experts chimed in a sarcastic tone. Criminal, Professor Li has already made a promise. Are you satisfied? If not, you can solve it yourself. Yes, you solve it. Unintentionally spoken, but heard with intention. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong exchanged glances. Su Tianlong said, Zhao Ping'an, we sell you this piece of land for 200 million, let's sign the contract on the spot. Although it's a loss, it's better than leaving it idle. Selling to Zhao Ping'an is the only way. Su Baoshi sneered, Zhao, you said you wanted this land. Now that it's yours, you aren't too afraid to take it, right? He. Ouyang Qian remained silent for a long time, simply watching. Zhao Ping'an replied, of course I want it, but only for 100,000. What? 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 Three voices echoed in the room. The first two were Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong, saying 100,000, are you joking? The last voice was Zheng Shuang, angrily saying, Zhao Ping'an, are you crazy? This land isn't worth a dime. Even if the problem is solved in 3 years, it will cost money to develop it. If it can't be sold, you'll lose even more. Do you understand the market? Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow. If you think 100,000 is too much, how about 50,000? You damn. Su Tianlong was about to explode. He paid a full 13 billion for this land. Although what Zheng Shuang said might be true, offering 50,000 felt like an insult. Do you not understand human speech? Zheng Shuang, in a fit of anger, turned to Ouyang Qian and said, Miss, are you just going to watch him act recklessly? Even a single dollar is a cost to the company. I believe in him. Yi Yaoqing said firmly, looking at Zhao Ping'an with gentle eyes, smiling, I won't listen to what others say. Ping'an, do you want this piece of land? Seeing Yi Yaoqing's attitude, everyone around was shocked. She is so good to Zhao Ping'an? Is there something going on between them? Ouyang Qian frowned. Su Baoshi's eyes were filled with coldness. In the crowd, Ji Tianjia clenched her fists, that big liar. I want to give it to you, Zhao Ping'an replied. Upon hearing this, the people around were furious. This freeloading scoundrel really knows how to talk. Yi Yaoqing smiled even more happily, turning around and saying, this piece of land, a fixed price, 40 million. Miss. Zheng Shuang was so angry that she nearly exploded, wishing she could turn into a killer and take Zhao Ping'an out. Sell it. Su Tianlong said quickly, getting whatever little money back is better than losing it all in the end. Soon, the contract was brought out and signed by both parties. The reason Zhao Ping'an didn't stop it was that he didn't want to waste time. The long-silent Ouyang Qian finally spoke. She coldly said, Zhao Ping'an, Yi Miss is really good to you. It seems you're quite skilled at sweet-talking women. Zhao Ping'an pretended not to hear. Su Baoshi, standing nearby, said sourly, congratulations to Mr. Zhao for getting the land. You must not disappoint Miss Yi, or you won't even know how you died. Just then, Wu Gang deliberately spoke up, Professor Li, I suddenly feel that the timeline for solving this piece of land is a bit tight. How about we extend it to 7 years? Solve it within 7 years. Still want to develop the land? I won't help, I'll drag you down. Other experts chimed in, Professor Li, 7 years is more reasonable. I think 10 years is also fine. Li Huawan remained silent, seemingly approving. The crowd laughed, everyone was an adult and naturally understood what this meant, letting Zhao Ping'an run wild. His arrogance, relying on Yi Yaoqing's support, even dared to oppose Professor Li Huawan, deserved it. This is instant karma. We don't need you to solve it. Zhao Ping'an said calmly, this land is meant for Miss Yi. Others may face issues, but with her, it's a match made in heaven. Miss Yi can solve it. Ha? What is he talking about? Outrageous words. Before anyone could react, Zhao Ping'an took Yi Yaoqing's hand and, under countless gazes, slowly walked into plot 140, stopping after a few meters, smiling, Yaoqing, you believe in me, how could I let you lose? Yaoqing, nod your head. Yi Yaoqing looked into his eyes, without a moment's hesitation, nodded. The next second. Chapter 49, Zhou Qiankuan. Swish, swish, swish. To the naked eye, centered around the two, the grass swayed, and millions of poisonous insects scattered in all directions, frantically fleeing plot 140. The temperature around them began to rise, as if warm sunlight was draped over them. How is this possible? My God! Everyone present widened their eyes in terror, staring at the scene before them. Even as it happened right in front of them, they still couldn't believe that the poisonous insects had actually run away. However, this was not the end. A cool breeze blew in. Flowers bloomed everywhere, in a dozen colors, vying for beauty. Chirp! A bird call filled the sky, and soon, flocks of birds flew in from all directions, swaying gracefully, displaying extraordinary species in all shapes and sizes. The spring breeze caressed their faces, everything was reviving, and hundreds of birds were greeting the phoenix. Boom! All were stunned by the beautiful scene before them. Li Huawan was dumbfounded. Ouyang Hai was stunned. Ouyang Qian and Qi Tianjia were also in shock. Thousands of people on site were left speechless. Yao Qingyi gazed at the scene in a daze, looking around, tears flowed down her cheeks, and finally, her gaze landed on Zhao Ping'an's face. After staring for 2 seconds, she gently tiptoed and kissed Zhao Ping'an's lips. In a soft voice, she said, "I feel that today is the happiest day of my life." Wow! The crowd burst into a wave of discussions. Could it be that Yao Qingyi actually kissed Zhao Ping'an? The esteemed daughter of the Yi family actually kissed a working guy who just came out of prison? Are they in love? The story came to reality. Ouyang Shen felt a stab in her heart at that moment, and quickly turned to leave. Qi Tianjia clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, and angrily walked away. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai exchanged glances, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Zhao Ping'an was an enemy of both families. If he was indeed with Miss Yi, they could only imagine the consequences, and they turned to leave together, seeking a way to handle it. Su Baosher was so angry he felt like spitting blood. According to the plan, he was supposed to be Yao Qingyi's partner. The Zhao family would eventually pay a price. Some people left. Some stepped forward. Li Huawan rushed in like he saw a deity, disregarding the two, and frantically asked, "What happened? What is going on? How did you do this?" Having studied botany and zoology his whole life, he had never seen such a spectacle, not even in books. Yao Qingyi felt somewhat confused as well, she was unsure herself. Zhao Ping'an glanced at her sweet lips, feeling a bit irritated, casually replied, "I told you, this place was tailor-made for her." Impossible. Li Huawan immediately denied, "How could it be tailor-made? You must have some method, right? Tell me, please tell me." He was eager to know, wishing he could open Zhao Ping'an's head and conduct a dissection for research. "I don't know." Zhao Ping'an simply said 3 words and turned to leave, showing no consideration, ruining the good moment. Yao Qingyi thought for a moment and followed behind. "What are you showing off for?" After the two walked away, Wu Gang came over with a look of disdain and said, "Professor Li, he is just putting on a show. I think it could be a Chinook wind. He must have contacted the meteorology department in advance. If we wait a little longer, everything will resolve. This kind of wind can raise temperatures by 30 degrees overnight, transitioning from winter to summer, with flowers blooming everywhere." Smack! Professor Li slapped him, angrily rebuking, "Shut up. Chinook requires specific terrain. What kind of terrain is here? Chinook in winter? What season is it now?" He picked a flower and pointed to a flower on the mountaintop. "This is summer grass, and that is winter plum. Tell me, where's the Chinook?" Wu Gang did not dare to respond. Li Huawan slowly raised his head, "A miracle. It's simply miraculous. It turns out the end of science is mysticism." Meanwhile, the entire Tinhai city was buzzing. Some said Zhao Ping'an was a feng shui master, others said Yao Qingyi was destined to be a miraculous woman, specifically adept at overcoming deadly poisons, and some said they were a perfect match in beauty and talent. Of course, everyone shared the common opinion that the 140 plot is a place of revival and a gathering of birds, a naturally blessed ground. The land price soared further. Some speculated that this land was currently worth at least 3 billion. 50 million bought 30 billion, in the blink of an eye, it became 60 times its value. "How did you do it?" Yao Qingyi asked from the car, blinking at him. She felt this man was glowing all over. Zhao Ping'an candidly replied, "I set up a formation specifically targeting them. Once I get the land, all I need to do is release the formation." He. Zhang Shuang, the driver, laughed coldly. "Why don't you say you are the Jade Emperor and can do whatever you want? Stop pretending. I've heard of all kinds of extraordinary people in the capital, but I've never heard of anyone who can set up formations. Come on, tell me, what underhanded methods did you use?" She still didn't believe it, especially after seeing the young lady kiss him. It made her even more uncomfortable. Who did he think he was? He didn't even deserve himself, so what right did he have to be kissed by a noble lady? Zhang Shuang. Yi Yaoqing was happy and didn't bring her face down. "Miss, he's just deceiving you. I'm willing to be deceived by him, what do you care?" Yi Yaoqing said with a smile. After saying this, she suddenly remembered that Zhao Ping'an was still beside her, and her face instantly turned red. She then thought about how embarrassing it was to take the initiative to kiss him in front of so many people today. Zhao Ping'an increasingly found her wonderful, she believed and supported him unconditionally. This alone was something many girls couldn't do. Should he just decide to be with her and take some time to cancel the remaining 6 engagements? But he missed the previous Yi Yaogui, she had become shy and was somewhat unrecognizable. Ding-a-ling. Yi Yaoqing's phone rang. She saw the number and her expression changed instantly. She quickly picked up and said, Dad, yes, okay, thank you. I'll be careful. She hung up the phone excitedly and said, Ping'an, my dad just praised me. He said that as long as I achieve some results and prove my value to the family, I won't have to marry that fool. She was so happy. The engagement had been her nightmare since she was little, and now she finally saw hope of breaking off the engagement. Zhao Ping'an thought for a moment and asked, Then how about you marry me? Sure. Yi Yaoqing blurted it out, but as soon as she said it, she regretted it. She quickly turned her head and said in a low voice, No way. You haven't proposed to me yet. You need to propose first before I can agree. Every girl has a dream of being proposed to, and she was no exception. As soon as she finished speaking, bang! The car shook violently. She saw a car crash into the parking space. How do you drive? Zhang Shuang, annoyed by the two flirting, became even more irritated when the car was hit. She quickly pushed open the car door and got out, but as soon as she got out, she froze in place. What was behind was not just one car, but a fleet. There were as many as 9 cars. 4 black Range Rovers in the front and back, with a black Rolls-Royce in the middle. The one that was hit was the first Range Rover. At this moment, the car doors opened simultaneously, and 30 bodyguards dressed in black Zhongshan suits and wearing sunglasses stood with their hands behind their backs next to the car, exuding a frightening aura. The Rolls-Royce door opened. A young man in a custom-made expensive suit stepped out, looking arrogant and disdainful. Zhou Qiankuan. Zhang Xuan recognized him. Zhou Qiankuan? Yi Yaoqing recognized him too through the rearview mirror, her brows furrowing. Who is he? Zhao Ping'an asked in surprise. Before he could get a response, Zhou Qiankuan had already walked to the car and tapped on the window. When the window was rolled down, he looked at Zhao Ping'an with contempt and said, You're that ugly frog who can't get on stage? Chapter 50, Marriage Alliance. Zhou Qiankuan. Yi Yaoqing's face looked terrible as she warned, Watch your words. Zhao Ping'an is mine. What are you doing here in Tianhai? Say it quickly and leave. Zhou Qiankuan didn't care about Yi Yaoqing's attitude and laughed, Sister Yi, we've known each other for so many years. You actually defend an outsider, which makes me very sad. Though he called her sister, his expression showed very little respect and was quite frivolous. He then looked at Zhao Ping'an with disdain and said, Ugly frog, since Sister Yi asked, I'll speak frankly. I came to Tianhai this time with only one purpose, and that is to destroy you. Today, since Sister Yi is here, I won't touch you. But be careful when you go out in the future, a car accident or encountering a bad guy would be unfortunate, hee. If it were just Zhao Ping'an, he wouldn't even want to come, he was just a small-time nobody. But with Yi Yaoqing around, he thought of her, if anything were to happen, that would be even better. Zhao Ping'an raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, I dislike being threatened the most. If you want to destroy me, then I can only destroy you first. As he spoke, he opened the car door and prepared to get out. If it weren't for Yi Yaoqing still being in the car, he wouldn't want her to see blood, he would have pulled Zhou Qiankuan in and asked him a few things. Don't touch him. Yi Yaoqing raised her hand to grasp Zhao Ping'an's arm. She knew Zhao Ping'an's abilities, but if something happened to Zhou Qiankuan, the consequences would be very serious. Sternly, he said, Ping'an, don't be impulsive. Zhao Ping'an sat back down, all right. He. Zhou Qiankuan sneered coldly, do you still want to move against me? In my eyes, you are as laughable as an ant on the ground. Also, I will take this arm of yours. Before you die, I will definitely take it off, he. He pointed to the arm touched by Yi Yaoqing, then stood upright, Sister Yi, we will meet again soon. He turned and left. He got into the car. I can just kill him. A black-robed old man in the back seat said emotionlessly. He had been in the car and did not get out. Zhou Qiankuan settled in, shook his watch, and mocked, why use a bull knife to kill a chicken? Besides, Yi Yaoqing is still next to him. If she blocks him on purpose, it will cause a lot of trouble. Wait a bit longer, there will be chances later. The black-robed old man fell silent. Zhou Qiankuan instructed the driver, first go to Weihu Mountain Villa. We need to visit the local boss in Tianhai, no, it should be the local dragon. In the car ahead. Yi Yaoqing had already introduced Zhou Qiankuan's identity, a person from Longcheng, the provincial capital. He is also the only heir of the Zhou family, ranked 3rd among the 5 great families in the province. The 5 great families hold immense power in the province, they can easily overshadow everything. Even the provincial capital commander Feng Banian and the War Department commander Gu Qingming did not dare to offend them easily. The current head of the Zhou family, Zhou Taishan, once saved the life of the Yi family's old gentleman, and their family relationship is very close. Be careful in the coming days. Zhou Qiankuan is arrogant and reckless. He can do anything. I will find a way to make him go back to Longcheng as soon as possible, without setting foot in Tianhai again. Yi Yaoqing's face was full of seriousness, and there was still one thing she hadn't told Zhao Ping'an. That is, although the Zhou family is attached to the Yi family, it is actually the branch opposed to her father. If Zhou Qianquan plays dirty, no one from the Yi family would say anything. But Zhou Qianquan was injured at Zhao Ping'an's hands, which would surely enrage the Yi family, and she wouldn't be able to protect herself. This society is so realistic. Zhao Ping'an is weak, so regardless of right or wrong, it's all his fault. Seeing her serious expression, Zhao Ping'an did not refute but smiled. I will be careful, don't worry. Meanwhile, at the western suburb manor, Su Tianlong and Su Baoshi were also present. Is that piece of land really reviving with all things and birds worshipping the phoenix? Lu Yemei exclaimed in shock. She hadn't been to the scene, just heard about it, and it sounded astonishing. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong nodded. Both wanted to die. Selling that land for 50 million and later finding it valued at 3 billion didn't include the value of future development. And in the end, they ended up with nothing, losing over 1 billion. The loss was too great. Could Zhao Ping'an really have such great abilities as rumored outside? Lu Yemei asked, trembling, suddenly feeling some regret. If she had known he was this powerful, she should have let him interact more with her daughter. Ouyang Qian bit her lip, recalling the scene of Zhao Ping'an and Yi Yaoqing among the land, and her heart still ached even now. Nonsense. It's all just crooked ways. Su Baoshi complained angrily. I think he must have learned crooked methods in prison. What good is there in prison? I heard those two were developing special drugs for fraud, scattering them on the land so that nothing could grow. They took the opportunity to sell drugs. Zhao Ping'an must have done the same. If not, why would he provoke Professor Li Huawen? It must be that he was worried that the research would take too long and get discovered. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong's eyes lit up in unison. That made sense. Prison is full of sly and deceitful people, Zhao Ping'an is no exception. It might not be about ability, but rather shady dealings. What Baoshi said makes sense. Ouyang Hai nodded. Su Tianlong scoffed coldly, these lowly characters dare to scheme against me. One day, I will make him pay the price. The more he thought about Zhao Ping'an, the more he hated him. Ouyang Qian shook her head at them. They just had a preconceived notion, they didn't want to admit Zhao Ping'an was excellent. If they refused to admit it, so be it. Coldly, she said, I'm tired, I'm going back to rest. Wait. Su Tianlong suddenly spoke, looking at Ouyang Hai. Brother Ouyang, you saw the relationship between Zhao Ping'an and Miss Yi. I suppose our future days will become more and more difficult. If we can't bring down Zhao Ping'an, we might face the danger of being overthrown. Ouyang Hai's expression also became serious. Who could deny that? He asked tentatively, does Brother Su have a way? Su Tianlong cleared his throat. I have a proposal, let's form an alliance. If we're strong enough, we won't fear the capital that Miss Yi brings. Bringing down Zhao Ping'an will be easy. Ouyang Hai pondered for a moment and nodded. For now, this is the best way, I agree. We absolutely cannot allow Zhao Ping'an to continue growing. Su Tianlong continued, to strengthen our alliance, how about letting Baoshi and Shanshan marry? As long as they're together, we become one family. He had long plotted for Ouyang Hai's fortune, and marriage was the method he intended to use, he just hadn't found a way until now. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Su Baoshi didn't expect this either and quickly looked at Ouyang Qian, his eyes burning with eagerness. I disagree. Ouyang Qian said coldly, I'm not ready to get married yet. Besides, I don't like Su Baoshi, we are just friends. No matter who it is, she would never marry Su Baoshi. He thought he was being discreet, but she already knew he had deceived nearly 80 girls, they all thought he was dirty. Su Baoshi's lips trembled but didn't say anything. Su Tianlong knew she wouldn't agree and stirred the emotions. Brother Ouyang, sister-in-law, in all of Tianhai, besides my Baoshi, who else is worthy of Shanshan? Moreover, if they don't come together, how will our alliance be stable? An unstable alliance means we'll face destruction. Ouyang Hai and Lu Yemei exchanged a glance, clearly aware that if they refused, they would part ways with Su Tianlong, and the consequences would indeed be as he said. They both nodded. All right, let's become in-laws. Chapter 51, Weihu Mountain Villa. Soon, Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai simultaneously announced to the outside world. Tomorrow night at 8, a wedding ceremony for Su Baoshi and Ouyang Qian will be held at the West Suburb Manor, inviting all of Tianhai. Not an engagement, it's a direct marriage. Upon hearing this news, the entire Tianhai city was shocked. Ouyang Hai is the richest in Tianhai, and Su Tianlong is the new rich. Their marriage creates a supergiant, and everyone knows who they are targeting. Yes, family. In the office. Zhao Ping'an, look at the trouble you caused, forcing the Ouyang family and Su family to unite against us. Zhang Shuang barged in angrily upon hearing the news. If these two families joined forces against them, his family would be in great trouble. Zhao Ping'an was reminiscing about that kiss and felt helpless being interrupted. He said unenthusiastically, next time you come in, knock on the door, otherwise, you're fired immediately. You? What about me? Zhao Ping'an continued interrupting, who is the boss here? By the way, some people said that as long as I get the 140 land, whatever I say, she will listen, right? Zheng Shuang saw the look in his eyes, scared, and stepped back, nervously saying, what do you want to do? I'll tell you not to act recklessly, or I'll report to the young lady. Don't be nervous, I'm not interested in you, Zhao Ping'an said blandly, there's only one thing I need you to do. Zheng Shuang rolled her eyes in anger, she was also a sought-after person, how dare he say he wasn't interested? I wouldn't be interested in you either. In a low voice, she asked, what is it? Don't go too far. Get out. Zhao Ping'an squeezed out one word from between his teeth. Having her here was too much of an emotional distraction, he needed some peace and quiet. Zheng Shuang was momentarily stunned, and by the time she realized what was happening, she nearly exploded with anger. She wanted to scold him but remembered the young lady was all over him, so she would be the one to get hurt. Clenching her teeth, she had to endure it. President Zhao, may I ask if you have any plans regarding the alliance between the Ouyang family and the Su family? She paused for a moment and shifted the subject. President Zhao, if you secure the land, the young lady will give you a bonus, the employees are all waiting for you to treat them. She initially wanted to ask what countermeasures there were, but then thought Zhao Ping'an would rather not think about anything. If only he could make the young lady disappointed, he would immediately leave. Half an hour later, Zhao Ping'an parked his car in front of a suburban mountain gate with dozens of employees. The door pillars on both sides are carved from Han white jade, standing a full 7 meters high, with carvings of auspicious clouds in fairyland, vivid and lifelike. On the plaque above are 4 characters, Weihu Mountain Villa. The grandeur is overwhelming. Is this the legendary Weihu Mountain Villa? It's so magnificent. Only the rich or powerful can enter here. Just being able to come to a place like this in my lifetime is worth it. Standing here, I feel so small, but I heard this is a private club, not open to the public. The staff all marvel at it, their faces filled with excitement. Zhao Ping'an also looked on, indeed impressed. Zhang Shuang noticed Zhao Ping'an's expression and secretly smiled, knowing this rustic fellow had never seen such a place. She explained, the area behind is a private club, but the bar in front is open for anyone to enter and spend. Looking at Zhao Ping'an, she weakly said, Mr. Zhao, I got so caught up in the show, I forgot that spending here isn't cheap. If you think it's too expensive, we can change places. Choosing this place on purpose, she meant to overcharge him, hoping to extract a good profit. If he leaves, his image among the staff will be ruined too. There's no way she can lose. Hearing this, all the employees looked at Zhao Ping'an, reluctant to leave. They rarely got a chance to enter Weihu Mountain Villa and didn't want to go. It's okay, the most important thing about coming out to play is to have fun. I'll cover all the expenses, money is not a problem. Zhao Ping'an smiled. Zhang Shuang scoffed, feeling disdain in her heart for the nouveau riche attitude, testing him, don't you want to know how expensive it is? Slap. Zhao Ping'an casually took out a card, there's 100 million here, is that enough? Zhang Shuang. The employees. Everyone was shocked. 100 million? Are you here to consume, or are you planning to buy Weihu Mountain Villa? Zhang Shuang's face turned red as she choked on her words, planning to scheme against Zhao Ping'an but ended up being outdone. Unhappily she said, Mr. Zhao, showing off is not good. When you swipe the card later, they won't acknowledge that. Let's just go. Zhao Ping'an lazily explained as he entered the Weihu Mountain Villa's interior. There are many such cards, given to him by those guys from the prison. Soon. They ordered a booth on the 2nd floor, getting a huge amount of drinks and snacks. It's true that the spending here isn't cheap, with beer costing 100 yuan a bottle and foreign alcohol starting at 18,800, even the fruit platter is 3,800. However, altogether it's only a few $100,000, far less than the monthly interest. The employees ordered in a state of panic, thinking it's too expensive, but seeing Zhao Ping'an's nonchalance, they felt relieved. What if he really does have it? Zhang Shuang's face was serious, she came here to annoy Zhao Ping'an, but he didn't care. So she realized she needed to think of another plan. Zhao Ping'an, meanwhile, sipped his drink and watched the pole dancers in the dance floor. Their dancing was quite average, not even as good as those guys from the prison. They danced the little swan, only using a toe to touch the ground. Young Master Nya, I really can't drink anymore. If I drink, I'll get drunk. I'm sorry. In the distance, a girl in office attire, drunkenly tried to decline. Her face was bright red, as if bleeding, and her long hair was disheveled, her words slurred. In the middle of the booth. Young Master Nya Yuan, held a girl on either side, mocking as he laughed, I think you can still handle it. You still can drink, just down these 3 glasses in front of you, and our deal will be done, huh? The other men in the booth showed greedy looks. As long as they got her drunk, once young Master Nya was satisfied, she would be theirs. They often did this. Shi Tianjiao, young Master Nia is giving you an opportunity, you must cherish it. Young Master Nia is going to cooperate with young Master Zhou from the provincial city. His factory needs to at least double in size, with material orders over 50 million. Don't you want that? I heard many in your family oppose you being the president. As long as you secure young Master Nia's order, what can others say? Hurry up and drink, he. The more they spoke, the more excited they became, tongues licking their lips, eyes shamelessly sweeping over Shi Tianjiao as if envisioning taking her away. Shi Tianjiao bit her lip. Make yourself a little clearer. Solemnly, he asked, young Master Nia, as long as I drink these 3 cups, you'll give me the order, right? Nia Yuan, with a hint of meaning in his voice, replied, of course, once you finish drinking, I'll give it to you, everything, I'll give you everything. All right, I'll drink. Shi Tianjiao thought of what had happened in her family, angrily picked up the glass, and poured the wine into her mouth. But halfway through, her stomach churned, and she nearly vomited. Nia Yuan squinted his eyes and said, looks like CEO Qi can't drink anymore, how about this, I'll help you. Saying this, he slowly stood up, took a sip of the wine, and held it in his mouth. Step by step, he walked towards Shi Tianjiao. The people around watched with bright eyes, clapping and cheering. What are you going to do? Shi Tianjiao trembled in fear, sensing ill intentions. She tried to stand, but because of the alcohol, she couldn't get up. Nia Yuan had already walked up to her, raised one hand, and roughly grabbed her hair, forcing her head back. Then, he bent down, bringing his lips close. Get off! Shi Tianjiao struggled violently, swinging the glass in front of her. It happened to hit young Master Nia's. Chapter 52, Young Master Zhou, save me. Ugh! Nia Yuan took a heavy blow, his body immediately bending down. His mouth couldn't open, and there was still wine in his mouth, almost choking him to the point of passing out. Young Master Nia! Young Master Nia! The people at the table all stood up nervously, asking with concern. Shi Tianjiao was dumbfounded when she saw young Master Nia's condition. Terrified, she felt her heart pounding. This young Master Nia was the heir to Qianhong Pharmaceuticals, a massive powerhouse in Tianhai City. Not to mention, Qianhong Pharmaceuticals was about to collaborate with young Master Zhou from the provincial capital, planning to crush the Qi family as easily as stepping on an ant. Panicking, she quickly stood up and said, young Master Nia, are you alright? I didn't mean it, really, I didn't, I'm sorry. Nia Yuan finally calmed down a bit, his anger flaring up, you be asterisk, you dare to move me, I'll kill you. For someone like Shi Tianjiao, a CEO of her level, all it should take is one glance and she should obediently crawl into bed. How dare she resist? Saying this, he grabbed Shi Tianjiao's hair with one hand. Slap! Slap! Shi Tianjiao screamed miserably as she was slapped. Nia Yuan wanted to continue hitting her, but was stopped by his companions. Young Master Nia, this is Hong Jie's Weihu Mountain Villa, don't be impulsive. Let's drag her outside to beat her. If Hong Jie sees this, we'll be finished. Take her outside. Hong Jie, the manager of Weihu Mountain Villa, had an unfathomable background. It was said that she was the lover of the actual controller of Weihu Mountain Villa, and some even claimed she was the illegitimate daughter of some big shot. But one thing was certain, anyone who caused trouble at Weihu Mountain Villa ended up in a terrible fate. There had once been a big boss worth 30 billion who, drunk, insulted Hong Jie and was found dead on the street that night. Another rich second generation dragged a male dancer into the bathroom, and that same day, both his hands were chopped off. In all of Tianhai, no one dared to make trouble at Weihu Mountain Villa. Hearing the name Hong Jie, Nia Yuan immediately stopped, a feeling of dread sweeping over him. But his anger still hadn't dissipated. He pointed at Shi Tianjiao's nose and said, you filthy woman, I let you drink because I thought highly of you. Now, I don't need you to drink. Feed me with your mouth. If I don't drink happily today, I'll destroy the Qi family tomorrow. Saying this, he sat back down on the couch. Shi Tianjiao was terrified, tears streaming down her face. Nia Yuan was not lying, Qianhong Pharmaceuticals really had this power, especially with the relationship with young Master Zhou. She pleaded, young Master Nia, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, I'm sorry. What's the use of apologizing? Young Master Nia wants to drink, hurry up. Shi Tianjiao, being able to feed young Master Nia is your good fortune, you better seize the opportunity. If young Master Nia loses his temper, not even the gods can save you. Her companions all spoke out. Shi Tianjiao's tears kept flowing. Just today, she had clearly announced in the family meeting that she wouldn't compete for the material supply for the 140 plot, which angered everyone. She had promised she would get the new contract, so she came to find Nia Yuan. If she couldn't get this contract, she would have to resign voluntarily. And now, it was no longer as simple as resigning. She begged again, young Master Nia, Nia Yuan roughly interrupted her, shut up. The family thrives, do not feed, the family perishes. Qi Tianjiao struggled in her heart for a few seconds, her eyes involuntarily revealing Zhao Ping'an's face. A sense of despair grew in her heart. He clearly liked her, yet he found Yi Yaoqing, this scumbag. Slowly picking up the wineglass, she held a mouthful of wine in her mouth. She walked towards Nye Yuan. Seeing this scene, Nye Yuan smiled. Qi Tianjiao was an absolute beauty, being fed by her was a pleasure in itself, especially since she was a good woman. This was double the joy. Just open your mouth and close your eyes, waiting. Qi Tianjiao walked in front of him, slowly bringing her lips close. At that moment, a pair of hands suddenly clapped on her abdomen. Wow! Qi Tianjiao was caught off guard, only feeling a churn in her stomach, the contents inside rising uncontrollably. Then, her mouth opened like a faucet, various fluids gushing out, pouring straight into Nye Yuan's mouth, overflowing, and her whole face was covered. Crack! Her companions were stunned. Qi Tianjiao was also stunned. Nye Yuan slowly opened his eyes and touched his face, very confused. What was going on? Is it good? A voice came from beside. The crowd then realized that at some point, someone had already stood next to Qi Tianjiao. Zhao Ping'an? Qi Tianjiao felt as if she had seen a ghost, never expecting him to appear here. A flow of light flashed in her eyes. It's me. Zhao Ping'an didn't expect to meet her here either. He had noticed her before and considered leaving, but seeing her forced into a corner, he walked over anyway. Although this woman was ordinary, she had had a marriage proposal, he couldn't just stand by and watch her being bullied. Young Master Nye. Young Master Nye. The companions panicked. They had heard of over-the-top dramas, but it was their first time witnessing someone being vomited on. They wanted to help but didn't know where to start, it was too disgusting. Ah! Nye Yuan screamed in agony, erupting in anger, I want to kill you, I want to kill you. Being insulted like this, he completely lost his reason. Bang! Zhao Ping'an kicked him back onto the sofa casually, mocking, you even qualify? You actually force a woman to drink, are you even a man? If you want to drink, go home and drink with your mom. Saying this, he pulled Qi Tianjiao and said, let's go, contact such people less in the future. Qi Tianjiao felt even more dizzy, biting her lip, unconsciously following behind, feeling an unprecedented sense of safety. Stop! Nye Yuan trembled in anger, gnashing his teeth, you all hit him for me, beat him to death, hurry. The companions didn't know what to do. Nye Yuan continued, what are you afraid of? If something happens, I will take it all, plus, young Master Zhou is still in the backyard. Hearing this, the companions finally stopped hesitating, quickly picking up wine bottles to strike Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an flickered among the shadows. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few seconds, everyone was knocked down, lying on the ground howling in agony. This scene finally caught attention. Everyone stopped moving and looked over. My God, they actually started fighting? Someone is fighting in the Weihu Mountain Villa, are they not afraid of death? Just wait, there will be a good show to watch today. No matter who it is, no matter what identity, don't expect to walk out standing. I most admire the warriors who dare to head toward the Tiger Mountain knowing there are tigers, but unfortunately, the warriors die a miserable death. Qi Tianjiao also snapped back to reality from her dizziness, her face turning pale with fear, trembling. Zhao Ping'an, you have to leave quickly, this is Weihu Mountain Villa, if you don't run now, it will be too late, hurry. It's already too late, Hong Jie is coming out. Hong Jie. Voices echoed around. Then, at the back of the stage entrance, a woman with an astonishing figure, wearing a red long dress, with delicate features and an extraordinarily charming aura, walked out. She was followed by someone who was Zhou Qiankuan, whom Zhao Ping'an had met today. The two walked side by side, chatting and laughing. Behind them followed an old man in a black robe. As they took a few steps forward, Hong Jie noticed the situation here, and her expression suddenly sank. In that moment, the temperature seemed to drop, and most people were so frightened they couldn't breathe. She coldly ordered, break the limbs of everyone involved and throw them out of Weihu Mountain Villa. Everyone gasped in cold disbelief, as expected of Sister Hong, her actions were truly ruthless. At that moment, Nye Yuan suddenly shouted, young Master Zhou, save me, I am Nye Yuan, save me. Chapter 53, Still Want to Kill Me. The lights in the room were dim, making it hard to see clearly. Nye Yuan. Hearing his name, everyone realized he was the prince of Qianhong Pharmaceutical, but even if his father came, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble at Weihu Mountain Villa. Zhou Qiankuan glanced over as well, unable to see clearly, but the voice was unmistakable. Sister Hong frowned and asked, young Master Zhou knows Nye Yuan? Zhou Qiankuan nodded, I came here mainly for pharmaceutical business, Qianhong Pharmaceutical is our partner. Coming here, he had more than just targeting Zhao Ping'an, he had a hidden agenda to monopolize the drugs, leaving Yi Yaoqing with no chance to achieve further results, to cut her off. Sister Hong hesitated for a moment and said, Weihu Mountain Villa has its rules that no one can break, but since he is young Master Zhou's friend, let's just cover a little loss. Zhou Qiankuan smiled, thank you, Sister Hong, for your consideration. Then he said, little Nye, causing trouble in Sister Hong's place, breaking the rules, pay 30 million in compensation. Hearing this figure, everyone felt terrified. It was just a fight, and they had to pay 30 million. But compared to being able to leave whole, it was already very good. Nye Yuan felt a little pain in his heart but thought it was worth it. Thank you, Sister Hong, thank you, young Master Zhou. He coldly looked at Zhao Ping'an, little beggar, I'll wait for you to crawl out, and you, stinky woman, tonight I won't let you rest easy, I swear I won't be a man if I don't do it, ha. After saying that, he turned and left. Qi Tianjiao's face was ashen, it was over. I hate being threatened the most, anyone who threatens me, I like to strike preemptively. Zhao Ping'an said calmly. As he spoke, he swung a kick. Bang, in everyone's eyes, Nye Yuan flew out like a kite with a broken string, landing 5 or 6 meters away, howling in pain. Crash, the customers were stunned. Did he actually dare to make a move? And right in front of Sister Hong? This was not just reckless, this was like digging his own grave. Swish, Sister Hong's face turned colder than ever. She realized that Zhao Ping'an was a fighter, normal people couldn't kick someone that far. She said in a deep voice, Uncle Wu, kill him directly. A figure stepped out from behind her, tall and imposing. Although there was only one person, when he appeared, it felt like the weight of a mountain pressing down on everyone as he headed straight for Zhao Ping'an. Anyone skilled could see that this was a master. Zhou Qiankuan frowned slightly. The old man in the black robe following behind was also moved. Seeing him approach, Zhao Ping'an shook his head slightly. At that moment. Stop! A voice rang out from the booth, and Zhang Shuang rushed over. Seeing that it was Zhao Ping'an, she hated him deeply. Couldn't this guy avoid causing trouble for the young lady? She immediately said, Zhao Ping'an, can you be quiet for a moment? All you do is cause trouble for the young lady. And to the lower level, she said, Sister Hong, I'm new to this place and do not understand the rules, I hope for your understanding. We are young Messiah's people, he is Zhao Ping'an, and I am Zhang Shuang. Zhao Ping'an? This name was known by everyone recently in Tianhai. You Mrs. Worker. Sister Hong was slightly taken aback. Zhao Ping'an? Zhou Qiankuan's eyes widened. What a narrow road, this little beggar actually came here to cause trouble. He proactively said, Sister Hong, this matter is a conflict between us, how about this, I'll add another 10 million in compensation and let us resolve it outside. Previously, he hadn't touched him because Yi Yaoqing was present, but seeing him alone, he would directly eliminate him. Sister Hong thought for a moment and nodded, that works, your conflict will be resolved by you, but the compensation will increase by 30 million. No problem. Zhou Qiankuan readily agreed. No. Zhang Shuang's forehead broke out in bean-sized sweat. She understood Zhou Qiankuan very well. Once he made his move, Zhao Ping'an would have no chance of survival. Although she despised him and wished he were dead, today was her proposal, and if the young lady found out that she didn't bring him back, the consequences would be unimaginable. Elder Sister Hong, as the shopkeeper, you have a responsibility to resolve any conflicts that arise in your territory, no matter how you look at it. If you hand Zhao Ping'an over to outsiders for money, the reputation of Weihu Mountain Villa will be ruined. This made sense. Zhang Shuang. Zhou Qiankuan said gloomily. This woman actually dared to ruin his good plans. Hey, hey, hey! Zhao Ping'an could no longer listen. Annoyed, he said, what are you discussing? I am the person involved, shouldn't you ask for my opinion? You're talking without including me, making me feel like an outsider. He had listened long enough, his ears felt calloused. Then what is your opinion? Elder Sister Hong asked coldly. Let's handle this together. Zhao Ping'an said lightly, you all deal with it, I want to see how you handle it. As soon as these words came out, the customers were stunned, their mouths agape. Was this guy truly insane? Was he taking advantage of Miss Ye's power? Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an. Zhang Shuang and Qi Tianjiao exclaimed in horror at the same time, their faces filled with disbelief. Arrogant. What did you say? Elder Sister Hong and Zhou Qiankuan both spoke simultaneously. This guy was merely a clown, how dare he speak so boldly? Zhao Ping'an scratched his ear and casually said, I'm saying that everyone here is garbage, without exception, all garbage. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Tian. Zhou Qiankuan's eyes widened in anger, how dare he shout in front of him? He immediately wanted to kill him. The old man in the black robe stood up quickly, ready to take action. But just as he stood up, swish! A figure blocked in front of him, it was Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu's expression remained unchanged. In Weihu Mountain Villa, until Elder Sister Hong speaks, no one can act rashly, this is the rule. Old Man Tian appeared to face a formidable enemy, looking towards Zhou Qiankuan. Zhou Qiankuan also looked to Elder Sister Hong. Elder Sister Hong said, Zhou young master, you take Nye Yuan to the doctor first, I will handle this. Zhang Shuang had a point that resonated with her. If outsiders took action in Weihu Mountain Villa, the reputation would be ruined, and that absolutely cannot be accepted. Zhou Qianquan thought for a moment. He was angry but realized if he killed Zhao Ping'an himself, he would face trouble with Yi Yaoqing later. It's best to leave it to elder sister Hong. He took his people away. Phew. Zhang Shuang let out a sigh of relief, smiling. Thank you, elder sister Hong. It's a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for any offense. We will compensate today and come often to support you, forging a good relationship. Who said I want to forge a good relationship? Elder sister Hong coldly replied, no one can cause trouble in Weihu Mountain Villa, no one. If Miss Yi comes here personally, I may not be able to make a decision, but Zhao Ping'an is merely a dog she keeps, and he has no right to create a scene in Weihu Mountain Villa. Uncle Wu, kill him directly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuang was stunned into silence. How could she disrespect him like this? Don't. Qi Tianjie was frightened, her pores bursting open. She suddenly regretted, had she known this would happen, she should have listened to Nie Yuan, and Zhao Ping'an wouldn't have to die. The people around were also stunned. How dominant was elder sister Hong? Uncle Wu showed no hesitation, leaping high, directly heading toward Zhao Ping'an at the booth, his hand turned into a claw, aiming to snatch out his trachea. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Zhao Ping'an. Your life is mine. Bang! Zhao Ping'an casually kicked, striking Uncle Wu's chest, sending him flying, faster than he came, landing at elder sister Hong's feet. Zhao Ping'an said indifferently, I said, they are all garbage, no one believes. As he spoke, he jumped down from the booth, heading straight for elder sister Hong. Do you still want to kill me? Chapter 54 Master. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Every person was shocked, gaping in disbelief. Weihu Mountain Villa was known for its might, not allowing anyone to invade, and Uncle Wu clearly looked like a master. How could he be kicked away by Zhao Ping'an? It was simply unbelievable. Qi Tianjiao couldn't believe it. Zhang Shuang couldn't believe it. Elder sister Hong was even more shocked. While others might not know Uncle Wu's strength, she knew very well, he was among the top 50 masters in Longjiang province, at least in the top 3 in Tianhai City, and yet he was defeated by Zhao Ping'an with a single kick? However, she quickly gathered her emotions. She said sharply, whether I believe it or not, Zhao Ping'an, based on your actions just now. Even Miss Yi can't protect you. Don't think that being able to fight means you can act recklessly. In this society, brute force is only the most superficial strength. She had never looked down on this little nobody who relied on women for fame. Although he could fight, she wasn't afraid because she had someone backing her up. After hearing her words, everyone slowly regained their composure from shock. That's right, those who can fight are lowly people. The Weihu Mountain Villa has stood strong in Tianhai City for many years, and its background is unimaginable. Didn't you see how young Master Zhou from the provincial city didn't even dare to disrespect Sister Hong? What is he even worth? Little men who have been successful really think fighting can solve everything? I will watch with wide eyes to see how miserably he dies. Everyone was discussing, all believing that Zhao Ping'an had created a tremendous disaster. Zhao Ping'an walked up to her and stopped, shaking his head helplessly. I don't like killing people, it brings misfortune, and I don't like hitting women. I find it too superficial. But your actions are truly making me uncomfortable. How about this, kneel down and knock your head 3 times and I'll forgive you. If Sister Hong were a man, she would have immediately crippled him. What? Kneel to Sister Hong? Is he crazy? Even Miss Yi wouldn't dare make Sister Hong kneel. In an instant, it stirred a huge wave. Sister Hong in Tianhai City was a woman with immense power, her background unfathomable. Who are you to make her kneel? What are you little nobody saying? Sister Hong exploded with anger. Bang! Zhao Ping'an couldn't be bothered to argue. He swiftly kicked Sister Hong's calf, and with her balance off, she knelt straight in front of him. This sudden kneel left everyone dumbstruck. However, the matter wasn't over yet. If you don't kneel, I'll help you. Remember, this is for your own good, Zhao Ping'an said as he raised his hand to grab Sister Hong's hair to make her bow. This isn't hitting her, it's indeed for her good. If she doesn't kneel, there's no reason to forgive this woman. Zhao Ping'an. Zhang Shuang had somehow rushed to Zhao Ping'an's side, furiously shouting, have you gone mad? Is it impossible for you not to cause trouble for the lady? How can there be someone like you in this world who doesn't know your place? Qi Tianjiao also rushed over, completely scared and trembling. You've created a disaster. Quickly apologize to Sister Hong. Hurry, Sister Hong, get up. Zhao Ping'an didn't mean it. Get lost. Sister Hong suddenly roared, her eyes bloodshot with malice as she looked at Zhao Ping'an, sneering, you are the first person in this world to make me kneel, you will also be the last. Do you dare let me make a phone call? She was going to call for help. Sister Hong, please get up and calm down. We will handle this matter. Zhang Shuang panicked. Currently, Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong had already teamed up. If they offended Weihu Mountain Villa again, the lady would also suffer. I won't get up. Sister Hong still knelt on the ground, coldly stating, if you speak any more, don't blame me for killing you together. Zhang Shuang immediately fell silent. Sister Hong then heavily questioned, Zhao Ping'an, do you dare, or do you not dare? Zhao Ping'an showed no hesitation, eliminating the problem at its root was better. He calmly replied, do as you wish. After saying this, he returned to the second floor to wait, suddenly regretting that he should have dealt with the guy named Zhou Qiankuan. How could he let him escape? What a mistake! Seeing Zhao Ping'an go back and still dare to sit there drinking, the customers began to murmur again. This guy is truly a fool, facing death, and still unaware, drinking leisurely. However, they were more concerned about Sister Hong kneeling on the ground. This woman, who hadn't gotten up until now, was declaring her stance. She would completely settle with Zhao Ping'an before standing up. People of Tianhai had never seen Sister Hong with such determination. Things had escalated. In the eyes of everyone, Sister Hong took out her phone and dialed a number, with no hesitation, directly saying, honey, I'm in Tianhai and being bullied. Honey. The crowd held their breath. Zhang Shuang gritted her teeth, not daring to speak. Qi Tianjie was shaking all over, nearly unable to stand. The phone connected to the bar's sound system. This was also Sister Hong's intention, to let everyone hear her husband's response. An old voice suddenly filled the entire place, where is Xiao Wu? Let him be directly crippled. Hong Jie gritted her teeth and said, Uncle Wu is not his match. Right now, he is standing in front of me, and I am kneeling on the ground. Husband, he made me kneel and bow my head. Otherwise, kill me. Arrogant. The old voice roared in anger, in this little Tianhai, how dare someone touch my grandson Sun Lian Kuei's woman? Who is he? What's his name? Sun Lian Kuei. Boom. Hearing this name, everyone present was frozen in shock. If memory serves right, the head of the Sun family in the provincial capital is called Sun Lian Kuei, who is second among the 5 great families in the province, even higher than the Zhou family. Listening to the old voice, he matched the age too. Hong Jia is actually Sun Lian Kuei's woman. What? Son. Zhang Shuang's eyes nearly popped out. Coming to Tianhai, she naturally grasped the whole situation in the province and understood what kind of existence the Sun family is. It's one thing to oppose Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong, but to turn against a big family in the provincial capital, a young lady must think twice. Qi Tianjiao, upon hearing this name, fainted in fright. Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brows, feeling that this name was somewhat familiar. He seemed to remember a predecessor of Zhang Kongding who was called Sun Lian Kuei, the dog raised in prison. Hong Jia was very pleased with the looks around her. Staring at Zhao Ping'an, she said, his name is Zhao Ping'an. He is the partner of the young lady from the Yi family in Daijing here in Tianhai, relying on the name of Miss Yi, he insulted me. Humph. Sun Lian Kuei snorted coldly, I might be wary of the Yi family in Daijing, but I can completely ignore Miss Yi's status, let alone he's merely a partner. He? What did you say his name was? Sun Lian Kuei's voice suddenly changed. Hong Jia instinctively replied, his name is Zhao Ping'an. Sun Lian Kuei's voice suddenly stopped, as if pondering something. Everyone felt confused. What exactly was going on? At that moment, Zhao Ping'an came down again, casually grabbing the phone, and said with a faint smile, Son dog, I didn't expect you to be honest in prison, but you sure are flashy outside. This woman looks younger than your son, right? He finally confirmed that it was that dog. Son dog? Shut up. Do you still want to die a worse death? Zhang Shuang screamed in despair. Daring to speak about my husband, do you know what kind of existence my husband is? Hong Jie's eyes turned blood red. Others also became furious. Sun Lian Kuei's power could rank in the province, how dare he call him a dog? They wanted to see when his mouth would soften. The next second. Master, I didn't expect it was really you. You have come out? Sun Lian Kuei transformed into a different person, his voice becoming exceedingly obedient. To be honest, I really miss the days of being your dog. Woof woof woof. The whole place fell silent. Chapter 55, Design Zhao Ping'an. How is this even possible? How is this possible? Everyone heard it with their own ears, but no one dared to believe it. After all, on the other end of the phone was Sun Lian Kuei, the head of the Sun family. Who is Zhao Ping'an? Zhao Ping'an is merely Miss Ye's partner, a lucky little nobody, yet he made Sun Lian Kuei bark like a dog? Too absurd. When Zhao Ping'an heard him barking like a dog, he felt incredibly close, his mood great, and he chatted a bit more before hanging up. He casually tossed the phone to Hong Jia, saying lightly, since you're Sun Dog's woman, I'm giving you one chance, pay attention in the future. I'm leaving. As he spoke, he picked up the unconscious Qi Tianjiao and was about to leave. Hong Jie's mind thundered, and seeing him about to leave, she finally came to her senses and opened her mouth. Wait. Zhao Pingyan frowned. Did she still want to keep him? Hong Jie gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Zhao, I haven't bowed to you yet, let me bow. Saying that, she went down and knocked her head 3 times with a thud. Seeing Zhao Pingyan leaving, she quickly got up and warned everyone not to spread tonight's events. Anyone who did would be wiped out, considering this involved Sun Lian Kuei. If it spread, the Sun family's reputation would be ruined. Husband, this Zhao Pingyan is just Miss Ye's partner? Why are you so afraid of him? Even if he can fight, it is still in prison. He has come out, are you still afraid of him? Hong Jie was filled with confusion. Sun Liankui silently sighed in his heart. She didn't know what kind of existence was in that prison. Not to mention himself, those foreign arms dealers? World-renowned assassins? And international financial tycoons? Who was not a powerful boss? Who would dare act recklessly in front of him? They all had to clean his toilet. If I hadn't been his dog back then, I wouldn't even have enough to eat in prison. Of course, these words can't be said, that would be too disgraceful. Seriously, he said, his identity is not something you can guess, you just need to remember, from now on, when you see him, you must respect him more than you respect me. Whatever he asks you to do, you absolutely cannot refuse. By the way, I heard that the daughter of the richest man in Tianhai is getting married tomorrow. Prepare a gift and use attending the wedding as an excuse to meet the master. Outside the door. Employees looked at Zhao Pingyan with profound respect. But Zhang Shuang was still dissatisfied, and said in a low voice, Hey Zhao, can you stop causing trouble for the lady? If it weren't for you knowing Sun Liankui in prison, would you make her face big trouble? Stupid dog. Zhao Pingyan casually cursed, finally realizing that this woman had no IQ. You. Zhang Shuang was about to spit blood from anger, seeing Zhao Pingyan still carrying Qi Tianjiao. Her eyes suddenly brightened. Fine, I won't mention what happened tonight, just give her to me. For what? Zhao Pingyan asked in surprise. When he met her, he had to send her back. In fact, Qi Tianjiao was currently just frightened, and the alcohol would wear off after a sleep. Of course, I will take her. Is it possible for you to deliver her? Zhang Shuang replied unhappily, right now, everyone thinks you are the lady's boyfriend. If outsiders see you together, they will gossip, and she will be sad. Zhao Pingyan thought about it and agreed, sending her would indeed be inconvenient. So he handed Qi Tianjiao over to Zhang Shuang. 20 minutes later. Zhang Shuang put Qi Tianjiao on the bed at Tianhai Hotel, a sly smile appearing on her face, and she raised her hands to slowly unbutton Qi Tianjiao's clothes, taking them all off. She tossed the clothes across the floor and picked up a shirt, cutting 2 slits with a knife. After finishing all this, she still felt unsatisfied. She then took out the material supply contract for the 140th plot, imitating Zhao Pingyan's signature, and placed it on the bedside table. After all this, she smiled with satisfaction. Remember, Zhao Pingyan slept with you, the contract is your compensation. At this rate, there would definitely be sparks between the two. The lady would definitely kick Zhao Pingyan out. Zhang Shuang left and was just about to walk out of the hotel. Just then, she happened to bump into Zhou Qiankuan returning from getting a late-night snack. Tian Bo was still following behind. What a coincidence. Zhou Qiankuan said with sarcasm, You're back? Where's Zhao Pingyan? Dead? Ha ha. Zhang Shuang said nothing and quickly left. Tian Bo said in a deep voice, Young master, do you want me to bring her back? Zhou Qiankuan shook his head, no need, she has been by Yi Yaoqing's side for many years, she carries significant weight. As long as Zhao Pingyan is dead, it's fine, but it's a pity that I couldn't deal with that little worthless being myself. He asked while walking forward, by the way, what do you think of Weihu Mountain Villa? Today is to probe the depths of Weihu Mountain Villa. After all, when coming to Tianhai, one must know who can provoke and who cannot. Tian Bo immediately became serious, not simple. The one called Uncle Wu is very impressive and a master. If it's a contest, I can't guarantee victory, but if it's a life and death situation, I can kill him. Zhou Qiankuan frowned and said heavily, Luckily, we are not enemies, get ready, tomorrow we will attend the wedding of the Ouyang family and the Zhang family, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We must thoroughly eliminate Yi Yaoqing. The next day. Zhao Pingyan got up and walked downstairs, discovering that the dining table was already set with hot breakfast. Yi Yaoqing was supporting her fragrant cheeks, waiting. She wore a loose home outfit, and her hair was naturally tied into a ponytail. You are awake? Yi Yaoqing stood up. You drank a lot last night, right? Zhang Shuang is really something, actually making you pay for it, but it's okay, I will reimburse you. Hurry and eat, it will get cold soon. Zhao Pingyan recalled that kiss, it was really sweet, no wonder those guys in prison always said. The sweetest, softest, tenderest, and most moist in the world, all gathered in one. No need to reimburse, I have money. Starting tomorrow, I will make breakfast. Zhao Pingyan said with a smile. Yi Yaoqing smiled slightly, knowing he had pride, and did not say much. It was better to give him a bonus when salary was paid. Sitting down, as if asking casually, she said, by the way, the Ouyang family sent an invitation for us to attend the wedding of Ouyang Qian and Su Baoshi. Are you going? After asking, she waited anxiously for an answer. Ouyang Qian was once his fiancée. Zhao Pingyan did not want to go, he found them annoying, but noticed that Yi Yaoqing's expression was somewhat off and asked, are you going? If you go, then I will go too. Yi Yaoqing's heart leaped with joy. His willingness to go meant he had completely let go. Softly she said, I want to go after all. We did receive an invitation. Then let's go. After they finished eating, Yi Yaoqing went upstairs to change clothes, putting on standard work attire, a black fitted skirt, a white shirt, high heels, and her hair tied up high. Her makeup was also done exquisitely. A standard female CEO. Zhao Pingyan saw her and was instantly mesmerized by her beauty. In fact, he missed the era of Yi Yaoqing being playful. She had become so serious these days, which felt a bit awkward, but seeing her look now, he completely forgot everything before. Yi Yaoqing's face turned red, let's go. Okay. Zhao Pingyan reluctantly pulled back his gaze. The two walked out together. The streets were filled with bright lights and decorations. The entire city was surrounded by flowers, filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, all to celebrate Ouyang Qian and Su Tianlong's upcoming wedding. After all, one side was Tianhai's richest, and the other was the new wealth of Tianhai. These were the two top families in the Tianhai business world, and the occasion must be grand. 20 minutes later, they arrived in front of a large gate in the suburbs. This was not the West Suburb Manor. The large gate before them prominently displayed the words, Qianhong Pharmaceutical. Because the wedding of Ouyang Qian and Su Baoshi was at 8 in the evening, arriving too early would not be good. Coming here to discuss cooperation? Zhao Pingyan asked in surprise. Yes, I will personally discuss. Yi Yaoqing's face was filled with a happy smile. Uncle Gu said that the team lacks medicine, and Qianhong Pharmaceutical is the largest pharmaceutical factory in the province. Our cooperation couldn't be more suitable. After I finish discussing, you will still be the one to sign. She had originally planned to leave everything to Zhao Pingyan, after all, he was the disciple of the working emperor Kai Chongyang. But yesterday, she received a call from her father stating that if she could achieve results, she would not have to marry a fool. She simply couldn't wait and had to take matters into her own hands. Zhao Pingyan looked at her. His heart felt a little pained. If they succeeded in the cooperation, she could break free from the arranged marriage, and that moment should be her happiest moment, but she was a person destined for loneliness. At that moment, misfortune would surely strike, leading her to an untimely demise. Though there was a jade talisman, destiny was hard to predict. It seemed he should quickly prepare the materials to reverse her fate and help her change her destiny. Nodding, he said, okay. The two walked straight into the office building, led by someone into an office. After about a minute, the chairman of Qianhong Pharmaceutical, Nye Dahai, walked in. With his hands clasped in front of him, he smiled and said, Missy, I'm sorry, I just went to the workshop. Zhao Pingyan? You're not dead. He was shocked, exclaiming halfway through his words. He knew about what happened last night at Weihu Mountain Villa and was furious. Not only had his only son been humiliated, but they had also suffered a loss of 30 million. If it weren't for Hongjie intervening, he would have personally sent people to ruin him. How dare a worker kid touch his son? Was he tired of living? Yi Yaoqing was about to welcome him with a smile but froze upon hearing this. Do you know each other? Zhao Pingyan was also surprised. You know me? He had no recollection of ever meeting him. Humph. Nye Dahai snorted coldly, sneering, how could I not know? My son Nye Yuan was beaten badly by you. Zhao Pingyan, last night you touched my son, and today you come to Qianhong Pharmaceutical. I have to say, you really have guts, huh? After saying that, he no longer showed the respect he had for Yi Yaoqing and sat down in the office chair, crossing his legs. Yi Yaoqing was very confused, not knowing what happened last night. Zhang Shuang said nothing. Zhao Pingyan saw her surprise and simply explained again. Nye Dahai suddenly said, the process is not important, I only want the result. The fact is, you, a little loser, hurt my son. Miss Yi, if you want the agency rights of Qianhong Medicine, you can have it. But first, Zhao Pingyan must kneel down and obediently give me 3 kowtows to continue. Otherwise, it's off the table. After all, the news of the collaboration with young Master Zhou was still a secret, otherwise, Yi Yaoqing wouldn't have come to negotiate. This is a chance to pressurize, even if he kneels, he can still say he feels indignant and won't cooperate. Play him to death. Yi Yaoqing's heart trembled, whether they could cooperate was related to future happiness, but making Zhao Pingyan kneel, absolutely not. She smiled and said, Director Nia, there is a saying that you can't get to know someone without a fight. Pingyan and your young master simply acted on impulse. How about this? Let's have lunch together at noon and clear the air. Normally, Nie Dahai would never dare to offend Yi Yaoqing, but now it was different. He had Zhou Qianquan backing him up, and Zhou Qianquan had clearly said he was here to deal with Yi Yaoqing. He shook his head. Missy, I really want to give you face, but there is no room for negotiation in this matter. He kneels, we cooperate, he doesn't kneel. Young Master Zhou is also very optimistic about Qin Hong's medicine. If he doesn't kneel, I will cooperate with young Master Zhou. Zhao Ping'an, if I were you, I wouldn't let Missy be embarrassed. Kneel down immediately, haha. After saying this, he looked at Zhao Ping'an with a mocking expression. Yi Yaoqing frowned and was about to tell Zhao Ping'an not to kneel. At that moment, Zhao Ping'an suddenly said, you have already cooperated with Zhou Qianquan. Saying this is intentional. Yi Yaoqing quickly looked at him, her eyes showing surprise. Nie Dahai's expression changed, he could not admit this and contemptuously said, nonsense. Miss Yi, the dog you raised is not very loyal to you. Our cooperation will bring you great benefits. The only condition is that he kneels and apologizes. He refuses to kneel for his little pride. I can only say, you misjudged him. Yi Yaoqing did not respond and nervously asked Zhao Ping'an, did he really cooperate with Zhou Qianquan? She knew Zhou Qianquan must have a purpose for coming here, and now it seems he was here to stop her. If they cooperated, it would be a catastrophic disaster for her. It should be. Zhao Ping'an was also not very sure. Zhou Qianquan was also present last night, and Nie Yuan was waiting there for Zhou Qianquan. If there's no connection, how could they appear together? Yi Yaoqing frowned even deeper, there was some truth to that. Ha, do you think you are Sherlock Holmes and can reason like him? Nie Dahai casually lit a cigarette and said with a half-smile, Missy, I can clearly tell you, I have not yet cooperated with young Master Zhou, but if he doesn't kneel, everything is uncertain. You take care of it. After saying this, he took a puff, showing a nonchalant, mocking expression, as if he had them under control. Yi Yaoqing looked again at Nie Dahai's expression. Even though she couldn't make Zhao Ping'an kneel, she still wanted to fight for cooperation and needed to judge the truth from his expression. Zhao Ping'an laughed lightly. Yaoqing, it's simple to find out if they have cooperated. While speaking, he headed straight for Nie Dahai and casually said, you should know the whole process from last night. Clearly, it was your son's fault. I didn't break his arms or legs, already being merciful. Now I give you a chance, have you cooperated with Zhou Qianquan or not? Nie Dahai saw him coming over and became even more disdainful, sneering, what are you? You think you can give me a chance? You are just a dog raised by Miss Yi. Slap. Before he could finish, Zhao Ping'an rushed up and slapped him across the face. He calmly asked, did you cooperate or not? You dare hit me. Nie Dahai's half side of the face went numb from the slap, and he couldn't believe it, filled with murderous rage. Ping'an. Yi Yaoqing was also startled, she didn't expect him to act suddenly. Zhao Ping'an turned his head and smiled, if a parent doesn't teach, it's the parent's fault. It's reasonable for me to hit him, especially since it's a light touch. Nie Dahai was furious at his words and quickly stood up, cursing, I. Slap. Zhao Ping'an slapped him again, sending him back into his seat. Calmly said, if you don't speak, I'll hit you, let's see if your mouth is tough or your face is tough. You. Nie Dahai's nostrils bled, looking at Yi Yaoqing, his expression twisted, Miss Yi, don't you want to cooperate anymore? Is your dog biting people uncontrollably, are you going to control it or not? Knowing he couldn't win against Zhao Ping'an and wanting to avoid getting hurt, he could only find her for help. Yi Yaoqing thought for a moment, her face stern, Mr. Nie, please be respectful, Zhao Ping'an is my partner, and his attitude completely represents me. At this moment, support was essential, even if cooperation was impossible. Nie Dahai's eyes bulged with anger. Alright, since Miss Yi supports unconditionally, don't blame me for being impolite. Secretary, bring out all the workers from the factory. The secretary, who had been waiting outside, quickly contacted the factory workers upon hearing the shout. In less than a minute, over 1,000 workers walked out from the workshop, dense and mighty, like a tide. They quickly surrounded the office building. Nie Dahai. Yi Yaoqing saw this scene, her face turned pale. There were thousands of people outside, and no matter how strong Zhao Ping'an was, he couldn't defeat them all. Each person could drown him with just one spit. Coldly said, what do you want to do? Do you dare touch me? Nie Dahai saw the employees come out, regained his arrogance, and said wildly, I naturally don't dare to hit you, but I dare to hit your dog. He then looked at Zhao Ping'an, his voice cold, little beggar, just now I only needed you to kneel and knock your head 3 times, now you have to kneel and knock it 100 times, otherwise, I'll crush you. Slap. Zhao Ping'an slapped him down again, irritated, noisy. Then he said, Yaoqing, he must have collaborated with Zhou Qianquan, otherwise he wouldn't dare to confront you, let alone call people out. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong both didn't dare to face him directly, not to mention himself. Yi Yaoqing also saw this, but now what was most important was not the cooperation, but how to resolve the current problem. Suddenly she felt some regret, had she known what happened last night, she would never have let him come along. What to do now? Ah ah ah. Nye Dahu, with blood all over his face, stood up from the ground, howling. It had been many years since he had been hit, yet he was beaten on his own turf. With a twisted face, he growled, I want to kill you, I want to kill you, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, boom! The door crashed open, and a dozen security guards brandishing rubber clubs charged in fiercely. Stop! Yi Yaoqing saw this and quickly raised her hand to shield Zhao Ping'an. With things having gone this far, she no longer hesitated. She warned, Nye Dahu, if you dare let anyone touch a hair on Zhao Ping'an today, I will use my family's power to destroy you. Immediately get them to leave and let us go. Nye Dahu let out a cold laugh, then let's give it a try. As he spoke, he took out his phone and called Zhou Qiankuan, quickly explaining the situation. Zhou Qiankuan was also surprised. Zhao Ping'an actually came out from Weihu Mountain Villa, didn't Hongjie kill him? However, this wasn't the time for such things, he casually said, don't worry, I'll handle the Yi family's power. You just need to crush Zhao Ping'an, remember, don't let him die too easily, hee. The phone was on speaker, so everyone could hear it. Zhou Qiankuan, you're looking for death. Yi Yaoqing instantly turned furious. With Zhou Qiankuan involved, the family power could indeed not be used. Zhou Qiankuan arrogantly said, even if I die, Zhao Ping'an has to die before me, ha. After saying this, he hung up the phone. You. Yi Yaoqing's heart raced. Nye Dahu said darkly, Missy, I suggest you leave. Today, this dog of yours, I'm going to kill. If you don't leave, I'll kill right in front of you. Yi Yaoqing was in a cold sweat. She couldn't protect Zhao Ping'an in front of so many people. Just then, Zhao Ping'an suddenly picked up the phone. Come and bring people from Qianhong Pharmaceutical, the more, the better. He originally planned to fight himself, but with so many people, it was incredibly tiring. Hearing him speak, the two looked over at the same time, wondering who he was calling. Zhao Ping'an smiled, no need to rush, people will come soon. Yi Yaoqing was puzzled. In Tianhai, besides himself, who else did he know? Ha! Nye Dahu mocked, still dare to look for help? Good, I want to see who in the whole Tianhai can save someone from my hands. I, Nye Dahu, may not have much, but I have many employees. 1,000 employees, whoever comes to destroy, let them come. Bang! Zhao Ping'an didn't bother to slap, he kicked and sent him flying, annoyed, did I tell you to blabber? Director Nye. Director Nye. The security guards saw this and raised their rubber sticks to strike. However, as soon as they raised them, Zhao Ping'an had already walked up to Nye Dahu and stepped on him. If you take one more step forward, I will trample him to death. The security guards instantly froze, not daring to act rashly. You. Nye Dahu was pinned down, unable to move. He clenched his fists, wishing he could kill Zhao Ping'an immediately, but his life was in Zhao's hands, and he couldn't move at all. Still unwilling to back down, he said, I want to see how long you can keep pretending. Zhao Ping'an slowly increased the pressure on his foot. Ah! Nye Dahu screamed in pain, heart-wrenching and desperate. Soon. 5 minutes passed. The secretary rushed in a panic, seeing the boss's state, trembling, boss, someone has come. Whoever wants to destroy, let them come. Nye Dahu blurted out. As long as he eliminates whoever Zhao Ping'an called, let's see what bravado he has left. He growled, bring all the employees up, don't hold back, just push him down with 1,000 people. The secretary collapsed, but the person coming is Zhang Longwang, bringing at least 2,000 people. We can't beat them. That's right, Zhao Ping'an did indeed contact Zhang Longwang. He specializes in handling such matters. Nye Dahu was dumbfounded, he hadn't heard that Zhao Ping'an knew Zhang Longwang. Yi Yaoqing was also surprised, having not heard of it either. At this moment, Zhang Kongding walked in from outside, coming to Zhao Ping'an, respectfully saying, Mr. Zhao, I'm here. Upon seeing this, Nye Dahu gasped in shock. Zhang Longwang was so respectful to Zhao Ping'an? Zhao Ping'an loosened his foot and casually said, leave this to you. Yes. Zhang Kongding nodded respectfully. Nye Dahu was almost scared to pee at this sight. He wasn't afraid of Zhao Ping'an, nor was he even afraid of Yi Yaoqing, but he was very afraid of Zhang Longwang. This guy was ruthless in his actions. Finding a chance, he took out his phone and called Zhou Qiankuan again, nervously saying, young Master Zhou, save me. Zhang Longwang is in cahoots with them. Zhou Qiankuan's voice came through again, dismissively saying, Zhang Longwang? The so-called underground emperor of Tianhai? Tell him, if he dares to touch a hair on you, my Zhou family will surely destroy him. The Zhou family could easily deal with the underground emperor of Tianhai. Zhang Kongding frowned slightly, he had also heard about young Master Zhou's arrival but trusted Mr. Zhao more. Before he could speak, Yi Yaoqing suddenly snatched the phone, coldly saying, you are nothing. After saying that, she hung up and angrily said, Director Nye, are you enjoying playing tricks on me? Is it fun? She had been scared just now, finally feeling a sense of relief. Nie Dahai was stunned by her words and couldn't help but tremble, remembering that not only could Zhou Qianquan neutralize Yi Yaoqing's background, but Yi Yaoqing could also withstand Zhou Qianquan's pressure. It's over. I. He stammered for a long time and didn't know what to say. Zhao Pingyan didn't want to waste words and directly said, "Take action, teach him how to speak." Yes. Zhang Kongding stepped forward decisively. Bang! Nie Dahai saw him coming and instantly knelt down, pleading, "Mr. Zhao, I was wrong. This is all young Master Zhou's arrangement, has nothing to do with me. You're seeking revenge on the wrong person. Miss Yi, I was wrong earlier, I'm sorry, forgive me this once, I beg you." Zhao Pingyan had no intention of forgiving, people like him needed to be dealt with all at once. But Yi Yaoqing suddenly said, "Forget it, we've already beaten him. Let's leave it at that. Pingyan, let's go." She felt very helpless, even if he was killed, it wouldn't solve the problem. The other party was Zhou Qianquan, and both threats and enticements were useless. It was better to think more about how to break through before the time ran out. Zhao Pingyan smiled and said, "All right." Chapter 58, Mountain God Temple. Walking out of Qianhong Pharmaceuticals, only then could they see how many people Zhang Kongding had brought. Vehicles lined up, surrounding the entire Qianhong Pharmaceuticals. If a single order had been given just now, they could have demolished Qianhong Pharmaceuticals. Yi Yaoqing originally wanted Zhao Pinggan to go back with her, but Zhao Pinggan said he had things to do, so he got onto Zhang Kongding's car. "Mr. Zhao, do you need me to find Nie Dahai for the contract?" Zhang Kongding asked cautiously. Zhao Pinggan shook his head, in fact, he was intentionally not pressuring Nie Dahai too much. If Nie Dahai gave the contract to Yi Yaoqing under pressure, it might not be a good thing for her. First, find the materials, then it's not too late to make her feel extremely happy. He directly instructed, "Hurry and help me find 3 things, a long burning lamp that has not extinguished for over 100 years, a thunderstruck wood that has been struck by lightning at least 3 times, and a night pearl the size of an egg. The night pearl seals the mouth, the long burning lamp leads the way, and the thunderstruck wood bears heaven's wrath." Of course, more is needed, as for the rest, like putting on a saddle and guiding road signs, Zhao Pinggan would do it himself. Huh? Zhang Kongding scratched his head. He had heard of these items, but with the conditions added, he had never heard of them. A long burning lamp that can burn for 100 years? Thunderstruck wood struck 3 times? A night pearl that must be the size of an egg? It's too difficult. However, he still promised, "Mr. Zhao, don't worry. I will immediately order all my brothers to search, and as soon as there is news, I will contact you right away." Zhao Pinggan said, "All right, take me back to the company." Back in the city had changed again, all the display screens were announcing the wedding of Ouyang Qian and Su Baoshi tonight. Below the screens, people were discussing and envious. Zhang Kongding glanced at Zhao Pinggan and weakly asked, "Mr. Zhao, I also received a wedding invitation. Are you going? If you don't go, I won't go either." He knew Zhao Pinggan was not on good terms with the Ouyang family, but since the invitation had been sent to his door, it felt awkward not to attend, so he sought his opinion. Zhao Pinggan replied, "Go ahead. Since we've been invited, there's no reason not to go. I will go too." Zhang Kongding nodded, since Mr. Zhao said to go, then they could go, he drove with ease. When they reached the foot of the company building, he suddenly said, "Mr. Zhao, I just remembered a place that might have what you need." Seeing that there was still time, Zhao Pinggan let him go directly there. It turned out that the place he mentioned was a mountain god temple in a county under Tianhai City, which is said to have a history of 400 to 500 years. When he visited before, he saw a long burning lamp in the temple, but he wasn't sure how many years it had been burning. If there was indeed a long burning lamp in all of Tianhai City that had not gone out for over 100 years, it could only be here. An hour later, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain god temple. The stairs leading to the top were bustling with worshippers. Some say this place is very effective, so people from Tianhai City love to come here to seek wealth and relationships. I've been here a few times and donated quite a bit, Zhang Kongding introduced. Zhao Pinggan looked up and frowned, he vaguely felt that something was not right up there, but it was still too far to discern. He replied, "Let's go up first, we still have to attend the wedding tonight, so we need to hurry." The two walked up the steps, a total of 999. Zhao Pinggan walked as if on flat ground, while Zhang Kongding was almost out of breath from exhaustion. Upon reaching the top of the mountain, they arrived at an ancient temple made of blue bricks, surrounded by smoke and incense, dimly visible and imbued with an ancient atmosphere. Zhao Pinggan looked at the offerings inside and revealed a hint of disdainful smile. "Zhao Pinggan?" At that moment, a shocked voice reached his ears. Zhao Pinggan turned to look, stunned. The speaker was none other than Su Baoshi, the main character of tonight, who was standing next to a girl, the bride, Ouyang Qian. Su Baoshi sneered, "Zhao, are you still unable to forget Qian Chen and came here to chase after her? I'll tell you, it's too late." Just now, I submitted the birth dates of Qian Qian and me to Master Chen. Master Chen has also worshipped the mountain god for us, so our relationship is now protected by the mountain god, never to be separated through lifetimes. If a third party intervenes, they will certainly meet a terrible end. The Su family were business people who believed strongly in these matters. The previous incident with Master Gu was a reminder. If it were not for Ouyang Hai knowing Master Chen from the mountain god temple, Su Tianlong would have invited Master Chen to intervene earlier. Ouyang Qian frowned upon hearing this, instinctively pulling away from Su Baoshi. She strongly resisted this marriage, but being born into a wealthy family, she never had the right to decide on such important matters. She looked at Zhao Ping'an with a hint of expectation, hoping he could stop it. That would be a good thing. Before Zhao Ping'an could say anything, Zhang Kongding exploded in anger. Watch your mouth. If you say another word, I'll tear your mouth off. Su Baoshi was not intimidated at all and scoffed. Zhang Longwang, you should watch your mouth too. My wedding with Qianqian is the focus of the whole city, and many distinguished guests are here tonight. If you dare to touch me at this moment, it's like looking for death. Before, seeing Zhang Kongding would scare him, but with the Su family and Ouyang family united through marriage, he could stand firm against the emperor. You. Zhang Kongding was furious but didn't dare to act. Living underground, he feared being exposed tonight. Su Baoshi was under the spotlight, he couldn't make a move. Zhao Ping'an was tired of hitting him. He coldly laughed. You're thinking too much. I'm not here to pursue her, but since you brought her here, your marriage won't receive the blessing of the mountain god. It won't last long, the mountain god doesn't allow it. What did you say? Su Baoshi's eyes widened in anger. You little beggar dared to curse me? Smack. Zhao Ping'an slapped him down, unwilling to waste words, stepping forward, finding the everlasting lamp was the most important thing. After just 2 steps. Stop right there. Su Baoshi got up from the ground, looking very disheveled and covered in dust, feeling incredibly frustrated. Every time he saw him, something bad happened. He roared ferociously, Zhao, what the hell besides hitting people can you do? I tell you, Qianqian is mine, she will soon be my bride. You, a stinky worker, keep dreaming. Tonight, we will go to the bridal chamber, and I will make her completely my woman, driving you crazy. Ouyang Qian felt both shy and angry, full of hatred in her heart, but this was an unchangeable fact, powerless to fight back. Others also looked over, full of questions. Su Baoshi seized the opportunity, pointing at Zhao Ping'an. Everyone look at his true face. He has always liked my wife, shamelessly clinging to her. Tonight, my wife and I are getting married, specifically here to appeal to the mountain god. This shameless person followed us here to ruin it. A third party stepping in is always the most hated. Instantly igniting public outrage. Dare to pursue her here? Are you not afraid of the mountain god's punishment? What kind of person are you? Don't you have any shame, actually becoming a third party? People like him should be hit by a car when they go out. Zhao Ping'an remained unmoved, casually saying, stupid dog, if I wanted to snatch her away, you couldn't stop me. The problem is, it's not me who wants to snatch her. Ha ha. Su Baoshi laughed mockingly, want to snatch, yet don't dare to admit? You can't win against me. Then tell me, who is it that should snatch Qianqian? Go on, say it. Ha. Zhao Ping'an slowly raised his hand, pointing to the mountain god statue in the hall. It's that. Seeing where he pointed, everyone was stunned. The mountain god? Chapter 59, what are you doing? Now the worshippers were even angrier. The reason they came here to worship the mountain god was out of belief. Yet he said the mountain god was a third party. That was a blatant slander. You little person, dare to insult the mountain god? Do you believe I will tear your mouth apart? The mountain god has already become immortal, how could it care for worldly love? Someone. Quickly, drive him out. No, you need to kneel and apologize to the mountain god. You have to kneel forever and beg for forgiveness. The worshippers became more and more agitated, and even a few women wanted to rush up and fight Zhao Ping'an. Stop. I am Zhang Longwang, who dares to step forward? Zhang Kongding's face turned pale with fear. Why does Mr. Zhao dare to say anything? Some things are better believed than disbelieved. No matter how strong he is, he can't fight against the mountain god. The worshippers were too scared to move forward, but their mouths didn't stop, all scolding. Su Baoshi smiled at the scene, taunting, Zhao, should I say you are arrogant, or should I say you are foolish? You actually said the mountain god wants a third party, you're killing me with laughter, ha ha ha. The laughter was loud, and they laughed until they were bent over. Zhao Ping'an remained very calm. I just want to ask you. If he wants to take Ouyang Qian from you, are you brave enough to stop him? Su Baoshi stopped laughing, his eyes filled with disdain. What you're saying is impossible. With pride, he continued, even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, Ouyang Qian is still mine. No one can take her away, she will only ever be my woman. Su Baoshi did not believe Zhao Ping'an at all, thinking he was just looking for a way out. Zhao Ping'an sneered, remember what you said. Su Bashir puffed out his chest, of course, if someone blocks me, I'll kill them, if a Buddha blocks me, I'll destroy the Buddha. As soon as he finished speaking, Miss Ouyang, just now the mountain god accepted your fortune-telling. He wishes to guide you personally. Please follow me to the back hall for a detailed explanation. A voice came from the side, spoken by an old man wearing a robe, who was also the owner of the mountain god temple, Master Chen. Upon seeing Master Chen appear, everyone was a bit confused. Zhao Ping'an had just said the mountain god wanted to take, and Master Chen immediately said he wanted to guide personally. What a coincidence. Zhao Ping'an said calmly, he's here, go stop him. Ouyang Qian furrowed her brows, feeling nervous for some reason. Su Bashir gritted his teeth, nonsense. You dare to speak so arrogantly in front of Master Chen? Master Chen, you just openly slandered the mountain god, saying he wants the third party to interfere. Please represent the mountain god and deal with him. The worshippers also gathered their thoughts. It was a bit too coincidental, but it was impossible. Master Chen, I suggest you make him kneel down and apologize. What a thing! He dares to slander the mountain god, hurry and deal with him, he must not be allowed to enter again. The mountain god should personally take action, let him suffer a tragic fate, dying on the streets. Master Chen, hearing this, looked at Zhao Ping'an and said coldly, worshipper, the mountain god is merciful and does not like to punish mortals lightly, but you must be careful. If there is another time, there will be no need for the mountain god to take action, I will personally destroy you. After saying that, he turned to Ouyang Qian, Miss Ouyang, this is urgent, please come with me to the back hall quickly. Ouyang Qian felt unsure, instinctively glancing at Zhao Ping'an, wanting to hear his opinion. This scene made Su Bashir even angrier. He roared, Chen, why are you looking at him? Do you really believe his nonsense? Getting personal guidance from the mountain god is a blessing for you, hurry up and go. I will accompany you. With that, he was about to be the first to head to the back hall. Master Chen immediately said, young Master Su, please wait. The back hall is only for Miss Ouyang to enter. You must wait a moment. Su Bashir had to stop and said voluntarily, since the mountain god does not wish to see me, it proves my skills are lacking. Xian, you go on your own, I will wait here. Today, certain people's faces will be slapped. At this point, only the facts could prove it. After Ouyang Qian received guidance and came out, let's see what else he would say. The worshippers also insisted, saying that receiving guidance was a blessing, she needed to hurry. Ouyang Qian hesitated for a moment then nodded. In her heart, she wanted to rip off Zhao Ping'an's mask. Why did he always look down on her? She also wanted to see what expression he would have when she walked out from the back hall. She followed Master Chen into the main temple, entering the back hall through the door at the back of the mountain god statue. Zhao Ping'an watched the two disappear and reminded, young Master Su, you must remember what you just said, if someone blocks me, I will kill them, if a Buddha blocks me, I will destroy the Buddha. No one can take Ouyang Qian away. Su Bashir said proudly, that's right, that's what I said, of course I'll remember. It's you, if nothing happens with a third party interfering, you will kneel down and bow to me. The worshippers quickly added. And you must kneel down and bow to the mountain god. Kneel 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Ignorant child, daring to cause a ruckus here. She is lucky, can't you understand? Receiving guidance from the mountain god is a reward from their previous life. Zhao Ping'an smiled, good. If nothing happens, I am willing to bear all consequences, but if something does happen, you will also take responsibility. Deal. Agreed. It's settled. The worshippers agreed together, proud in their hearts to bet on the mountain god. Su Bashir smiled sinisterly, this bet, you've already agreed to, Zhao, I won't let you kneel down now. I want you to kneel before me tonight at the wedding, in public, huh? His laughter hadn't even faded away. Suddenly, a voice came from the back hall, help, help. This voice belonged to Ouyang Qian, and she sounded utterly terrified. This voice stunned everyone, and they all turned to the back hall with eyes full of disbelief. Had something really happened? Su Bashir also trembled in fear, wondering what was going on. Help! Ouyang Qian shouted again. Zhao Ping'an was familiar with what was happening in the back hall. From the moment he saw Ouyang Qian, he knew this situation would inevitably arise. He spoke up, Su Gongzi, if you don't hurry, your wife might become someone else's. I'll give you time to save her, after saving her, you can kneel. Su Bashir woke up as if from a dream, feeling panicked inside, yet still refusing to back down. It's just an unexpected situation, it has nothing to do with a third party. I'll take a look, and when I come back, you have to kneel. Saying this, he ran quickly towards the back hall. The worshippers exchanged glances, puzzled, and also ran towards the back hall. Mr. Zhao, what's going on? Zhang Kongding was in a fog, completely unclear about what was happening. Zhao Ping'an casually pointed at the mountain god statue, do you see it? That's the mountain god? The statue sat cross-legged, hands in prayer, with a bushy beard, looking like a wise old man, though his face was a bit long. Zhang Kongding stared for a long time but saw nothing unusual. It looked pretty much like the mountain gods portrayed on TV. Zhao Pingyan shook his head. I'll let you see what it really is in a moment. After saying this, he too walked towards the back hall. The back hall was a traditional quadrangle courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard, Ouyang Qian lay on the ground, her icy demeanor vanished, her eyes filled with terror, her coat ripped in several places, hair in disarray. Bang, the door right in front of her opened, and Master Chen walked out, grinning, staring unblinkingly at Ouyang Qian, slowly approaching. Master Chen. Su Baoshi rushed in, and upon seeing this scene, his face turned as white as a sheet. Shocked, he asked, "What are you doing?" The worshippers were also startled. In their memory, Master Chen had a kind face and was friendly. But the person before them was like a different person. And the current situation was such that anyone not blind could tell he was trying to force Ouyang Qian. Zhao Pingyan had actually been right. Master Chen, surprised to see them rushing in, didn't seem worried at all. He sneered, "A bunch of ordinary folks, get lost immediately, don't delay my work. Today, I will double cultivate with her." Squeak, what a beautiful bride. As soon as he said this, the worshippers were horrified. Ouyang Qian involuntarily trembled, regretting deeply, she should have listened to Zhao Pingyan earlier and not come in, but luckily she had trusted a bit, staying cautious, otherwise, she wouldn't even have had a chance to call for help. Turning to look at Su Baoshi, "Save me." Su Baoshi was already in shock, forgetting how to speak. When a person blocks, you kill, when the Buddha blocks, you eliminate. Zhao Pingyan approached, saying with a playful smile. Hearing this, Su Baoshi finally came to his senses, fiercely saying, "She is my wife, of course, I will save her, there's no need for you to remind me." As he spoke, he walked over to Ouyang Qian's side, facing Master Chen in a threatening manner. "I have always respected you as the temple master. Every time I come, I offer a decent amount of incense money, yet I never expected you would dare to have inappropriate thoughts about my fiancée. Today, even the mountain god can't protect you." Quickly charging towards Master Chen, though he couldn't beat Zhao Pingyan, he had learned taekwondo since childhood and had some skills, not to mention that Master Chen was an old man, so he wasn't afraid. A few steps later, he was still 2 meters away from Master Chen. He leaped high, turned sideways, and kicked with a whip kick straight to Master Chen's head. This move was not only flashy but also deadly, and if it hit, it could knock someone out instantly. As Su Baoshi executed the whip kick and saw Master Chen not moving, he sneered inside, thinking that if he could subdue him, Ouyang Qian would surely fall head over heels for him. However, just as his whip kick was about to reach Master Chen's head, Master Chen suddenly grabbed the attack, his movement swift, not at all like an old man, and even faster than a young person. Not just that, with immense strength, he raised his hands, one hand grasping Su Baoshi's leg, and the other pinching Su Baoshi's neck. He held Su Baoshi firmly suspended in midair. Ugh! Su Baoshi's eyes suddenly widened in extreme fear. Master Chen squinted and said, "You are the groom? Good, being with the bride in front of you will give me even more sense of accomplishment." Squeak! Saying this, he heavily slammed Su Baoshi down to the ground. Boom! Su Baoshi was knocked dazed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Master Chen stepped over him and continued walking towards Ouyang Qian. "No, no. Please, don't." Ouyang Qian kept retreating on the ground, her voice trembling. The people around were also dumbfounded. Nobody expected that Master Chen had such power and could do such a thing. "Young Master Su, keep going. You can't be cowardly, your bride cannot be taken by anyone, you just said you'd destroy him." Zhao Pingyan reminded with a smile. Hearing him still dare to address himself, Su Baoshi was about to explode with anger, but Master Chen's strength was extraordinary, he couldn't fight back. "Oh?" Master Chen suddenly stopped, turned to look at Su Baoshi, and said frivolously, "You still want to destroy me?" Squeak, "In that case, I can only kill you first." He actually walked back towards Su Baoshi again. Su Baoshi was instantly scared to the point of losing control. He could clearly feel that Master Chen really wanted to kill him. In panic he said, No, I was wrong, I'll give Qianqian to you, yes, I'll give her to you. What you want to do has nothing to do with me, please don't kill me. Crack. When this sentence came out, the patrons were shocked. This woman was his fiancée, yet she could willingly give herself up for her life? Ouyang Qian instantly forgot her fear. She had previously only looked down on Su Baoshi but never expected him to voluntarily give her up to save his own life. What a talent! Zhao Pingyan laughed angrily, knowing Su Baoshi was shameless, but never expected him to be this shameless. What are you laughing at? Su Baoshi, furious and ashamed, snarled, Master Chen, help me kill him. I will not only give you Qianqian but also provide a fixed donation of no less than 500,000 each month. Help me kill him. Let him laugh. Let him die here. Master Chen, hearing this, smiled sinisterly and said, I love money, I really love money. Squeak, this deal is done. Squeak. After saying that, he turned to walk towards Zhao Pingyan. Crash. The patrons around were so scared they quickly dodged away. Zhang Kongding was also sweating profusely because he felt that Master Chen before him was very strange. Better not provoke me, I don't like killing, but if you truly mess with me, don't blame me for killing you. Zhao Ping'an said casually. What did you say? Master Chen was suddenly furious, his face twisted in anger, as if his features were misaligned. You insignificant being, daring to be so ungrateful in front of this god, you are truly seeking death. Dead monkey. Zhao Ping'an mocked, do you think you are the great sage equal to heaven? If you don't provoke me, maybe you can smell some incense, but if you dare to mess with me, you'll regret it. Monkey. Everyone was stunned, what was he talking about? However, upon hearing these two words, Master Chen's killing intent surged, filling the entire mountain god temple, making people shiver. He howled, it has been hundreds of years since anyone dared to call this god a monkey. Mortal, you are looking for death. Saying this, he suddenly lunged forward. He didn't run on two legs but bent down, getting on all fours, leaping toward Zhao Ping'an from 5 meters away. Ah, ah, ah. The patrons screamed in fear and fled, but many fell over due to unsteady footing. Seeing him rush over, Zhao Ping'an instantly jumped up, throwing a punch at Master Chen in midair. Boom! Master Chen instantly fell to the ground. A heart-wrenching scream echoed in the arena, which did not seem to come from a human. Then they saw a cloud of black smoke erupting from Master Chen's body, backing up over 10 steps, transforming into a monkey shape, constantly rolling in rage. Seeing this scene, Su Baoshi was so scared that his whole body went weak. Ouyang Qian turned pale as a ghost. The patrons were scared senseless, more than half fainted. Even Zhang Kongding couldn't hold on, trembling in fear, saying, Mr. Zhao, what is this? Mountain demon. Zhao Ping'an remained calm and unruffled. It's just what people call the mountain ghost, a type of monkey, but it's a bit different due to the excess of offerings it receives. This creature is greedy and loves to play tricks, easily swayed by beauty. Seeing Ouyang Qian as a bride would make it lose control. He didn't mention that when he learned from his master, he used to love hunting mountain demons, often going into the mountains to capture them, because every time he caught one and brought it back to their lair, he would earn a fortune. Unfortunately, the mountain demons near his area had moved away. He hadn't seen them for many years. Hearing Zhao Ping'an's introduction, the mountain demon became furious, its eyes bulging with rage. You little mortal, how dare you speak so lightly of me? Today, I will make your soul scatter. It spoke human language again and charged at Zhao Ping'an, its aura stronger than that of Master Chen by at least 10 times. Zhao Ping'an saw this and raised his hand, biting his left finger to write a series of symbols on his right palm. Raising his hand to meet the mountain demon. At this moment, the fierce mountain demon abruptly stopped in midair, suddenly falling down. With its knees bending, it knelt on the ground, its momentum too great, causing it to slide on its knees right in front of Zhao Ping'an. In terror, it said, Nine Xian sect? Grandpa, spare my life. Chapter 61, It Can Only Be This Way. Nine Xian sect. If it hadn't reminded him, Zhao Ping'an would have almost forgotten that the old man often said he was the 28th generation successor of the Nine Xian sect, and Zhao Ping'an was of course the 29th generation. Mentioning these 3 words made Zhao Ping'an feel a bit nostalgic for the old man. He wondered where he had gone. Had he gone back to jail to look for him? He lowered his head and asked, Do you know it? I know. The mountain demon nodded repeatedly. I came from Kunlun, of course, I know the first sect in history, Nine Xian sect. Grandpa, I was wrong, spare me, please. I was wrong. If I had known you were from the Nine Xian sect, I would never have been so bold. I was wrong. Continuously bowing his head to the ground. Others didn't know what one of Zhao Ping'an's palms represented, but it clearly understood that this palm could smash it into ashes, making it impossible to reincarnate forever. Zhao Ping'an felt helpless, a familiar indeed. The old man had said that the Nine Xian sect was the #1 sect in the world, but it had fallen on hard times, and now only 2 people remained. He then said, with ill intentions, I will punish you for 50 years, daring to insult me, I will punish you for 60 years, a total of 110 years. He slapped the mountain demon on the head. Instantly, some of the dark air around the mountain demon dispersed. The mountain demon didn't hold a grudge. Thank you, Grandpa, thank you, Grandpa. After speaking, it quickly fled into the mountains. Deity. Living deity. Please bless me, deity. The worshippers woke from their dreams and knelt in gratitude, regretting their previous words. Had they known he was this powerful, why worship mountain deities when they could directly worship him? Zhao Ping'an was too lazy to pay them any mind, coldly saying, I am not a deity and can't help you, worshipping me is useless. You are a deity. One worshipper said, Deity, I was wrong before. I'm sorry, I apologize. Others began to echo, we will replace the statue in the main hall with yours and burn incense to you from now on. Zhao Ping'an shook his head, my parents are already living Buddhas, there is no need to travel 1,000 miles to worship the spirit mountain. If you have something in mind, it would be better to treat your parents well, that is more effective than worshipping anything. After saying this, his mood turned a bit low, having depended on the master since childhood, he still didn't know who his parents were. Not thinking too much, he walked towards the fainted Su Baoshi. Get up, bow down. Su Baoshi kept his eyes tightly shut, lying on the ground motionless, wishing he could disappear immediately. Previously, he suspected Zhao Pingyan would have some skills, but he never expected him to be so fierce. Why are there people like this in this world? Not getting up, huh? Zhao Pingyan smiled faintly. Zhang Kongding, defecate on his head. If it meant crashing or embarrassing him, there was a way to deal with it. Ah. Zhang Kongding was bewildered. This phrase is generally used to describe, but looking at Mr. Zhao's serious expression, it seemed like he meant it. After hesitating for a moment, he awkwardly loosened his belt. Since Mr. Zhao spoke, even if it didn't work, he had to squeeze something out. You dare. Su Baoshi quickly opened his eyes, worried. Zhao Pingyan, don't think that just because you know some skills, you're invincible. This society ultimately speaks with money. Tonight is my wedding day, Tianhai Elite. Stop talking nonsense, will you kneel or not? Zhao Pingyan coldly interrupted. Su Baoshi glanced at the ready Zhang Kongding and gritted his teeth. I'll kneel. He heavily knocked his head 3 times. Zhao Pingyan withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Noticing the eternal lamp in the hall had been around for over 100 years, it would do. He took the eternal lamp and left. Zhang Kongding followed beside him. Mr. Zhao, are you just going to let Su Baoshi go? After all, Su Baoshi had just tried to kill him. Zhao Pingyan smiled and said, I let him go. What about Ouyang Qian? Ouyang Hai? Let them dogs bite dogs, all in a hairy mess. In the back hall. Trash, how could he abandon his own wife? What a dog. I've never seen such a shameless man. Girl, you should throw away such a man. Don't marry him. If it's like this today, who knows what will happen in the future. Exactly, he's not worthy of you at all. I think celestial beings are great. If celestial beings can like you, it's your blessing, you must cherish it. The worshippers criticized harshly, spitting at Su Baoshi. Shut up, everyone shut up. Su Baoshi's face turned red. He quickly got up and walked to Ouyang Qian's side, forcing a smile. Qian, you absolutely mustn't be angry. You saw the situation just now. If I didn't yield, we would both be left here. No need to say more. Ouyang Qian's icy expression returned. Looking at Su Baoshi with a strange and disgusting gaze, she said bluntly, I will never marry a cowardly, incompetent, dark-minded little man. I will go home and tell my parents. Tonight, the wedding is cancelled. As she said this, she walked quickly outside, and when she reached the steps and looked down, she found Zhao Pingyan's voice was already gone. Biting her lip, tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. Because just now, Zhao Pingyan had never looked at her directly. If it weren't for Su Baoshi sending the mountain demon to kill you, would you have actively saved me? What gives you the right to act cool in front of me? You wait, one day I will tear your face off. 2 hours later. Damn it! You bastard, tonight Qian is supposed to marry him. How could he do such a thing? Lu Yimei was so angry she almost wanted to fight Su Baoshi. Ouyang Qian sat on the sofa, icily declaring, I will definitely not marry Su Baoshi, cancel the wedding. Ouyang Hai stood beside her, fists clenched, his face red, also very angry. At that moment, the door opened, and Su Tianlong walked in with Su Baoshi. Since they were about to get married, there was no need for notification. You dare to come? Ouyang Hai exploded in anger and rushed over fiercely. Su Tianlong was one step faster. Smack! A slap struck Su Baoshi's face, angrily saying, unfilial son, kneel and apologize. Su Baoshi quickly knelt down. Su Tianlong clasped his fists and said, Brother Ouyang, I just learned about this matter. I specifically brought this useless thing to you for you to deal with, hit or kill as you like. However, even if it's a big deal, we must wait until after tonight. As soon as these words came out, Ouyang Hai was also at his wit's end. The invitations had all been sent out. If they backed out, it would be too embarrassing. Su Tianlong continued, Brother Ouyang, to be honest, on the way here I asked many experts, and the top masters in the country. No one has heard of the 9 mysterious sect. I suspect this is a play staged by Zhao Pingyan. Ouyang Hai furrowed his brows tight. Ouyang Qian looked coldly at him. What do you mean by that? Lu Yimei asked rudely. Su Tianlong answered heavily, Sister-in-law, don't be angry, the matter has developed to this point, we can't back down, and Zhao Pingyan has seized land 140, he is currently in the spotlight in front of Miss Yi. He will not spare me, and he will not spare you. If we fail in our union at this moment, not only will we be helpless against Zhao Pingyan, but I'm afraid that after tonight, our 2 families will suffer great disgrace. I can assert that within half a year, we will fall from grace to the mundane. Everyone fell silent. This is the truth. Su Tianlong seized the opportunity. Everything that happened at the Mountain God Temple today was intentionally designed by Zhao Pingyan to stir up discord between our 2 families. At the wedding, we will take the initiative to get rid of Zhao Pingyan. After tonight, however you deal with the ungrateful child, I have no complaints. Only in this way can we protect our dignity and face. 10 minutes later. Ouyang Hai and Lu Yimei sighed simultaneously, nodded in agreement, and concluded that it could only be this way. Chapter 62, Let Him Go. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was 7:30 p.m. The Liu family from Tianhai sends a pair of jade auspicious objects, wishing the two newlyweds happiness. The Wang family from Tianhai sends 10 pounds of gold bars, wishing the two newlyweds wealth and prosperity. The Zhao family from Tianhai sends 2 jade dumplings, wishing the two newlyweds rising success. The suburban manor was bustling with activity, and announcements echoed endlessly at the entrance. The lawn inside the manor gathered the city's and surrounding counties elite and wealthy. With the marriage between the Zhang and Ouyang families, no one would miss the event. Ouyang Hai and Liu Yemei held their wine glasses, mingling through the crowd, their faces lighting up with smiles. Su Tianlong and Su Bashir were also present, holding their wine glasses, feeling excited. Though they told Ouyang Hai that whatever happened to Su Bashir after tonight was fine, they understood the importance of ceremonies. After tonight, everyone would know that Su Bashir was Ouyang Hai's son-in-law. How could Ouyang Hai still bear to move against him? Everything was settled. The only one missing in the crowd was Ouyang Qian, but it was understandable since she was the bride, waiting to appear when the ceremony began. Young Master Zhou from the Zhou family has arrived, with a gift of 6,666,000. The crowd gasped. Hearing this announcement, everyone turned to the entrance, their eyes filled with shock. Many knew Zhou Qiankuan had come to Tianhai, but never expected he would attend the wedding. It is important to note that while there are many families in Longcheng of the provincial capital, only 5 truly great families exist, and these families hold immense power throughout the province. The Zhou family ranks third, and Zhou Qiankuan is the only heir, destined to be the next head of the Zhou family. What Tianhai's richest or new wealthy people had was simply insignificant beside the Zhou family. Young Master Zhou? Ouyang Hai was astounded, took a second to react, and quickly led Liu Yemei to greet him. Su Tianlong did not delay either, quickly bringing Su Bashir to meet Zhou Qiankuan. In the distance, Zhou Qiankuan approached in formal attire, with the black-robed Tian Bo on his left and the chairman of Qianhan Pharmaceutical, Nie Dahai, and his son Nie Yuan on his right. Logically, Nie Dahai's identity should have been announced separately, but Zhou Qiankuan's presence was so prominent that he was overlooked. I thank you, young Master Zhou, for attending my daughter's wedding. I am truly grateful, Ouyang Hai spoke politely. He could feel the surrounding gazes, feeling a sense of honor on his face. This was young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou's arrival makes the wedding radiant. Thank you, young Master Zhou, for joining us. Su Tianlong also wore a smile. Zhou Qiankuan smiled lightly, saying dismissively, you are all the top tier of Tianhai. Since I happen to be here, if I didn't come, it would be a lack of decorum on my part. As he spoke, he looked around and then asked, has that little bugger named Zhao Ping'an arrived yet? Hearing this, Nie Dahai and his son began to search as well. They had been beaten by Zhao Ping'an, and this frustration could not be swallowed. Young Master Zhou was here to stand up for them. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong exchanged glances. Could it be that young Master Zhou had a grudge against Zhao Ping'an? They had never heard of it. He hasn't arrived yet, but he should be coming soon. Does young Master Zhou have something to discuss with him? Su Bashir flattered. Just a small matter, you all carry on. Zhou Qiankuan waved his hand, saying it would not be too late to wait until he arrived. Just as he finished speaking, the underground emperor of Tianhai, Zheng Longwang, has arrived, with a gift of 3,999,000. The crowd buzzed again. Zheng Longwang was indeed a unique figure in the underground world. He also came to the wedding. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai knew about today's events at the Mountain God Temple, but guests must be welcomed. What a perfect timing. Zhou Qiankuan suddenly spoke, his face coldly smiling. That little bugger hasn't come yet, and the little bum's dog came, just right. When the dog comes, we hit the dog first. These words left everyone baffled. What exactly happened? Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong were both smart men. Upon hearing this, they quickly stopped in their tracks, standing still, not understanding the situation. They could not rashly take any action. Zhang Kongding, who was walking over, also felt perplexed. Why were so many people looking at him? He continued to walk forward. When he saw Nie Dahai and others, a bad premonition arose in his heart. Could it be that they were going to create trouble in such an occasion? It shouldn't be possible, that would ruin the atmosphere. Approaching the few people, he clasped his hands in congratulations and said, wishing both of you continuous joy, may you always have smiles. After all, he knew that Ouyang Qian had a marriage agreement with Zhao Ping'an. Saying something like, may you have 100 years of harmony and early birth of precious sons, was simply not possible. However, Ouyang Hai and the others remained silent, not daring to say anything. Zhou Qiankuan fixed his gaze on him and sneered, so you are the underground emperor of Tianhai, King Zhanlong? Quite the impressive nickname. Zhang Kongding also sensed that he was at the center of attention. Feeling unfamiliar, he asked in surprise, who are you? Are you blind? This is the young Master Zhou from the provincial city. Nie Yuan jumped out eagerly, mocking, aren't you quite the tough guy? You gathered people to surround my family's factory for the sake of someone surnamed Zhao. Where's your toughness now? Try being tough again if you have the guts. As soon as these words came out, all the guests finally understood what was going on. Indeed, there was a conflict. Yang Hai and the others were also astonished. Today they were preoccupied with the wedding and hadn't noticed what had happened outside, so big a scene had occurred. Zhang Kongding's face turned ugly after being scolded, but he didn't dare to explode in anger. The Zhou family was indeed not to be trifled with. He quickly clasped his hands and said, "Young Master Zhou, I was blind, please forgive me." He. Zhou Qianquan said disdainfully, "Not only are you blind, but you are also deaf and foolish. King Zhanglong, any occupation of territory will come with a price. Since you have chosen to side with Miss Yi and the Zhao family, then that makes you my enemy. To be my enemy, yet dare to touch my people, that is looking for death." As he spoke, he looked at Nie Dahai and his son, "Beat him up for me, I'll take responsibility for anything that happens." Nie Dahai and Nie Yuan both flinched. They could scold, but facing the underground emperor, they lacked the courage to take action. Zhang Kongding frowned tightly, involuntarily looking at Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong. Tonight was their event, as hosts, could they just watch their guests be beaten? But before the two could respond, Su Basher's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity to ride on the coattails of young Master Zhou. Opportunities are always for those who are prepared. Besides, he was already mad at him. What better way than to enjoy beating the underground emperor on such a joyous day? Spreading rumors would also make for an interesting story. He suddenly shouted, "Young Master Zhou has already spoken, what are you afraid of? You all don't dare, right? I will." After saying that, he quickly threw a punch at Zhang Kongding, heading straight for his head. Whoosh! Zhang Kongding casually raised his hand to catch it. Making it to this point was not mere talk, he had fought in many battles. Glaring, he asked, "What do you want to do?" At that moment, he displayed the overwhelming might of the underground emperor, raising everyone's heartbeat around. Su Basher was dumbfounded. He actually didn't hit. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong were also stunned. He actually dared to hit King Zhanlong. Didn't he want to live anymore? But at this moment, Su Basher immediately looked at Zhou Qianquan, pleading, "Young Master Zhou, my admiration for you is as endless as the raging river. Me taking action is just following your command." Zhou Qianquan chuckled. That flattery sounds pleasant. While speaking, he looked at Zhang Kongding and said coldly, "Let him go immediately, or I will kill you." Chapter 63, The Disaster of Zhang Kongding. At this moment, Zhou Qianquan fully revealed the high and mighty aura of the young masters from the provincial city. Money gives people courage. It must be admitted, even though he was young, being from the Zhou family made people feel an overwhelming pressure. Zhang Kongding hesitated for a moment, but eventually loosened his grip, serious as he said, "Young Master Zhou, I am Mr. Zhao's man, and I will always be Mr. Zhao's man. This cannot be changed by anyone. If you want to fight, you can. But today is someone else's day of joy. There are questions later, goodbye." After saying this, he clasped his hands together and prepared to leave. "Stop." Zhou Qianquan's face grew darker and colder as he said, "What you say sounds righteous, but it's just an excuse. Do you think I will give you a chance?" As he spoke, he looked at the two and asked, "I want a cripple in here today. Will you allow it?" Ouyang Hai felt a tightness in his chest. Regardless of whether it was true or not, today was his daughter's wedding, and he didn't want things to get messy. But since young Master Zhou asked, he didn't dare to resist. Su Tianlong glanced around and spoke first, "Young Master Zhou is the most distinguished guest. Making young Master Zhou happy is not only what a host should do but also our blessing. Rest assured, young Master Zhou, whatever you do, I will fully support it." The guests exchanged glances, understanding that this was support for Dong Zhanglong Wang. Zhou Qianquan smiled, "Then there's nothing more to say. Just cripple him." "You are the groom? Very good, make sure to hit hard. It's best to kill him, haha. Just a small underground emperor, what would happen if he was killed?" Su Baosher flattered, "To receive praise from young Master Zhou is the best gift I received tonight. Since young Master Zhou enjoys it, I will gladly risk my life." After saying this, he charged again at Zhang Kongding. This time he didn't use his fists but kicked with his legs. Continuing with the whip kick he used on the mountain demon today, he jumped high and aimed straight at Zhang Kongding's head. The force was even heavier than before against the mountain demon. If this kick landed, it wouldn't just incapacitate him but leave him unconscious. However, this little trick was not enough for Zhang Kongding. Seeing him rush in, Zhang Kongding dodged to the side while swinging a fist, which landed accurately on Su Baosher's abdomen, smashing him down from the air. Bang! Su Baosher crashed heavily onto the lawn, startling the guests into gasps. He lay on the ground, howling in pain. Zhang Kongding didn't glance back. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong, angrily saying, "I came to support you too, but you help others try to keep me here. Is this your hospitality?" Ouyang Hai's face flushed red. This was indeed wrong. Su Tianlong looked at his son on the ground and gruffly stated, "In front of young Master Zhou, you are nothing. What does it matter if they keep you? To take sides, one must definitely stand with young Master Zhou. We'll meet again." Zhang Kongding said furiously and turned to leave. This is their home ground, and with young Master Zhou here, staying would mean a bad end. Better to go back and think things through. Tian Bo. Suddenly, Zhou Qianquan commanded. Whoosh! Tian Bo's figure moved as fast as lightning, heading straight for Zhang Kongding. In everyone's view, it seemed like they only saw a quivering shadow. Zhang Kongding sensed it and quickly turned to welcome the attack, throwing out a punch. He was known for his fists, after all, and he had relied on his iron fists to rule the world. Boom! His punch met Tian Bo's punch, and there was a faint sound of an explosion. Then, Zhang Kongding staggered back more than 10 steps before barely stopping himself. Tian Bo stood still, unmoving. Everyone was shocked. Everyone present knew Zhang Longwang and was very clear about his past. Now, he was actually at a disadvantage. Tian Bo said lightly, "Just a little trash dares to call himself the Dragon King? Kneel down and kowtow to listen to young Master Zhou's orders immediately, and you may avoid a beating. Otherwise, I will not go easy." "You're talking nonsense." Zhang Kongding was very fierce and raised his fist again, channeling all his strength into it, ready to fight to the death. "You don't know your place." Tian Bo squinted at Zhang Kongding's figure, unmoved. When Zhang Kongding charged right in front of him, he suddenly moved, shifting to the side. At the same time, he extended both hands, and shockingly, he grabbed Zhang Kongding's arms with both hands and forcefully pulled them down. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking echoed in the scene. Ah! Zhang Kongding couldn't help but yell, his face twisting in pain. But he still didn't give up. His other hand formed a fist again, heading straight for Tian Bo. Tian Bo was extraordinarily fast, repeating the same method. He grabbed the other arm, forcibly breaking it in half. "Since you want to die, why shouldn't I help you?" As he spoke, he moved his feet and kicked Zhang Kongding's calf. Crack! Crack! After 2 sounds, both of his calves were broken. Zhang Kongding lost his balance and fell to the ground. Ah, ah, ah. His screams grew louder. And the scene. Except for his screams, there was complete silence. Everyone couldn't believe it. This was the famous Zhang Longwang from Haliantang, yet under this Tian Bo's command, he was so easily defeated? Moreover, Zhang Longwang was the underground emperor, high and mighty, yet he was taken down by someone? And this Tian Bo was so brutal. He broke someone's limbs. The silence in the room was so thick you could almost hear everyone's heartbeat. The rest is up to you to handle. Zhou Qianquan slowly spoke, as if what happened before was a trivial matter. "Remember, be ruthless, but not too fast, slowly torture him, just kill him before the wedding." Nie Dahan and Nie Yuan exchanged glances, quickly stepped forward, and surrounded Zhang Kongding, punching and kicking him. In just a few seconds, Zhang Kongding was beaten into unconsciousness, his body drenched in blood like a blood-soaked gourd. It was a shocking sight. This. Ouyang Hai's face turned pale with fear. As a businessman, he had seen big scenes, but this was Zhang Longwang. Finally unable to hold back, he said, "Young Master Zhou, I think it should end like this. If you keep beating him, someone will really die." Zhou Qianquan replied calmly, "I already said, I want his life." Ouyang Hai had no words to counter. Su Tianlong thought for a moment and said, "Brother Ouyang, Zhang Longwang could have lived well, continuing to be his underground emperor, but he provoked young Master Zhou. His death is of no regret. Let me put it this way, if we weren't the host today and it's inconvenient to get our hands dirty, we should have kicked him a few times." Ouyang Hai fell silent again. All the guests also looked on in silence, no one daring to intervene. Just then, Miss Yi Yaoqing from the Yi family of Dijing has arrived, with a wedding gift of 6.66 million. Clatter! Everyone turned to look at the entrance at the same time. They all knew the situation was getting serious because they had just heard that Zhang Longwang was beaten badly for siding with Zhao Ping'an. They had come, what would be the consequences? Zhou Qianquan smiled slightly upon seeing Yi Yaoqing and Zhao Ping'an enter, and with interest said, "After killing the dog, it's time to kill the master." And ahead. Yi Yaoqing wore a long black dress, noble, mysterious, and dignified, completely revealing her prestigious family background. She walked forward with a smile. "Congratulations on your wedding, wishing you a happy marriage for 100 years. Zhao Ping'an walked beside her in a sharp suit. He came because Yi Yaoqing wanted this outfit. He stepped forward lazily to congratulate, casually glancing around. Upon seeing the bloody figure lying on the ground, breathing weakly, his face suddenly changed. Zhang Kongding? Chapter 64, Who Will Die First? Though Zhang Kongding had been beaten to a pulp, Zhao Ping'an still recognized him. He took 3 steps in 2 strides and crouched down to feel his pulse. When he sensed Zhang Kongding's condition, his heart sank, his limbs were broken, and there were multiple internal injuries, his life hanging by a thread. Without silver needles to treat him, he immediately pressed on his acupuncture points to stabilize his breath and conducted qi healing. Zhang Kongding? Yi Yaoqing was startled, realizing Zhang Kongding had a close relationship with Zhao Pingan, and had even helped him with Qianhong Pharmaceuticals today. With a dark face, she asked, "Who did this?" Seeing Miss Yi get mad, the surrounding guests hurriedly retreated in fear. It was not appropriate to stand out in such a situation. Nie Dehan and Nie Yuan were also too frightened to speak, hiding behind Zhou Qianquan. "I did it!" Zhou Qianquan shamelessly admitted, wearing a completely unconcerned smile. He teased, "Miss Yi, I merely killed a dog, there's no need to get so worked up because the good show is yet to come." Ha ha ha. After saying that, he laughed arrogantly. Tian Bo also sneered alone. All the guests were stunned. Today, those who came to the wedding were not courageous enough to confront Miss Yi, but young Master Zhou truly had no regard for her authority. This is like thunder striking fire. A great battle is about to happen. You shameless. Yi Yaoqing squeezed out 3 words from between her teeth, then quickly took out her phone to call the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Taishan. Zhou Qianquan said playfully, "Miss Yi, are you going to involve your family for a little underground trash? The Yi family will look down on you, and they won't stand up for trash. If you want to find my father, think about it. Does my father support me or support you?" Yi Yaoqing stopped. She knew very well in her heart that Zhou Qianquan came to Tianhai precisely to stop her, so there must be someone supporting him behind the scenes, and even if she found Zhou Taishan, it might not matter. Seeing her stop, Zhou Qianquan felt very satisfied and said lightly, "I told you, the good show is yet to come. Dealing with him is just an appetizer, the real target is him." As he spoke, he pointed at Zhao Pingan, who was squatting on the ground. "You dare!" Yi Yaoqing was furious. "Zhou Qianquan, if you dare to touch a single hair on him today, I will never let you go. One day I will make you pay the price." Zhou Qianquan raised his hand and patted his chest, exaggerating, "So scary, you scared me to death." "But Miss Yi, if I want to move him, how will you stop me?" Tian Bo suddenly said darkly, "Miss Yi, the few bodyguards you brought are all useless, so don't let them suffer for nothing, they can't stop anything." Yi Yaoqing gritted her teeth. Since she came to the small Tianhai city, she indeed didn't bring strong bodyguards. She quickly looked at Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai, and said coldly, "Gentlemen, Zhao Pingan was invited by you to attend the wedding. Are you really going to stand by while he is threatened at the wedding?" As the main hosts, they had to ensure the safety of their guests. Ouyang Hai was speechless when asked. Su Tianlong was increasingly excited. Young Master Zhou could actually challenge Yi Yaoqing. The bet was right. He stepped forward and said, "Miss Yi, your words are wrong. For normal guests, we will certainly ensure their safety. However, for Zhao Pingan, even without young Master Zhou, we will keep him here." He turned to everyone and raised his voice. "Everyone, just this afternoon, Baoshi and Shen Shen went to the mountain god temple to offer incense. Who would have thought Zhao Pingan had secretly learned the itinerary and bribed Master Chen? He had Master Chen disguised as a thug to attack Baoshi, trying to seize Ouyang Shanshan, and then he pretended to be a hero saving the beauty. This kid has malicious intentions, his heart can be punished. Everyone, should we kill him?" Su Baoshi also jumped out, lifted his shirt, and yelled, "Everyone look, this is what Master Chen did. It was Zhao Pingan and Master Chen collaborating to attack me. If it weren't for Qian Xian loving me, a normal woman would really have been deceived by him." Suddenly, there was a huge uproar among the guests. That little man actually did such a thing? If it's true, he should indeed be killed. He must have seen Ouyang Qian as the most beautiful woman in Tianhai, wanting to seize her, which is why he set this trap. He doesn't even look in the mirror to see what kind of person he is, just a broke laborer, yet he still wants Ouyang Qian. It's just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Disgusting. The guests all cursed. Impossible. Yi Yaoqing denied in shock, looking down at Zhao Pingan, then quickly looked away and said firmly, "There must be some misunderstanding. Pingan is not that kind of person." Although she knew that Zhao Pingan had been engaged to Ouyang Qian, Zhao Pingan had said he had long forgotten about it. He wouldn't still have feelings for Ouyang Qian. "There's nothing impossible." Su Tianlong said firmly, "Miss Yi, Zhao Pingan is just someone who suddenly gained power. He can do anything. He appears one way in front of you and another behind your back. You have been deceived by him." Su Baoshi mocked, "Miss Yi, you are just too naive, too trusting of him. If you had chosen me back then, how could there be so much trouble? Look, all the top figures in Tianhai are fed up with him, even young Master Zhou is tired of him. If you ask me, just don't care and let us beat him to death." Nie Dahai added, "Miss Yi, if we don't care about Zhao Pingan today, we might continue to cooperate." Nie Yuan sneered, "Zhao Pingan, today is your death day. I want to skin you alive, hee hee." Yi Yaoqing immediately felt beads of sweat the size of soybeans appear on her forehead. In front of her stood Ouyang Hai, the richest man in Tianhai. Su Tianlong, the new rich of Tianhai. Nie Dahai from Qianhong Pharmaceutical. Zhou Qianquan from the Zhou family in Longcheng. 4 powerful forces, all wanting to deal with Zhao Pingan at the same time. What should we do? Zhou Qianquan mocked, "Yi Yaoqing, I'll make it clear, today, you cannot protect Zhao Pingan. Your best choice right now is to leave. Otherwise, Zhao Pingan will be beaten to death right in front of you. Tonight, they aim to wipe out her status as the young lady of the Yi family in the capital, making her struggle in Tianhai, achieving nothing, then immediately returning to the capital for a marriage alliance. You. Yi Yaoqing clenched her fists. The forces standing before her were too great, and she couldn't protect herself. Her mind raced fast. What should she do? At that moment. Cough cough. A cough broke the silence in the room. Everyone turned their eyes. They saw Zhang Kongding on the ground slowly open his eyes. This scene stunned everyone because Zhang Kongding's condition was clearly dying, yet he was brought back to life? Could he actually heal? Seeing Zhao Pingan, Zhang Kongding forced a smile. Mr. Zhao. You're fine, you won't die. Zhao Pingan, seeing him awake, said expressionlessly before slowly standing up. Looking at the few people in front of him, he said numbly, with just you few trash, you want my life? I don't like to kill, but that doesn't mean I won't. Line up, one by one, wait to die. Zhang Kongding was willing to be a dog, he almost got beaten to death. As a master, how could he just sit and watch? Moreover, they wanted to deal with him too. He coldly said, who dies first? Chapter 65, Do you dare? As soon as these words came out, the guests erupted again. Is he still pretending? Clearly, it's them who want to kill you. Don't listen to his nonsense. Perhaps he knows he's going to die, so he's putting on a fake show. He's just a worker for Miss Yi. Now that Miss Yi feels the pressure, he still dares to take the initiative. He really is seeking death faster. No one believed him, they all thought he was just acting tough for fun. Zhou Qianquan and the others were stunned for a moment, then they laughed heartily. If this speech were made by Miss Yi, it would have some deterrent power. Even if she couldn't stop it today, she could still have a chance for revenge later. But when Zhao Pingan said it, it was just a sign of impotent rage. Zhou Qianquan mocked, I have to say, people like you are sometimes ridiculously foolish. Do you really think there are people in this world who dare not fear those who wear shoes? Su Tianlong flattered, young Master Zhou, he's always been like this. Maybe in his heart, he thinks Miss Yi can handle everything, huh? At this moment, Nye Yuan suddenly stepped forward. I'll go first. He thought of how he didn't dare to act against Zhang Longwang just now and how Su Baosher stole his spotlight. This time he had to be first. He raised his head proudly and said, little beggar, I'm going first. Come kill me. I want to see how you kill me. Come on, I'll call you son, don't lose your courage. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Nye Dahai secretly nodded. His son was courageous after knowing shame, very good. Zhao Pingan said coldly, you don't have the chance to call. As he spoke, he suddenly moved, a palm heading directly towards Nye Yuan's head. Bang! Nye Yuan indeed didn't move, didn't call out. Because, his head was crushed, and it was gone. He still stood there, like a fountain. Zhao Pingan didn't look any longer. Coldly, he said, next. Creak. The scene was completely silent. In the next second. Ah! Screams erupted in the room, every guest cried out and fled away, no one expected this guy really dared to kill. And just with a palm. He must be a monster. This is the son of Qianhong Pharmaceutical. Zhou Qianquan and the others, who were closer, were all dumbfounded. What exactly happened? Looking at the fountain in front of him, it felt like a dream. Son! Nye Dahai finally came to his senses and shouted, son, my son, ah. He fainted from crying. Next. Zhao Pingan said again. This time, everyone heard clearly. Zhou Qianquan quickly took a step back, watching cautiously. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong's faces turned white with fear. Su Baosher wet himself in fear, because just now, he wanted to be the first to stand out, but he was a step late. If it was him, would his head also be gone? Zhao Pingan said lightly, since none of you are taking the initiative, I'll start calling names. Don't worry, everyone will get a share. With just a few words, several people's minds were on the verge of collapse. Calling names to kill? Ping ping. Yi Yaoqing was also shocked. After regaining her composure, she remembered he had always seemed like a big boy, and this was the first time she saw him so brutal. Zhao Pingan turned and met her eyes, pondering for a moment and said, if I can't protect the people around me, am I still a man? Before, small fights were fine, but today, they nearly killed Zhang Kongding. He was indeed not angry because these people wanted to kill him because the person who could kill him had not yet been born. Yi Yaoqing gritted her teeth and asked, are you confident? This question sent everyone into despair. Miss Yi was actually not asking him to stop, but instead asking if he was confident? Did that mean she agreed for him to take action? And she was worried about him getting hurt? What kind of wolfish words were these? Yes. Zhao Ping'an nodded. Get lost. Zhou Qianquan panicked, thinking of all the famous people in Tianhai watching. He was actually scared by a little bug, his anger causing him humiliation. He screamed, "You are confident? And you still want to touch me? In this world, the person who can touch me has not been born. I originally planned to give you a quick death, but now I've changed my mind. I want to slowly torture you to death." Uncle Tian. After his roar, Uncle Tian immediately stepped forward, his aura stronger than before. Even the guests felt a strong sense of pressure. Uncle Tian glared at Zhao Ping'an and said, "Being able to kill with one palm, you must also be a martial artist, already possessing inner strength. Since that's the case, you have the right to know my name. I am the old man Tian Zhongwen, ranked 48th in Jianghai Province's martial arts." As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Jianghai Province's martial arts ranking is the ranking within the entire province. The rank of 48 might not sound high, but you must know, Jianghai Province is a major population province with nearly 100 million people. 48 is already 1 in a million. He's actually a top expert on the martial arts leaderboard. Su Tianlong exclaimed in shock. Uncle Tian, you actually made it to 48? Zhou Qianquan also found it unbelievable. Uncle Tian nodded, mysterious and profound, saying, "The night before I came to Tianhai, I challenged the expert ranked 48th. We fought 300 rounds, and in the end, I defeated him and took his rank. In all of Tianhai, only that martial uncle from Weihu Mountain Villa can match my strength." Hearing this, Su Baosher was overjoyed to the point of tears. He didn't have to die after all. Su Tianlong also silently sighed. After all, it was a big family with unfathomable depth. Zhou Qianquan excitedly said, "Uncle Tian, what are we waiting for? Handle him immediately. I want him to kneel before me and repent." Uncle Tian stepped forward again, staring at Zhao Ping'an, saying, "I do not kill nameless people. Since you have already cultivated inner strength, there must be someone behind you. Who is your master?" Asking this, he wanted to find a way to cut the roots, leaving him as a disaster. Yi Yaoqing's heart tightened with worry. This was an expert ranked 48. Zhao Ping'an said irritably, "Is the nonsense finished? Can we die now?" Uncle Tian saw he didn't answer and coldly snorted, "Of course you can." As soon as the words fell, Lin Nu Zhao Ping'an moved quickly, attacking just like he did with Nie Yuan. A palm struck directly toward the top of his head. Bang! Uncle Tian did not react at all, his head was smashed. Crack! The whole place fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, wondering, did Zhao Ping'an mean Uncle Tian could die? Not that he couldn't wait to die himself? Holy crap! Everyone's minds echoed with 1,000 llamas rushing by, a dignified expert ranked 48 in Jianghai Province. How could he be killed with a single slap? Not even a chance to fight back? Stepping back again, at least 10 meters away from the few people. This. Zhou Qianquan was so scared he was dumbfounded, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Su Baosher's legs went weak and he collapsed on the ground. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai also got scared to the point their legs felt weak. Was this guy a monster? This, so strong? Yi Yaoqing was also frightened. She had known Zhao Ping'an could fight. After all, his bodyguards had no chance to fight back in front of him, but she didn't expect him to be this powerful. Everyone was astonished. Only Zhao Ping'an seemed as if he had done something trivial. Looking at Zhou Qianquan in front of him, with an expression that was calm and steady, he said, "Remember you just said you were the mastermind behind this? Since that's the case, it's your turn now. To catch the thief, first catch the leader." Zhou Qianquan was scared to wet himself, feeling horrified. He said in a panic, "You dare? I am the heir of the Zhou family. The Zhou family ranks third among the 5 major families. If you touch me, Yi Yaoqing cannot protect you." Chapter 66, The Beginning of Disturbance. Now that it has come to this, he could only use his family to bolster his courage. Crash! The people around were going crazy hearing Zhao Ping'an was going to kill Zhou Qianquan. He's gone mad. He really has gone mad. Young Master Zhou is the only heir of the Zhou family, which is the third-ranked family in the province. This guy must be insane. If something happens to young Master Zhou, the sky of Tianhai will collapse. Miss Yi, please stop him. He can't be allowed to continue his wrongdoing. Su Tianlong's face turned pale, devoid of blood. If Zhao Ping'an really killed Zhou Qianquan, he would definitely dare to kill him too, quickly saying, "Zhao Ping'an, you need to calm down. It's not worth making such a big fuss over a Zhang Longwang. You've already killed 2 people, do you really want to continue down this wrong path?" Ouyang Hai was agitated and said, "Miss Yi, we can't let him go further down this path. Hurry, make him stop, or it will be too late." Ping'an. Yi Yaoqing finally spoke up, very difficulty. Internally, she fully supported Zhao Ping'an doing anything, but killing Zhou Qianquan was just too big, even she could not handle it. Frustrated, she said, "Can you not kill him? If you kill him, I'm afraid I'll be called back to the capital immediately. We might never see each other again. What she said was the truth. Being here in Tianhai was already a result of internal family struggles. They needed to achieve results here, and not only had they failed to do so, but they also killed the heir of a subordinate family. They would definitely be called back. Hearing this, Zhao Pingan hesitated for a moment. Alright, I won't kill him. As soon as he said this, everyone's hearts relaxed. As long as young Master Zhou was okay, the situation was still within control. It seemed Zhao Pingan wasn't foolish, knowing who he couldn't touch. Zhou Qianquan instantly regained his confidence, darkly saying, the humiliation of today will be repaid in the future, Zhao. Just you wait. After saying this, he quickly left. He was truly afraid, if he stayed here any longer, what if that guy went crazy again? Better to leave first and find a chance for revenge later. Stop. Zhao Pingan suddenly said, I said I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say I would let you go. Did I allow you to leave? Death penalties can be avoided, but life penalties are hard to escape. Zhou Qianquan stood frozen in place, trembling all over. He understood Zhao Pingan was listening to Yi Yaoqing, immediately looking at her and gritted his teeth. Miss Yi, will you allow me to leave? Do you know the consequences of not letting me go? Yi Yaoqing was very distressed. If she just let him go, Zhao Pingan would be very wronged. If she didn't let him go, things would get very serious. She didn't know how to respond. Yaoqing, I will bear all the consequences myself. Zhao Pingan slowly said, and then directly walked up to Zhou Qianquan. Zhou Qianquan was so scared his body felt like it was bursting with sweat, but he braced himself and said, let me remind you one more time, I am the only heir of the Zhou family, a top second generation in the province. If you dare to touch me, Yi Yaoqing cannot protect you. Hoping to scare Zhao Pingan with this. The Zhou family is just a fart in my eyes. Zhao Pingan said flatly, at the same time he spoke. Boom! A kick was thrown out. Crack! Everyone clearly heard a sound of something breaking. Then they saw Zhou Qianquan's calf was brutally kicked and broken. Zhou Qianquan fell to the ground, howling, his face twisted, I want to kill you, I want to kill you. Young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai were completely bewildered, this guy really dared to attack Zhou Qianquan, this was going to tear the sky apart. Su Bashir also screamed in fear, his eyes full of terror, losing control of his bowels. Is this the call? Zhao Pingan said faintly, this is just the beginning. As he spoke, Zhao Pingan moved under his feet like the wind. There came 3 cracking sounds. Zhou Qianquan's shin and both arms were shattered from the kicks. Zhou Qianquan's screams grew louder, shaking everyone's eardrums. Seeing this scene, everyone dared not say a word. Just moments ago, they had the courage to comfort him, but now even their breathing started to slow down. Zhao Pingan was a complete madman, he was too ruthless. I was wrong, don't kill me, you can have anything, just don't kill me. Zhou Qianquan begged in a continuous wail, for the first time feeling so close to death, no longer daring to maintain the heirs of young Master Zhou. Next, it's you. Zhao Pingan didn't even look at him, turning back to Ouyang Hai and the 3 others, sneering, you just said that I conspired with the mountain god temple to take Ouyang Qin? Although he hadn't spoken while Zhang Konding was being vented, it didn't mean he hadn't heard anything. They were simply shameless beyond all limits. No. Su Tianlong hurriedly waved his hand, explaining in a panic, Zhao Pingan, it was all Ouyang Hai's idea, he wanted to pin the blame on you, it has nothing to do with me. It's all my son's lack of ability, it's my son who couldn't protect Ouyang Qian, you heroically saved her. According to my idea, the wedding should be cancelled tonight, but Ouyang Hai said it couldn't be cancelled and insisted on pushing the blame onto you. In this moment, it was better for a friend to die than for a monk to die. Su Bashir quickly explained, yes, Zhao Pingan, I didn't even intend to marry Ouyang Qian, it was Ouyang Hai who insisted I marry, saying our 2 families should unite against you, it was all his idea. Ouyang Hai listened, dumbfounded, nearly exploding with anger, you are simply shameless. Su Tianlong immediately retorted, if we talk about shameless, who could be more shameless than you? Ouyang Hai, let me ask you, did Zhao Pingan ever have a marriage agreement with Ouyang Qian? Just because you look down on Zhao Pingan, believing he is a nobody without a background, you drove him away and wouldn't let Ouyang Qian marry him? If you weren't shameless, why destroy the marriage agreement? Why not let them get married? All of this was your shameless little plan. Boom! Ouyang Hai's head thundered with anger, clearly, it was all their scheme, why did it become his responsibility in the end? He wanted to explain, but didn't know how. Crash! The surrounding guests also began to grasp the truth, so Zhao Pingan and Ouyang Qian really had a marriage agreement? So Zhao Pingan had never conspired with the mountain god temple to take Ouyang Qian. It was all Ouyang Hai. Yi Yaoqing bit her lip, feeling somewhat relieved. Stop shouting, it's just the 3 of you left, line up properly, you'll all die. Zhao Pingan said slowly. Creak. Su Tianlong and Su Baosher were instantly dumbfounded. But at this moment, Mr. Zhao. Lying on the ground, Zheng Kongding finally spoke, tears streaming down his face. I, Xiao Zhang, am grateful, but let's leave it at that. I'm not worth it, don't harm them anymore. Yi Yaoqing completely regained her senses, glancing at Zhou Qianquan's miserable state, said with difficulty, Ping'an, let's leave it for today, it's already too much. The current situation was still unclear, and if they added Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong, it would be even harder to settle. Zhao Ping'an didn't want to let them go. To resolve the problem, it naturally had to be dealt with in one go, to eliminate future troubles. But both Yi Yaoqing and Zheng Kongding spoke at the same time, making him unable to refuse. He took his imposing air back and said slowly, all right, let's leave it for today. Looking at Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai, he sneered, you all continue with the wedding. As he spoke, he carried Zheng Kongding away. Yi Yaoqing thought for a moment, you all, take care. And turned to leave. As they walked out the door, everyone began to stir. Chapter 67, Zhao Ping'an's Dog. Things have developed to this point, and what wedding is even worth holding? Oh my god, what happened tonight? 2 people have died, and even young Master Zhou has had his limbs broken. It's over, Tianhai City is about to change, it's like the sky is falling down. Young Master Zhou, how are you doing? Everyone was discussing, and a large part of the crowd gathered around Zhou Qianquan, asking about his condition. I want to kill him, I want to kill him. Zhou Qianquan was still in a rage, his face twisted with anger, his shots growing louder, coming here to confront Yi Yaoqing, yet being bitten by Yi Yaoqing's dog, it was an utter humiliation. Young Master Zhou, hold on, the ambulance will be here soon. Su Tianlong knelt beside him, tears streaming down his face, showing deep filial piety. He suddenly turned his head and yelled, Ouyang Hai, you useless fool, how could you stand by and let young Master Zhou be attacked by bad people in your west suburb manor? Are you even human? You must take responsibility for this. Su Tianlong knew very well that after tonight, he could never unite with Ouyang Hai again, and they might even become enemies, so he needed to act first and shift young Master Zhou's hatred onto him. Su Baosher rolled his eyes in anger and said, I said I wouldn't marry, yet you alone insisted on this pointless face-saving. If you had listened to us and cancelled the wedding, how could young Master Zhou have ended up like this? You must bear full responsibility. Ouyang Hai was stunned. Before he could respond. You scoundrel, you're nothing but a scoundrel. In the past, I respected you as the richest man in Tianhai, but I never expected your heart to be so filthy. You must take full responsibility for everything that happened today. Breaking off the engagement is unrighteous, seeing young Master Zhou being attacked and doing nothing is unfeeling, you heartless and unrighteous person. All the guests cursed together, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it, and besides, Ouyang Hai's downfall is good for everyone. You all. Ouyang Hai was hearing insults like thunder in his head, his body swayed, almost falling down, looking at thousands of fierce eyes, he knew he was done for. Suddenly, he felt extreme regret inside. What if he hadn't driven Zhao Ping'an away in the first place? What if he hadn't allied with Su Tianlong? Would there be today's events? One misstep, 1,000 years of regret. Amidst the crowd's accusations, a voice echoed from the entrance. The head of the Sun family from the provincial capital, Sun Lian Kuei, has arrived, bringing a set of jade coral worth 18 million, wishing you a happy marriage. Then, they saw an old man in a red tang suit, with silver hair but an energetic spirit, walking in. He wasn't tall, but he carried an undeniable presence, it was Sun Lian Kuei. Everyone turned to look. Oh my god, it really is the head of the Sun family, what is he doing here? The Sun family ranks second among the 5 great families, second only to the Qi family. As the head of the family, he is an absolute big shot, and he personally came? Tonight, Sun Lian Kuei's status is definitely above young Master Zhou's, even higher than Miss Ye's, who invited him. All the guests were astonished, a figure of such stature had no reason to appear here, even if he wanted to congratulate, he could simply send a servant and they would be honored. Some guests had already rushed over, calling him old master one after another. Good, everyone don't crowd around me, I'm not the star of the night, huh? Sun Lian Kuei acted very amiably, not daring to be otherwise, as Zhao Ping'an was there tonight. He remembered how arrogant he was when he had just entered prison, forced by Zhao Ping'an to wash his face in a toilet for 2 months, leaving him with psychological scars. Even now, the water in his home toilet must be of drinking quality. Sun Lian Kuei scanned the crowd but didn't see Zhao Ping'an, which made sense, big shots usually show up last. He walked up to Ouyang Hai, clasped his fists and said, Ouyang, the rich man, I've come uninvited, I hope you can forgive me. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Ouyang Hai was actually able to invite Sun Lian Kuei? He actually had a relationship with the Sun family among the 5 great families? Su Tianlong and his son were dumbfounded, isn't this playing with people? While hugging young Master Zhou's thigh is certainly good. The Zhou family is ranked 3rd, and he is just an heir. Had I known that Ouyang Hai knew Sun Lianxiu, I would definitely not have said that just now. Ouyang Hai was also dumbfounded. Someone like Sun Lianxiu was only heard of, never seen. However, his mood brightened. Sun Lianxiu's arrival was a glorious event. With him here, who in Zhanghai would dare to oppose me? Even young Master Zhou wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Yanghai quickly clasped his hands, flattering, Sun Lao, you are too humble. A big figure like you attending makes tonight's star shine even brighter, and I feel so deeply honored. Sun Lianxiu waved his hand, laughing, what big figure am I? Wait until later, there will be even bigger figures. If Zhao Pingyan knew that I was showing off in front of him, I wouldn't have a good outcome. Gah! This sentence left all the guests dumbfounded. There are bigger figures coming later? Even the head of the Sun family doesn't dare to call himself a big figure in front of him? Who could it be? Everyone looked at Yanghai simultaneously, he was hiding it so deep. Yanghai was boiling with excitement, what have I done to deserve this? At that moment, Uncle Sun! A voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to look, realizing it was Zhou Qiankuan lying on the ground. Qiankuan? Sun Lianxiu also looked over and immediately gasped, rushing to his side with concern, Qiankuan, what happened? Did someone hit you? Being in the provincial city, he naturally knew the Zhou family's heir. Yes. Zhou Qiankuan nodded pitifully, crying, Uncle Sun, I was hit by Zhao Pingyan, who was Missia's partner in Tianhai. Uncle Sun, it hurts so much. Did you bring bodyguards? I want revenge, revenge. The relationship between the two families was not that good, but after all, they were from 5 prominent families. As long as he pretended to be pitiful in front of Sun Lianxiu, he would surely help. Zhao Pingyan? Sun Lianxiu felt a chill in his heart. Seeking revenge on Zhao Pingyan was like looking for death. But he still patiently asked, why? Zhou Qiankuan shouted, it's just a small matter. I only wanted to kill Zhao Pingyan's lackey dog. This little man has been getting carried away, relying on Miss Yi. Uncle Sun, I want revenge. Su Tianlong nodded in agreement, Sun Lao, Zhao Pingyan is extremely arrogant. He himself is Miss Yi's dog, how dare he move against young Master Zhou for his own dog? This is unreasonable. Su Baoshi continuously nodded, Sun Lao, young Master Zhou kindly wanted to kill his dog. How dare he stop him? This is absolutely intolerable. Once they finished speaking, they awaited an answer eagerly. You should know that when Sun Lianxiu gets angry, he is 100 times more terrifying than Zhou Qiankuan. To deal with Zhao Pingyan, he only needs a flick of his finger. However, Pap. Sun Lianxiu suddenly made a move, slapping Su Tianlong and his son hard, jumping in rage, you really have a lot of guts, daring to kill Zhao Pingyan's dog? Good, come on. I'll wait right here, who dares to move? Come. What? Everyone was once again dumbfounded. Su Tianlong and his son were even more disoriented from the slaps. Son. Uncle Sun? What's wrong with you? Zhou Qiankuan was shocked, completely bewildered, unable to understand anything. Sun Lianxiu, with full strength, declared, Zhao Pingyan's dog is me. What? What is the head of the Sun family saying? I can't understand. Sun Lianxiu was also furious. A bunch of small figures actually dared to speak arrogantly in front of him. Don't talk about them, in all of Zhanghai province, who dares to say they would kill me? Sun. Uncle Sun, what are you saying? You are Zhao Pingyan's dog? Zhou Qiankuan was so scared that he forgot the pain, terrified, isn't Zhao Pingyan's dog the underground emperor of Tianhai, Zhang Longwan? How can it be you? All the guests were also in shock, staring at him like he was a monster. You should know that if he is Zhao Pingyan's dog, then what level does Zhao Pingyan's identity have to be? Ah. Sun Lianxiu was stunned. The underground emperor of Tianhai? Was he not talking about himself? Then his face turned red, and a plan floated in his mind as he frowned and asked, what does Zhao Pingyan look like? Zhou Qiankuan trembled and described Zhao Pingyan's appearance. Wrong identification. Sun Liankui seriously denied, I thought it was a big shot I knew, turns out it's just a little brat, too young, mistaken. As soon as this was said, everyone's heart that was hanging in the air dropped, knowing that Zhao Pingyan had just come out of prison, so he couldn't be a big shot. Moreover, if he could really make Sun Liankui willingly act like a dog, his identity must be extraordinary. Then, why is he willing to stay by Missia's side? It doesn't make sense. Zhou Qiankuan also let out a sigh of relief and complained, Uncle Sun, it hurts so much. I want revenge, lend me the bodyguard, I want him dead right now. Every second Zhao Pingyan lives feels like a thorn in my side. Sun Liankui perfunctorily replied, Qiankuan, don't think too much now. First, go to the hospital, that's more important. Then quickly contact your dad and let him find a way. As he spoke, he slowly stood up straight and said, I just remembered there are still some matters, I'll go ahead. Having said that, he quickly left, a barely noticeable smile flickering in his eyes. Seeking revenge on Mr. Zhao? It seems that in the future, Jianghai province will only have the 4 big families left. This. He left just like that, catching everyone off guard. Oyanghai thought for a moment and hurriedly chased after him, trying to ask, "Old son, can you have a drink of joy before you go? As long as there is drinking, it can make people mistakenly think there is a connection, and the situation will be much better." "No time." Sun Lian Kuei coldly responded. "He came here just to find a reason to see Zhao Pingyun. Now that he's gone, there's no need to stay." Oyanghai felt choked, his face turning red, unwilling to back down. "Old son, can I ask when the big shot will arrive?" "Without old son, it's fine if a big shot comes later." Sun Lian Kuei sneered, "The big shot has already left." Oyanghai was left dumbfounded. Everyone was shocked. When did he arrive? Didn't notice at all? At this moment, Lu Yimei ran out of the villa in a panic, saying, "Oyanghai, it's bad. Qian committed suicide. Cloud Top Heavenly Palace. Zhao Pingyun brought Zheng Kongding back here for further treatment." As for tonight's events, he didn't take them to heart at all. If someone came to question, he could just call someone in prison. He remembered someone who seemed to be the boss of the National Bureau of Captures. Because of a mistake, he was locked up here. His words would definitely carry weight. At worst, he would return to prison. After all, they couldn't keep him locked up. He could leave whenever he wanted. Meanwhile, downstairs, Yi Yaoqing held a phone, a heavy expression on her face, and spoke with difficulty. "Dad, I beg you this time, please help Zhao Pingyun, or he will die." It's easy to act, but handling the aftermath is very troublesome. Right now, she is helping Zhao Pingyun deal with the aftermath. Otherwise, the Zhou family would definitely not let Zhao Pingyun go. On the other end of the phone was Yi Qing-song, the head of one of the 7 top families in Daxia, the Yi family. Yi Qing-song said heavily, "Although the incident happened in Tianhai, it has already spread within the family, and the opinions within the family are very strong. They definitely want to execute Zhao Pingyun." Bang! Yi Yaoqing's knees bent, kneeling on the floor. Zheng Shuang stood beside her, glaring at the upstairs, thinking this useless person only knew how to get into trouble, and finally caused a big mess. Yi Yaoqing said, "Dad, I'm begging you on my knees, please help me. I promise this is the last time, please." At this point, she could only make the situation sound serious, otherwise, her father would definitely not settle the aftermath for a small character. Yi Qing-song was silent for a moment and asked sternly, "Are you two in a relationship?" Yi Yaoqing's heart sank. If she dared to admit, Zhao Pingyun would have no chance of living. The Yi family would absolutely not allow a small character to enter, nor would her father. She firmly said, "I will maintain a distance, there will absolutely be no excessive actions." Yi Qing-song said, 1 month. If you can't reach the level of the richest person in Tianhai within 1 month, come back. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Yi Yaoqing listened to the voice on the phone, smiled bitterly. Reaching the level of the richest person in Tianhai in a month is simply impossible. The richest Oyanghai's assets are nearly 10 billion. Currently, she only has 140 plots of land worth 3.4 billion. She doesn't even have half of it. If she can take over the pharmaceutical business, there's still hope. But the medicine had already been taken by the Zhou family, absolutely impossible. Maybe this is fate, she sighed secretly. But as long as Zhao Pingyun's life could be saved, it was worth it. "Miss." Zhang Shuang quickly walked over to help her up, choking with emotion. "Is it worth it for a little nobody? Becoming the richest person in Tianhai in a month is impossible. You've ruined your whole life just to save Zhao Pingyun." The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, feeling an urge to fight Zhao Pingyun to the death. Yi Yaoqing smiled, tears streaming down her face. "Worth it." Zhang Shuang gritted her teeth in anger and shouted upstairs, "Zhao, you worthless piece of trash, you can cause trouble but you can't solve it. Go to hell." Zhang Shuang. Yi Yaoqing's face darkened and she interrupted. Zhang Shuang, still furious, said, "It's true. What is he pretending to be? If not for relying on you, he would have been beaten to death long ago. He still thinks he's someone important. In reality, he is nothing." Yi Yaoqing said again, "Stop talking." Zhang Shuang insisted, "I will say it. Zhao, without Miss, you wouldn't even have food to eat. What right do you have to cause trouble? If you're a real man, resign immediately and stay away from Miss. Let me see where else you can beg for food. Ha, I bet no one would even give you a single bite." As she was speaking, the doorbell rang. "Someone's here, shut up, go open the door." Yi Yaoqing said coldly. Zhang Shuang gritted her teeth and yelled again, "Zhao, if you still have any dignity, get out of the villa, stay away from Miss. Even if you beg, go die somewhere far away." Saying this, she opened the door and was stunned to see the person outside, Sun. Sun family head? Before coming to Tianhai City, she memorized all the influential figures in Jianghai province, so of course, she knew Sun Liankuei. Sun Liankui smiled, I apologize for disturbing you so late. May I ask if Mr. Zhao Pingyan is here? His purpose for coming here was to meet Mr. Zhao, of course, he had to see him in person. Hearing this, Yi Yaoqing walked over. When she saw Sun Liankui, she instantly became cautious and asked solemnly, why are you looking for Pingyan? Sun Liankui clasped his hands together and said, you must be Miss Yi. Truly a beauty that could shame flowers and outshine the moon, a face that could make fish sink and birds fall. A perfect match for Mr. Zhao. I heard Mr. Zhao performed astonishingly on plot 140, I was deeply impressed and filled with admiration. So I came to visit. May I see Mr. Zhao? After he finished speaking, Yi Yaoqing was stunned, shocked, you're here to poach him? Zhang Shuang was dumbfounded. Chapter 69, Kneeling and Begging. Just a moment ago, she said Zhao Pingyan would starve without miss, and now someone was trying to poach him? If it were someone else, that would be one thing, but this was the head of the Sun family from Jianhai province, and he came in person. Sun Liankui thought for a moment and said, Miss Yi, I do appreciate talent, but ultimately, it depends on Mr. Zhao's decision. It's up to him whether he agrees or not. I don't agree. A voice came from the stairs, it was Zhao Pingyan, who had just finished treating Zhang Kongding. As he walked, he said, are you itching for a beating again? You actually want me to work for you? Looks like he was too lenient in prison, to the point that Sun Liankui dared to speak such nonsense. Seeing Zhao Pingyan walk down, Sun Liankui shivered in fear, his mind flashing back to the days in prison when he washed his face in a toilet bowl. But before he could speak, Pingyan. Yi Yaoqing shot him a look, reminding him, this is Sun Lao, head of the Sun family from the provincial capital. She thought Zhao Pingyan didn't recognize him. Zhao Pingyan smiled, I know, Sun Dog, right? What are you looking for me so late at night? Normally, seeing an old acquaintance would stir emotions, but he was exhausted from healing people and had no patience. Sun Dog? Yi Yaoqing's heart trembled. This was the head of the Sun family. In all of Jianhai province, a man whose mere stomp could shake the ground. How could he be humiliated like this? Zhang Shuang couldn't hold back anymore. Zhao Pingyan, do you even have a brain? Is Sun Lao someone you can insult? Do you even know that Miss ruined her whole life because of you? And you still dare to stir up trouble, you ungrateful bastard. Zhang Shuang. Yi Yaoqing spoke up quickly, her voice colder than ever, if you dare say another word, go back to the imperial capital immediately. She originally didn't want Zhao Pingyan to know, there was only 1 month left. Want to spend without worries. Zhao Pingyan still heard and frowned, asking, what's going on? It's nothing. Yi Yaoqing's gaze was a little evasive, then glanced at Sun Lianxiu, revealing a smile and said, Sun Lao, please go in first, sit down and chat. Pingyan is indeed very capable, and capable people have character. I hope you won't mind. In just a few minutes, she had thought it through. Since she would leave sooner or later, she would arrange a backdoor for Zhao Pingyan and cling to the Sun family as a choice. Sun Lianxiu nodded, no mind, no mind. Get out. Zhao Pingyan shouted angrily, if you are still in the way here, I'll make you wash your face in the toilet for the rest of your life. He just wanted to figure out what happened with Yi Yaoqing. Pingyan. Yi Yaoqing said coldly. The current situation was barely controlled, if she offended the Sun family again, it would really be beyond her ability to manage. Zhao Pingyan. Zhang Shuang was furious, how could he be so arrogant? However, Sun Lianxiu quickly said, I'm leaving, Mr. Zhao good night, Miss Yi good night. Saying that, he swiftly ran away. He knew very well that Zhao Pingyan meant what he said. Seeing this scene, Yi Yaoqing and Zhang Shuang were stunned. The dignified head of the Sun family didn't get angry but ran away instead? Zhao Pingyan stepped closer and asked again, Yaoqing, what on earth is going on? Yi Yaoqing was a bit dazed, still not coming to her senses. Zhao Pingyan knew she was surprised by Sun Lianxiu and simply explained, we were locked in the same prison before. He couldn't get food, and I helped him. Zhang Shuang knows. Yi Yaoqing suddenly understood. Zhang Shuang gritted her teeth, recalling the incidents at Weihu Mountain Villa. She indeed knew but simply didn't believe it. Even if she heard it with her own ears, she still couldn't believe it. Even now. She mocked, still relying on the power in prison, showing off outside. If I had such a good connection, I would have been successful long ago. He is really not normal. In her eyes, Zhao Pingyan was increasingly unaware of his limits. Zhao Pingyan treated her words as nonsense, thinking arguing with her would only make him furious, and turned to look at Yi Yaoqing again. Yi Yaoqing felt a bit guilty under his gaze but ultimately revealed, 1 month. Zhao Pingyan felt relieved, saying, so, if in 1 month, your assets reach the 100 billion level, you won't have to go back to marry that idiot, right? This was not just about going back, Yi Yaoqing's tragic fate had not changed. Once she returned, it would be certain death. Humph. Zhang Shuang snorted disdainfully. Of course, even an idiot can understand. But can you do it? Even the most famous working emperor Kai Chong-yang can't reach 100 billion in a month. With you? Moreover, right now the only profitable markets are real estate and medicine, and the medicine has already been taken by the Zhou family. It won't come back. How can you improve? It's simply a pipe dream. Zhao, you really are the worst luck that Miss has ever had. After speaking, she glared fiercely at Zhao Pingyan again, becoming more and more furious. You go back, I want to rest. Yi Yaoqing started to drive people away. She also knew it was impossible, but still comforted, Pingyan, don't think too much. Nothing is absolute. We have hope for success. What if there's a miracle? Zhao Pingyan looked at her and smiled, saying, no need for miracles. It's very simple to become the richest. Just watch me. There should be tens or hundreds of billions in the bank account. At the very least, he could find those business tycoons in prison to give orders worth billions. As long as he ensured they could get enough to eat later, that would be good. If it means giving them extra chicken legs, they would probably be fighting to get them. Yi Yaoqing was so taken aback she didn't know how to respond. She really couldn't understand why he seemed confident about everything, but his confident demeanor was so dominating. It drives me crazy. Zhang Shuang stomped her foot, shouting with furious eyes, Zhao, should I say you are brainless, or not normal? That's tens of billions, do you think it's just a few bucks? 140 pieces of land just happened to meet the province's key development focus, so they increased investment. You think it's your ability? Alright, you earn tens of billions, hurry up, if you don't make it within a month, jump into a cesspit and die to apologize, dare you? The young lady found it cute, but she only felt it was hateful, shameless, and despicable. As soon as the words fell, two figures ran to the door. Bang bang. They both kneeled on the ground. It was the richest man in Tianhai, Ouyang Hai, and his wife, Lu Yamei. Both were in tears. Zhao Pingyan, we were wrong, we know we were wrong, please, save Qianqian, she has committed suicide. It was our fault before, it was our mistake, do whatever you want with us, please save Ouyang Xian, we are willing to pay any price to save her. They began to find the divine Dr. Wang Shouwen, but even Wang Shouwen could only stabilize her breath, unable to save her. Wang Shouwen told them to ask Mr. Zhao, and after inquiry, they realized Mr. Zhao was actually Zhao Pingyan. The two were struck by lightning. What? Yi Yaoqing was stunned, unable to believe it. Zhao Pingyan couldn't be bothered to save her, but their appearance was just in time. He said lightly, I can save her, for 50 billion. With this money, Yi Yaoqing could achieve the status of the richest in Tianhai and wouldn't have to go back to marry a fool. Okay. Ouyang Hai nodded heavily, choked up, as long as Qianqian can be saved, I am willing to offer 50 billion with both hands. Zhao Pingyan looked at Zhang Shuang and sneered, I hope to see the news that you drowned in a cesspit tomorrow. Zhang Shuang was dumbfounded. Chapter 70, Yaoqing receives money. Soon. A few people arrived at the suburban manor. Here, it was like two different places compared to before, bright lights and full seats. Now, it was a mess, deserted and cold. If it weren't for the lights still on in the villa, it would look like it had been abandoned for a long time. They went to the second floor. Ouyang Qian lay on the bed, her eyes tightly closed, her face pale as paper, even her lips had turned white, and with the naked eye, no sign of breathing could be seen, her wrist was wrapped in bandages. She had attempted suicide by cutting her wrist. Dr. Zhao, you are here. Wang Shouwen quickly got up and explained, Miss Ouyang has lost 2/3 of her blood, nearly half of her organs have failed, her vitality is greatly damaged, and the old man can only use silver needles to hold her last breath. If the silver needles are removed, Miss Ouyang will likely perish. Upon hearing this, Yi Yaoqing gasped, it was too serious. Ouyang Hai and Lu Yamei cried uncontrollably, filled with regret, if they hadn't pressured their daughter, it wouldn't have come to this, what meaning would there be if their daughter were to have an accident? Zhao Pingyan, I beg you, I would serve you like a beast in the future, save Qianqian. Lu Yamei pleaded again. We were wrong, we truly know we were wrong, Pingyan, whether you believe it or not, we were stirred up by the Su Tianlong father and son, we were wrong. Ouyang Hai cried tears like rain. It really is very serious. Zhao Pingyan spoke heavily, according to the teachings of the nine mysterious sect, blood contains qi, and qi nourishes the whole body. At this time, without blood, it means there is no vitality, and the spirit is gone. To simplify, at this moment, she is about to drink the mangpa soup. As soon as these words were spoken. Lu Yamei's eyes rolled back, fainting in fear. Bang! Ouyang Hai knelt again, Zhao Pingyan, I beg you, I beg you. Wang Shouwen also sighed, bitterly saying, Dr. Zhao is right, I don't understand the mysteries like Dr. Zhao, but I know the vitality, Miss Ouyang's vitality is almost gone. Mr. Ouyang, prepare for the aftermath. Yi Yaoqing frowned, hoping Zhao Pingyan could treat her. After all, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. The situation was too serious, fearing no one could turn things around. Zhao Pingyan shifted his tone. Fortunately, she encountered me, though it's a bit tricky, it's not a big problem. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. He said it wasn't a big problem? Yi Yaoqing thought for a moment and quietly reminded, Pingyan, still, be cautious. A doctor saving 100 people may not become famous, but failing to save one person will tarnish their reputation. Given the current situation, she didn't want Zhao Pingyan to take risks. Zhao Pingyan smiled, it's a small problem. If he saved Ouyang Xian, there would be 50 billion, and Yi Yaoqing wouldn't need to leave anymore. Why not save? Then he ordered, have someone find ginseng that is over 30 years old, Ganoderma that is over 10 years old, catch a 3-year-old black chicken, and a pigeon, also need a set of medicine-making equipment. He named a list of herbs. Alright, I'll have someone look for it right away. Ouyang Hai nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, not daring to delay for a moment, quickly making calls to arrange the search. Soon, the herbs were placed in front of him. Zhao Pingyan then said, you all go out, Wang Shaowen stay here to help. Yi Yaoqing glanced heavily, feeling anxious as she walked out the door. Wang Shaowen had no complaints at all, instead, he was extremely excited. Being able to observe was the greatest honor. He respectfully said, Zhao Divine Doctor, what do you need me to do? Zhao Pingyan while placing the herbs into the pot said, make the medicine, I will rest for a while, call me in an hour. After saying this, he lay down on the bed, feeling exhausted and needing to replenish his energy. Wang Shaowen almost choked on his breath hearing this. Ouyang Qian was lying on the bed, her life continuously flowing away, urgently needing treatment, and you actually say you want to sleep? But he did not dare to refute and quickly began to make the medicine. An hour passed. Zhao Pingyan got up, his complexion was much more flushed. Ouyang Qian, who was fainting next to him, had a face that was growing whiter, her breath becoming weaker. Zhao Pingyan walked to the medicine pot, I'll do it. Wang Shaowen nodded, but couldn't help his curiosity and asked, Zhao Divine Doctor, forgive my ignorance, these herbs do indeed have the effect of replenishing energy and blood, and combined they can rejuvenate and become full of spirit, but, facing Miss Ouyang's condition, it might not have much effect. These herbs, no matter how good, are still for replenishing, while Ouyang Qian needs healing, two different concepts. Zhao Pingyan explained while staring at the fire, these herbs are considered as supplements because the medicinal content is very low. In 1 pound of black chicken, the essence that can be used to replenish is less than a few grams, the other parts are just useless things, aside from filling the stomach. So, it seems like they can only supplement. But if I only take out those few grams to make medicine, discarding the rest, it is no longer merely supplementation but healing. Wang Shaowen nodded, but couldn't help but think to himself, everyone knows this principle, but the question is how to extract it? Those few grams are not in one piece but scattered throughout the herbs. It's like a person, most of the body is water, but the water is in the brain, in the feet, not in one place. To extract all the water, you must first open up each part, you can't just open one place like turning on a faucet. So, it's impossible to extract. At this time. Alright. Zhao Pingyan said 2 words and then slowly opened the medicine pot. Wang Shaowen remained dutiful and took out a bowl, preparing to serve the medicine, but upon seeing what was inside, his eyes widened suddenly, and his mouth could fit an egg. Astonished, he said, this isn't medicine, this is elixir? Inside the pot, there lay 7 bright yellow-red pills. Each was the size of a soybean, faintly glowing with golden light. Zhao Pingyan casually said, this is what I meant by extracting the essence, feed her these, her condition is serious so give her 3. Bang! Wang Shaowen didn't go to feed her, instead, he bent his knees and knelt on the ground. With immense respect, he said, Zhao Divine Doctor has the ability to save lives and mend broken bones, you should be my master. In my later years, I am willing to work like an ox or horse. Zhao Pingyan had a black line on his forehead, I do not accept disciples, get up. My old master is still alive, so of course, I can't accept disciples. While speaking, he personally took 3 pills and put them into Ouyang Qian's mouth, which melted instantly. It was visible to the naked eye that Ouyang Qian's complexion was becoming increasingly flushed, and her breathing began to ease. Wang Shaowen saw this scene, as if he were witnessing a marvel, and continued to kneel, saying, Zhao Divine Doctor, can you really not accept a disciple? Even an apprentice? An apprentice, in a strict sense, is not even a disciple, just a drudge, but it allows one to secretly observe and help out. Zhao Pingyan speechlessly said, I won't accept any, and don't tell anyone else that I can practice medicine, it's annoying. If it weren't for him talking too much tonight, Ouyang Hai would not have come to the door at all. And said, the follow-up treatment is very simple, I leave it to you. After speaking, he turned and walked out of the door. Zhao Pingyan, how is it? How is my daughter? Ouyang Hai and Lu Yamei were pacing nervously outside the door, and when they saw him come out, they quickly rushed to his side. Zhao Pingyan did not respond, slowly looked at Yi Yaoqing. Yi Yaoqing's heart was in turmoil. She anxiously asked, could it have failed? Zhao Pingyan looked for 2 seconds, suddenly revealed a smile, and simply said, Yaoqing, collect the money. Chapter 71, Even if you kill me, I won't save you. Boom. When they heard these words, a thunder rolled in the minds of all three. What does this mean? He cured her? Immediately after, Ouyang Hai and Lu Yamei rushed toward the bedroom. Yi Yaoqing could hardly believe it. Really cured? Ouyang Qian's condition came to mind. If this could be cured, it would be like a god in the world. Zhao Pingyan nodded and smiled. Now you don't have to go back and marry that fool. You are really amazing. Ouyang Qian gave a thumbs up, her eyes glowing with unprecedented admiration, wanting to rush up and hug him, but remembering her promise to her father, she had to stop. She smiled and said, you haven't eaten dinner yet, you must be hungry, let's go back to Yunding Tiangong, I'll cook noodles for you. Okay. Zhao Pingyan smiled and took a few steps but stopped. We need to wait a bit longer, I haven't collected the money yet. As he said this, he prepared to return to the bedroom to collect his payment. Ouyang Qian pouted and said with a smile, but you're asking for 50 billion, even Ouyang Hai, the richest man, can't just come up with that much money at once. He needs time to raise the funds. Zhao Pingyan stopped in his tracks, also agreeing that not everyone could produce that kind of money. Let's go. 5 minutes after they left, Lu Yamei and Ouyang Hai rushed out, and when they saw that Zhao Pingyan was already gone from outside the door, they stood there in a daze. Knowing feng shui, having medical skills, practicing martial arts. If we hadn't driven him away back then, what would have happened? Lu Yamei said tremblingly. The more she thought about it, the more it hurt her heart. Ouyang Hai slowly lowered his head. Only now did he finally realize his father's words were not false. Zhao Pingyan could ensure the prosperity of the Ouyang family for 100 years. Although he had no background, he had the ability. Ouyang Hai gritted his teeth and said, don't panic, we still have a chance. Lu Yamei turned and asked, what do you mean? Ouyang Hai said firmly, the Yi family from the capital absolutely will not accept Zhao Pingyan. If they do not become a couple, our daughter can take advantage of the situation. Tianhai First Hospital. The most powerful hospital in Tianhai City. Downstairs, a Rolls-Royce with a Longchang license plate drove up. Behind the car were 10 Hummers. When the Rolls-Royce stopped, 10 Hummer doors opened at once, and 40 stout men dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses jumped down. After they got out of the cars, they quickly cleared the area in front of the hospital, kicking away those who refused to leave. They formed 2 rows, expressionless. The Rolls-Royce opened, and a middle-aged man in a black suit stepped out of the car, his face dark and filled with murderous intent, exuding a terrifying aura with every move. This person was the head of the Zhou family, ranked 3rd among the 5 major families of Jianhai province. He was also Zhou Qiankuan's father, Zhou Taishan. His face darkened as he walked into the hospital and approached the hospital room. Dad, it hurts so much. Zhou Qiankuan cried bitterly when he saw him. At this time, Zhou Qiankuan was covered in plaster, looking like a stone man. Seeing this, Zhou Qiankuan's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared, you bastard Zhao, you're looking for death. I will make sure you die 1,000 times. He had known about his son's condition on the way here, but seeing it with his own eyes made him furious. Hearing his roar, Xu Tianlong, Xu Baosher, and Nye Dehai, who were standing nearby, all quickly looked down, feeling that the head of the Zhou family had such a powerful aura. Indeed, Nye Dehai was also present. He had a bastard child outside and currently just wanted revenge. Dad, I want to kill Zhao Pingyan right now, immediately. Zhou Qiankuan sobbed in pain, but before he could finish speaking, his eyes went blank, and no sound came from his mouth, with blood spurting out. The machines emitted urgent beeping alarms. Qiankuan. Zhou Taishan was flustered and quickly rushed forward. Young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou. Doctor, hurry, doctor. Su Tianlong and the others shouted in succession. The doctor rushed into the ward and pushed Zhou Qiankuan into the emergency room. In less than 5 minutes, the doctor came out in a panic. Master Zhou, your son has a ruptured artery in his leg, he's lost too much blood, I'm afraid there's no hope for him. As soon as this was said, Su Tianlong's face turned pale with fear. They didn't know Zhou Taishan and had only tightly held onto Zhou Qiankuan's thigh tonight. If Zhou Qiankuan died, how could they seek revenge? Snap. Zhou Taishan slapped the doctor to the ground, roaring, you worthless doctor, get in there and save him right now. I tell you, if my son experiences any mishap, the entire staff of this hospital will pay with their lives. As the 3rd-ranking head of the province, he indeed had this power. Hearing this, the doctor scrambled up from the ground and rushed back into the emergency room. Su Tianlong's eyes darted around and he spoke up, Director Nya, you run a pharmaceutical company, you must have many medical doctors there. Let them come to save young Master Zhou, quickly, don't waste time. Nye Dezai was stunned. If Zhou Qiankuan died, they could not get revenge, but if his own people came and failed to save Zhou Qiankuan, they would also pay with their lives. Su Baosher understood his father's intent. He wanted to use Nye Dazai as a stepping stone. Anxiously, he said, "Uncle Nye, I heard from Nye Yuan that your company has many medical doctors. Hurry and bring them here, young Master Zhou is more important than anything." Nye Dazai wished he could chop both of them into pieces. He gritted his teeth and said, "They are research pharmacists, not doctors, so get them here." Zhou Taishan violently cut in, "Right now, immediately, at the fastest speed. If I don't see them in 5 minutes, I will kill you." Nye Dazai trembled in fear, not daring to delay, and quickly made the call. Hanging up the phone, he coldly laughed to himself, "Director Su, I remember you have a good relationship with divine Dr. Wang Shouwen from Tianhai. You should also ask him to come, he's a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, perhaps he has some miraculous treatment. Hurry and get him here too." Su Tianlong was also stunned. He did know Wang Shouwen but was not familiar with him, having only consulted him once for a medical issue. Before he could respond, Zhou Taishan angrily shouted, "If he doesn't arrive in 5 minutes, I will kill you." Su Tianlong's heart was filled with raging fire, but he did not dare to hesitate and quickly sent someone to fetch Wang Shouwen. 3 minutes passed. Wang Shouwen was brought over by 2 people. He had just returned from the west suburb manor to the clinic and had not even closed the door before being brought here. "Su Tianlong, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to kidnap me?" Wang Shouwen shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, Su Tianlong rushed over and cursed, "Let go, just let go. I asked you to go bring divine Dr. Wang, not to kidnap him." As he spoke, he slightly bent his body, flattering, "Dr. Wang, young Master Zhou from the Zhou family in the provincial capital has lost too much blood and is in the emergency room. Do you have any good solutions? I beg you, please help." If Wang Shouwen cannot treat him, he would also pay with his life. Scared to sweat profusely, his tone became much more sincere. "No." Wang Shouwen lifted his chin and asserted, "I have no solutions, I'm tired and need to go back to rest." Having heard a bit about tonight's events, he naturally would not save the enemy of Zhao Ping'an. Zhou Taishan quickly stepped forward, full of fury, grabbed Wang Shouwen by the collar, and said coldly, "I don't care if you have a solution or not, go in and save him immediately. If you dare not save him, I will kill you right away." Su Tianlong and Su Baosher turned pale with fear. Would he kill him or them? Wang Shouwen was not afraid at all, staring directly into Zhou Taishan's eyes, and firmly declared, "Kill me, but don't save." Chapter 72, Dr. Sun. As soon as he said that, Zhou Taishan was caught off guard, never expecting this old stubborn to have such backbone. With his identity as the head of the Zhou family, people would praise even his flatulence, let alone threats. He actually dared to resist. With his eyes wide open, he shouted, "What did you say? You dare stand by and let someone die?" "Dr. Wang." Su Tianlong, pale with fear, hurriedly advised, "This man is the head of the Zhou family. The Zhou family is one of the top 3 families in the province. Saving young Master Zhou will bring many benefits. Moreover, you are a doctor, saving lives is your duty. Please help, won't you?" It's true that doctors save people, but they don't save just anyone, especially those who can become miraculous doctors. They are bound to have a temper. Wang Shouwen put his hands behind his back and said coldly, "I won't save you." Su Tianlong didn't know what to say. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zhou Taishan's face growing darker, his heart in chaos. Nye Dahue saw this and seized the opportunity to mock, "Director Su, I heard you yourself say that your relationship with Dr. Wang is extraordinary. It seems you are not sincerely asking for Dr. Wang's help." Swish. Zhou Taishan suddenly looked at Su Tianlong. Although he threatened to kill Wang Shouwen, his son was still in need of rescue. He couldn't give up hope. What if Wang Shouwen really had a way? Su Tianlong was so angry he cursed in his heart, but under Zhou Taishan's gaze, he didn't dare to do anything. After a moment of thought, he bent his knees and knelt on the ground, pleading, "Dr. Wang, as long as you can save young Master Zhou, from now on, you can kill or maim me as you wish." Su Baosher also knelt down instantly, terrified in his heart. "Dr. Wang, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I beg you." Seeing the 2 of them kneel, Nye Dahue felt somewhat better in his heart. "Do you dare to scheme against me? I'll play you to death." Wang Shouwen lifted his neck, "Either kill me or let me leave. Anyway, I won't save." When these words were spoken, the Su father and son felt an impulse to risk their lives. Zhou Taishan could no longer endure it. A mere little doctor thought he could truly threaten him? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the hallway. "I see you aren't refusing to save, but simply incapable of saving." An approximately 30-year-old man, dressed in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses, walked over. As he walked, he sneered, "You traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are all frauds, deceiving the world. You can fool a few people with minor ailments, but when faced with serious problems, you use personality as an excuse to cover up your incompetence. In my opinion, traditional Chinese medicine should be banned in this country." As soon as these words came out, everyone turned to look. Wang Shouwen also looked over, his face red with anger. He claimed he could do it, but said traditional Chinese medicine couldn't. Furious, he shouted, "You little rodent, who gave you the courage to speak so brazenly against traditional Chinese medicine? Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and vast, how could you dare to interfere?" The man snorted coldly, looking down disdainfully, "A fraud is a fraud and will never be the real thing. Since you say traditional Chinese medicine is profound, fine, I'll give you a chance, you save the person." Wang Shaowen was trembling with anger. He could save a life, but not a rival of Mr. Zhao. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Stop using provocation on me. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice, I won't save." The man spread his hands and mocked, "See? Still a fraud. You all in traditional Chinese medicine really don't know what face you have to live in this world. Traditional Chinese medicine is the disgrace of medicine. You keep talking about thousands of years of heritage, to me, it's just been a scam for thousands of years. In this world, only Western medicine is the true medicine. You." Wang Shouwen was speechless with anger, almost fainting. "Who are you?" Zhou Taishan frowned and asked. Nie Dahue took the initiative to explain, "Head of the Zhou family, this is my company's newly hired pharmaceutical doctor, Sun Tao. I invited him to help treat young Master Zhou." Feeling nervous inside, what if he couldn't treat him? Wrong. Sun Tao interrupted and said proudly, "Director Nie, to say it all, I am a pharmaceutical medicine doctor from the United States, graduated from Kasadin University. If I don't say the whole truth, people might think I'm one of those domestic garbage frauds, hee hee." As he spoke, he looked at Wang Shouwen with mockery, and certainly not a fraud from traditional Chinese medicine. Wang Shouwen felt a youthful impulse to hit someone. But before he could act, Zhou Taishan immediately said, "Good, Dr. Sun, my son is currently in critical condition from excessive blood loss. If you can save him, I will reward you handsomely." Nie Dahue and the others looked over at the same time. Sun Tao paused for a moment and said, "Excessive blood loss has always been a difficult problem internationally because excessive blood transfusion can easily cause stress rejection reactions, putting the patient in greater danger. However, at Kasadin University, the direction I majored in was pharmaceutical hemostasis. Saving a patient who has lost too much blood is no problem." Zhou Taishan's eyes brightened, "Really?" Sun Tao nodded, "Of course, but I have one additional condition. If I save young Master Zhou, please have the Zhou family head deal with this fraud. A Chinese medicine fraud, I destroy one whenever I see one." Without saying another word, Zhou Taishan immediately ordered his bodyguards, "Tie him up first, and after Dr. Sun's miraculous healing, let Dr. Sun handle him personally." The bodyguards, hearing this, quickly rushed over and violently pinned Wang Shouwen down. Let go of me, you villain. Chinese medicine is vast and profound. How dare you slander it? I will challenge you." Wang Shouwen struggled violently, but his strength was too weak before the bodyguards, who held him tightly. Sun Tao looked down with disdain, "You don't deserve it." Then he looked at Zhou Taishan and said, "Master Zhou, please have someone bring young Master Zhou out. I need to treat him here and make this fraud slowly feel death." Zhou Taishan did not refuse. He quickly had someone push Zhou Qiankuan's medical equipment out. Zhou Qiankuan was in a coma, the cast was gone, his body covered in blood, which made the onlookers shudder. But no one dared to speak, holding their breath, nervously waiting. Sun Tao casually took a syringe from his pocket and confidently smiled, "Mr. Nie, to be honest, you asked me to come work for your company and make a fortune. This medicine is one I developed with my overseas supervisor when I was doing my doctorate. It works wonders for people on the brink of death. Just one injection, and even a dead person can start breathing again. Then normal treatment can proceed," he said as, under everyone's gaze, he inserted the needle and injected the medicine. Buzz. In less than 2 seconds, the data on the equipment indeed started to return to normal, indicating that Zhou Qiankuan was recovering. Is it starting already? So magical? What kind of medicine is this? The doctors around were stunned, their mouths wide open. This is cured? Mr. Nie Dazai exclaimed, his joy overwhelming. If young Master Zhou was cured, it would add a lot of points in front of Zhou Taishan. Su Tianlong and Su Baosher felt a wave of loss in their hearts, staring fiercely at Wang Shouwen, this quack doctor. Dr. Sun is truly a divine doctor. What kind of medicine is this? Zhou Taishan was also shocked. This was the first time in his life he had encountered such a miraculous event, almost like a miracle. Sun Tao arrogantly said, "The medicine, of course, I can't tell you. It's a secret. But I can remind you of one thing, this medicine can only be developed in foreign research environments. It's impossible to make it in China. China is too trash." As soon as he finished speaking, beep beep beep. Zhou Qiankuan spat blood from his mouth again, his body convulsing, and the equipment showed his heartbeat weakening, about to stop. Chapter 73, Cooperative Medicine Production. Seeing this scene, everyone was immediately stunned. The doctors panicked, their hands in a flurry, shouting in panic. Blood pressure dropping. Blood oxygen dropping. Heart rate is about to stop. Son? Zhou Taishan also regained his senses and questioned, Dr. Sun, what is going on? Why is my son like this? Just now, though critically ill, he was still holding on, but after one injection, why is he about to die? Sun Tao's smile quickly disappeared, shocked, this is impossible. This medicine was developed with my overseas supervisor. It absolutely could not cause this kind of reaction. Absolutely impossible. Nieda's eyes head was buzzing, panicking, and shouting, Dr. Sun, now is not the time to talk about this. Quickly save him, save young Master Zhou. He didn't care what the medicine was like, he knew that Sun Tao was the one he brought in. If something happened to Zhou Qianquan under his watch, he would also be in trouble. Sun Tao's body trembled, quickly pulling another syringe from his pocket and injecting it into Zhou Qianquan, who had already been stabbed. The medicine was injected. Beep. The equipment emitted an ear-piercing sound, and then displayed 3 straight lines, signaling that Zhou Qianquan had died. This is impossible. Sun Tao was also stunned. His overseas supervisor could never have made a mistake. How could he be dead? I'll ruin your entire family. Zhou Taishan lost all composure, shouting in fury, you filthy fool, you killed my son. I'll chop you into 1,000 pieces. You scammers, all of you should be tortured 1,000 times. Su Tianlong, Su Baoshi, and Nie Dehai were immediately scared stiff. The doctors were also terrified, their faces turning deathly pale. Sun Tao's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, panicking, Master Zhou, my medicine is absolutely fine, it's developed overseas, the reason for this result is because of these quacks. Yes, it's them. Domestic medicine is all fake, my medicine reacted with theirs, that's why it didn't work. It has nothing to do with me. At this moment, one must quickly shift the blame. Zhou Taishan glared viciously at the doctors, then you should die first. The doctors were trembling in fear. Desperately, one of them pleaded, Master Zhou, I have elders above and young ones below, please spare my life. The medicine is not fake, it absolutely cannot be fake, it's his medicine that's the problem. Master Zhou, my son just turned 1 month old, he can't live without his mother, please. Zhou Taishan didn't listen at all, his eyes bloodshot, you all have to be buried with my son, all of you. Men, take them upstairs and throw them off the rooftop. The hospital outpatient department had 10 floors, falling down would surely result in death. The bodyguards, hearing the order, quickly walked over. Wait. Wang Shouwen, who was pinned to the ground, suddenly spoke up. He hadn't planned on speaking at all. Death? What's the difference? But he couldn't bear to see these doctors get involved. He said seriously, your son is not dead, he can still be saved, let me go. Whoosh. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Wang Shouwen. What nonsense was he saying? The person was already dead, was he going to ask Yama for the person back? Wang Shouwen, shut your mouth, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Su Tianlong shouted, furious. They were about to die, and he still dared to speak out, didn't he want to die more painfully? Wang Shouwen immediately responded, I'm not talking nonsense, I can save him. Really? Zhou Taishan asked with a grim face. Wang Shouwen didn't reply, breaking free from his restraints, standing by the bed, and took out silver needles, piercing them into Zhou Qianquan's acupoints. In fact, Zhou Qianquan's current condition was exactly the same as Ouyang Qian's, excessive blood loss, not completely dead, still lingering with the last trace of vitality, and when this last trace disappeared, that would be his real death. He used the silver needles to lock the vitality. Then, he took out 3 pills. They were the pills Zhao Pingan had crafted to save Ouyang Qian. The remaining 4 were kept for himself, but now he had to use them. 3 pills were placed into Zhou Qianquan's mouth, and they melted instantly. In just a few seconds. Buzz. The machine made a sound. The straight-line image that was previously flat began to recover into a wave shape. Not only that, Zhou Qianquan's face visibly started to regain its color, recovering at an incredible speed. This is absolutely impossible, it goes against medical common sense. What are those pills? Traditional Chinese medicine pills? Can they really cure someone? The person was already dead, how could he be saved? The doctors were all as if they had seen a ghost. They had seen people brought back to life after dying, but Zhou Qianquan's condition had no chance of revival, so how did he survive? Su Tianlong and the others were stunned, their mouths agape. Even Zhou Taishan was shocked. He had been hoping for a miracle, but it really worked. It was hard to believe. Sun Tao was also dumbfounded, terrified, this is impossible, what did you use? Traditional Chinese medicine is all a scam, how could it cure disease and save lives? Wang Shouwen didn't feel any joy from saving the life, his face stern as he lowered his head and coldly said, I told you long ago, you lowly person, how could you understand the mystery of traditional Chinese medicine? The reason traditional Chinese medicine has become like this in our country is because of you Western-worshipping people who praise Western medicine and destroy traditional Chinese medicine. You are the traitors in the inheritance. You could also be called the traitors of the Han people. After his words fell, Zhou Taishan immediately echoed, what Wang the divine doctor says is absolutely right, traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound, with a long history, it must be right. Men, take this traitor's son to the rooftop and throw him down. Just now, you almost got swayed by this scoundrel in handling Wang the divine doctor, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Take him to the rooftop, and throw him down again. Hearing this, the bodyguards quickly walked over, dragging Sun Tao toward the rooftop. No, I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please don't, I beg you, Dr. Wang, save my life. Sun Tao pleaded hoarsely. Wang Shouwen acted as if he didn't hear, as if Sun Tao only believed in Western medicine without any issues, but he couldn't accept the fact that he wanted to extinguish traditional Chinese medicine. When the hallway fell silent, Wang Shouwen said, since the person is fine, I will go back to rest. After speaking, he prepared to turn and leave. Wait. Zhou Taishan smiled, Dr. Wang, please stay, may I ask what medicine you just gave Qian Kuan? This medicine is too miraculous, it can actually bring the dead back to life. Not just him, everyone was curious. If there is such medicine, isn't it equivalent to adding another life? Wang Shouwen maintained a serious face and said, it's a medicine for replenishing energy and blood, the essence of the medicine. Replenishing energy and blood? Su Tianlong and the others gasped, it was indeed close to their guess. Replenishing energy and blood is like saving a life. Zhou Taishan's eyes lit up. This time, his son came to Tianhai to block Yi Yaoqing, it was indeed to exploit the medicine for the War Department, and the War Department needed medicine that can quickly replenish energy and blood on the battlefield. Originally cooperating with Nie Dahai, the purpose of blocking Yi Yaoqing was much greater. But if this kind of medicine, even if the effectiveness is reduced to 10%, as long as it is mass-produced, not only would they block Yi Yaoqing, but profits would also pour in. He smiled and asked, Dr. Wang, I wonder if you are interested in cooperating? Wang Shouwen was taken aback, what do you mean? Zhou Taishan looked serious, you provide the prescription, I find someone to produce it, I will handle the sales, and the profits will be shared with you. I can guarantee, your profit will be at least 1 billion, or up to 100 billion. Chapter 74, Unexpected Encounter while buying vegetables. This medicine is so miraculous, it can supply the War Department and be pushed to the market. Once pushed to the market, it would be like having a money printing machine. Cooperate? Wang Shouwen was stunned, originally too lazy to say more, but suddenly thought of Mr. Zhao who needed money right now. After a moment of thought, he said, to be honest, this prescription is not in my hands. If you want to cooperate, I can contact Zhao, the owner of the prescription. He almost said Zhao Ping'an's name but remembered that Mr. Zhao had reminded him today that he didn't want anyone to know. Zhou Taishan was overjoyed, not expecting to gain fortune from disaster. As long as the Zhou family obtained this prescription, they could further advance in ranking among the 5 great families. He smiled and said, then I trouble Dr. Wang, you can rest assured, once it succeeds, I will not forget you. Wang Shouwen nodded, turned to leave, thinking that it was too late today and he would tell Zhao Ping'an tomorrow. Head of the Zhou family, Shenhong Pharmaceuticals has production capacity, they are willing to work for you. Nie Dahai quickly pledged loyalty, his people almost caused Zhou Qian Kuan's death, and if he didn't speak now, it would be over. The Su family is also willing to serve the Zhou family, from now on, we will follow the calls of the Zhou family. Su Tianlong also quickly expressed loyalty, seizing the opportunity since Zhou was in a good mood, hoping to form a connection. Sure enough. Zhou Taishan was in high spirits and didn't pay much attention to the two, turning to look at his son on the hospital bed, his eyes suddenly turned cold, gritting his teeth, Zhao Ping'an, tomorrow, I want to personally put you through thousands of cuts. The next day. Zhao Ping'an got up early, ready to cook breakfast for Yi Yaoqing, but walked into the kitchen and was helpless, there were no vegetables at home. Yi Yaoqing previously bought vegetables fresh, so he had to go to the market to buy some. He had to admit, the air in Yunding Tiangong is very good, after all, Tianhai is a place full of wealth. However, compared to the mountain environment of the Jiushuan sect, it fell far short, and he didn't find it strange. Zhao Ping'an. He had just walked down the mountain when he suddenly heard a voice. Zhao Ping'an turned to look, it was actually Su Baosher, exercising in a villa yard. He smiled and asked, is this your home? Su Baosher already knew that Yi Yaoqing lived in Yunding Tiangong and had heard that Zhao Ping'an lived there too, but it was still the first time they encountered each other in the villa area. He said cautiously, of course it's my home. Is it still your home? He. Zhao Ping'an laughed and walked straight into the courtyard. Su Baosher was so scared that he kept backing away, suddenly regretting calling him. This guy could crush a person's head with a single slap. In a panic, he said, I told you not to make trouble, this is my home. Seeing Zhao Ping'an not stopping, he quickly added, actually, I called you for your own good. I have a secret to tell you. The head of the Zhou family has arrived at Tianhai and said he would find you to settle the score this morning. You should be prepared. Saying all this was not for Zhao Ping'an's good, but just to let him slowly wait to die. The head of the Zhou family? Trash. Zhao Ping'an said lightly, don't be nervous. I'm just telling you that the way you're exercising is wrong. I'll teach you how to train. While speaking, he brushed past Su Baosher and walked into the villa. The interior was lavishly decorated, with a crystal chandelier on the ceiling measuring 3 meters long. The total renovation cost at least 7 million. What do you want? Su Baosher followed him in, regretting more and more why he called him. Just watch. Zhao Ping'an said casually. As he spoke, he leaped high, grabbed the crystal chandelier, and yanked it down with force. Crack! The crystal chandelier fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. What do you want? Su Baosher screamed in despair. This chandelier was bought from abroad, costing 200,000, and more importantly, it was a unique piece, there was no other. It was the most satisfying decoration of the entire villa. And it was smashed. Zhao Ping'an casually picked up a solid wood dining chair and swung it left and right. Crash! Crash! In just 1 minute, the villa turned into a mess. Zhao, stop! Su Baosher felt like slapping himself, why did he call him? Unable to hold back his anger, he shouted, what are you pretending for? The head of the Zhou family will definitely slice you into 1,000 pieces, he will definitely. Swipe. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Ping'an suddenly turned his head. Su Baosher saw that gaze and swallowed the words back down. He looked down on Zhao Ping'an deep down but was indeed very scared. This guy had nothing to fear, a man with nothing to lose is the most dangerous. Zhao Ping'an smiled and said, I was teaching you how to exercise. Did you learn? Su Baosher was so angry he was about to explode, but he could only nod, I learned. Zhao Ping'an said, a child is teachable. Then follow my way of exercising. I'm going to buy groceries now. If I come back and see you slacking off, I won't spare you, understand? Not killing him yesterday was already being merciful, a death sentence could be avoided, but living punishment was inevitable. But there was no rush, slow torture was best. Su Baosher trembled with anger. Who are you to teach me exercise? You're clearly making me smash my own house. But he didn't dare to go against him, nodding, got it. Very good. Zhao Ping'an smiled, turned around, and walked out. He headed straight to the market. He bought 2 bags of vegetables because he needed to prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner himself. As he walked out the door. He suddenly noticed an old man setting up a stall on the road. The old man was sitting cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed. In front of him lay a red cloth, which was covered with various small items, like peachwood swords, ink lines, ancient books, cinnabar, talisman paper, etc., all were items related to metaphysics. Of course, what attracted Zhao Ping'an was a piece of thunderstruck wood prominently displayed on the red cloth. This was the most important item to turn Yi Yaoqing's fate upside down. However, this piece of thunderstruck wood had only been struck by lightning once. Zhao Ping'an walked over and asked, Sir, do you have thunderstruck wood that has been hit 3 times? People doing small business like this should have some connections. The old man opened his eyes and looked, yes, but it's very expensive, starting from 10 million. Zhao Ping'an's eyes lit up. If the old man said it was cheap, he wouldn't believe it. After all, wood that had withstood a lightning strike and remained intact was already rare. 2 times were incredibly uncommon, and 3 times were 1 in 10,000. He smiled and said, no problem, as long as the item is good, you won't lose out. The old man looked at Zhao Ping'an, then waved his hand. The red cloth was instantly folded, wrapping all the items inside. He picked up the red cloth, follow me. Zhao Ping'an walked behind him. They crossed through the market and walked for about 10 minutes. Walking into an alley, at the front there was a black wooden door, looking extremely eerie. The 2 entered, and the door immediately shut tight. The old man stopped in the yard, suddenly turned his head, and his expression instantly became cold, bluntly saying, Kid, the whole Jianghai province is the territory of our Thunder Sky Hall. You can do your fortune-telling and earn some small money, and the Thunder Sky Hall won't interfere, but you actually dare to set up formations, you've crossed the line. Thunder Sky Hall, for those who don't touch metaphysics, have never heard this name at all. But for those who have come into contact, hearing this name would make them shiver in fear. They control the magic of the entire province, and anyone coming to Jianghai province must first pay respects. It's said that the 5 major families in the province regard the people of Thunder Sky Hall as esteemed guests, and the hall master, Lei Wanting, is even praised as one of the 8 closest to immortals in the country. Thunder Sky Hall? Zhao Ping'an frowned, unfamiliar with it, so what? You Thunder Sky Hall are so impressive, is there or isn't there 3 strikes of Thunderwood? He simply didn't care about how powerful Thunder Sky Hall was, he just wanted the Thunderwood. Nonsense. The old man roared in anger. Does controlling the magic of an entire province by Thunder Sky Hall allow you to use crude words to describe? I originally came here planning to give you a lighter punishment, considering you are a first offender and young, practicing is not easy. But you actually dared to speak so disrespectfully, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Pingyan shook his head, helplessly saying, you said so much, yet still haven't said whether there is Thunderwood with 3 strikes or not? Just tell me, don't waste time. If there isn't any, he still needed to go back and cook for Yi Yaoqing. The old man became even angrier, his eyes almost bursting, saying, you don't even realize you're in trouble. It seems I have no choice but to let you see the power of Thunder Sky Hall. As he spoke, he raised his hand, bit his finger, drew a talisman in his palm, then chanted, thunder and lightning, wind come, 9 skies above, clouds come, wind and rain together, thunder come. Whoosh! The wind rose suddenly in the yard, blowing dust everywhere. A cloud quickly moved and appeared right above. Within the cloud, faint electric light flickered. He knew before coming that Zhao Pingyan was capable of setting up formations in the 140 plots, so he didn't intend to hide it, showcasing his skills right away to let him see the gap. Zhao Pingyan felt slightly annoyed, casually waving his hand, get lost. In the next second, the wind and clouds disappeared, as if nothing had happened. The old man was full of astonishment. How is this possible? He had walked this far through decades of skill, but how old was Zhao Pingyan? How could he possibly break it? Moreover, he was drawing on the power of heaven and earth with his own blood, meaning he could only summon it. To a large extent, it wouldn't be under his control at all. How could Zhao Pingyan possibly break it? Just with a wave of his hand? The old man was even more shocked, cautiously asking, who are you apprenticed to? You didn't come to Jianghai province to make money, did you come to start your own sect? Understanding doesn't have a sequence, those who achieve are the teachers. With his abilities, he didn't need to earn money with his own hands, just like the hallmaster, many big people would actively offer tributes, it could be said he wasn't lacking money. So it was easy to understand why he came to Tianhai City. Setting up formations was to showcase strength, the next step would be to start a sect and recruit disciples. Zhao Pingyan felt a dark line on his face, you're overthinking it. I won't steal your business. Now, I'll ask you one last time, is there or isn't there Thunderwood? Don't waste time. The old man's astonishment still hadn't faded. At such an age, he was actually more skilled than himself. He looked heavily at Zhao Pingyan. Wait a moment. If he couldn't deal with it, he could only report it. He walked into the house and quickly explained the situation. Hallmaster, I still suspect he has someone behind him, coming to Jianghai province. I'm afraid he has ill intentions. On the other end of the phone was the hallmaster, Lei Wanting. Because the matter was too serious, he could only report to the hallmaster. Lei Wanting pondered for a moment. In a while is the metaphysics conference. If I'm not mistaken, he's here because of the metaphysics conference, and this time we are the hosts. Many people want to watch the fun. Before the conference starts, it's better not to stir up trouble. Tell him that the Thunderstrike Wood will be delivered to him soon. Let's wait until the conference to reveal the hidden cards. The old man gasped, not expecting Zhao Pingyan's ambition to appear at the Mystical Realm Conference. Luckily, the hallmaster saw through it and nodded, saying, yes. Going out to buy groceries and unexpectedly finding the Thunderstrike Wood, Zhao Pingyan was delightfully satisfied. Although he hadn't gotten it yet, if the old man dared to deceive him, he would personally go to Thunderstorm Hall to retrieve it. With the Thunderstrike Wood, helping Yi Yaoqing change her fate was just missing the Night Pearl. Returning to the villa area, passing by Su Baoshi's villa, he didn't hear any noise inside, so it seemed the little man must have sneaked away. Zhao Pingyan didn't go in, he'd teach him a lesson when he saw him next. The urgent task now was to cook. But as he walked up the hill, You're back, you're back. Standing in front of the Cloud Summit Palace was a person, none other than Su Baoshi, who quickly ran inside upon seeing Zhao Pingyan. Zhao Pingyan frowned, what was he doing here? He carried the groceries and entered. Upon entering, he found that not only was Su Baoshi there, but also Su Tianlong and Nye Dehai, who were all standing. A middle-aged man with a cold expression, Zhou Taishan, was sitting on the sofa. Yi Yaoqing sat in a single sofa on the side. The atmosphere in the villa felt very oppressive. Upon seeing Zhao Pingyan enter, Su Tianlong and the others showed disdainful smiles. No matter how arrogant he was, did he dare to show off in front of Zhou Taishan? Zhou Taishan could wipe him out with just one finger. Zhou Taishan stared unblinkingly. Ahem. Yi Yaoqing coughed twice and then said, Pingyan, this is Zhou Qiankuan's father, the head of the Zhou family. She thought to prepare Zhao Pingyan mentally. I know. Zhao Pingyan replied calmly, I met Baoshi before buying groceries. Baoshi told me he was back and asked me to be mentally prepared and best to stay low. Baoshi, I'm sorry, I thought you were joking with me. I didn't expect you really came. Crack. Hearing this, Yi Yaoqing was stunned. Su Tianlong was stunned. Su Baoshi was also confused. He told Zhao Pingyan to be careful to apply pressure, intending to make him wait to die, as he could never escape the grasp of the head of the Zhou family. But why did it feel like he was spilling secrets? Zhou Taishan's face darkened as he looked at Su Baoshi. Bang! Su Baoshi was so frightened he knelt on the ground, raising his finger and saying, "Head of the Zhou family, on my conscience, how could I possibly leak secrets? It's all his nonsense, please do not believe him." Su Tianlong quickly added, "Head of the Zhou family, my son and he are enemies, he would never tell him anything. Please don't listen to the slander of small people." As he spoke, he glared at Zhao Pingyan fiercely and said, "Zhao, don't incite discord. If Baoshi really told you, why would you dare to come back? Seeing the head of the Zhou family and not immediately kneeling to admit your mistakes, are you seeking death?" At such a moment, the best method was to change the topic. Zhao Pingyan gave a cold smile. They were just a bunch of clowns, and he was still holding groceries that he needed to put in the kitchen. "Stop." Zhou Taishan suddenly spoke, his eyes narrowed into a slit. "I heard before coming that you were very arrogant, but you are even more arrogant than I imagined." He pointed to the ground. "Now, kneel down and speak." Zhao Pingyan steadied his footsteps, ready to throw it out. But before he could speak, "Uncle Zhou." Yi Yaoqing suddenly spoke, her face serious. "I believe before you came to Tianhai, you received a call from my father. He said that the responsibility of Zhao Pingyan should no longer be pursued. In order to protect Zhao Pingyan, the time frame to achieve results was shortened to 1 month. Zhou Taishan coldly replied, "That's right, I did receive a call from the head of the Yi family, but death sentences can be avoided, but light punishments are unavoidable. Miss Yi, Qian Kuan had his limbs broken by him. Are you asking me as a father to watch this without doing anything?" Yi Yaoqing knew well that if the kid got beaten, the father would surely be angry, but he absolutely could not harm Zhao Pingyan. Zhou Taishan pressed her further as she fell silent. "Miss Yi, you can protect him for a moment, but can you protect him for a lifetime? Today, all I want is his 2 hands." Chapter 76, Walking Out. It was spoken so lightly, as if Zhao Pingyan was granted some great blessing. Su Tianlong incited, "Miss Yi, wise people know the times, think about it, if the head of the Zhou family wants Zhao Pingyan's life, who in Jianghai province can protect him? Can you?" Exchanging a pair of hands to calm the head of the Zhou family, this is a profitable deal. Nye Dahai sneered, "Miss Yi, consider Zhou Gongzi's condition, he almost died, and the head of the Zhou family is still willing to sit down and talk, this is giving you a chance." Yi Yaoqing felt fine beads of sweat forming on her nose. There's a saying that the king of hell is easy to talk to, but little ghosts are difficult to deal with. If Zhou Taishan truly goes mad, Zhao Pingyan definitely has no way to survive. But if they want a pair of hands, how will Zhao Pingyan live in the future? All right. Zhao Pingyan laughed in anger, seeing their expressions, it was as if he was a fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. He raised his hands and said, "Come on, here are my hands, who will chop? Whoever dares to stretch their hand out will be the first one to be grabbed and chopped off." He. Zhou Taishan looked at him with contempt, as if looking at a little ant. "You are very arrogant, but also very ignorant. I will make you understand what cost means. Su Baoshi, go chop off his hands." Such dirty work, as the head of the Zhou family, could not possibly be done by himself. Su Baoshi trembled in fear, not daring to do it. What if Zhao Pingyan slapped him to death? Even if Zhou Taishan was present, what if Zhao Pingyan went mad? His life is his own. Not moving? Zhou Taishan frowned. Su Baoshi's face turned pale, feeling as if he was being stared at by death, with no way forward or backward. "I'll do it." Su Tianlong gritted his teeth. He couldn't let his son take the risk. He warned, "Zhao Pingyan, the head of the Zhou family is here. I advise you not to play tricks, otherwise, Miss Yi won't be able to protect you." After speaking, he magically pulled out a knife. He walked slowly over. Zhao Pingyan remained calm and smiled as he looked on. Just as Su Tianlong was about to approach. "Stop." Yi Yaoqing suddenly spoke. No matter what, Zhao Pingyan must not be harmed because if it weren't for her, he wouldn't be in this situation today. She declared firmly, "Uncle Zhou, if you want to harm him, it must be over my dead body. As long as I have breath left, no one can touch a single hair on him. Even if I can't take revenge today, I will use everything I have to retaliate in the future, and I mean it." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Pingyan felt a deep sense of gratitude in his heart. Su Tianlong froze, not daring to act. The revenge of Miss Yi was not something he could endure. Zhou Taishan's face turned even uglier. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Miss Yi, are you trying to scare me? You must know that in a month, you will return to Dijing, and by then, I could quietly make him disappear." "When would you know?" Yi Yaoqing frowned immediately. In fact, there were some things she hadn't told Zhao Pingyan. Although she received 50 billion in consultation fees from Ouyang Qian for treating her yesterday, plus the profits from the 140 plots of land, it seemed to reach the level of the richest in Tianhai. But that's not how the account is calculated. Whether treating the illness or saving someone, no matter how much earned is Zhao Ping'an's personal ability, the Yi family would not recognize it. The so-called richest in the Yi family comes from making money through productive materials, which means investments and industries. So that money doesn't count. She hadn't told Zhao Ping'an because she didn't want to disturb his mood, she just wanted to enjoy this month happily. Zhao Ping'an saw Yi Yaoqing's worry and smiled casually. Yaoqing, you don't need to worry. Let them chop, if they really can chop it off, what's the harm in giving them a pair of hands? After speaking, he winked, hinting that he could handle it. Yi Yaoqing saw his gaze and shook her head helplessly. You don't worry, I'll handle it. She understood what Zhao Ping'an meant, he was very strong, and these people couldn't touch him. But outside of the mountain, there are always stronger people. If Zhou Taishan calls in experts, he could definitely kill him. Fighting is not a solution to the problem. She looked back at Zhou Taishan, more serious than before. Uncle Zhou, whenever I know, but I know that day will be the day you and I part ways, and I will use everything I have to revenge you. Swipe. Su Tianlong and the other two were stunned. Yi Yaoqing felt so deeply for Zhao Ping'an. What ability does this little scoundrel have? Zhou Taishan frowned, surprised that Yi Yaoqing could say such a thing, but he still prepared other plans. He said heavily, Miss Yi is truly loyal, since that's the case, how could I not give Miss Yi some face? Nye Dahai, the contract. Nye Dahai, upon hearing this, quickly and obediently handed over the contract. Zhou Taishan said, Miss Yi, as long as you get the drug supply contract, you don't need to return to a marriage alliance. This contract is for you, in exchange for his 2 hands, how about that? This way, you can be with him in the future, haha. Yi Yaoqing was stunned upon seeing the contract. With this contract, she could reach the level of a top tycoon. No one in her family could complain, and she wouldn't need to enter a marriage alliance. Zhou Qiankuan's purpose for coming to Tianhai was to stop her from getting the contract, yet Zhou Taishan actually offered it up for free? It was simply unbelievable. A father's love is like a mountain, Miss Yi. The Zhou family head is willing to give up tens of billions in profit for just 2 hands, what more is there to hesitate? Su Tianlong incited. Miss Yi, using his 2 hands in exchange for a lifetime of happiness and the ability to make money, it means that the Zhou family head is taking a huge loss, Nye Dahai chimed in. Su Baosher immediately glaringly said, Zhao, if I were you, I would immediately chop off my own hands to support Miss Yi. How can you still stand there? Do you really care about Miss Yi? Zhao Ping'an was too lazy to respond, seeing Yi Yaoqing biting her lip and staring at the contract, as if she really wanted it, he spoke, Yaoqing, if you want the contract, just take it, leave the rest to me. I don't want it. Yi Yaoqing blurted out, pushing the contract back. She understood, she would rather suffer for a lifetime than let Zhao Ping'an become disabled. He said heavily, I appreciate the kindness, but I don't want the contract, Ping'an must be safe. Su Tianlong and the others were dumbfounded, they actually disagreed? Zhou Taishan's lips twitched. According to his expectations, once he presented the contract, Yi Yaoqing would certainly agree, but she actually rejected it. Clenching his fists, he threatened, Miss Yi, don't overstep your bounds. My son has had his limbs broken by him, and this grudge must be avenged. I have one last condition. If you still disagree, I will go against the wishes of the Yi family head and lead the entire Zhou family to take revenge. I want to see if you can stop me. I want his 3 fingers. Boom. As soon as this was said, the temperature in the villa dropped sharply, making everyone very uncomfortable. Su Tianlong and the others felt as if they were going to chop off their own fingers. Yi Yaoqing became anxious. If Zhou Taishan really resorted to desperate measures, her family might not help her, and by then, Zhao Ping'an would surely not survive. Now it needed judging whether Zhou Taishan had the courage to flip the table. But Zhou Qiankuan had his limbs broken, how could Zhou Taishan not? She was sweating profusely. At that moment. 3 fingers, huh? Fine, I will give them to you. Zhao Ping'an suddenly spoke, they were wasting too much time talking, and it was almost time for lunch, but it can't be here, and it can't let Yaoqing see blood, go to the Su family to chop. After saying that, he took the lead in leaving. Ping'an. Yi Yaoqing suddenly stood up, tears brimming in her eyes, as she really couldn't protect Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an turned and smiled slightly, quickly leaving. Zhou Taishan and the others flashed a shadowy light in their eyes and also walked out. Chapter 77, Signing the Contract. Soon. The group arrived at the Su family at the foot of the mountain. The Su family hadn't had time to clean up, it was a mess. Zhao Ping'an stood in the ruins and said blandly, let's get started, who's going to chop? Hurry up, don't waste time. Still arrogant, facing death and still being arrogant. Su Baosher gritted his teeth, don't forget, Miss Yi is not present. Even if she were, she couldn't protect you. Su Tianlong angrily said, a petty man succeeding. If it weren't for leaning on Monsieur's might, how could you be alive today? I would have long wished you 1,000 deaths. Nie Dehai was even more frantic, not having avenged his son's death, and in anger, he said, Zhao, kneel and beg the master of the Zhou family right now, or there might still be a glimmer of hope, otherwise, you will be chopped into pieces and thrown into the sea to feed the turtles. Zhao Ping'an felt a headache coming on, wondering why there was so much talk. He couldn't be bothered to reply. He walked straight towards them. Splash! Su Tianlong and the others saw Zhao Ping'an coming and looked tense, quickly stepping back. Zhou Taishan looked around and said angrily, what are you afraid of? With me here, you're frightened by him? Come back, each of you chop off one of his fingers. In his eyes, this was clearly a sign of insecurity and an insult. But as soon as he finished speaking, slap! Zhao Ping'an slapped him on the face and calmly asked, still want to chop my hand? Gasp! Zhou Taishan was stunned, his eyes nearly popping out, as the master of the Zhou family, the third-ranked master of the 5 great families, a top figure in Jianghai province, how could he dare to hit someone? He exclaimed in shock, you dare to hit me? Slap! Zhao Ping'an delivered another slap, are you out of your mind? You still ask after getting slapped in the face? Zhao Ping'an hardly ever kills and wouldn't cause too much harm, as it would hurt his own blessings. Zhou Taishan was furious, filled with murderous intent, and roared, you! Slap! Zhao Ping'an gave another slap, irritated, saying, why are you shouting? Keep it down. I just want to ask you, are you still going to find Yao Qing to complain? Zhou Taishan. His mind buzzed, as if he were dreaming, he had actually been hit? It was the first time in his life. Zhao Ping'an raised his hand, grabbed his face, and shook it, remember, don't disturb Yao Qing in the future, or I won't mind treating you like your son. After that, he walked towards Su Baosher and slapped him. Su Baosher wanted to cry, and said aggrievely, why are you hitting me? To make you exercise, did it help? Zhao Ping'an said. Su Baosher lowered his head, not daring to speak. Zhao Ping'an looked at them and sneered, a bunch of little trash, if you dare to trouble me again, I'll make your lives worse than death. He really didn't take these people seriously. Sun Liankuei's ranking was even higher than Zhou Taishan's, and back in prison, they were all at the bottom level, like arms dealers, warlords, and financial tycoons, powerful outside, but merely mid-level within. The top tier consisted of leaders from various mysterious organizations of the world. Even so, when Zhao Ping'an is eating, they could only face the wall. In comparison, Zhou Taishan wasn't even an ant, he was just dust. When Zhao Ping'an left. Aha! Zhou Taishan let out a frenzied shout, his face twisted in disbelief. He had actually been hit, something he couldn't believe, just like a dream. Su Tianlong and the others trembled in fear, quickly stepping forward to advise him. Master Zhou, don't take it to heart. Zhao Ping'an is just a barefoot man who is unafraid of shoes. Yes, take care of your health. Getting angry with a little brat like him is falling into his trap. Zhou Taishan suddenly turned his head. Slap! 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 He struck the 3 in quick succession, unleashing his frustration on them. They dared not speak a word. Zhou Taishan stopped hitting but still trembled with rage, snarling, I'm going to kill him, I must kill him. As he spoke, he turned and said, hurry and contact Dr. Wang, ask about the prescription, it needs to be produced immediately, quickly. The 3 quickly got busy. In fact, Zhou Taishan had no intention of kindly giving the contract to Yao Qing. Giving the contract was a trap to have her invest in producing drugs. When the drugs were finished, he would ambush her when Gu Qingming delivered them, presenting Dr. Wang's medicine. He believed that once Gu Qingming saw the effects, he would definitely adopt Dr. Wang's. In this way, Yao Qing would lose both her husband and soldiers. He originally thought of trading the contract for Zhao Ping'an's hands, but instead this resulted in slaps. I will make you die a very tragic death, very tragic. When Zhao Ping'an returned to the villa, Yao Qing was secretly wiping her tears. When she saw Zhao Ping'an, she quickly got up to look at his fingers, and found that there was actually no problem at all. In astonishment, she said, he didn't touch you? Zhao Ping'an smiled and said, I told them I still need my hands to cook for you, and they were very moved after hearing that. While praising me as a good man, they joyfully sent me off. Yao Qing was taken aback, her face flushed red, and she cautiously said, you didn't take action, did you? You went after Uncle Zhou? Dealing with Zhou Qiankun is no small matter. He represents not just a person but the entire Zhou family's power, along with the backing of the Yi family. One small spark can ignite a wildfire. Zhao Ping'an saw her nervous expression and smiled, don't worry, no harm was done, I'll handle the rest. I'm quite capable. Yao Qing gasped in shock, her mouth gaping, so he did take action, but now the deed was done, there was nothing more to say. After thinking for a moment, she quickly sat back on the sofa, glanced at the contract on the coffee table, went over it several times, and found it all normal, except that she needed to put forth several billion in funds first. How could Zhou Taishan just hand over this contract? With this contract, there's no need to go back. It doesn't make sense. Seeing her furrowed brows, Zhao Pingyan casually said, when Ouyang Hai brings the money in a few days, you'll be at the level of a billionaire. There's no need to do business, I can take care of you. Yi Yaoqing chuckled. Earlier, she didn't tell Zhao Pingyan that the consultation fee was useless because she had no solution, but now with this contract, she could say something. She briefly explained it. Then she sighed, if I sign this contract and sell the medicine to Uncle Gu, I can stay in Tianhai and protect you, but I can't shake the feeling that this isn't that simple. But, there are no loopholes in the contract. She showed a hint of bitterness, signing or not signing was so hard. Just then, Zhao Pingyan's phone rang. It was Wang Shouwen. Zhao Pingyan picked up the call, thinking he had encountered a difficult medical case, but instead, Wang recounted the events from last night. Zhao Pingyan glanced at the contract again and suddenly understood, Zhou Taishan was setting a trap. He replied, tell them we can collaborate, I will produce another batch of samples. After hanging up, he turned to Yi Yaoqing and smiled, sign it, it's fine. Huh? Yi Yaoqing looked confused, you agree to sign? I still feel something is off here. Zhao Pingyan said firmly, trust me. Dare to set a trap, let's see who ends up dead in the end. Yi Yaoqing thought for a moment and quickly signed her name. Once she finished signing, Yi Yaoqing contacted Gu Qingming immediately. Uncle Gu, I have obtained the rights to the drug, when are you free for us to sign the contract? Gu Qingming replied in surprise, you got it? I thought Qianhong Pharmaceuticals was cooperating with the Zhou family? He had paid some attention to this matter as well. Yi Yaoqing smiled, I got it back. Gu Qingming didn't ask further, alright then, I'll come by tonight to sign the contract. Chapter 78, Medical Duel. Many things should not be too obvious. Although Gu Qingming would give the contract to Yi Yaoqing, he also needed other people to accompany it, otherwise, rumors would spread. Right after the two hung up, the Jianghai War Department issued a notice that tonight they would be selecting drug suppliers in Tianhai City. Suddenly, Tianhai was in an uproar. Zhao Pingyan had planned to cook a meal for Yi Yaoqing himself, but when he got to the kitchen, he realized Yi Yaoqing had finished cooking without him, and they had already eaten. Yi Yaoqing had gone to Qianhong Pharmaceuticals to get samples. Zhao Pingyan didn't accompany her because he was on his way to find Wang Shouwen. Near noon, he opened the medicine jar, and inside were dozens of orange-yellow pills the size of small beans. Since the efficacy was much weaker than the medicine used to treat Ouyang Qian, only 1/10, a lot came out of one jar, but it was still several times more valuable than commercial blood and energy supplements. A miracle, it's simply a miracle. Wang Shouwen had seen this for the second time, but he was still exclaiming, excited like a child of 70. Bang! He bent his knees and knelt on the ground, sincerely saying, Mr. Zhao, your medical skills are unparalleled, you should be my master. Zhao Pingyan was speechless, he had lost count of how many times he had heard that and didn't bother to reply, hurry and send the medicine to Zhou Taishan, we can't let him be anxious. Zhou Taishan was still thinking about setting a trap for Yi Yaoqing, how could they go without giving him the tools? Wang Shouwen's eyes flickered with disappointment. Actually, last night I secretly practiced a few pots, but failed every time. Slowly getting up, okay, Mr. Zhao, don't worry, I will take it over right now. As soon as the words fell. Senior brother, junior brother has come to see you. A loud voice echoed in the medical clinic. Zhao Pingyan and Wang Shouwen were in the backyard and also heard this voice, so the voice was indeed loud. Zhao Pingyan didn't take it seriously. Wang Shouwen suddenly looked towards the clinic, his expression shocked and incredulous. The voice continued, we haven't seen each other for decades, I came to visit, senior brother, are you not planning to meet me? Wang Shouwen's face grew even worse, his hands clenched tightly, trembling all over. Zhao Pingyan was a bit surprised, why did he look so angry? He asked in surprise, an enemy? Wang Shouwen gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Zhao, you do not understand, he is a complete. It turned out that the person outside was Zhao Dicai, his junior brother. Back then, the master promised his daughter, Yun Yan, to Wang Shouwen. On the night of their wedding, Zhao Dicai got Wang Shouwen drunk and, in front of him, Yun Yan, ashamed, committed suicide. The master died of anger. Zhao Dicai disappeared without a trace. Again, Zhao Dicai's voice echoed in the clinic, senior brother, you must have been looking for me for decades. If it weren't for this bidding war needing medicine, I might never have come to Tianhai. Since I'm here, why don't you dare to show up? Are you going to be a turtle hiding in its shell? Right, you've always been a coward, ha ha ha. Bastard. Wang Shouwen could no longer hold back and ran angrily toward the clinic. Zhao Pingyan frowned and followed him. When they arrived at the clinic, they saw an old man in a black robe, about 60 years old, standing with his hands behind his back, looking down on everything. Patients and staff around were discussing in low voices, but Zhao Dicai didn't care at all. Wang Shouwen said angrily, you, the murderer, the one who betrayed your teacher and destroyed your ancestors, dared to appear before me. Today, I'm going to clean the house for my master. Without caring about his image, he charged directly at Zhao Detsai. The hatred for killing his father and snatching his wife left no room for compromise. It was either you die or I die. However, Wang Shouwen had no fighting experience. As soon as he rushed forward, Zhao Detsai dodged to the side and extended his foot. Bang! Wang Shouwen was immediately tripped and fell to the ground. Zhao Detsai shook his head and sneered, "After all these years, you are still so weak and easily bullied. Senior brother, I don't know if you are married now. If you are, I think I can still." "No, your wife is too old. Let's see if you have a daughter, ha ha ha." Wang Shouwen scrambled to get up and roared with bloodshot eyes, "Shut up, I will kill you, shameless." Bang! Before he could stand up, Zhao Detsai kicked him down again. At this moment, the patients and doctors in the clinic finally came to their senses and exclaimed excitedly, "Dr. Wang! Master! Dare to attack my master, I'll kill you." Just as they were about to take action. Tap, tap, tap. 8 bodyguards walked in from outside, quickly blocking Zhao Detsai and kicking the first doctor who charged ahead away. The leading bodyguard said coldly, "Dr. Zhao is the medical advisor of Tongda Pharmaceutical. Anyone who dares to touch him, Tongda Pharmaceutical will make them pay." As soon as these words came out, all the doctors and patients gasped and quickly retreated, looking terrified. Tongda Pharmaceutical was well known, a company from Huangfeng City. Although not in the same province, it was next to Tianhai City, and its scale was much larger than the local Qianhong Pharmaceutical. Such power was not something a small citizen could confront. Zhao Detsai waved his hand proudly. "Don't scare them, what if they get frightened? You have to be low-key, low-key." The leading bodyguard bowed his head and said, "Yes." Zhao Detsai then walked over to Wang Shouwen and stepped on him, looking down with mockery. "Useless, after all these years you are still useless. Senior brother, actually, I have wanted to say to you for years. I'm sorry. No need." Wang Shouwen struggled violently, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Zhao Detsai said playfully, "You need. Because I regretted it, I shouldn't have kept Yunyan awake, so she would have thought it was you, and would not have committed suicide. Then I could have been with her until today, right? And I could have her give me a child for you to raise. She died too early, ha ha ha. You, pfft." Wang Shouwen spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. This was a great humiliation, a total shame. At this moment, he hated himself for being powerless. If he could fight back, he would definitely kill him with his own hands. Ha ha ha. Zhao Detsai laughed madly when he saw him vomit blood. The surrounding patients and doctors dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. At this moment, Zhao Pingyan said indifferently, "Let go of Dr. Wang, and I will spare your life if you leave one leg." Wang Shuyi had knelt so many times, it was time to help once. Zhao Detsai slowly turned to Zhao Pingyan. Seeing him young, he thought he was Wang Shouwen's disciple and looked at him with disdain, like looking at an ant. "Seeing me tread on your master hurts, huh? How about this, you kneel down and beg me, as long as your head knocks loud enough, maybe I will let him go." Zhao Pingyan's face darkened, he was ready to make a move. "Mr. Zhao." Wang Shouwen suddenly spoke, "My matters, I will handle them myself. Zhao Detsai, I want to compete with you in medicine. The loser spares the other's life, do you dare?" Zhao Pingyan stopped in his tracks. Compete in medicine? This old man still had some backbone. A sly smile appeared in Zhao Detsai's eyes. In fact, he had known Wang Shouwen was here opening a clinic for a long time, he just hadn't come until now. This time he came to bid for the medical contract for the War Department. He deliberately came to find Wang Shouwen, just to compete with him in medicine. To step on him to rise, to increase the odds for tonight's bidding. With a playful tone, "Okay, I agree, let's compare the 9 needles of plum blossom." Wang Shouwen said, "Okay." Chapter 79, The Loser is Him. Competing in medicine. It is a common way to solve problems in the medical field. Both sides treat a single illness at the same time, and whoever resolves it faster and more thoroughly wins. The 9 needles of plum blossom are a heritage from the master's school. A total of 9 needles must be used, but due to the different strengths, depths, and sequences of each needle, it can vary greatly and have different effects. Soon, 2 patients with stomach issues were chosen from the crowd. Zhao Detsai played with one hand. Since ancient times, there has been a tradition of Kong Rome yielding pairs. "Senior brother, you are big, you can choose first, hee hee." Wang Shouwen had blood at the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth. "No need, you are young, you choose first, lest you say I won you unfairly, not fulfilling the bet." Zhao Detsai narrowed his eyes and said with a hint of meaning, "Senior brother, you still don't understand my intention. Let you choose first, then I will snatch your choice. I have experience, you old turtle, ha." "You?" Wang Shouwen's face turned red as he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. Zhao Pingyan shook his head. Traditional Chinese medicine relies on observation, inquiry, and pulse-taking, and it is most taboo for the mind to be unstable. Zhao Detsai had provoked from the moment he entered, clearly trying to disrupt Wang Shouwen's state of mind. Slowly, he said, Dr. Wang, keep calm. Swish. Zhao Detsai suddenly looked at Zhao Ping'an. That's right, saying this was meant to stimulate Wang Shouwen and increase his chances. He didn't expect this kid to see through it and said coldly, you little brat, wait until I finish with him, then I'll deal with you. Saying this, he pulled up a patient, you, lie down. The patient unwillingly lay on the bed. Wang Shouwen looked at Zhao Ping'an and nodded slightly. Then he took a deep breath and turned to the other patient, please lie down, I will treat you. The patient excitedly said, it is my honor to have Dr. Wang treat me personally, go for it, Dr. Wang. Go, Dr. Wang. Master, go. Master will definitely win. Surrounding patients and doctors also cheered for Wang Shouwen. The patients lay down properly. Both also took up their silver needles at the same time. Zhao Detsai playfully said, senior brother, how about the first needle at the Guan Yuan point? Wang Shouwen no longer responded, fully concentrated on inserting the needle, but indeed the first needle pierced the Guan Yuan point. Zhao Detsai smiled lightly at the sight and also pierced the Guan Yuan point, teasing, the second needle will pierce the Bai Hui point? Wang Shouwen pierced the Bai Hui point. Zhao Detsai followed and pierced it, laughing, the third needle pierces the Shinkei point? Just like that. Before Zhao Detsai pierced each acupoint, he would say a line, soon. After the two had performed 9 needles, the acupoints and order were exactly the same, the only difference remaining was the strength used. 10 minutes later. Zhao Detsai clasped his hands behind his back and smiled, how about drinking chili water? Wang Shouwen frowned and said, they have had a stomach ailment for a long time. One acupuncture session will indeed bring great improvement, but they cannot be stimulated strongly, and they cannot drink chili water. It should be evaluated with some gentle hot and cold alternating. Normal people can't tolerate drinking chili water, let alone those with stomach issues. Drinking cold water followed by hot water repeatedly, then judging the outcome based on the pulse is sufficient. As a healer with a kind heart, how could you let someone with a stomach ailment drink chili water? What is your intention? With such a mindset, how dare you compete with divine physician Wang? Your level is far too low. You are bound to lose. The people around couldn't help but discuss. Ha ha. Zhao Detsai didn't care at all, instead, he laughed arrogantly, senior brother, have you forgotten? The more you discourage me from doing something, the more I will want to do it. Today, you are bound to lose. Come, someone, feed him chili water. Upon hearing his command, the bodyguards immediately walked up with chili water, forcefully holding down the patient on the bed and pouring it into their mouth. Despite the patient struggling, they managed to pour in half. You, how can you claim to be a healer? You are worse than a pig or dog. Wang Shouwen's entire body trembled with anger, wanting to stop it but lacking the strength. Zhao Detsai picked up the remaining half bowl of chili water and handed it to him, saying, for fairness, go ahead and drink. Wang Shouwen's face showed difficulty. But the patient said, divine physician Wang, I believe you, I will drink it. Having said that, he took the chili water and drank it down, but after just half, he exclaimed, ah. The spiciness caused his stomach to cramp, and he winced in pain, unable to help but let out a scream. Wang Shouwen immediately said, bring some vinegar, quickly. Vinegar can neutralize spiciness, relieve some pain, and lessen suffering. Stop. Zhao Detsai said coldly, sneering, you don't need to worry about him, you should take care of yourself, old turtle. You have lost, and from now on, your life belongs to me. As soon as he said this, everyone turned to Zhao Detsai. Then they instinctively glanced at the patient beside him. They were all shocked into silence. Because the patient was sitting on the bed wiping his mouth, looking only angry and not in pain, he was completely unaffected by the spiciness. Seeing everyone looking over, the patient was also confused and exclaimed, I don't seem to feel the spiciness at all, I just feel warmth in my stomach. Could it be that my stomach ailment is healed? Impossible. Wang Shouwen blurted out in surprise, stomach ailments are stubborn diseases that need nurturing, it's impossible to recover so quickly, absolutely impossible. Zhao Detsai mocked, if your skills are inferior, don't make excuses. Old turtle, you have lost. You are worth less than a dog, I don't even want you dead. How about this, go to the street at the entrance and kneel down, banging your head 3 times, and say, I am old turtle. Ha ha ha. Letting him die would be too cheap, he should live in shame for the rest of his life. This is absolutely impossible. Wang Shouwen still could not believe it, quickly walked over to check the pulse, but after checking, his eyes widened more and more, suddenly looking as if he aged over a decade. He stumbled back, for the pulse was steady, the stomach ailment was truly gone. At this moment, the surrounding patients and doctors were shocked, it seemed Wang Shouwen had indeed lost. Never would have thought that the divine physician Wang would lose. Pop. Tears streamed down Wang Shouwen's face. For decades, he had been constantly thinking about revenge, but he never imagined that one day, his enemy would stand before him, yet he had no capability to take revenge and was humiliated instead. The bitterness of decades poured into his heart in an instant. Zhao Detsai sneered, I remember years ago when you saw me in Yunyan, you also cried. Your tears are truly worthless. However, even if you cry to death, I won't sympathize, hurry and kneel down and bow. Of course, if you don't want to kneel, I have 1,000 ways to make you. Having said that, he laughed proudly. As long as he kneels, he would not only be the doctor who defeated the divine physician Tianhai but would also become famous, increasing his chances of success in winning tonight's bidding with Tongda Pharmaceutics. And he could make Wang Shouwen unable to lift his head for a lifetime. Alright, a deal is a deal. Wang Shouwen, lost and dazed, walked outside. Divine physician Wang, I will kneel for you. I will kneel for you too. I will too. The patients and doctors around them all knelt to the ground. Although it could not change the fact that they lost, it would help Wang Shouwen bear the burden. In an instant, everyone had fallen to their knees. Useless. Zhao Detsai said heavily, it's useless for you all to kneel, what I want is him, old bastard, quickly kneel down. Hurry. The last word was almost shouted out. Thank you all for your kindness, please stand up. I will kneel. Wang Shouwen's voice was like an elderly person with no strength left, his tears flowing more and more as he walked toward the door. I understand. At this moment, Zhao Pingan suddenly realized. He had been wondering why the same acupuncture method had such different results. He finally understood and said loudly, Wang the divine doctor, you don't need to kneel, and you haven't lost. He is the one who lost. Chapter 80, The Three Bowings of the Disciple. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look at Zhao Pingan. Wang Shouwen also stopped, looking at him in surprise. Zhao Detsai, who was enjoying his success, preparing to watch Wang Shouwen kneel outside and call him an old bastard, suddenly looked at Zhao Pingan, and a shadow passed through his eyes. He said coldly, little brat, are you blind? The result is clear for all to see, and you still want to argue? The patients and doctors were also surprised. They had all seen the condition of the two patients, and although they didn't want to admit it, Wang the divine doctor had indeed lost. Wang Shouwen smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Zhao, I understand your good intentions, but it is indeed true that I, as an old man, lost to him. This is an undeniable fact. He understood that Zhao Pingan was trying to protect him, not wanting him to kneel, but after personally checking the pulse, the patient's stomach problem had indeed been cured. Zhao Pingan shook his head, sometimes, eyes can deceive you, and pulses can deceive you too. Everything you see and feel is false. Have you ever wondered why he always speaks before he needles? It seems like he's disturbing Wang the divine doctor's state of mind, but in reality, there's another purpose. He practices martial arts and has already cultivated internal energy, but it's only a little bit. What he says before needling is actually him using his internal energy, sending it through the needles to the patient, protecting the stomach and creating the illusion of healing. But this energy will soon dissipate, and when it does, the patient will not improve. Instead, their condition will worsen. This was what he had just figured out, the only difference between the two was speaking and using internal energy to send through the needles. Zhao Detsai became more and more astonished as he listened, his eyes filled with shock. Because Zhao Pingan was right. After leaving his master's sect, he had been worried about being retaliated by Wang Shouwen, so he practiced martial arts for self-protection. Recently, he had just cultivated some internal energy, but it was not enough to protect the patient's stomach for long, so he needed to speak to gather energy. How did he figure this out? Nonsense. Zhao Detsai regained his composure. At this moment, he could never admit it, and angrily said, little brat, how dare you speak nonsense, create lies, and reverse black and white. Since that's the case, you also kneel and kowtow, or I will take Wang Shouwen's life. The people around them also felt it was impossible. What he said sounded too absurd, like a story. Wang Shouwen frowned and also said, I have indeed heard of using internal energy through the needles, but this secret technique has been lost for nearly 100 years, and my master never taught us. He couldn't possibly know it? It wasn't that he didn't believe Zhao Pingan, but he didn't believe Zhao Detsai. Of course, he couldn't possibly know it, because I won against you purely by medical skills. Zhao Detsai immediately said, squinting his eyes at Zhao Pingan with a threatening tone. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and kowtow now, immediately. His hands slightly clenched into fists, a surge of impulse to crush Zhao Pingan rising in him. A young person with such insight could never be allowed to grow. Stupid dog. Zhao Pingan sneered, whether it's medical skills or cheating, it's easy to verify. Just wait 5 more minutes, and if I'm right, the reason you're so anxious to make Wang the divine doctor kneel is because you're afraid the energy will dissipate and expose your shallow medical skills. You're seeking death. Zhao Detsai's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. Zhao Pingan was right again, because the energy he had passed to the patient would soon end. He spoke, suddenly raising his fist, ready to strike Zhao Pingan. But at that moment, the patient suddenly screamed, rolling off the bed, his mouth spraying chilly water mingled with bright red blood. It was clear that his stomach had been burned through. He really went crazy. Just as he said, there's blood, and it's worse than before. You quack, you are harming people. Everyone started to curse loudly. Wang Shouwen also noticed something was wrong, his eyes wide with anger. Zhao Detsai, after all these years, you are still so despicable, how can there be such a person in this world? He wanted to rush over and fight desperately, but still rushed to treat the patient first. Zhao Pingyan said expressionlessly, it seems you are more useless than I expected. You only lasted a minute, and now it's obvious who wins and who loses, leave your life behind. There's arsenic on the shelf, drink it yourself. One had to admit that Zhao Detsai's plan was clever, even Zhao Pingyan took a moment to understand. Drink arsenic yourself. Hurry up and die. You old fossil, actually harming others, die already. Everyone became even more agitated, pointing and yelling at him. Zhao Detsai's eyes widened with rage. Shut up, a bunch of little commoners dare to criticize this divine doctor? You are seeking death. The crowd was scared into silence. He was the medical consultant for Tongda Pharmaceuticals, ordinary people could not compete. Zhao Detsai stared fiercely at Zhao Pingyan, coldly saying, I had a good plan, yet it was messed up by a penniless fool. If I weren't going to bid for medicinal materials at the War Department tonight, I wouldn't mind making your life a living hell. But don't be anxious, once I win the bid, I will come to take your life. Humph. After speaking, he turned to leave. With the plan failed, there was no need to stay. Stop. Zhao Pingyan calmly said, you haven't fulfilled the bet, do I allow you to leave? Whoosh. Zhao Detsai suddenly turned his head, agitatedly saying, can't bear it any longer, no need to endure, seeking death. He quickly lunged at Zhao Pingyan, his large hand striking down, bringing a fierce wind. This slap could crush a person's head. Even those around who did not understand martial arts could see it was unusual. Indeed, a disgrace. Zhao Pingyan remained expressionless, swiftly countering, taking the initiative to grasp Zhao Detsai's wrist. Zhao Detsai was shocked in his heart, is he a master? He quickly tried to pull his hand back but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge even a bit. Terror filled his heart, and fear glimmered in his eyes. Fulfill the bet. Zhao Pingyan said 4 words and quickly shot out his foot. Bang! A kick landed on Zhao Detsai's abdomen, sending him flying 5 meters. Put! Zhao Detsai spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his abdomen, growing more anxious. He looked at several bodyguards and shouted, what are you waiting for, go! Hearing this, the bodyguards rushed toward Zhao Pingyan. Zhao Pingyan did not retreat but advanced, actively meeting the bodyguards. Their strength was still below Zhao Detsai's, and in just a few seconds, Zhao Pingyan weaved through, and all the bodyguards were lying on the ground, holding their heads and screaming. Zhao Pingyan glanced sideways and found that Zhao Detsai had long vanished. This old man didn't know when he had run away. The patient was still screaming, looking more and more in pain. Hold on, hurry to decoct the medicine, quick. Wang Shouwen seemed to forget everything around him, wholeheartedly treating the patient. Unfortunately, the condition was too severe, and it involved internal organs. He could prevent further injury but could not stop the pain. Zhao Pingyan saw this and walked over, let me try. As he spoke, he picked up silver needles and inserted them into the patient's acupoints. The moment the needles were in, the patient's screams instantly vanished as if he had never felt pain. Everyone around was shocked. Wang Shouwen said in astonishment, this Mr. Zhao, is this the plum blossom 9 needles? Zhao Pingyan nodded, yes. Wang Shouwen puzzled, but I just tried, it didn't work. Zhao Pingyan smiled faintly, because you only used the plum blossom 9 needles, while I am using qi to transmit the needles. It's the same principle as Zhao Detsai's, except he can only protect for 10 minutes, while I can protect him for 3 years. Get up, go home and recuperate slowly, 3 years is enough to heal completely. Bang! Wang Shouwen without further ado, once again kneeling down, sincerely said, Mr. Zhao is the celestial doctor descending to the world, you shall be my teacher, I will bow 3 times to you. Chapter 81, Mutual Confrontation. As Wang Shouwen bowed for the second time, Zhao Pingyan rushed out, feeling a lingering fear. This old guy is too scary, always wanting to be a disciple. Looks like I need to see him less in the future. Zhao Pingyan originally planned to return to Yunding Tiangong to make her an afternoon tea, hoping to warm her heart. Even if she could be like the previous Yi Yaoling, that would be fine too. Strangely enough, Yi Yaoqing seemed to have changed into a different person. She is good now, and she was also good before. Each has its own charm. But halfway there, he received a call from Zhang Shuang. Zhao Pingyan, you are the head of the group, do you still have the company in your eyes? Not showing up for a day, do you know what a huge loss this causes to the company, you? Why haven't you jumped into a grave yet? Zhao Pingyan interrupted, realizing that this woman is truly hard to deal with, always opposing him. Zhang Shuang. She was about to explode, feeling an impulse to immediately push him into the grave. Unable to understand why the young lady would like him, even willing to give up her whole life for him. Taking a deep breath, Ms. Zhang, I still want to wholeheartedly serve you, I can't die. By the way, Parcel 140 has already started construction, you need to go and provide guidance immediately. You wouldn't want to disappoint the young lady, would you? That's it. After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone directly, the corner of her mouth curved up, mumbling, the young lady has already obtained samples from Qianhong Pharmaceutical, tonight she will also get the drug supply contract from the War Department, so there's no need to go back. But, you two absolutely cannot be together. Hurry up, there's a surprise waiting for you, hee hee. Parcel 140. Construction was in full swing, with hundreds of workers working hard. On the construction site, Qi Tianjiao wore work clothes, a white hard hat on her head, holding a supply list and checking materials one by one. This is Qi's largest order, there must be no mistakes, so she came personally. And beside her stood a young man in a high-end suit, looking dashing and extraordinary. The watch on his hand is worth 3 million. He held a large bouquet of roses in his hands. He bitterly smiled, Tianjiao, we meet again, can't you give me one more chance? Right behind him stood 8 suited bodyguards, cautiously guarding the surroundings. Qi Tianjiao seemed not to hear, continuing to check materials. The young man smiled and said, I know you are a career-oriented strong woman, unwilling to waste any of your time for me. But I, Duan Liming, have no other ability but to make the whole world stop and wait for you. After speaking, he glanced at the bodyguards behind him. The bodyguards understood and immediately stood up on the steel frame, picked up the loudspeaker, and shouted, everyone on the construction site, listen up, work stops from now on, and everyone will be compensated for 3 days' wages, to be paid by young Master Duan. Chaotic sounds arose upon hearing the announcement. All the workers stopped working, excited in their eyes. Who wouldn't want to get paid for not working for 3 days? Qi Tianjiao finally felt a stir within her, and said unhappily, Duan Liming, what are you trying to do? Do you know this will delay the progress of the project? I'm telling you again, it's impossible between us, I already have a boyfriend. The two were college classmates, and for 4 years, Duan Liming had constantly pursued her. On the day of graduation, she was about to agree to him, but that night, she discovered him coming out of a hotel with another girl. Duan Liming smiled, for you, no matter how big the loss, I can afford it, it's just small money. Tianjiao, actually before I came here, I had already done my homework. All these years you have been single, but I'm still willing to believe you. Now, if you can just call your boyfriend out, I will back off voluntarily. Qi Tianjiao was furious. Once upon a time, she was also a girl who believed in love. It was because of Duan Liming that all her fantasies were shattered, believing that men are no good. In the whole world, the one she hates the most is him. No. Now it's Zhao Ping'an. Qi Tianjiao was just about to find other excuses to brush him off when suddenly she saw someone walking into the construction site, fury burning in her eyes, fists clenched. With great effort, her nails were about to dig into the flesh. This person was none other than Zhao Ping'an. Duan Liming noticed her gaze and looked over, seeing Zhao Ping'an dressed in plain clothes, and asked, do you two have a grudge? No problem, I'll make him kneel in front of you and sing conquered. As he spoke, he raised his hand, ready to have the bodyguards handle it. No need. Qi Tianjiao suddenly spoke coldly, he is my boyfriend. Even if I hate him, it's an internal conflict, it has nothing to do with an outsider like you. Although she hated Zhao Ping'an the most, they did have a substantial relationship. Using him as a shield was not a bad idea. She walked towards Zhao Ping'an, directly linking her arm with his, and said, you still know to come see me? Just because we are in a cold war, someone is trying to take advantage, you deal with it. Zhao Ping'an was pondering why the construction site had stopped work when suddenly she linked arms with him, feeling a bit dazed. Why was this woman everywhere, and has she taken the wrong medicine today? Duan Liming's face turned ugly, but he quickly regained his composure, walked over slowly, and didn't even look at Zhao Ping'an. He smiled and said, Tianjiao, I know you are trying to provoke me on purpose, but I am also very angry. If you found a somewhat decent actor, that would be fine, but finding someone like him, you are degrading yourself. Qi Tianjiao immediately said, Zhao Ping'an, he is insulting you. He insults you as trash, in his words and demeanor, he looks down on you, doesn't regard you at all. Zhao Ping'an. It was clear that Qi Tianjiao was using him as a shield. However, ever since the incident at Weihu Mountain Villa, he felt pretty good about her, helping her was not out of the question. He stated lightly, friend, mind your language. If you talk too harshly, you might lose your teeth. He. Duan Liming sneered contemptuously, sizing up Zhao Ping'an from top to bottom, and said playfully, trash, do you know who I am? Don't care to know, trash. Zhao Ping'an replied. Then let me tell you, I am, do you insult me? Duan Liming started but finally reacted, his eyes wide with anger. PFF. Qi Tianjiao laughed out loud, realizing that Zhao Ping'an not only choked him but also others, sometimes he wasn't so bad. Duan Liming saw Qi Tianzhou actually laughed, his face became even uglier, and he said gloomily, I give you a chance, now, immediately, get out of here, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Ping'an felt a bit of a headache. Where did this idiot come from? He mimicked his tone, I also give you a chance, now, immediately, get out of here, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You. Duan Liming squinted his eyes, kid, you are very arrogant, but did you notice how unusually quiet it is here? That's because my word stopped hundreds of people, can you understand my strength? Taking action is what lowly people do, capable people value defeating an enemy without a fight. Zhao Ping'an suddenly realized, just now he was curious why the work had stopped, he looked at the foreman and said, start work. Hearing this, the foreman quickly directed the workers to start working. You can't abandon work for 3 days' wages. Zhao Ping'an looked back at him and said, you say one word to stop work, while I only say 2 words to start work, can you understand my strength? Duan Liming was stunned, then angrily shouted, I am the prince of Tongda Pharmaceutical. Zhao Ping'an blurted out, I am your father. PFF. Qi Tianzhou laughed again, suddenly feeling that he truly liked her, perhaps that night was uncontrollable? Chapter 82, Take Advantage While I'm Drunk. Duan Liming saw Qi Tianzhou was laughed at again, and he became furious. He knew Qi Tianzhou very well. If she didn't like a man, she would always have a disdainful face. Only towards the men she liked would she often show a smile. Could it be that they really had a story? Thinking of this, Duan Liming's eyes bulged with rage. You dare to insult me, do you know the consequences of insulting me? As soon as he finished speaking, 8 bodyguards quickly surrounded Zhao Ping'an. Qi Tianzhou saw this and quickly stopped laughing, frowning, Duan Liming, what are you doing? This is not Huangfeng City, don't act recklessly. She knew Zhao Ping'an could fight well, but these were 8 people, and he might not be able to defeat them. But after saying this, Qi Tianzhou regretted it. How could she worry about Zhao Ping'an? Duan Liming angrily said, what if it's Huangfeng City? I will move against him, anytime and anywhere. As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Ping'an with contempt, there are not many people in this world who can make me angry, and you are one of them. The consequences of making me angry are very serious. Now, get down on your knees and apologize. Otherwise, I will make you crawl on your knees from under my legs in front of Qi Tianzhou. Dare to resist? Let the bodyguards beat him until he can't find his teeth. If he doesn't resist, he will lose all face. No matter what he does, he wins. Zhao Ping'an was extremely speechless. Are the rich kids all this arrogant? He glanced at the bodyguards around him, using numbers to bully the few, trying to scare me? Duan Liming raised his chin and scoffed, yes, that's exactly it. What can you do? Strength is the most fair thing in this world, as long as you have strength, you can do whatever you want. I was wrong. Zhao Ping'an blurted out. Upon hearing this, Qi Tianzhou was stunned. He had never apologized to himself, yet he was apologizing to Duan Liming? Duan Liming smiled faintly, it seems he is just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Once he kneels before me, Qi Tianzhou will no longer like him, right? Zhao Ping'an continued, I originally thought you were just arrogant, but I didn't expect your brains to be useless as well. From the start, you have been mistaken, silly dog. Did you forget I can make them work? Duan Liming had an uneasy feeling, what do you mean? It was not forgetting, he just had never looked up to Zhao Ping'an from the first moment he saw him. Zhao Ping'an casually snapped his fingers. Suddenly, hundreds of workers came rushing over, holding various tools, surrounding the area tightly. It looked like as long as Zhao Ping'an gave the order, they would turn Duan Liming into part of the construction site. Still trying to use numbers to bully the few? I also want to use numbers to bully the few, shall we give it a try? Duan Liming. Sweat the size of soybeans was dripping from his forehead, his face turning deathly white. The 8 bodyguards were trembling in fear, no matter how strong they were, they could not fight off hundreds of people. Duan Liming gritted his teeth and said, don't do anything reckless. I tell you, I came to Tianhai City to sign a medicine supply contract with the War Department, I am a partner of the War Department. If you touch a single hair on me, the War Department won't spare you. This was bragging, in fact, he had just come to compete. Zhao Ping'an shook his head, based on your intelligence, I can easily infer the quality of the medicines from your family. Go back obediently, don't embarrass yourself. I'm a person who likes to return kindness with kindness. Kneel down and knock your head 3 times to leave, otherwise, you'll have to crawl from under my legs. He didn't want to waste time talking with him, dark would fall soon, and he still wanted to watch a show. You? Duan Liming was so angry he was almost spitting blood. This guy truly had no idea how serious it was, his clothes together barely exceeded 1,000 in value, yet he thought he could command the workers and oppose him. If he was in Huangfeng City, he would have been crying for help. He sneered, all right, very good. Do you dare to let me make a phone call? As long as you dare, don't say kneeling and knocking 3 times, even 100 times is fine. Dare? He absolutely couldn't kneel, it would be too embarrassing if it got out. The only way was to call for help. Everyone thought that coming to Tianhai, he only had bodyguards by his side, but they were wrong. The real expert was his family medical advisor, Zhao Shini, who could save him from peril. Call for help? Zhao Pingyan laughed. Are you going to call Zhao Detsai? His family was Tongda Pharmaceuticals, and Zhao Detsai was also from there. It must be him he was referring to. Duan Liming paused and sneered. You know Zhao Shini? Since you've heard his name, you should obediently apologize. Who has time for so much nonsense? Zhao Pingyan interrupted. Let him come, I'm waiting. He had let him escape just now and originally planned to deal with it tonight. Now it would be even better to take care of it. Arrogant. Duan Liming angrily picked up the phone and dialed Zhao Detsai. Zhao Shini, I am surrounded by someone at plot 140, come here. Zhao Detsai weakly responded, young master, I can't come right now. I just had a friendly spar with someone, I'm just a little hurt, feeling weak. It was not just a small injury, several of his ribs were broken, and he felt pain even while walking. Duan Liming immediately became anxious. If he didn't come, how would he leave? In a rush, he said, Dr. Zhao, I called you here not just for myself. A small man has heard of your name and specifically requested you to come, so arrogant. Who? Zhao Detsai asked. Zhao Pingyan. Duan Liming blurted out. Gah! Zhao Detsai was stunned. Was Zhao Pingyan doing this on purpose? Did he deliberately find the young master to send him? He absolutely could not go, going meant risking his life. Clenching his teeth, he said, I was beaten by him. If I'm not mistaken, he is intentionally provoking me, and he wants to hit me. Young master, we can't fall for this. He did not want to tell the truth, but there were a few bodyguards who were also beaten, and he would find out sooner or later. Gah! Duan Liming was also stunned. This guy actually heard Dr. Zhao? But the issue now is not about falling for it. If you don't fall for it, how would I leave? His eyes darted to Qi Tianjiao, forcing out a smile that was more painful than crying. Tianjiao, we have been classmates for 4 years. Can you ask your boyfriend to show some mercy? I wish you 2 happiness. Zhao Pingyan felt a headache coming on. He really knew how to read the situation. Qi Tianjiao thought for a moment and said, let's go. Don't bother me anymore, otherwise, Zhao Pingyan will hit you every time he sees you. Alright. Duan Liming left in defeat. Zhao Pingyan was just helping and had no plans otherwise. Since she wanted him to leave, he would leave. He pulled his hand back, finishing the act, and had no reason to let her hold him anymore. Then he asked, why are you here, still wearing a hard hat? Did you come to work? The specific matters were all taken care of by Zhang Shuang, so he really didn't know. Qi Tianjiao saw his move, and her expression quickly darkened. How can you pretend? Don't you have any idea why I'm here? With a dark face, she said, Zhao, don't play dumb with me. Although I got the contract, I reserve the right to sue you. Especially with how you're pretending not to know, it disgusts me. After saying that, she turned and left. Zhao Pingyan was completely baffled. How could she turn against him so quickly? She just helped her solve a problem and then started cursing. Was she ungrateful? Angrily, he shouted, stop. Do you know what gratitude means? Swish. Qi Tianjiao suddenly turned around, her eyes filled with tears, unable to hold back her grievances. What do you want me to be grateful for? Grateful you gave me the contract? Or grateful you took advantage of me when I was drunk and... Chapter 83, Dialectics. When she said take advantage of me, she suddenly stopped. Because the following words were too difficult to say, she couldn't bring herself to say them. Zhao Pingyan was even more confused and replied unhappily, the contract I gave you? I took advantage of you when you were drunk. Let's be clear, who gave you the contract? Who took advantage of you? What did I do? She only said half of it, making people very uncomfortable. Qi Tianjiao, seeing him still asking, became furious and roared, you despicable, vile, shameless, and lowly person. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. One day, I will take revenge. I will never let you go. Bah, bastard. After saying that, she quickly turned and left, walking while shedding tears, recalling the scene from that morning when her clothes had been thrown everywhere, some even torn apart. Only a cold, signed contract remained. If he had just boldly admitted it, it would have been fine. Why was he still pretending? How shameless can one be? Damn! Zhao Pingyan cursed angrily, faintly feeling that she had something else to say, but the barrage of insults confused him, and he didn't think too much about it. He took a deep breath. The master is right, only women and villains are hard to handle. That's not right, Yao Qing is pretty good. And there are still 6 marriage certificates, I need to return them quickly, I don't even know what other weird ones are left. Zhao Ping'an shook his head and stopped thinking too much. The priority now was to get the contract tonight. When he returned to Yunding Tiangong, Yi Yaoqing had already prepared a table of meals. Zhao Ping'an felt some regret. He shouldn't have gone to the construction site. Not only did he get a bellyful of anger, but he also delayed making dinner for Yaoqing. After having dinner, the two of them went to Tianhai Hotel together. Tonight, the bidding for medicine in the War Department is here. At this moment, the banquet hall is already bustling, not only with the pharmaceutical merchants participating in the bidding, but also with many celebrities from Tianhai who have been invited to witness. To ensure fairness, justice, and openness. Miss Yi, you look even better. Mr. Zhao, please take care of me more in the future. Mr. Zhao looks energetic and full of spirit. I have a feeling that Mr. Zhao will definitely secure the order tonight. When people saw Yi Yaoqing and Zhao Ping'an enter, they all came over to flatter them. These people are very practical. Seeing that Zhao Ping'an could kill at a wedding and still be unharmed, they all recognize Yi Yaoqing's influence and quickly flock closer. Yi Yaoqing is very kind, smiling and nodding while chatting with them. Zhao Ping'an, however, is not in such a good mood and is too lazy to deal with them. He scanned the crowd and didn't see Zhou Taishan and Su Baoshi, nor the foolish Duan Liming he met in the afternoon. They haven't arrived yet. Just then, two people walked over. Ouyang Hai, dressed in a suit, clasped his hands together and said, Miss Yi, Mr. Zhao, after waiting long for both of you, I feel guilty for not properly thanking you for that day. Beside him stood Ouyang Qian, dressed in a formal gown, an ice-cold beauty, particularly eye-catching. Her complexion has recovered, but her wrist bears a scar. Ouyang Qian smiled and said, Mr. Ouyang doesn't need to thank me, all the credit goes to Zhao Ping'an. If you want to thank someone, just thank him. The reason she said this is to help Zhao Ping'an build connections. Although Ouyang Hai was wrong before, he is after all the richest man in Tianhai, and having the richest man in Tianhai feel guilty towards Zhao Ping'an brings great benefits. Seeing Ouyang Qian still smiling at him, the people around were surprised. Weren't they enemies? Have they reconciled? Ouyang Hai smiled and said, It can't be said like that. Miss Yi has made great contributions, but we really need to thank Mr. Zhao. He looked at Ouyang Qian. Chen, express your thanks to Mr. Zhao. He was sure that the Yi family would never accept Zhao Ping'an, so he wanted to pave the way for his daughter in advance, easing their relationship. As long as Zhao Ping'an could become a son-in-law, the Ouyang family would be safe for 100 years. Ouyang Qian still had a cold expression. She looked at Zhao Ping'an and said, Forget it. Zhao Ping'an interrupted, having a shadow over women. No need to thank, our relationship is purely an exchange of interests. Just be ready with the money. Let me remind you once, my patience is quite limited. Previously, it's fine if you acted without righteousness, but this time, if you dare to breach trust again, I don't mind reenacting the wedding incident at the Ouyang family. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings fell silent. The wedding incident? Does he want to kill? Ouyang Hai's smile instantly froze, feeling a chill, his heart racing uncontrollably. Ouyang Qian bit her lip, displeased. Why does he always act so arrogant? Can't he speak properly? Coldly she said, Mr. Zhao, be careful of speaking recklessly. Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow and sneered, ungrateful. You, Ouyang Qian was so angry she almost spat blood. Who was he talking about? Ping'an. Yi Yaoqing saw the situation was bad and hurriedly tugged at Zhao Ping'an's sleeve, reminding him, less words. With so many people around, it's not good to appear aggressive. Zhao Ping'an looked at Yi Yaoqing, stopped talking, and slowly walked to the side. Yi Yaoqing forced a smile and said, Mr. Ouyang, Shen, Ping'an was just joking, don't take it to heart. We'll excuse ourselves first. After saying that, she walked towards Zhao Ping'an. Ouyang Hai stood in embarrassment, watching the backs of the two. Ouyang Qian was also watching, her face growing colder, her heart was mixed. He clearly saved her several times, yet always acted indifferent. One day she would tear off his mask, dead scumbag. Flattering so hard you hit a donkey's hoof, that kick hurts so much, my face is all swollen. Around them, mocking voices rang out. Mr. Zhao is so true to himself, I admire him. If he looks down on you, he just looks down on you. Not giving any face, regardless of whether you have money, completely indifferent. Some people just bring trouble upon themselves. Clearly, there was a marriage agreement in place, yet they looked down on the person and cancelled the engagement. It was Miss Yi who saw the gold-trimmed jade at a glance. Some people must be regretting it deeply. I say, they deserve it. Ha ha ha. The loud laughter echoed. Ouyang Hai felt a burning heat on his face, fully aware that they were mocking him. Ouyang Qian could not help but say, you all shut up. How our family is, it's none of your business. Indeed, it's none of your business, it's about Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao still needs to shape the wedding scene. Hopefully, you can sleep peacefully tonight, huh? If you regret it, just say it out loud. Don't hold it in. Ouyang Qian wanted to say more. But she was pulled back by Ouyang Hai, who said in a deep voice, Shen, let's go over there. Dad. Ouyang Qian was furious. Why do they get to say anything about us? We made a mistake back then, but Zhao Ping'an made mistakes too. The prison gave him a chance to change. Why should we be scolded for our mistakes? Ouyang Hai said seriously, Xian Shen, you need to learn to look at problems dialectically. Their scolding is a good thing. It shows everyone recognizes Zhao Ping'an's ability. Xian Shen, you and Zhao Ping'an had a marriage agreement. The marriage certificate is still in our hands. We haven't torn it up. Ouyang Qian was taken aback. What did her father mean? Before Ouyang Hai could continue, the big door of the banquet hall opened, and two people walked in. Duan Liming walked at the front, hands clasped in a salute, loudly declaring, I am Duan Liming, the heir of Tongda Pharmaceutical in Huangfeng City, representing Tongda Pharmaceutical to bid for the drug supply. Having just come to this precious land, I hope everyone will take care of me. Chapter 84, Dead Silence. His voice was loud enough for the entire banquet hall to hear. Suddenly, everyone looked over. Young Master Duan? You're also here to participate in the bidding? Young Master Duan, long time no see. The last time I saw you, you were still in school. Mr. Duan, how have you been recently? Are you doing well? Since Huangfeng City is adjacent to Tianhai City, many in the business community knew each other, and many clasped their fists in greeting. Duan Liming was very satisfied with their attitude. In fact, he had intentionally raised his voice upon entering. On the one hand, Huangfeng City's economy was a bit more developed than Tianhai City's, and he felt proud coming to Tianhai City. On the other hand, it was a way to introduce himself, making those small businesses back off. Duan Liming smiled and replied, my father is in great health, however, I have joined the group and am gradually taking over the group's business, so I'm here to participate in the bidding. Several people flattered him. Young Master Duan is truly accomplished at such a young age, taking over the family business, unlike my family's spendthrift, who only knows how to eat, drink, and play. Young Master Duan will raise the flag of Tongda Pharmaceutical and lead the group steadily forward. It's indeed a cause for celebration. Mr. Duan, with a son like you, there's no worry about having no successor. Duan Liming felt even more comfortable. This was the proper treatment for coming to Tianhai. Encountering that construction worker Zhao Ping'an in the afternoon was purely an accident. After all, Tongda Pharmaceutical at home is a bit stronger than the largest Qianhong Pharmaceutical in Tianhai, so what qualifications did he have to shout in front of him? Suddenly, he had a bright idea. He said with some meaning, everyone, please stop praising me, there are many outstanding young talents in Tianhai. I've heard there's someone called Zhao Ping'an, I wonder if you've all heard of him. A hero doesn't let an opportunity slip away, but that doesn't mean he doesn't seek revenge. He was busy with the bidding at night and hadn't had a chance to investigate Zhao Ping'an's identity, so he decided to gather information from their mouths here. If everyone knows him, he will let these people at the scene deal with him. He wanted him to learn the cost of offending himself. Zhao Ping'an? Upon hearing this name, everyone was startled. Soon someone said, I know him, he is indeed a talented young person in Tianhai. Although he hasn't been in the industry long, his strength is evident for all to see, earning our admiration. That's not false. After witnessing Mr. Zhao's capabilities, my admiration feels as endless as the flowing river. I suddenly feel like half of my life was wasted. Mr. Zhao is like a star from the sky, a true phoenix among men. They all knew Zhao Ping'an was present, so they took the opportunity to continue flattering him. Zhao Ping'an felt speechless. Their compliments were even more awkward than those from the guys in prison. He would rather send them all to prison to compare with those people. A group of sycophants. Ouyang Qian said coldly, utterly disdainful. Duan Liming's face turned ugly. What they were saying was completely different from what he wanted to hear. Could this guy really have a background? He cautiously asked, what does his father do? No father. What about his mother? No mother. He started from scratch and built his own business? Sort of. No one felt comfortable admitting he worked for Miss Yi, so they could only brush it off. Duan Liming felt reassured. A person with no father, no mother, and a lowly background couldn't possibly compare to him. After all, Tongda Pharmaceutical had an impressive history, built up over 70 to 80 years by his grandfather's generation. With a cold snort, filled with contempt, he said, I see you all have never seen a true phoenix among men. So let me directly ask you all, how does he compare to me? Everyone fell silent. They didn't know how to answer. Duan Liming mocked again, let me rephrase that, if we were to fight, who do you think would win? Hearing this, everyone finally sensed something was off and turned to look in Zhao Ping'an's direction. Duan Liming looked over too and was terrified to see a pair of eyes looking at him with a half-smile. He was scared to the point that every hair on his body felt like it was standing on end. How was he here? Wasn't today the drug bidding conference? What did it have to do with him? Beside him, Zhao Dicai felt even more afraid and instinctively moved back a little, on guard. This truly was a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. How could they encounter him everywhere? Seeing everyone looking over, Zhao Ping'an slowly walked over and said, you want to fight me? How do you want to fight? When do you want to fight? Why not do it right now? Duan Liming felt very nervous, but thinking of all the people around, he regained some confidence and sneered, I never expected to meet you here, Zhao Ping'an. I admit you are quite skilled, but in this world, being skilled doesn't mean you are invincible, one must understand power. You see, when I appear, how many people are gathered around me? Connections are power. Zhao Ping'an smiled faintly, where are the people around you? As his words fell, there was a rustle. The people around all stepped back at the same time. In the blink of an eye, a space of 5 meters was cleared. Duan Liming's scalp tingled. What the hell was going on? Didn't he not have a background? But with so many people watching, he absolutely couldn't back down. How could he still face people if the news got out? He slowly turned his back, proudly saying, Are you really going to hit me? Let me tell you, I, Duan Liming, have never been afraid since I was a child. If you have the guts, kill me, otherwise, I will make sure you won't have it easy. After saying that, he puffed up his chest, putting on a look of defiance against death. Would he dare to take action in this situation? He didn't believe it. Not to mention the famous individuals present, he should also know this was organized by Gu Qingming, the head of the War Department. So, play acting wasn't out of the question. Shoo! A voice nearby cautioned, Young Master Duan, stop talking. The heir of Qianhong Pharmaceutical, Nye Yuan, was just like you, acting tough in front of Mr. Zhao and got crushed with a single slap, his head was smashed. Duan Liming. Another person added, not just Nye Yuan, there's a guy named Tian Bo, who ranked 48th in the martial arts standings in Jianhai province, and he was also slapped to death by Mr. Zhao. His body hasn't even had a funeral yet. Duan Liming. Yet another voice chimed in, the third-ranked family in Jianhai province, young Master Zhou from the Zhou family, was also wounded for acting tough in front of Mr. Zhao, he had his limbs broken and is still in the hospital. Duan Liming felt like he was about to collapse. What kind of monster was he facing? Why had he received no information at all? If he had known, he wouldn't have said anything. Zhao Ping'an had already walked in front of him and asked, Do you want to fight now? Duan Liming felt an urge to run. Just as he didn't know what to do, the grand hall door was pushed open again. 3 people entered briskly. At the forefront was Zhou Taishan, followed closely by Su Tianlong and Su Baoshi. Seeing the 3 of them, swiftly, someone went to greet them. Master Zhou! Master Zhou! Master Zhou! If there was someone present who could stand firm against Zhao Ping'an, it would only be Master Zhou. Zhou Taishan did not look at them, his eyes locked onto Zhao Ping'an, filled with hatred, staring intently. Zhao Ping'an casually said, What are you staring at? Is your face still hurting? Do you want me to slap you again? Gah! The entire venue was dumbfounded. Zhao Ping'an wanted to hit Zhou Taishan? Was he crazy? This was one of the top figures in Jianhai province. Zhou Taishan trembled with rage, how could he say such things in public? He squinted and said, No need to be arrogant, soon, I will let you know what despair truly means. After finishing, he walked to the other side. The crowd noticed that Master Zhou's face was indeed a bit swollen, and not just him, Su Tianlong and Su Baoshi were even more swollen. Had they really fought? Chapter 85, Yield the Contract. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. It must be known that this was Zhou Taishan, the top boss in the province, how dare Zhao Ping'an hit him? Everyone exchanged glances and distanced themselves from Zhao Ping'an, no longer flattering him, realizing that Zhou Taishan would definitely not let this go, for fear of hurting themselves when taking revenge on Zhao Ping'an. I want to fight, but not now, there will be a chance, Duan Liming seized the opportunity, snorted coldly, and quickly retreated to the side. This guy was too terrifying, what if he got crushed? It was better to keep a distance. Zhao Dicai, following behind, also quickly kept his distance. Ping'an. Yi Yaoqing walked over from the side. She had long known that Zhao Ping'an had provoked Zhou Taishan and, seeing Zhou Taishan only slightly swollen, felt a hint of reassurance. However, Zhou Taishan still came here, making her have a bad premonition. The contract from Qianhong Pharmaceutical was already in her hands. What else did he want? In a situation like this, there was no need for him to attend. She quietly asked, Do you have a conflict with Duan Liming? Zhao Ping'an simply explained what happened at the construction site that afternoon, including not hiding anything about Qi Tianjiao. When one is upright, one does not fear shadows. Yi Yaoqing smiled slightly, I believe in you. She looked again at Duan Liming, then at Zhou Taishan, a trace of worry appearing in her eyes, feeling that something would change tonight. Zhao Ping'an comforted her, Don't worry, with me here, we will definitely get the contract. As they were speaking, a Commander Gu is here. A voice came from the entrance. Suddenly, everyone turned their heads. The doors of the banquet hall opened, and Gu Qingming appeared in military uniform, looking much better than when he attended Yi Yaoqing's meeting. All of this was due to Zhao Ping'an's influence. As Gu Qingming walked in, he nodded and greeted everyone. Finally, he stepped onto the stage. He smiled and said, "First, I would like to thank all the pharmaceutical companies for actively participating in the drug bidding. Your willingness to contribute to the Ministry of War is greatly appreciated, and I also thank the prominent figures in Tianhai City for coming to witness the bidding to ensure fairness in all processes. Alright, I am from the Ministry of War and do not like talking nonsense. Let's start the bidding. The criteria for selection are very simple: effectiveness. And the evaluation results will be provided by our expert, Sun Dishing, along with 2 other experts." As he finished, there was warm applause. Zhou Taishan squinted his eyes, glanced at Yi Yaoqing, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. As long as he secured the order, she would definitely not reach the billionaire level within a month. At that time, she would return to the capital. Zhao Ping'an would then be free to deal with her as he pleased. Duan Liming also looked at Zhao Ping'an, a glimmer of evil light flashing in his eyes. As long as they cooperated with the Ministry of War, it would be easy to get rid of Zhao Ping'an. And Yi Yaoqing, worry once again flickered in her eyes. "Present the medicines!" Gu Qingming shouted with energy. Clatter, clatter, clatter. All the companies competing for the contract brought their medicines forward. Yi Yaoqing personally delivered the samples. Dozens of medicines were lined up in front of the 3 experts. They carefully evaluated each one. After about 10 minutes, the medicines were gradually eliminated until only 2 types remained. The 3 experts all showed troubled expressions and turned to look at Gu Qingming. Gu Qingming's heart sank. He had made arrangements before coming, prioritizing Yi Yaoqing's medicine in the case of equal efficacy, but what did their expressions mean now? Were there still 2 types of medicine left? There were too many people watching, so he could only speak sternly. "3 experts, you can speak directly." The 3 experts nodded. Sun Dishing said, "Commander Gu, based on our evaluation of dozens of medicines, we have ultimately narrowed it down to these 2, which are Ye's hemostatic drug and Tongda Pharmaceuticals' Qi tonic drug. To speak honestly, the efficacy of these 2 drugs is equally matched. However, the price difference is significant. Tongda Pharmaceuticals' price is only 2/3 of Ye's." Gu Qingming was taken aback. Although the evaluation standard was only efficacy, one could not overlook the price. If the difference were minor, it might be acceptable, but a 1/3 difference would lead to gossip once it got out. Suddenly, whispers erupted among the crowd as everyone understood today's contract was meant for Yi Yaoqing, and no one expected a surprise twist. "With a 1/3 difference, how can we compare? I thought Miss Yi was a sure win, but she might actually lose. Tongda Pharmaceutical truly lives up to its reputation. They have the power to keep prices so low." Hearing the discussions around her, Yi Yaoqing's expression grew serious. She knew this would put Uncle Gu in a difficult position, but if she couldn't secure the contract, she'd have to return to the Empire and then no one would protect Zhao Ping'an. She quickly spoke up, "Commander Gu, the price is just an initial quote. We can still negotiate further, and Yes can adjust our price too." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingming let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she reacted quickly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to conclude today, and the plan to give the contract to Yi Yaoqing would be in jeopardy. Who would have thought trouble would arise after that? Duan Liming suddenly interjected, "Commander Gu, just as she said, the price is merely preliminary. We can negotiate further. Tongda Pharmaceutical can also make concessions. They were here for the contract. Lowering the price was acceptable as well." Yi Yaoqing looked over suddenly, her expression somewhat grim. She had calculated all the local pharmaceutical companies, and Qianhong Pharmaceutical was undoubtedly the strongest. No second guesses, yet she had not anticipated Tongda Pharmaceutical getting involved. Duan Liming noticed her gaze and smiled back, "Miss, I'm sorry, but this contract is mine to secure." After a pause, he added in a mocking tone, "You and Zhao Ping'an being together won't lead her to retaliate, right? Please don't scare me, I'm so scared. But I will stop at nothing to secure this contract." He. Zhao Dicai followed with a cold laugh. As long as he obtained the contract, what was Zhao Ping'an? Before anyone could respond, a voice suddenly shouted from the crowd. "Shut up!" It was Su Tianlong, angrily declaring, "You shameless outsider, do you know who you are talking to? Let me tell you, this lady is Yi Miss from the Yi family in the Empire." Su Baoshi taunted, "Daring to be disrespectful to Miss Yi, you must be tired of living. Do you know that Yi Miss can handle situations even when Zhao Ping'an kills someone in public? Believe it or not, with one word from Miss Yi, Zhao Ping'an could kill you, and afterward, no one would dare to pursue the matter." At this declaration, everyone present fell silent, bewildered. The Su father and son were supposed to be with Zhou Taishan, so why were they supporting Yi Yaoqing? Gu Qingming frowned. He had heard about this matter, but to have it mentioned in such a public setting, where could he put his face? What? Duan Liming was dumbfounded. He had heard people mention that Miss Yi was in Tianshui City, but he had not seen her. Who would have imagined that the person before him was her? He finally understood why Zhao Ping'an could act so recklessly. It turned out he had Miss Yi from the Empire backing him. In an instant, cold sweat poured down his back. He looked down on Zhao Ping'an. But he didn't dare to look down on Yi Yaoqing, for she was truly a golden branch, a jade leaf. Panicked, he said, "Miss Yi, I didn't mean it, I'm willing to give up the contract." Chapter 86, Then Let Me Do It. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap erupted in the air, striking above everyone's heads. Give up the contract just like that? That's too direct. Although everyone could understand, they still had to resist a little. You. Yi Yaoqing was also startled, hearing him say that. It felt like she was forcing him to do it. Zhao Pingan smiled faintly, the real show hadn't started yet. Gu Qingming's brow furrowed deeper, his face grew more and more ugly. Did he care about his own feelings? In my bidding meeting, a partner was threatened in public, how could he face others if this got out? Duan Liming quickly turned around and said directly, "Commander Gu, I'm sorry, I won't participate in this bidding. I withdraw." Gu Qingming gritted his teeth, just about to speak. "What you're doing is right." Zhou Taishan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke, stepping forward and standing with his hands behind his back, saying, "Tongda Pharmaceuticals, right? Let me tell you plainly, if you dare take this contract today, you won't be able to leave Tianhai City alive. Because, previously, Miss Yi helped Zhao Pingan settle things using family power. The condition was to reach the level of the richest person in Tianhai within a month, and the supply of medicine right now is the key. If you take it, Miss Yi will never be able to reach that goal, and she'll have to return to the imperial capital, never to come back to Tianhai. Think about it. If you take it, do you think you can live?" After saying that, he proudly glanced at Yi Yaoqing. As soon as these words were said, the entire room erupted. Everyone had thought Miss Yi had casually handled it, but they never expected she had paid such a huge price. And there was an important piece of information: if Miss Yi didn't get this contract, she would have to leave. What would happen to Zhao Pingan then? Ouyang Hai's eyes lit up. Yi Yaoqing was leaving? Didn't that mean his daughter had a chance? Ouyang Qian's face turned red, and she secretly glanced at Zhao Pingan, finally seeing him take off his mask. Yi Yaoqing gritted her teeth in anger. All of this was a secret, yet he had the audacity to speak it out loud. Everyone would respect Zhao Pingan if they didn't know she was leaving. But if they knew, what would happen to Zhao Pingan in the future? So that's how it is. Duan Liming exclaimed, "Thank you, Head Zhou, for the reminder. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I would die. Commander Gu, I confirm my withdrawal." As soon as he finished, "No." Gu Qingming immediately said, his face looking extremely ugly. If Duan Liming really withdrew, where would he put his old face? With full energy, he said, "Since you've participated, you must see it through. As for external threats, don't worry about them. I, Gu Qingming, will guarantee your safety." He said this and glared viciously at Zhao Pingan. It was all his fault that he nearly made him lose face. He turned to Yi Yaoqing and said, "Miss Yi, today, while everyone is here, you must finalize the contract. You, give your bottom price. If Ye's price is better than Tongda Pharmaceuticals, I will naturally choose Ye's. If not, then Tongda Pharmaceuticals will naturally be the partner." Zhou Taishan and the others smiled. What they had said earlier was to put everyone on the hot seat, making Gu Qingming too afraid to be biased, while also making him resent Zhao Pingan, and telling everyone that Miss Yi was leaving. It seemed that the effect was good. Yi Yaoqing also felt her face burning. With so many people watching, Duan Liming directly withdrew because he was worried about danger. Wasn't that the same as being scolded? If this got out, people would think Yi Yaoqing only played tricks in business. She took a deep breath and said, "All right, I'll contact Nye Dahai now," she said as she took out her phone. Before she could dial, "Miss Yi, no need to dial, I'm already here." Nye Dahai's voice rang out from the crowd. No one had noticed when he had arrived. Nye Dahai smiled a half-smile and said, "The contract has already been signed. There's no room for changes, and the price can't change either. Miss Yi, don't waste your breath with me." Gah! No one expected that he would dare to speak to Miss Yi in such a way, without any respect at all. Ha ha ha. The laughter of Zhou Taishan and the other two rang out. The reason they said this was to force Duan Liming to retreat in the face of difficulties, giving Yi Yaoqing false hope, and then bringing out Nye Dahai to let Yi Yaoqing fall into despair. Yi Yaoqing's face turned extremely ugly, and she steeled herself to say, "We are partners, and the contract states that the price can be negotiated based on supply and demand." Of course. Nye Dahai puffed his chest in arrogance, "But right now, I don't want to negotiate with you, Miss Yi. If you really want to negotiate, there is a way. Now, let Zhao Pingan kneel down for me, knock his head 10 times, and then knock his head 10 times for Zhou's master. Only then will I negotiate with you." Zhou Taishan and the others looked on with mockery. Everyone was watching. The situation was clear: if Zhao Pingan did not kneel, he would not get the contract. If he did kneel, it would be a disgrace. How would she choose? Yi Yaoqing was burning with anger. She had long known there was a problem with the contract and never expected he would use an ambiguous clause to threaten her. She absolutely could not let Zhao Ping'an kneel. But if he didn't kneel, how would he get the contract? What would happen in a month? Su Baoshi looked at him with disdain. Zhao Ping'an, at this critical moment, I don't know why you're still putting on an act. Don't you consider Miss Yi's feelings at all? Do you still have Miss Yi in your heart? Hurry up and kneel, this is a great opportunity for you to show yourself, huh? Su Tianlong snickered coldly, useless trash. If I were you, not to mention 10, even 100 or 1,000, I would be willing to kneel, just to get the contract. Then Miss Yi wouldn't have to leave, and you could also live off Miss Yi. Zhou Taishan squinted, everything was under control. First, let him kneel. As long as he kneels, Nie Dahai would lower the price, leading Yi Yaoqing to mistakenly believe she had secured the contract, and then throwing out the pills to complete the kill. Kneel down. Nie Dahai pointed and roared heavily. Gu Qingming also looked at Zhao Ping'an. Although he had been saved by him, this guy should know the situation. Was he still hesitating at such a time? Did he want Yi Yaoqing to return to the family and ruin her whole life? How shameless. Zhao Ping'an remained calm, lightly and indifferently saying, What are you shouting about? Is there a dog from somewhere that isn't on a leash? A man's knees are worth gold, kneeling is impossible. Not only will I not kneel today, but I will also get the contract. If you're not happy, come and bite me? As soon as these words came out, before anyone could react, bang! Duan Liming's legs went weak, and he was instantly scared to paralysis. What does it mean to say he won't kneel and will still get the contract? It's clearly a death wish. He shouted, I'm wrong, I won't compete anymore, I really won't compete anymore. Gu Commander, please give me a way out. With Miss Ye's backing, who wouldn't be afraid? Although Miss Ye couldn't get the contract, she would leave in a month, but he had to think about how to get through tonight. You! Gu Qingming was furious and shouted, What are you afraid of? Even if you don't want it, I still have to give it. Duan Liming immediately said, If you dare to give it, I dare not produce it. Gu Commander, you can't joke with the lives of the soldiers. He didn't believe that a provincial war department commander could compete with the Yi family. You! Gu Qingming was about to explode with anger. Just when everyone thought the contract was certainly going to Yi Yaoqing. Trash! Zhou Taishan suddenly spoke, stepping forward and saying, Since Tongda Pharmaceutical dares not compete, then I'll do it. Chapter 87, for the Zhou family. By now, the timing was ripe. Upon hearing Zhou Taishan's words, everyone was confused. What does it mean that he wants to compete for the contract? The dozens of pharmaceutical companies that had just sent samples did not include him, and up until now, it was only Yes and Tongda Pharmaceutical left. How could he compete? Yi Yaoqing was also surprised, frowning slightly, very puzzled. Zhao Ping'an's lips curled up slightly. Compete? Gu Qingming, looking somewhat unhappy, said, Master Zhou, what do you mean? He could see that. Zhou Taishan instructed Su Tianlong and his son to reveal the wedding details. If he didn't speak out, how could Duan Liming pull out, and how could he bear to look so embarrassed? Zhou Taishan proudly declared, It means exactly what it says. Ancient Commander, I want to compete for the medicine supply contract. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. As the third-ranking family among the 5 major families in the province, the Zhou family didn't lack money, so his intention to compete for the medicine contract was very clear. It was a direct provocation. This. Gu Qingming hesitated. According to the rules, the medicine samples should have been presented at the start of the competition, and if not, it meant giving up on competing. Now only Yi Yaoqing was left. What did he mean by coming here to stir up trouble? Yi Yaoqing bit her lip, her face heavy with concern. Although she knew this was against the rules, if she spoke out to stop Zhou Taishan, even if they secured the contract, they would still face public scorn, losing their reputation. After all, there is a difference between defeating all competitors and merely forcing them to retreat. At this moment, Zhao Ping'an lazily said, This is against the rules, we've already won without competing, and now you're just trying to cause trouble. Ancient Commander, please declare us the winners. Knowing that Zhou Taishan would not give up, he added extra seasoning to the pot, to prevent him from thinking his opponents had no resistance. He needed that thrill. However, what he didn't expect was that before Zhou Taishan could speak, Gu Qingming coldly replied, Rules are dead, but people are alive. Who gets the medicine contract is up to me. Do you have the right to interfere? You have no say here, shut your mouth. Gu Qingming took a dislike to Zhao Ping'an, who only dared to cause trouble because of the lady's backing. Without her, he would not know how many times he'd have died. Indeed, a petty person newly found his confidence and grew reckless. Su Baoshi sneered, Hurry up and shut up, don't embarrass yourself. What do you think you are to speak so arrogantly in this place? Su Tianlong also looked down on him. A stinky worker, doesn't even know his last name after a few days eating human food. Soon, you'll understand what despair really is. Others looked at Zhao Ping'an with slight ridicule. He can fight? Let's see him try to move ancient commander, who commands at least 100,000 troops, each could drown him with a spit. Zhao Ping'an shrugged, maintaining a calm expression and stopped speaking. Yi Yaoqing couldn't help but speak up, ancient commander, Ping'an's opinion is my opinion, we should follow the rules. She realized that if Zhou Taishan's medicine was competitive, she would have to leave Tianhai, who would protect Zhao Ping'an then. She would rather bear the blame than miss this contract. Gu Qingming felt a heavy sink in his heart, unable to understand how the noble Yi Yaoqing could be deceived by a powerless and insignificant petty man. The more she did this, the more he wanted to break them apart. With a stern face, he declared, according to the rules, the contract should go to Tongda Pharmaceutical. You didn't follow the rules at first, so it is reasonable for the Zhou family head to compete. Zhou family head, bring out your medicine, we can compete. As soon as this was said, Yi Yaoqing showed a troubled expression. Su Tianlong and Su Baosher looked triumphantly at Zhao Ping'an. Other people also maintained a watchful attitude, ready for the show. Zhou Taishan laughed arrogantly, ancient commander is wise, indeed, even if you didn't let me present it, I would have done so anyway, for the simple reason that my medicine is what the War Department needs most. Saying this, he took out a small box from his pocket, opened it, and inside were 3 glowing pills. He commanded, go, take this to the experts. Su Baosher quickly grabbed the pills and handed them to the experts. To ordinary people, the pills looked no different from regular medicine, but the experts recognized it at a glance. This is a Dan. Sun Dishing exclaimed in sudden shock. Really a Dan? Incredible, it's actually a Dan. The 2 other experts were stunned and already standing up in amazement. A Dan? Most people exchanged confused glances, they really didn't understand. Standing behind Duan Liming, Zhao Detsai, as a doctor, felt the weight of the moment. Naturally, Dan means something, and the face shows shock. In this day and age, is there really someone who can refine Dan? Yi Yaoqing's face is heavy. Although she doesn't understand what it means, judging by the expert's attitude, things seem serious. Zhao Ping'an remains silent, quietly watching with a smile. Zhou Taishan laughs and says, the expert is right. This is Dan, a pill that can instantly replenish energy and blood. After saying that, he frivolously glances at Yi Yaoqing and then coldly looks at Zhao Ping'an. Gu Qingming also doesn't quite understand and asks in surprise, Expert Sun, how effective is this Dan medicine? Sun Deshing, full of excitement, says, effective? How can the effects of Dan be explained? You must understand, Dan gathers the essence of the herbs together. A small Dan is dozens or even hundreds of times more effective than ordinary pills. And there will be no side effects. Well, you won't understand anyway. Knife, come. He extends his hand, and soon someone brings over a dagger. Without any hesitation, he cuts into his wrist, and for an instant, blood gushes out. Expert Sun. Gu Qingming stands up to stop him. Everyone else is startled. What is he doing? Is he committing suicide? Sun Dishing raises his hand to stop them, letting the blood flow as his face turns pale. Only then do they help him bandage it, and he picks up the Dan and swallows it. In less than a minute, his complexion visibly recovers its rosy color, as if nothing had just happened. Boom! Everyone is stunned by the scene before them. Facts speak louder than words. Everyone can see clearly that they are not blind. Miraculous medicine. This is a miraculous medicine. It can save lives. Master Zhou, are there any more? Sell me one, it's so amazing. How could there be such a miraculous medicine in the world? I've lived half my life and this is the first time I've seen it. Su Tianlong and Su Baosher laugh again and slowly look at Zhao Ping'an, already thinking about how to kill him. Zhao Ping'an remains calm, but Yi Yaoqing's face turns pale. She is shocked by the scene before her heart sinking, she knows there's no chance for the contract anymore. Trust me, the contract will definitely be ours, Zhao Ping'an reassures her with a smile. Humph. Zhou Taishan is also paying attention to them. Seeing Zhao Ping'an still so arrogant, he angrily says, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Let's see how long you can pretend. Commander Gu, hurry up and announce who got the contract. Gu Qingming is already dumbfounded, feeling blood rushing in his body. This medicine is so miraculous that it can greatly reduce the casualties on the battlefield and boost the morale of the soldiers. Such a medicine can be worth an entire local war department. Roughly, he says, is it even necessary to ask? The effects are clear for everyone to see. Now I announce that the War Department's drug supply will be provided by the Zhou family, signing a contract for 20 billion a year, with unlimited increase in special circumstances. As soon as the words fall, the sound of thunderous applause erupts in the venue. In the midst of this applause, Yi Yaoqing feels like she has been struck by lightning. Her face turns pale, and her body sways. It's over. Her mind is filled with just these 2 words. Uncle Gu has already said the contract is given to Zhou Taishan, meaning there can't be any changes. She won't get the contract, and in the future, she won't be able to protect Zhao Ping'an. What will he do later? Miss Yi. Just then, a voice comes from the side. Nye Dahai walks over, holding a contract, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Although you didn't get the War Department's drug supply contract, you did get our contract. The contract states that if either party breaches it, they must pay a breach fee of 300 million. So I want to ask you, do you prefer to pay the money directly or continue producing the medicine? The contract is indeed written this way, with provisions for both parties. Nye Dahai looks at her mockingly. Although 300 million isn't much, it clearly hurts Miss Ye's pride. You wanted to protect Zhao Ping'an, so you deserve it. Not just him, everyone is looking at her sarcastically. It's obvious to everyone that Master Zhou is targeting Yi Yaoqing, and Nye Dahai, Su Tianlong, and Su Baoshi are all lackeys. Zhou Taishan sneers and says, Nye Dahai, how are you speaking to Miss Yi? Now that Miss Yi hasn't gotten the contract. I am already very angry in my heart. What if you anger him and Zhao Ping'an kills you? A desperate rabbit will bite. You'd better stay away, it's better to just lose and pretend you didn't sign a contract. Nye Dahai continued his act, taking a deep breath and howling, that won't do. I take business very seriously. Once a contract is signed, even if you kill me, I won't back down. Miss Yi, will you continue producing medicine or just pay the money? Hurry up, give us a straight answer. Gu Qingming hesitated for a moment and didn't say much. Perhaps it would be better for the young lady to suffer a little, so she won't be deceived later. You. Yi Yaoqing trembled with anger, knowing she had fallen into their trap, but truly couldn't find a way out. Being criticized, she could only endure. Leave it to me. Zhao Ping'an spoke slowly, took her hand and smiled, you don't have to say anything. Just wait and see. This show will be spectacular. Yi Yaoqing looked into Zhao Ping'an's eyes and, for some reason, suddenly felt less angry, her whole being became calm, and she nodded heavily. In the distance, Ouyang Qian bit her lip, her hands involuntarily clenched into fists. Ouyang Hai frowned as well. Nye Dahai suddenly took a step back, making an exaggerated expression. What are you going to do? Are you going to kill me? Gu Commander, someone wants to kill at your banquet. He dares. Gu Qingming immediately interjected, Zhao Ping'an, if you dare to make a move at my meeting, don't blame me for not giving Missy face. Military law will handle it. After he finished speaking, more than a dozen armed members of the battle department walked out, ready for action. If Zhao Ping'an made even the slightest excessive movement, they would immediately control him. The people around laughed. In front of Gu Qingming, what use is his martial strength? Zhao, I'd advise you to be honest. Gu Commander can squash you like an ant, it's that simple. As a person, the most important thing is to take a good look at yourself, ha ha ha. Finally, someone is dealing with him, it feels so good. Others also mocked, you rely on others, without Missy, what are you? Think you're tough? Give it a try, Gu Commander will squash you. I knew this day would come for him, I counted on it long ago. They dared to speak because they knew once Missy left, Zhao Ping'an would be an ordinary person, capable but with no background, there was no need to be afraid. Zhao Ping'an coldly faced the scorn of the crowd, then finally looked at Gu Qingming, I am most disgusted by ungrateful people. If it weren't for me, would you have today's body? Tonight, not only will you not help me, but you also keep going against me. Truly hateful, I will make you regret it. If Gu Qingming had maintained fairness, he wouldn't have said anything. But his tone and attitude towards himself were clearly different, and Zhao Ping'an couldn't take it. Once this was said, everyone didn't delve into the meaning of his words but rather thought Zhao Ping'an was being arrogant. Shameless. How dare you threaten Gu Commander? I think you want to die. Gu Commander, shoot him on the spot. Nye Dahai was even angrier, I thought your reckless actions were shameless, but I didn't expect you to be so rampant in front of Gu Commander. Gu Commander, I suggest you hand me the gun, I will personally take him down. What a thing! How does Tianhai have such a disgraceful character? Just wait until Missy leaves, he will have his time to cry. In an instant, chaos erupted, stirring up public anger. Zhao Ping'an couldn't be bothered to respond to them and instead fixed his gaze firmly on Gu Qingming. Gu Qingming felt a bit guilty under his gaze, but soon steadied his emotions. How could he fear a small character? Angrily, he said, you dare to threaten me? Good. Let me see how you'll make me regret it. Hurry up. All right. Zhao Ping'an sneered, then looked at Zhou Taishan, lightly saying, do you think you're very pleased? You surely think you can secure the contract? Zhou Taishan's mouth twitched. This little nobody actually spoke to him like that. With a gloomy face, he replied, otherwise, what? The ancient commander has already announced that I have secured the contract, can you possibly change it? Little beggar, do you have the ability to change it? I, Zhou Taishan, never engage in petty and lowly matters. I can clearly tell you that when Miss Yi returns to the capital, it will be your day of death. From now on, your life is on a countdown. No one can save you. Hearing this, everyone became excited. The head of the Zhou family would never speak nonsense. If he said he would kill Zhao Ping'an, then he certainly meant to kill him. In the distance, Ouyang Qian frowned. Ouyang Hai looked flustered. If the head of the Zhou family wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't be able to manage it. Zhou Taishan. Yi Yaoqing suddenly spoke, excitedly saying, "If you dare to touch him, I will not rest until we settle this." Though she wanted to leave, she still needed to protect him. Zhou Taishan stepped forward, his voice booming, "Miss Yi, by yourself, how many people can you not rest until you settle with?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Tianlong immediately stepped forward, heavily saying, "My Tianlong group supports the head of the Zhou family." Nie Dehai also stood beside him, "My Qianhong Pharmaceutical supports the head of the Zhou family." Others began to step forward as well. "I, the Zhao family, support the head of the Zhou family." "I, Haida Real Estate, support the head of the Zhou family." "I, Sinai International, support the head of the Zhou family." One by one, people stood by Zhou Taishan, and in the blink of an eye, almost everyone in the room stood beside him. Ouyang Hai and Ouyang Qian gritted their teeth but did not move. "I also support the head of the Zhou family." Duan Liming turned his eyes, his enemy's enemy is his friend. As long as Zhao Ping'an died, Ji Tianzhao could easily be taken to bed. Zhao Ping'an is inherently arrogant, shameless, and without bottom line. "I, Tongda Pharmaceutical, support the head of the Zhou family." After saying this, he brought Zhao Detsai beside him to stand behind Zhou Taishan. Gu Qingming thought for a moment and said coldly, "I pretend I heard nothing and know nothing." Boom! Yi Yaoqing saw the group led by Zhou Taishan in front of her, and a sense of desolation swept over her body. Their combined power was too great, she could not protect Zhao Ping'an at all. Zhao Ping'an faced all of them, his eyes filled only with disdain. Calmly, he said, "No matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants. If I didn't want to worry Yaoqing, I could have drowned you all with a single urination. However, to make Yaoqing feel at ease, I will take my time. I can tell you. I can really change the contract." Zhao Ping'an's expression changed, and his voice boomed, "Wang Shouwen, come out." Chapter 89, All of You Get Lost. As Zhao Ping'an's voice fell, the doors of the banquet hall slowly opened, and an old man in a robe hurried into the venue. It was none other than the famous healer Wang Shouwen from Tianhai. Dr. Wang? Why is Dr. Wang here? Could it be that he was really called out? But what does it matter for Dr. Wang to come? People were surprised to see Wang Shouwen appear. After all, he was a renowned healer in Tianhai, and many people wanted to meet him, but he rarely saw anyone. How could he be summoned suddenly? Zhou Taishan and the others were shocked to see Wang Shouwen, worried that someone would find out about the prescription. So they deliberately didn't have him appear tonight. How did Zhao Ping'an call him out? However, they still had to show respect as partners. Just as they were about to go greet him, a cold laugh suddenly rang out from the crowd. Zhao Detsai sneered, "Just a useless trash, a defeated opponent of mine. If no outsider interferes, I can easily beat him in a medical contest." He thought Wang Shouwen was in cahoots with Zhao Ping'an, and since he was currently on Zhou Taishan's side, he hadn't spoken until now. This was the perfect opportunity to not only step on Wang Shouwen to build his own reputation but also remove him through Zhou Taishan's hands. Duan Liming also understood this and deliberately laughed. "Dr. Zhao, do you know him?" Zhao Detsai mysteriously nodded, "I know him. We were once fellow apprentices. Every time we compete, he falls short of me. Just this noon, he was still one step behind me." After saying this, he arrogantly turned away. People around couldn't help but look at him, their eyes filled with admiration. They never expected this old man to also be a healer. Duan Liming smiled and said, "I see, let me introduce everyone. This is the medical advisor of Tongda Pharmaceutical, Zhao Detsai, Master Zhao." As soon as he finished speaking, bang! Bang! Two slaps landed on the faces of the two people, leaving them dazed. Zhou Taishan shouted angrily, "How dare you slander Master Wang in front of me? Do you think I, Zhou, am an easy target? If you dare to say another word against Master Wang, I'll make you regret it." He could not let anyone tarnish Wang Shouwen's reputation, especially when he relied on him for the elixir. As he spoke, Zhou Taishan quickly marched forward, cupped his fists and said, "Master Wang, you've arrived." Nie Danghai and the other three glared fiercely at Duan Liming and the others, unable to believe they dared to insult the money tree, and rushed forward too. Respectfully, they said, "Master Wang." However, Wang Shouwen didn't even glance at them, leaving them standing in the cold, and walked directly to Zhao Ping'an, respectfully saying, "Mr. Zhao." Gasp! Everyone was left in shock. Everyone present tonight was intelligent, but the situation before them was incomprehensible. Zhou Taishan welcomed Wang Shouwen, but Wang Shouwen showed respect to a small, soon-to-be powerless man? Yi Yaoqing was equally puzzled. What in the world was happening? Zhao Ping'an slightly nodded and then looked at Zhou Taishan, sneering, understand now? Zhou Taishan's face turned ashen, his brow furrowed as he squinted. You secretly colluded with Master Wang for the elixir? I can only tell you, you've miscalculated. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Shouwen, threatening, Master Wang, I respect you and call you by your title. If I didn't respect you, I could easily erase you. Think carefully about to whom the elixir will go. Hearing this, everyone finally understood that the elixir came from Wang Shouwen. Nye Danghai grew anxious. If Wang Shouwen gave the elixir to Zhao Ping'an, Yi Yaoqing would stay, and how could he avenge his child? He immediately said, Wang Shouwen, wise people are aware of the times. Open your eyes and see where everyone stands. Don't step wrong and lose everything. Su Baoshi urged anxiously, Wang, we had already agreed that the elixir would go to the Zhou family head. If you dare to go back on your word, believe me, the Su family will spare no effort to get back at you, making you regret it. Wang Shouwen slowly stood up and faced them, saying, even if you grind me to dust, I will not give the elixir to you. Because the prescription for this elixir is not mine, but Mr. Zhao's. All the elixirs were personally refined by him. What? Zhou Taishan felt like he had been struck by lightning, his eyes widening as if they were about to pop out. If this elixir was truly refined by Zhao Ping'an, what was there left to compete for? Impossible, how could this small nobody refine the elixir? Absolutely impossible. Su Tianlong blurted out in denial, looking as if he had seen a monster. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The others voiced their objections as well. How could Zhao Ping'an possibly refine pills? It must be fake. Yi Yaoqing suddenly turned her head. Ouyang Hai gaped in shock. Gu Qingming's mind buzzed. In the gaze of the crowd, Zhao Ping'an remained calm, saying, a bunch of foolish dogs, if you don't believe me, you can ask someone about my medical skills. Ouyang Hai stepped forward earnestly, saying, Mr. Zhao is a divine healer reborn. On the day of my daughter's wedding, she attempted suicide and lost too much blood. It was Mr. Zhao who pulled her back from death. If Mr. Zhao wants someone, even the king of hell cannot keep them. Hearing this, everyone stood frozen. Zhao Ping'an truly could heal. Zhou Taishan and the others turned pale. They thought tonight was a setup against Zhao Ping'an, but they never expected they had unknowingly entered Zhao Ping'an's trap. Zhao Ping'an couldn't be bothered to pay them any more attention, turning instead to Gu Qingming, smiling and saying, do you remember what I said earlier, that I would make you regret it? Gu Qingming had beads of sweat the size of soybeans on his forehead, his mind a mess. But he still retorted, I remember, and I look forward to it. How could a small nobody make him regret? Zhao Ping'an said lightly, since you signed a contract with Zhou Taishan. Then go find Zhou Taishan for the medicine. Let me make it clear, my medicine, I won't sell to you. Gah! Gu Qingming's whole body suddenly tensed. Having this medicine was like gaining another battlefield. Without it, not only was it a loss of medicine, but it would also greatly hurt morale. Clenching his teeth, he said, you must sell it to me. You must understand, if Miss He cannot reach the level of a billionaire, she will have to return to the capital. Yi Yaoqing also looked at Zhao Ping'an. That's right, if he wouldn't sell to him, she would have to go back. Zhao Ping'an remained calm and said, first of all, there are other provincial battle departments in the country. I can sell to others if not to you. Secondly, good medicine will always sell. What I mean is, I won't sell to you, no matter who else I sell to. If you want it, go find Zhou Taishan, you are partners after all. After Zhao Ping'an finished, he reached out and took Yi Yaoqing's hand. Yaoqing, let's go. You. Gu Qingming and Zhou Taishan spoke at the same time, but only managed to say one word, because they had been played. But just at this moment, Zhao Ping'an suddenly stopped. Slowly turning around, he said, almost forgot, not only is the prescription mine, this Tianhai Hotel is also mine. If anyone should leave, it should be you. Now, all of you get out. Boom. In an instant, everyone in the venue saw everything turn dark, so angry they felt dizzy. This guy was too arrogant, but there was nothing they could do because the hotel indeed belonged to him. Chapter 90, Kidnapping Qi Tianzhou. Everyone was reluctant but had to leave. In just 5 minutes, the banquet hall was empty. Ouyang Hai originally wanted to stay and congratulate, but seeing Zhao Ping'an and Yi Yaoqing being so affectionate, he didn't disturb them. Was this pill really made by you? Yi Yaoqing's eyes were full of admiration. The more she interacted with Zhao Ping'an, the more she felt he was mysterious. He seemed to be capable of anything. Zhao Ping'an replied proudly, of course, making pills is just a piece of cake. There are even better ones that I haven't used yet. Yi Yaoqing's eyes shone even brighter. She asked instinctively, what else is there? Zhao Ping'an replied without thinking, there's also you. Yi Yaoqing was a little confused. 2 seconds later her face turned red, shyly looking elsewhere. Zhao Ping'an was speechless. How was she different from before? If this had been before, she would have probably said come use it, and then ignored the old guy's advice. After all, this was a hotel, with favorable conditions. Being stuck with a beautiful girl all day was really uncomfortable. Yi Yaoqing slowly walked outside, changing the topic. This hotel was bought by the working emperor Kai Chongyang, right? He mentioned a long time ago that he was optimistic about the hotel industry. Didn't expect him to begin laying out plans while in prison, really has foresight. Zhao Pingan replied dejectedly, it's nothing to do with him, I bought it myself. Yi Yaoqing laughed, whether it's yours or his, but you just chased all the guests away, it will affect the hotel's business in the future. Zhao Pingan said, it's just a broken hotel, it doesn't matter if it's closed, it's small change. To him, it didn't matter much. If he ran out of money, he could just call in jail. Each person wanted 10 million, he could easily get tens of billions. Yi Yaoqing smiled, that's true, just a broken hotel, I'll support you in the future. On the other side, Zhou Taishan and a few others arrived at another residence of Su Tianlong, which was also Zhou Taishan's current residence. Duan Liming and Zhao Detsai followed him. Zhou Taishan picked up the antique paintings in the room and smashed them violently, shouting wildly. Tonight was just too frustrating. The head of the Zhou family in the provincial capital was played by a little punk. This was an unprecedented humiliation. Su Tianlong looked at the shattered room, his heart bleeding, but he dared not speak. Zhou Taishan finally stopped, his eyes bloodshot, fiercely looking at Zhao Detsai. You are also a miracle worker. Start refining pills immediately. The effect must surpass Xiao Pingan's, or I will make you leave Tianhai City crawling. Bang! Zhao Detsai was so scared he fell to his knees, trembling, and said, Zhou family head, I can't refine pills, really can't. Refining pills is a skill of sorcerers. Few doctors possess the art of medicine. Zhou Taishan stared furiously, his eyes wide open. Can't? Just now in the banquet hall, you said with your own mouth that your medical skill surpasses Wang Shouwen, and now you tell me you can't? Zhao Detsai sweated profusely. Zhou family chief, my medical skill is indeed more powerful than Wang Shouwen, but it's not as good as Zhao Pingan's. I truly can't. Zhou Taishan was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling even angrier. Zhao Pingan was just a reformed man from prison. Could it be that they teach alchemy in prison? Turning to everyone, he yelled, you all think of a way. How can we treat Zhao Pingan? If you can't think of a way, I will make you all bear my son's suffering. Su Tianlong and the others shivered. Zhou Qianquan had his limbs broken. The four looked at each other, each hoping the other would provide an answer. Duan Liming was even more terrified. He originally thought they had a way to deal with Zhao Pingan, but unexpectedly, they had none. Not only that, but they also had to risk their lives. At that moment, Su Baoshi's eyes lit up. He spoke, Zhou family chief, I have a plan. Speak. Su Baoshi cleared his throat and continued, right now, we can't take action against Zhao Pingan mainly because Miss Yi is by his side. If we hurt him, we worry about hurting Miss Yi. But if we can lure Zhao Pingan away to another place and then find a master to ambush him, we can ensure it's foolproof. Su Tianlong immediately said, this idea is good. Zhou family chief, why do we need to wrestle back and forth with that little brat Zhao Pingan? Just find a master to eliminate him, and even if Miss Yi is dissatisfied, we've already made it a done deal. What can she do? Moreover, as long as we handle Zhao Pingan without him knowing, Miss Yi will have no evidence against us. Nye Dahai also nodded, good idea. Hearing this, Zhou Taishan's eyes became deeper. In fact, he had thought of this idea as well, but he had been worried about Yi Yaoqing's retaliation. Although he said he was not afraid, he was still anxious. Even if the Yi family didn't help Yi Yaoqing, she was still going to be married, and if she used her in-laws' power, they couldn't bear it. However, what they said was indeed good. As long as they got Zhao Pingan out of Miss Yi's sight, they could find a master to deal with him. His anger subsided somewhat. He slowly said, this method is good, but we must find a reasonable reason to make Zhao Pingan leave Yi Yaoqing and act alone. Su Baoshi grinned again, I have an idea. Zhao Pingan once had a fiancée named Qi Tianzhou. We can kidnap Qi Tianzhou to threaten Zhao Pingan and force him to rescue her. We lay an ambush beforehand, and when Zhao Pingan arrives, we will kill him. Qi Tianzhou? Duan Liming held his breath, she was his goddess. Good. Zhou Taishan hammered down and clenched his fists, you all go and kidnap Qi Tianzhou, take her to the provincial city. As long as he enters the provincial city, kill him. Moving too many masters to Tianhai would raise suspicion. If discovered, it could ruin everything. Making Zhao Pingan go to the provincial city would minimize the risk. Su Baoshi's eyes shimmered with evil light, agreeing, yes, I will go right away. Qi family's villa. Qi Tianzhou sat on the living room sofa watching financial news. Her father, Qi Duohai, walked over with his hands behind his back, murmuring, incredible, truly incredible. Zhao Pingan is indeed a dragon among men, Tianzhou, do you know? Tonight, Zhao Pingan revealed his identity as the master of the elixir, making Zhou family chief and Commander Gu lose face. Not only that, someone estimated the value of this elixir to be at least 10 billion. Now, I am increasingly looking forward to my son-in-law Zhao Ping'an. I believe he won't be lacking much. Qi Tianjiao naturally knew about this, feeling very restless. Half of it was because Zhao Ping'an had achieved success through cunning, and the other half was because her father had been rambling on for the whole night. She turned off the TV and said, "Dad, they just have the same name, there is no comparison at all. Don't overthink it, hurry up and sleep." Qi Duohai's eyes widened, and he said vigorously, "Do not underestimate yourself. Once, your grandfather left behind a last wish, saying Zhao Ping'an was a true talent among people, invaluable and extraordinary. In my opinion, he is definitely not worse than Zhao Ping'an." Qi Tianjiao sighed and said, "Alright, I also look forward to his arrival. I want to see his true colors. Now, you think it over. I need to rest." After saying this, she turned and walked upstairs, but just a few steps out, the phone rang. It was about an accident at the construction site, and her face changed drastically. "What?" "Wait for me." Qi Duohai hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "It's nothing, you should go back to sleep." "I'll go take a look." Qi Tianjiao quickly left the villa and drove her Maserati out of the yard. After driving a few kilometers, a loud crash was heard. A van crashed into the Maserati. Qi Tianjiao hadn't reacted yet. Several people jumped out of the van, forcibly dragging Qi Tianjiao out of the car. No matter how she struggled, it was of no use. They covered her mouth and nose and pulled her into the van. Inside the van, Su Baosher looked at the graceful Qi Tianjiao, licking his lips. Chapter 91, An Elder and a Younger. In the Clouds Summit Palace. Yi Yaoqing and Zhao Ping'an had just returned when Yi Yaoqing's phone rang. "Dad? Why are you still awake so late?" Yi Yaoqing answered the phone in surprise. Her father was very health-conscious and usually rested by this time. Yi Qingsan laughed heartily, "How can I sleep when I hear my daughter has good news? The person you chose has medical skills and developed pills worth at least billions. Daughter, your vision is impressive." Hearing this, Yi Yaoqing trembled, her eyes turning red. In her memory, this was the second time he had praised her, the first was when she got the 140 plot. Compared to that, this time was much longer. Choking up, she said, "Dad, you already know? I thought you were resting, and planned to tell you tomorrow." "Ha ha." Yi Qingsan laughed again, "Silly girl, good news should be shared with father at the first opportunity. Even if I was resting, I would get up. Now, your assets not only need to surpass the wealthiest in Tianhai City but also by a large margin. Those relatives in the family are silent now. Daughter, the 1-month deadline is void, I won't hold you back anymore. Come back whenever you want." His voice carried a hint of pride, as if the gloom in his heart had been lifted. Yi Yaoqing bit her lip, tears falling uncontrollably. She could finally escape the arranged marriage. "Thank you, Dad. You must have shouldered a lot of pressure for me. Don't worry, I will definitely make you proud." Yi Qingsan paused, pondering for a moment before laughing. "Alright, I believe in you. Also, your Uncle Gu has contacted me, he wants medicine. Yaoqing, I know you feel uneasy about this, but the medicine is not for your Uncle Gu, it is for the soldiers going into battle. This is for a greater good, so give it to him." Yi Yaoqing nodded firmly. "Okay, I will discuss it with Ping'an." Actually, even without his words, Yi Qingsan would have advised Zhao Ping'an not to let pride cause suffering to the soldiers. In the face of great righteousness, enduring a little grievance was acceptable. The two hung up the call. Bang! Yi Yaoqing rushed towards Zhao Ping'an without hesitation, hugging him tightly, crying out, "Ping'an, thank you. I feel so happy right now." Having lived under the shadow of an arranged marriage her whole life, the thought of marrying someone she didn't love had always filled her with despair. Now, she was finally free. Zhao Ping'an felt his body tense as he was hugged. He had keen hearing, and though he didn't want to eavesdrop, he couldn't miss any word from the phone conversation. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hands to hug her back. "You will be even happier from now on, this is just the beginning." Currently, they already had the eternal lamp, would soon acquire thunderstruck wood, and were only missing the night pearl. As long as they found the night pearl to change her destiny, her life would be completely different. "Okay." Yi Yaoqing nodded heavily and then looked up into Zhao Ping'an's eyes. Her face suddenly flushed, and in a tiny voice, she said, "Without a 1-month agreement, there's no engagement. Can be your girlfriend now." Seeing her shy expression, Zhao Ping'an felt a rush of blood to his head. He remembered what those guys in prison had said, but hearing a girl say she wanted to be his girlfriend. It represents that she is ready to dedicate everything. In other words, she can be with her. The old man said it, what he said is just hot air. Zhao Ping'an instantly threw his master's words out of his mind and tested, "Then you go take a shower first?" "Ah." Yi Yaoqing exclaimed, seeing Zhao Ping'an's eyes, she understood what he was thinking, and for a moment, she felt her heart racing. Was this too fast? She was still. But seeing Zhao Ping'an's eager gaze, she couldn't bear to refuse and gritted her teeth. You come up in 10 minutes. After saying this, she hurriedly turned around and ran quickly upstairs. Guliolu. Zhao Ping'an coughed dryly and swallowed, never expecting that happiness would come so suddenly. The old man threw me in jail for 3 years and didn't come back. If I do something, you won't blame me, right? We're even. Zhao Ping'an murmured in his heart as the sound of flowing water came to his ears, making him feel even more uncomfortable, unsure of what to do. At that moment, his phone rang. What is it? Zhao Ping'an immediately answered the phone, mainly to distract himself. Your fiancée, Qi Tianjiao, is in my hands. If you don't want her to be in pieces, come to Longcheng in the provincial capital. Do not tell Miss Yi. If Miss Yi finds out, I guarantee I will make Qi Tianjiao wish she were dead. On the other end, Zhou Taishan's voice sounded oddly processed, very uncomfortable. Zhao Ping'an glanced at the number. It was an unfamiliar number. He casually said, Silly dog, did you not investigate clearly before kidnapping? Our engagement has been annulled, and we have no relationship anymore. Do as you wish. By the way, I don't like her either. Give her a couple of slaps for me. Using Qi Tianjiao to threaten him was simply laughable. In this world, the only two people who could threaten him were his master and Yi Yaoqing. You. Zhou Taishan was so angry he nearly spat blood, shouting, I'm not joking with you. If you don't come, she will really die. I'm not joking either. Before you kill her, slap her for me. Thank you. Zhao Ping'an finished and quickly hung up the phone. He didn't want to waste any more words on such a fool who couldn't even understand a simple kidnapping. Zhou Taishan. He turned and slapped Su Tianlong, waist. Su Tianlong was dazed by the slap and weakly said, Master Zhou, I think it might be that there isn't enough stimulation. What if I let my son shoot a video with her and send it to Zhao Ping'an? Good. Zhao Ping'an didn't think much. He had a good impression of Qi Tianjiao before, but after today at the construction site, he was only angry and completely regarded her as a passerby, not needing to care about a passerby's life or death. When he heard the sound of running water upstairs stop, it was probably time to use the shower gel. It's coming soon. Zhao Ping'an was so anxious he couldn't stay still. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Zhao Ping'an opened the door, and outside was Duan Liming. What are you doing here? Mr. Zhao, please save Tianjiao. Duan Liming said anxiously, if you don't go save her, she will surely be in grave danger. I've sent people from my house, but it may be too late. Zhao Ping'an frowned and asked, is Zhou Taishan the one who kidnapped her? He hadn't thought about it before, but now he did when he saw him. 1. He wanted him to go to the provincial capital. 2. Zhao Detsai beside him was no weakling, so if Zhou's family was the mastermind, they wouldn't dare to rescue her. Duan Liming was taken aback, gritting his teeth and said, yes, Qi Tianjiao is currently in a suburban courtyard. Suburban? Upon hearing the location, Zhao Ping'an nodded. If Qi Tianjiao was kidnapped, it had nothing to do with him, but if Zhou Taishan was behind it, it was likely because of him. He took out his phone and sent a message to Yi Yaoqing. Quickly leaving the house. Just 5 minutes after he left Yunding Tiangong. 2 people walked up from the mountains. One old and one young. One behind and one in front. Stop. The bodyguards hiding at Yunding Tiangong blocked the path of the two and warned, Yunding Tiangong is private property, outsiders are prohibited from approaching. Please turn back. Previously, with Zhao Ping'an at the villa, no one needed to worry about anyone getting close. Walking in front, a young man dressed in a white suit and wearing a white hat sneered, kill them. The old man heard the words and said not a single word. Like a ghost, he rushed towards several bodyguards. Under his hands, the bodyguards had no power to resist, and in just a few seconds, they fell to the ground, breathless. The two continued to walk toward the Cloud Peak Palace. Chapter 92, Rescue. They stopped in front of the Cloud Peak Palace. The young man slowly raised his head, looking at the curtains drawn in the window on the second floor. She must feel very happy now, right? Feeling like she can fight against fate, feeling that she is invincible. It sounded like he was laughing, but his voice carried a deep sarcasm. The old man bent over and stood behind him, motionless, like a corpse, and said nothing. The young man smiled wickedly, since she feels happy, let her die in happiness. Kill her. Upon hearing this, the old man finally trembled, heavily saying, young master, killing her may cost us our lives. She is, after all, the young lady. The young man replied, a useless person who has no value to the family, her death is not a pity. Moreover, her death has nothing to do with us, it's Zhou Taishan out of anger who killed her. The old man frowned and said, young master, shouldn't we think this over? She? Whom? The young man snorted through his nose. The old man instantly swallowed his words, responding, young master, please wait. Saying this, he walked straight into the villa. On the second floor. Yi Yaoqing had just finished bathing and didn't see her phone. Sitting in her bedroom, she felt too ashamed to wear pajamas, so she changed into a long dress and also turned off the lights. Hearing footsteps outside, she suddenly turned around and didn't dare to make eye contact. Creak. The door opened. Footsteps approached little by little. Yi Yaoqing's heart leaped to her throat. She struggled to say, "Ping'an, isn't this too fast? I'm not ready yet." The old man stood behind her, coldly saying, "I'll send you off to the next world, quickly." That was not Zhao Ping'an's voice. Yi Yaoqing was horrified, and she suddenly turned around, terrified, saying, "Who are you?" The old man did not reply, stretching out his hands to grab Yi Yaoqing's face and twisting hard. Crack! Her neck was broken. Yi Yaoqing's eyes widened, slowly falling down. The old man was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he walked to Yi Yaoqing's side, touched her pulse, and confirmed there was none before leaving, walking out to report. "Young master, it's over." The young man curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. "Yi Yaoqing is dead, Zhou Taishan will also die, the family will be thrown into chaos, ha." Laughing, he turned and walked down the mountain. At the same time as they descended the mountain. In the bedroom. Crash. A clear sound rang out, and the jade pendant Zhao Ping'an had given to Yi Yaoqing shattered. In a farmhouse on the outskirts, lights were bright. Inside the house, Qi Tianjia was tightly bound to a chair, a towel stuffed in her mouth. Her eyes were terrified, her body struggling violently, but no matter how hard she tried, the chair wouldn't budge. Because the chair was welded to the ground. Su Baosher was adjusting the equipment in front of her, finally finishing the setup. Looking at Qi Tianjiao, he teased, "Miss Qi, what have you been shouting about? Are you too eager? Don't worry, Brother Su is coming to comfort you." Qi Tianjiao wanted to speak, but all the sounds turned into muffled cries. At this moment, she even wanted to die. Su Baosher turned to look at the camera, waving his hand. "Hey, Zhao Ping'an, I'm Su Baosher. I really didn't expect we would meet this way. Given what you've done to me lately, I plan to take all forms of punishment and retaliate against your fiancé. Next, don't blink." He looked at Qi Tianjiao and walked toward her step by step. As Qi Tianjiao saw him come closer, her eyes widened further, her struggles intensified, and the fear in her eyes turned into pleading. Whoosh! Su Baosher raised his hand and pulled out the towel from her mouth. "Su Gongzi, don't touch me. I'll give you whatever you want, please don't touch me, I beg you." Qi Tianjiao hurriedly pleaded, forgetting about breathing. Smack! Su Baosher showed no mercy and slapped her. With a sneer, he said, "I only want you. Zhao Ping'an, do you see this? I'm hitting your fiancé. And she was begging for mercy from me." He felt an immense sense of satisfaction inside. Since Zhao Ping'an appeared in Tianhai City, he had been frustrated. First, his plan against Ouyang Qian was disrupted, then at the racetrack, one thing after another, nothing had gone smoothly for him. I beg you, I beg you." Qi Tianjiao cried, tears streaming down her face, "Mr. Su, your family is the nouveau riche of Tianhai, you can have any woman you want, just don't touch me, okay? I can give you money, how about 100 million? Besides pleading, she didn't know what else to do. Smack! Su Baosher slapped her again, standing in front of her with an arrogant attitude. "Zhao Ping'an's fiancé, beg me, hurry up and beg me to hit you." Qi Tianjiao's hair was disheveled from the slap. Su Baosher suddenly grabbed her hair and shook her madly. Beg me, hurry and beg me." "Zhao Ping'an, does it hurt? Don't you wish you could kill me? But this is just the beginning." As he spoke, he forcefully tore apart Qi Tianjiao's outer clothing. "No!" Qi Tianjiao cried in terror, "What you're doing is against the law, you will face legal consequences, it's still not too late to stop now, don't make things worse." "Worse?" Su Baosher squinted his eyes, "In my life, I don't know what the word wrong means. Zhao Ping'an, back at the racetrack, you let the horse ride me. Today, I'm going to let you watch how I ruin your fiancé." After saying that, he began to take off his clothes. "No!" Qi Tianjiao shouted again. Seeing that he wouldn't stop, she gritted her teeth and cursed, "Su Baosher, you won't have a good death, if you dare touch me, I will haunt you as a ghost." Slap, slap, slap. Su Baosher slapped her 3 times in a row, laughing madly. "Not let go of me? Now, I won't let go of you first." As he spoke, he turned to the camera. "Zhao Ping'an, you watch closely, I'm going to make your fiancé suffer to the point of wishing for death." When he finished speaking, creak! The door suddenly opened. Zhao Ping'an walked in from outside, saying as he walked, "I'm watching, what do you want to do?" "Gah!" Su Baosher froze, looking at the figure before him, his body covered in cold sweat. "Zhao Ping'an? What are you doing here?" He shouted in panic. According to normal logic, he should have been at the Cloud Top Palace, why would he appear here? "Ping'an, save me, save me." Qi Tianjiao screamed quickly. She had never felt so relieved by someone before, like a beam of light that suddenly appeared. Zhao Ping'an looked at Qi Tianjiao, seeing her state, his face immediately darkened. In my life, I disdain two types of people the most. One is those who force women, the other is those who hit women. You fit both. What are you going to do? Su Baoshi came back to his senses quickly, running to Qi Tianjiao's back and choking her with his arm, panicked. Don't come over, I'm telling you not to come over, if you dare come closer, I will choke her to death. Ugh. Qi Tianjiao was suddenly unable to breathe from being choked. Zhao Ping'an shook his head. Watching too much TV and reading too many novels, choking someone to death takes at least 3 minutes. If you want to break her neck, a normal person can't do that. Before you choke her to death, I have 100 ways to kill you. Ah. Su Baoshi panicked even more after he said that. His brain short-circuited for a moment. Taking advantage of his moment of confusion, Zhao Ping'an stepped forward 2 steps, punching Su Baoshi in the chest. Puff. Su Baoshi flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He tried to get up and flee, but as soon as he stood up, he found his strength drained completely, and he immediately knelt down, begging, Zhao Ping'an, I was wrong, this was all under the instructions of the Zhou family head, I beg you for another chance. Chapter 93, Who are you? At this moment, he hesitated not at all to sell out Zhou Taishan. I know, no need to tell me. Zhao Ping'an said succinctly, then walked to Qi Tianjiao's side and untied the rope binding her. Ugh. Qi Tianjiao could no longer hold back her emotions, instantly throwing herself at Zhao Ping'an, crying uncontrollably in his arms, terrified out of her mind. If she hadn't known that biting her tongue wouldn't kill her, she would have wanted to end her life by biting her tongue. Ah! Zhao Ping'an was tensed all over from her hug. I really wanted to push it open, but after thinking about it, doing so in this situation would be too unkind, so I didn't move. I gently comforted, it's all in the past, they targeted me, so. I'm sorry. The responsibilities that should be shouldered will not be evaded. Woo woo. Qi Tianjiao's cries grew louder. It was the first time in her life being kidnapped, and after crying for more than 10 seconds, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Zhao Ping'an first set her aside, then slowly walked toward Su Baoshi. No! Su Baoshi's mind uncontrollably flashed back to the wedding day, instantly scared him so much that his pants were soaked, as he kept kowtowing, begging, this was all instructed by Zhou Taishan, it has nothing to do with me, those words I just said were forced by him, please don't kill me. I was wrong. Kill you? Zhao Ping'an sneered coldly, it's not worth ruining my blessings for a petty person like you, besides, it's more interesting to let you live. Su Baoshi saw the look in his eyes, feeling as if he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper, sensing a bad premonition, terrified he said, what do you want to do, I was wrong. Bang! Zhao Ping'an kicked him unconscious. 10 minutes later. Zhao Ping'an carried Qi Tianjiao out of the courtyard. Originally Duan Liming was waiting outside, but by the time he came out, there was no trace of him, probably worried about trouble and ran away overnight. It was still some distance from the city. Zhao Ping'an thought for a moment, feeling that personally sending Qi Tianjiao back would be too troublesome, and Yao Qin was still waiting, plus he didn't know Qi Tianjiao's home address. He took out his phone to call Zheng Shuang to come pick her up. Soon. Zheng Shuang appeared before him. She angrily got out of the car. Zhao, do you know how important night is for girls? If I become old due to lack of sleep, will you take responsibility? She knew what had happened tonight, and instead of feeling reassured, she was even more determined to drive Zhao Ping'an away. Because, the young lady is of noble birth, and her Prince Charming must be a rich young master. Zhao Ping'an worked hard all his life, yet he could never be worthy of the young lady. Zhao Ping'an said lightly, you still owe me a jump into a manure pit, when will you repay it? Just right, here is a farmhouse with a manure pit, as long as you jump in, you won't need to help tonight. When dealing with women, you must be tougher than her. You. Zheng Shuang's anger made her eyes bulge, but she couldn't retort, gritted her teeth and said, put her in the car, I'll take her. She silently added, and I'll drop her off at a hotel. Zhao Ping'an didn't say more, laid Qi Tianjiao flat on the back seat. Just as he was about to go to the passenger seat, Zheng Shuang pressed the gas and drove off. Silly girl. Zhao Ping'an said with a headache, turned to look at the farmhouse, his eyes lit up, and walked back in. 5 minutes later, he came out. Meanwhile. Ask Su Baoshi what happened, why is there still no news from Zhao Ping'an? Zhou Taishan was furious, completely didn't expect Zhao Ping'an to not go to the provincial city. Yes, I'll ask right now. Su Tianlong was sweating profusely. If this matter was not handled well, the Zhou family master would break his limbs. He quickly took out his phone to contact Su Baoshi, but just as he connected, the phone rang. It was Su Baoshi. He's here. Su Tianlong hurriedly said, opened the phone, and found it was a video, smiling and said, Master Qi, my son sent a video, he's quite steady in his work. He thought it was a video of his son dealing with Qi Tianjiao, and vaguely felt some expectation. Give it to me. Zhou Taishan snatched the phone, clicked to open the video. Just as he opened it. The video emitted a heart-wrenching scream. This. Zhou Taishan's face turned pale as he saw the images on the screen. Su Tianlong sneered, Baosher must be worried that Zhao Ping'an is still not obedient, so his methods were a bit cruel. Master Zhou, rest assured, we are your sharpest spear against your enemies, loyal to you. It was Zhou Taishan, it was all his instructions, let me go, quickly let me go, please. Su Baosher's wretched cries came from the phone again. Su Tianlong trembled all over, almost scared to pee. What was his son doing? How could he mention Master Zhou? Wasn't that seeking death? He immediately looked at the phone. But when he saw the scene above, he was immediately dumbfounded. Just look. Su Baosher was tied to a chair, completely exposed without a trace of cover. Under his feet, there were countless ants. If someone had a fear of clusters, they could faint on the spot. These ants crawled up his legs, reaching the area he usually targeted on women, then stopped. Already covered in blood. There are ways to deal with scum. Baosher? Son. Su Tianlong cried out in terror, not caring about much, and rushed out the door instantly. Bang! Zhou Taishan's hand trembled, his phone fell, and his heart raced. Suddenly, he felt that compared to Su Baosher, his son Zhou Qianquan's situation was somewhat better. Then he shook his head. With a fierce expression, he said, Zhao Ping'an, I will tear you to pieces. Zhao Ping'an went straight back to Yunding Tiangong. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, he saw the lights of Yunding Tiangong were out. A wave of disappointment washed over him. She must have fallen asleep while waiting, right? Thinking this, he hurriedly quickened his pace but felt something was off halfway. He sniffed the air, and a smell of death hung around the mountain. Someone has died? Zhao Ping'an quickened his steps, arriving at the entrance of Yunding Tiangong, and was startled to see a bodyguard lying outside the door. This was Yi Yaoqing's bodyguard. With a serious expression, he no longer hesitated and rushed into the villa, heading straight to Yi Yaoqing's bedroom, where he saw her lying on the floor. Boom! At this moment, Zhao Ping'an felt as if struck by lightning, his vision darkened, and he nearly fell over. He rushed over, embraced Yi Yaoqing, and tremblingly raised his hand to check her pulse. There is still a pulse. But it was very weak. Zhao Ping'an quickly acted, pressing on dozens of vital points on Yi Yaoqing's body. He suddenly regretted it. Yi Yaoqing was a person doomed by fate, destined for misfortune during her happiest times. And tonight, she had received the prescription, escaped the fate of the arranged marriage, earned praise from her father, and was about to become a woman. This was her happiest moment. Why didn't I think of that? If it were not for the protective jade pendant, perhaps I would have been forever separated from her. Self-blame. He felt indescribably guilty. Yaoqing, from now on, I will not let you suffer even a bit of harm. Zhao Ping'an held Yi Yaoqing's hand tightly. He slowly closed his eyes and transferred his energy to her bit by bit. Time slipped away, second by second. Not knowing how long had passed. Yi Yaoqing, with her eyes tightly shut, felt her eyelids flutter, then slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Ping'an's eyes finally sparkled with light, but at this moment, there was not a trace of color on his face, even his lips had turned white. 90% of his energy had been transferred to Yi Yaoqing. He was left with just a final breath hanging on. Yi Yaoqing slowly opened her eyes and saw Zhao Ping'an, whose face was as pale as a sheet, and pushed him away, asking warily, Who are you? Chapter 94 No one can stop us. Her eyes revealed deep suspicion. Her hands were still fumbling, as if searching for a weapon. Seeing her like this, Zhao Ping'an smiled slightly, although he didn't know what his current face looked like. It must be quite dreadful, so it's normal she didn't recognize him. He replied, I'm Zhao Ping'an, it's so good to see you're okay. Zhao Ping'an? Yi Yaoqing's suspicion only increased, but then she suddenly smiled slyly and said, You dead ghost, so anxious. I'm all sweaty and dirty, I need to go take a shower first, wait for me, okay? As she spoke, she cautiously walked past him. She stepped out the door, quickening her pace straight downstairs, not knowing Zhao Ping'an, so she needed to call for help quickly. But when she stepped out of the villa and saw the bodyguard lying outside. Ah! She screamed in fright. Yaoqing! Hearing her scream, Zhao Ping'an immediately got up to chase after her without a second thought, but just as he stood up, he felt the world spin, his head was heavy, and with a thud he fell to the ground. When he woke up again, Zhao Ping'an found himself tightly bound to a chair. And in front of him sat a row of people. Yi Yaoqing sat in the middle, and beside her were Zhou Taishan, Su Tianlong, and Ye Dezai. Zhang Xuan was also among them. Yaoqing, what are you doing? Zhao Ping'an was very confused, not yet fully recovered, his voice was weak. Whose person are you? Yi Yaoqing stared at Zhao Ping'an. In his eyes, there was not a trace of emotion. Ha! Zhao Ping'an was stunned, looking at Yi Yaoqing's eyes, realizing that she truly looked at him like a stranger. A bad premonition stirred in his heart. Yaoqing, you don't recognize me anymore? Bang! Zhou Taishan slammed the sofa heavily, angrily saying, Debuchi, stop pretending. Whose man are you? Why did you attempt to assassinate Miss Yi? Speak up. Otherwise, we'll drag you to the police station and shoot you. Assassination? Zhao Ping'an understood, they were pinning the bodyguard's death on him. And Yi Yaoqing, though she survived, had lost her memory. Zhao Ping'an let out a bitter laugh, remembering his master often said that it was hard to go against fate, and those who defy fate would be punished. If nothing unexpected happened, Yi Yaoqing's price would be to forget the person and things she thought were the happiest in her life. Which was this period of time in Tianhai. Are you still laughing? Su Tianlong's face twisted in fury. He suddenly stood up and grabbed a whip nearby. He hated Zhao Ping'an to the bone, because just last night, when he rushed to rescue Su Baoshi, he found Su Baoshi already had no manly dignity. If he had been any later, there would have been no distinction between men and women. Crack! He swung the whip down onto Zhao Ping'an. Let's see if your mouth is tougher or my whip. Speak up, who sent you to assassinate Miss Yi? That lash was heavy. With just one hit, Zhao Ping'an's skin was torn, blood gushing. Zhang Xuan was scared and dared not look more, quickly turning her head away. Yi Yaoqing frowned slightly, feeling it was a bit cruel but said nothing. After all, he had killed the bodyguard and almost killed her. Zhou Taishan squinted and smiled, remembering the scene last night when he saw Su Baoshi. He was also terrified, having nightmares all night, thinking that it would take careful planning to retaliate against Zhao Ping'an. He did not expect the retribution to come so quickly. Nie Dehai saw Su Tianlong making a move, unwilling to fall behind, picked up another whip, and heavily struck Zhao Ping'an. Speak quickly, or I will whip you to death. I advise you to suffer less physical pain. Another bloody wound appeared on Zhao Ping'an's body. Swish! Zhao Ping'an suddenly looked at the two of them, coldly saying, "You are looking for death." Su Tianlong and Nie Dehai felt fear creeping in as they saw Zhao Ping'an's eyes and took a step back, feeling as though they were being stared at by death itself, but they quickly regained their composure. Now that Missy had lost her memory and did not recognize him, he was merely a small nobody. Even if he was good at fighting, he was just a worthless person with no background, not worth fearing at all. You dare threaten us? Now, open your eyes and see who is looking for death. Su Tianlong said, and then began whipping him again. Threatening at death's door, how good. I want to see how long you can remain tough. Nie Dehai also whipped him. Crack! Crack! The two took turns striking him with more than 10 lashes, leaving Zhao Ping'an's upper body drenched in blood. Zhou Taishan squinted, feeling unprecedentedly satisfied, being beaten in front of Yi Yaoqing, and once having protected him, yet now Yi Yaoqing did not recognize him. Wasn't that amusing? Stop first. Yi Yaoqing saw Zhao Ping'an remaining silent, finally spoke, I'll give you one more chance. Who exactly are you working for? After speaking, her eyes fixed on Zhao Ping'an without blinking. Zhao Ping'an, though receiving blows didn't hurt much, felt a deep pain in his heart seeing Yi Yaoqing's eyes. She was the first girl in his life who made his heart stir. He smiled, Yaoqing, I am Zhao Ping'an, think carefully, we know each other, parcel 140, the prescription, and to become the richest without needing to marry. Yi Yaoqing frowned, feeling these words were familiar but just could not recall. Shut up. Zhou Taishan was startled. If Yi Yaoqing remembered because of his reminder, it would be serious. He angrily said, the shameless rascal dares to mislead with words. I see that unless I use real means, you won't obediently confess. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Yaoqing and said, Miss Yi, this person is extremely shameless. How about this? I take him away for questioning, and after finding out his master, I will report back to you. With limited tools here, the methods of torture weren't many. In another place, he would ensure he could shout to the sky and not receive an answer from the land. Yi Yaoqing thought for a moment. He nodded and said, then thank you, Uncle Zhou. Hearing this, Su Tianlong and Nie Dehai exchanged a smile, their minds already filled with countless ways to take revenge. Zhao Ping'an forced a bitter smile and said, Zhang Shuang, as Miss Yi's secretary, you should tell Miss Yi the truth. In such moments, Zhang Xuan was the only hope. Zhang Shuang gritted her teeth, her heart in chaos, hoping desperately that Zhao Ping'an would just leave and not delay the young lady any longer, but in this situation, being taken away would lead to a horrible death. Zhao Ping'an continued, you know I won't harm Yaoqing. If I leave now, Yaoqing will still be in danger, not to mention that the person who might harm her could be right next to us. He suspected that Zhou Taishan had struck hard, but judging by the way the bodyguard was killed, the attacker must be a skilled fighter, not someone like Zhou Taishan. These words struck a chord with Zhang Shuang. She steeled herself and said, Miss, I believe Zhao Ping'an is not here to kill you, the real killer is someone else. Whom? Yi Yaoqing frowned and looked over, puzzled, do you know him? It was easy to tell from her tone. Secretary Zhang, concerning Miss Yi's life, you must speak with utmost caution. Zhou Taishan warned coldly, his eyes filled with threats. Zhang Shuang sensed the threat and was at a loss, stuck between a rock and a hard place. At that moment, Zhao Ping'an slowly spoke, Yaoqing, I can prove that I am not here to kill you, the real murderer is someone else. Yi Yaoqing looked over, how can you prove it? Zhou Taishan and the others also looked over cautiously, if they found he was speaking wrongly, they would immediately interrupt. Zhao Ping'an looked at Yi Yaoqing, revealing a gentle smile, and then suddenly exerted strength. Bang! The ropes binding him snapped instantly. Zhao Ping'an slowly said, "Because I want to protect you, no one can stop me." Seeing this scene, everyone turned pale in fear. Su Tianlong quickly retreated, feeling as if facing a great enemy. Nie Dahai's legs went weak, and he simply collapsed to the ground. Zhou Taishan trembled in fear, feeling gusts of cold wind around him. The strongest rope selected to bind him had actually been broken by Zhao Ping'an. Was he even human? Zhang Shuang was dumbfounded. Yi Yaoqing's expression also turned cautious. Zhao Ping'an continued, "But I won't harm you, I just want to protect you." As he spoke, he stood up and looked at Su Tianlong and Nie Dahai, sneering, "Did you enjoy beating me just now?" The reason he didn't break free earlier was partly because it was not conducive to the conversation, and partly because he hoped his tragic state would awaken Yi Yaoqing's memory, but unfortunately, he had failed. I. Su Tianlong was so scared he was tongue-tied, stiffly saying, "Zhao Ping'an, you need to recognize your identity. Now, no one can protect you. If you dare touch even a hair on me, I will make you wish you were dead." "Oh really?" Zhao Ping'an remained expressionless, ready to strike as he spoke. "Stop." Yi Yaoqing suddenly spoke, her face more serious than ever. She had lost her memory and did not remember Zhao Ping'an, but she wasn't foolish. She saw that whether Zhao Ping'an was the killer or not, none of the people present were his match. Resolutely she said, "You should go. I will investigate your identity, and as for last night, I hope you can keep your mouth shut, otherwise, I will use my family's resources to deal with you." Zhao Ping'an felt a sharp pain in his heart, like being pricked by a needle. Yet he still nodded, "Okay." At such times, it was not suitable to excessively provoke her, and the urgent matter was not to make her remember who he was, but to find the Night Pearl to help her change her fate, otherwise, there would be another life-threatening danger. After speaking, he walked out slowly. "Miss Yi, you're just letting him go like this? What if he harms you again?" Su Tianlong said, unwilling to accept this outcome, knowing there was a chance to kill him. "Miss Yi, letting him go is like releasing a tiger back to the mountain, who knows when he might jump out and bite you again." Nie Dahai similarly expressed his dissatisfaction, as he hadn't avenged his son's death yet. Yi Yaoqing coldly replied, "If I don't let him go, do you have a way to subdue him? Or can you protect yourselves?" She was not fond of these two individuals. For some reason, there was an inexplicable sense of disgust. If it weren't for Uncle Zhou bringing them in, they wouldn't have been allowed to enter the door at all. Su Tianlong and the others turned red-faced, speechless in response. Yi Yaoqing looked at Zhang Shuang and asked, "What did Zhao Ping'an mean by the 140 plots just now? And how does he know about my engagement?" She subconsciously felt these matters were important, but she just couldn't remember. Zhang Shuang hesitated for a moment, about to explain. "Miss Yi." Zhou Taishan interrupted, speaking seriously, "Actually, you've been in Tianhai for quite a long time, and you've chosen a partner, none other than Su Tianlong's son here, Su Baoshi. Baoshi is a dragon among men, helping you expand your territory." He went over everything Yi Yaoqing had done since arriving in Tianhai, only he replaced all the key figures with Su Baoshi. "Su Baoshi?" Yi Yaoqing glanced at Su Tianlong. Su Tianlong immediately took a step forward and flattered, "Miss Yi, it's an honor to serve you, no need to be polite." He was overjoyed, never expecting that his son could rise to such a position. Standing to the side, Zhang Shuang cursed under her breath, wanting to reveal the truth several times, but seeing Zhou Taishan's look, she could only hold it in. Yi Yaoqing frowned. For some reason, she felt a deep aversion when hearing the name Su Baoshi. But Uncle Zhou and the others were people of status, they shouldn't be lying. She nodded and said, "All right, then I'll trouble Baoshi. I'm a bit tired today, you all can go back." After saying that, she turned and went upstairs. Passing by Zhao Ping'an's room, she stopped and looked inside. Why does it feel like something is missing in there? Meanwhile, the news of Yi Yaoqing's amnesia spread throughout Tianhai, causing a stir. That wasn't all, another bombshell dropped. Zhao Ping'an had attempted to kill Yi Yaoqing and was kicked out of the Yi family. People hadn't even digested this news yet. Then an even more explosive piece of news came out. Yi Yaoqing's partner was now changed to Su Baoshi. In an instant, Tianhai was shaken to its core. At this moment, Zhao Ping'an arrived at Longting KTV. "Mr. Zhao." Zhang Kongding, sitting in a wheelchair, came out to greet him, angrily saying, "I know about your situation. As long as you give the order, I'll bring my brothers to slaughter the Su family and Nie Duhai." He didn't understand what had happened. But he believed that Mr. Zhao must have been wronged. Zhao Ping'an shook his head, walking into the private room and sitting down. "You don't need to worry about this. How's the search for the Night Pearl? As long as I can help Yi Yaoqing change her fate, I have plenty of time to deal with them." Zhang Kongding said apologetically, "There's no progress on the Night Pearl yet, but I've heard that Lei Xiaotang in the provincial capital has 3 Thunderstrike wood pieces. However, Lei Xiaotang is the largest metaphysics temple in the province, with a very complicated network of relations. They might not value my identity enough to sell it to me. I'm trying to find someone, and as soon as I have news, I will report to you immediately. Zhao Pingyun said, go all out to find the Night Pearl. As for Lei Xiaotang, they'll send the Thunderstrike wood to me. The old man had promised, it's just that it hasn't been delivered yet. Heir. Zhang Kongding trembled inside, admiring Mr. Zhao. To make Lei Xiaotang send it personally, he nodded, I'll immediately send people to focus on finding the Night Pearl. As soon as he finished speaking. Bang! The door to the private room was brutally slammed open. Two figures were thrown in from outside. It was the two bodyguards standing outside. Then, a person appeared at the door, walking step by step into the room, mocking, Zhang Longwang, I wonder if you still remember me? Dong Shan. Zhang Kongding looked at the person, feeling a sense of impending danger, his breath quickened, his eyes fixed on him. In Tianhai City, everyone knew that Zhang Longwang had a sworn enemy, and that enemy was Dong Shan, the former underground emperor of Tianhai. It was said that one night, Zhang Longwang launched a surprise attack, taking down all of Dong Shan's venues in one night, leading 200 men to hunt him down, yet Dong Shan managed to escape. Dong Shan said with a playful tone, I didn't expect Zhang Longwang's memory to be this good. Do you still remember? What did I say when I left back then? Zhang Kongding said, with sweat pouring down, you said, the day we meet again will be the day I die in the Yellow Springs. That's right. Dong Shan looked at Zhang Kongding with disdain, I have endured for 10 years, and now that I have returned, I have only two things to do, kill the person who tried to kill me and take your money. Zhang Kongding clenched his teeth, remaining silent. 3 seconds, get out of my sight. Zhao Pingyun, sitting on the sofa, said irritably, don't waste my peace. Don't be fooled by Yi Yaoqing's amnesia, in fact, she had been holding back her anger all along. Swish. Dong Shan suddenly turned to Zhao Pingyun, squinting, I give you a chance to rephrase your words. Whoosh. Zhao Pingyun instantly stood up, appearing before Dong Shan in the blink of an eye, grabbing his neck with one hand and lifting him up, coldly saying, I also give you a chance to rephrase your words. Chapter 96, He ran away. If you can move your hands, there's no need for words. It's not worth wasting time on such a minor character. This was all very simple for Zhao Pingyun. Dong Shan's mind went blank as he looked at Zhao Pingyun as if he were a demon, for today he had waited 10 years, endured 10 years, and trained hard for 10 years. He couldn't even see how Zhao Pingyun made his move before being subdued in one strike. How could he take revenge now? Zhang Kongding was dazed as well, his fear of Dong Shan was purely due to the shadow from 10 years ago. In fact, what outsiders knew was not complete. Back then, Dong Shan had not only escaped while being pursued by 200 people but also incapacitated over 40 of them. He had always felt an indescribable fear toward Dong Shan, but seeing Zhao Pingyun act, he suddenly remembered that he belonged to Mr. Zhao, who was a top-notch big shot capable of making the master clean toilets. In an instant, he became passionate, with brother Zhao around, there would be no stumbling blocks. A decade-long hidden worry was no match for Mr. Zhao's one strike. I'm asking you a question, oh right, you're being choked. Zhao Pingyun didn't want to kill and harm his good deeds, so he casually tossed him aside. Bang! Dong Shan's body hit the wall, making a dull thud as he slid down the wall. He quickly got up and, terrified, asked, Who are you? A master of this level could not possibly be Zhang Kongding's henchman, he couldn't afford to raise one. Zhao Pingyun didn't bother answering and looked at Zhang Kongding, why are you still dazed? He wants to kill you, hurry, call someone to deal with him. Are you going to wait until he makes a move? Get him out of here, it's quiet. Ha? Oh. Zhang Kongding nodded hurriedly, he felt so safe beside Zhao Pingyun that he almost forgot Dong Shan was his enemy. He quickly took out his phone to call for help. Seeing this, Dong Shan showed no hesitation, clearly knowing he was no match for Zhao Pingyun, and didn't want to mention that someone was coming, so he quickly got up and fled. Zhao Pingyun, seeing this, casually waved a toothpick from the fruit platter. Whoosh! It accurately pierced into Dong Shan's calf, the entire toothpick piercing through. Boom! Dong Shan stumbled and fell to the ground, looking at his calf in horror, shouting, Is this thin needle technique? You are a grandmaster. This is impossible, how can there be such a young grandmaster? Zhao Pingyun, hearing this, was surprised, what is a grandmaster? Dong Shan. Zhang Kongding was also stunned, Mr. Zhao actually didn't know what a grandmaster was? Then he carefully explained, Mr. Zhao, a grandmaster is a rank in the martial arts world, it is a universally recognized top master. The top 8 of Jianghai province's martial arts rankings are all grandmasters, currently, there are only these 8 grandmasters in the entire Jianghai province. Zhao Pingyun nodded, urging, hurry up and call someone to deal with him, it's annoying. He had merely asked about grandmasters casually and didn't want to understand more. Wait. Dong Shan quickly spoke, dripping with sweat, at this moment, he was finally scared. He initially thought that even if he couldn't defeat Zhao Ping'an, he could still escape, but never expected to actually encounter a grandmaster. In front of a grandmaster, there was absolutely no chance to escape. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You cannot kill me, my master is Grandmaster Wu Wei. If you dare to kill me, my master will never let you go." What? Zhang Kongding was so scared that he almost stood up from his wheelchair. Grandmaster Wu Wei was the 6th-ranked grandmaster from the neighboring Jiangshan province, and every year, there would be a martial arts exchange between Jiangshan province and Jianghai province. It is said that last year, Master Wu Wei defeated Master Zhang Xian, who was ranked 5th in the province. This means that, in the entire Jianghai province, there are no more than 5 people who can stand against Master Zhang Xian. Is he very powerful? Zhao Ping'an casually asked. Very powerful. Zhang Kongding nodded. In Jianghai province, there are no more than 5 people who can win against him. Let him come, I'll easily take care of him for you. Zhao Ping'an said nonchalantly, "You just focus on finding the night pearl, the sooner the better." Master, he indeed hadn't heard of before, but he was just mistakenly regarded as a master using only 10% of his strength, so masters must also be worthless. Zhang Kongding. Dong Shan's eyes secretly flashed with a trace of mockery. Indeed, youthful recklessness makes one dare to say anything. His master has been famous in the master world for 18 years, yet no one has ever dared to say they could deal with him. This Mr. Zhao does not know the heights of heaven and earth. Suddenly brightening, he tentatively asked, "Master Zhao is looking for the night pearl?" As far as I know, the treasure pavilion in the neighboring Huangfeng city is holding an auction tonight, which includes a night pearl, and it was a beloved item of a certain queen from the Qing dynasty, about the size of an egg, and in excellent condition. Zhao Ping'an immediately asked, "Really?" Right now, he only lacks the night pearl. It truly is a case of no effort being needed for what he seeks. Absolutely true. I have an invitation letter at my residence in Huangfeng City. Mr. Zhao only needs to take the invitation to enter. Dong Shan finished, his eyes flashing with excitement. The auction is real, and the night pearl is also real. But, the master is in Huangfeng City. Take me there immediately. Zhao Ping'an didn't want to wait for a moment and quickly got up. Mr. Zhao, be careful of deceit. Zhang Kongding quickly spoke up, such a coincidence is hard to believe. Dong Shan just happened to know about the night pearl, it sounds unbelievable. It's fine. If there's a trick, I'll just kill him directly and take care of his master at the same time to prevent future troubles. Zhao Ping'an replied simply, dragging Dong Shan along like he was carrying a small chicken. At the same time Zhao Ping'an left Tianhai City, the entire Tianhai received the news that he had run away. An uproar ensued. No one expected that Zhao Ping'an, who just last night was shining brightly, would today be fleeing in embarrassment. Zhou Taishan was so angry he could explode. He had already called in experts from the provincial capital, but unexpectedly, they were just one step away from catching him. Miss Qi, the reason I called you here this time is simply to tell you that the material supply for Block 140 no longer needs Qi's assistance. I have unilaterally torn up the contract. Su Baosher heard that he had become a partner and, after getting a nerve block injection, couldn't wait to start work, and the first thing he did was call Qi Tianzhou over. Young Master Su, how can you tear up the contract? This is a unilateral breach. Qi Tianzhou said, fists clenched, although she hated Su Baosher thoroughly, and last night's events were vividly etched in her mind. However, she dared not speak out her anger and had to pretend she didn't know. Su Baosher raised an eyebrow and sneered, I just regret it, now I am Miss Ye's partner. Zhao Trash has already run away, what can you do about it? Those who do not use their power are worthless, the first stop is to pressure Qi Tianzhou. You. Qi Tianzhou bit her lip, struggling to say, young Master Su, I beg you not to terminate the contract. Ha! Su Baosher coldly laughed, stood up to adjust his suit, and said arrogantly, I'll give you one day, tomorrow at this time, come to beg me in a nurse's outfit. The contract will continue. Otherwise, it will be terminated. I still have to go to the West Suburb Manor, you can leave. Chapter 97, Fight Them. Qi Tianzhou walked out of the Yi family in a daze. Slap. Tears flowed uncontrollably, feeling very wronged. On one hand, it was for her future and her family's future, on the other hand, how could he run away? Deadbeat man. Su Baosher arrived at the Western Suburbs Manor. Big nephew, you're here, come in quickly. Baosher looks even more energetic than yesterday, hee hee. Ouyang Hai and Lu Yemei came out to greet him, quickly flattering him, as they had to, originally wanting to hold on to Zhao Ping'an's thigh, but who would have thought such a thing would happen, and in their hearts, they felt Zhao Ping'an was wronged, yet had no evidence. Now, Su Baosher stood behind Miss Yi and the Zhou family. Who dared to defy? Su Baosher held his hands behind his back, raised his chin, and said rudely, stop talking nonsense, weren't you all fawning over Zhao Ping'an at the bidding conference last night? Why the change today? You all are worse than wall grass. Ouyang Hai and Lu Yemei felt a burning shame on their faces, wishing they could slap him twice, but didn't dare. The head of the Zhou family had already issued a gag order, and anyone who dared to reveal the truth would become a dead enemy. This only meant that Su Baoshi's status was as solid as a rock. He. Yang Hai could only force a smile. Su Baoshi continued, "Where is my fiancée Yang Qian?" Lu Yemei remained silent. Yang Hai said with difficulty, "Qian is sick, not convenient to see anyone." Damn. Su Baoshi swore roughly, "Alright, I won't force you today. I'm here to tell you, tomorrow at this time, have her dress sexy to come find me at the office, otherwise, I will launch an attack on the group. If you think you can withstand the me of today, feel free to not let her go." Yang Hai and Lu Yemei were stunned, then replied, "Master Su, Qian is really sick, not convenient to see anyone. If you have anything to say, you can tell me." Anyone could understand what Su Baoshi meant, absolutely must not let his daughter go. Su Baoshi looked at Lu Yemei, said flirtatiously, "You're too old, I'm not interested in you. Once upon a time, I wanted to take Qian as my wife, but now, she's not worthy of me. Let's just call her a mistress. All of this, you can't blame me, it's because you all are useless and didn't seize the golden opportunity, got it?" The two were about to spit blood from anger. Yang Hai finally couldn't hold back and said, "Master Su, please be respectful. Which man could endure such humiliation of his wife right in front of him?" Slap. Su Baoshi did not hold back, giving a slap and scoffing, "Do you think I need to be polite to you now? One word, if Qian doesn't come find me tomorrow, your Ouyang family will go bankrupt." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Stop." Ouyang Chen finally appeared, angrily walking towards Su Baoshi without hesitation, raising her hand to slap him. As a daughter, she couldn't stand by and watch her father being hit and her mother being insulted. Pow! The sound of the slap resonated. But it was Su Baoshi who hit her. Su Baoshi coldly said, "You've made me too polite before, and too polite to your family. I tell you, tomorrow we're laced to find me, or I will destroy your family." After saying that, he left with his hands behind his back, thinking as he walked, being powerful feels so good. No one from the Ouyang family dared to stop him. On the other side, Zhao Ping'an had arrived in Huangfeng City, where tall buildings stood, and the economy was indeed more developed than Tianhai. However, the two went to a bungalow area. "Master Zhao, up ahead is my residence, the invitation letter is at home." Dongshan led the way, walking with a smirk on his face. As long as he saw his master, everything would be resolved. "Good." Zhao Ping'an simply replied with one word. "Soon." Dongshan reached the front door, opened it, then held in his pain and quickly rushed into the courtyard, yelling in panic, "Master, someone wants to kill me." His voice was loud. Even the neighbors could hear it. Zhao Ping'an was taken aback by his shout, then felt a bit disappointed. It seemed he had really been tricked. "Master!" Dongshan shouted again, quickly rushing into the room, and when he rushed in, he was stunned. Inside was empty, no one. "Where's your master?" Zhao Ping'an followed him inside.